Injuries to alleviate back pain and knee injuries crippled his game, but only temporarily. The return to glory. In a comeback of the ages, he won the Masters in 2019. And now he will try again.
I feel like I can still do it. I don't show up to an event unless I think I can win it.
Just returning to play is an achievement. Winning, that's the stuff legends are made of. But then again, Tiger's already a legend.
A legend indeed. Our thanks to Kerry Sanders for that report.
For him to actually say he thinks he can win it, we're going to be watching history right there. And regardless of how he plays, every step he takes during those 18 holes is going to have a whole different perspective from what he's been through, safe to say.
Just an incredible comeback.
I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Wednesday.
I'm Stephen Romo. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Wicked storms in the south and east have caused dangerous flooding, a lot of damage, and they even proved deadly. Plus, multiple dangerous fronts are on the move with millions in their path this morning.
The Russian invasion of Ukraine is entering its 42nd day. Our Richard Engel reports from hard-hit Bucha, where outrage is growing over suspected torture and massacre of civilians. This as the U.S. pledges $100 million worth of Javelin anti-tank missiles.
And a long day of questions. A former White House senior advisor, Ivanka Trump, testifies for 8 hours before the January 6th committee.
A wild red fox on Capitol Hill bites a member of Congress and is finally captured after at least 6 people were reportedly bitten or nipped.
And 14 months after he almost lost a leg in a car accident, Tiger Woods is preparing to tee up at the Masters Thursday morning. Early today starts right now.
Glad to be with you. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Stephen Romo. The south and east seeing severe weather for a third week with tornadoes, hail, and flooding causing widespread damage. At least 38 tornadoes were reported. This one caught on camera in South Carolina, and reports that 2 people were killed. The coroner in Bryan County, Georgia, declared a woman dead after a mobile home was destroyed. And according to the mayor of White House, Texas, a 71-year-old man was killed when a tree toppled onto his home. The wicked weather is expected to continue today and Thursday. NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns is keeping an eye on those storms. Good morning, Bill.
Yeah, these storms were dangerous and deadly in some cases. We had 38 tornadoes reported over 4 different states. It started early yesterday morning, too. Every little red icon here shows you the tornadoes as they were occurring with the radar, pushing all the way off the coast of South Carolina as we went through yesterday evening. Those storms that we had, especially in South Carolina, some of them were even powerful tornadoes. We even had already a confirmation of an EF2 tornado in Mississippi from yesterday morning. So what are we dealing with today? That severe weather threat with that storm is gone, but there's already a second storm coming in right behind it. We have 29 million people, in some cases the same exact locations as yesterday, under the threat of severe weather. Damaging wind is likely, and a possibility of more tornadoes, especially central and southern portions of Georgia. So a big heads up to our friends from Atlanta to Albany, Georgia, all the way over towards Savannah. And then tomorrow we take this storm and push it off the coast, guys, with severe weather likely Florida and also eastern North Carolina.
Likely more to come. All right, Bill, thanks for that update. Meanwhile, with the horrors revealed in Ukraine, the United States is now sending more weapons to the country as Russia's war enters day 42. The State Department has approved an additional $100 million worth of Javelin anti-tank missiles. NBC's Richard Engel is on the ground witnessing the devastation in Bucha. But we must warn you, viewers may find the images from his report highly disturbing.
To enter Bucha now, you have to drive past a graveyard of Russian tanks. Ukrainian troops kicked the Russians out of this Kyiv suburb and once again are in charge. But for 5 weeks, Russian soldiers occupied Bucha, destroyed much of it, and imposed a reign of terror. Residents were coming out of hiding. In front of their building, Valentina and her friend said Russian soldiers went apartment to apartment, mostly searching for men. They were breaking open doors with axes and sledgehammers, she says. If you talked back, they shot you. She wanted to show me something behind the building.
She's saying one of her neighbors was so frightened because the Russian soldiers were banging on his door that he jumped out of that window on the 3rd floor and came landing on the ground. He didn't die, hurt himself, but managed to escape. He thought the Russians were just going to shoot him dead. Desperation.
A few feet away was a grave Valentina dug with her friend.
You put up a cross.
Да.
You buried 4 people here?
І 2 незнайомі.
2 were our neighbors, she says. We don't know who the other 2 are, but buried them anyway. She says all 4 of them were machine gunned by Russian troops. She doesn't know why. Please don't let this happen again, she says. We are regular, hard-working people. Down the street, the Abramov family was in their home when Russian soldiers threw a grenade through the window and set fire to the house. Vladimir and his daughter Irina came running out in the cold in slippers. They started to ask, where are the Nazis? Give us their addresses, he says.
They said we are Russians. We came to liberate you.
The soldiers grabbed Irina's husband, Oleg, and took him out in front of the house.
They make him take his sweater off. Then they put him on his knees and shot him in the head. I went on the street and blood was still pumping from his head. I started to shout, kill me too, because I have only one husband.
She thinks they killed him to scare others in Bucha into submission.
He was facing in this direction?
Yes.
And this part of his head, I still see the blood there.
Oleg was a welder. Irina says he never served in the military because of his bad back. When Oleg's killers left, it was very cold, and they took his sweater with them.
I always thought that they were our brothers. I'm half Russian myself.
Ukrainian troops estimate hundreds of civilians were murdered in Bucha. They are still finding bodies after a wanton disregard for human life here that even in war is a crime.
Death and destruction are common in all war zones, but what's different here is that the Russian soldiers felt confident enough to go house to house, killing people in front of their fellow soldiers, and that they were parodying back the dehumanizing Russian propaganda that's being put out by state media. And that's very disturbing.
Truly horrifying. Richard Engel, thank you.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky spoke in depth about those atrocities in Bucha as he made his first address to the United Nations Security Council. Zelensky called for Russian occupiers to face a war tribunal similar to what was used after World War II. NBC's Raf Sanchez joins us now from Budapest. And Raf, President Zelensky strongly questioned whether the Security Council could actually provide any security.
Francis, that's right. The problem here is Russia is carrying out the war in Ukraine, but Russia is also able to stop the UN Security Council from doing anything about the war in Ukraine. President Zelensky pointed to that contradiction yesterday, suggesting the Security Council should kick Russia off of its membership. That isn't really possible. And so Zelensky said, look, if the Security Council can't provide any security, it should consider dissolving itself. We saw some pretty undiplomatic scenes in the chamber yesterday. The Russian ambassador continuing to push the false claim that the Bucha massacre was staged by the Ukrainians. The U.S. ambassador telling him to his face that nobody in the room believed him. Take a listen.
During the time that the town was under the control of the Russian armed forces, not a single civilian suffered from any kind of violence.
Only Russia is responsible for this, and they would have us believe that the Ukrainians did this to themselves. It is absolutely ridiculous, and nobody believed it.
Now, Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister of the UK, releasing an unusual message, partly in Russian, and it was aimed at the Russian public. He said they deserved to know what Russian forces had been doing in Bucha, in other areas of the Kyiv suburbs. We've seen President Zelensky also speaking in Russian to the Russian public. Francis?
Trying to get that message out there very loud and clear, as if those images didn't. Thank you, Ralph. Thanks so much.
Well, 8 full hours of questioning for Ivanka Trump as she testified remotely before the January 6th committee on Tuesday. The president's daughter served as a senior White House advisor during the Trump administration, and she was in the West Wing on January 6, 2021. The bipartisan panel claims to have previously heard testimony from White House staff who said they'd asked Ms. Trump on multiple occasions to intervene with President Trump as the Capitol was being stormed. The committee's chair, Democratic Representative Benny Thompson, told reporters reporters that Ms. Trump was answering questions and had not tried to invoke executive privilege or the Fifth Amendment.
Back in the White House, if only for a day, former President Obama returned to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue for the first time since leaving office to give his former right-hand man a leg up. NBC's Bree Jackson is in D.C. with those details. And Bree, President Biden said it was just like the good old days.
Good morning, Francis. Yeah, President Biden is trying to rekindle some of that magic heading into midterms this fall. He teamed up with his former boss to celebrate the success of the Affordable Care Act and to tout an expansion of their landmark legislation. It was as much of a reunion on policy as for friendship. Former President Obama even had a callback to Mr. Biden's infamous hot mic moment 12 years ago.
And today, the ACA hasn't just survived, it's pretty darn popular. And the reason is because it's done what it was supposed to do. It's made a difference. First 20 million, and now 30 million people have gotten covered thanks to the ACA. If you can get millions of people health coverage and better protection, it is, to quote a famous American, a pretty big deal.
During the event, President Biden announced a fix for the so-called family glitch. The rule change would cap coverage costs for families and allow 1 million more Americans to get more affordable coverage. The reunion could also signal a reboot for the White House heading into the midterms. President Biden's approval ratings has dropped to 40% in the latest NBC News poll amid challenges like rising crime and record inflation. When asked about the midterms, former President Obama said, quote, "We have a story to tell. We just got to tell it." Back to you, Francis.
Bree, thank you.
All right, Bill Cairns is back with more on the extreme weather we've been seeing. Hey, Bill.
Yeah, good morning. We're also seeing a flash flood watch and flood watch possible in areas of Georgia. And we've had a lot of heavy rain over the last 3 weeks, so it won't take much to get some flash flooding. It doesn't look like this will be a huge amount of rain, but isolated totals could be up to 5 inches. And that flood watch does go through Thursday morning from central Georgia down to the south. But the tornado threat obviously being the biggest threat, but water also kills a lot of people every year. So up to 5 inches possible there from Macon, Augusta, and Savannah. Of course, the Masters will be going off in Augusta hopefully on Thursday, but it'll be soft and soggy after 2 days of rain. We also got heavy rain this morning in the Northeast, and another batch is going to come through Thursday evening, so be prepared for travel delays there. That's a look at your national forecast. Now here's a look at the weather outside your window. So for today, we're going to see windy conditions and warm conditions through Texas. Fire danger is actually pretty high today in the Central Plains. There's a severe storms possible in the southeast, and it'll be a rainy morning from Philadelphia to New York to Boston. That rain will clear out during the day. A lot of umbrellas and what was they saying? April showers bring May flowers. May should look really pretty at the rate we're going.
Yeah, well, hopefully we get a little break here and there in April. Thank you, Bill. In today's News by the Numbers, General Motors and Honda are teaming up to create a new range of affordable electric vehicles. The cars will cost less than $30,000, and officials said production should start 2027.
Congratulations are in order for pop star Rihanna. For the first time, the singer is on Forbes' list of billionaires, becoming the first to represent her country of Barbados with $1.7 billion.
The second season of Bridgerton has set a Netflix record for the most viewed English language TV series. According to the streaming service, the season has been watched 251.7 million hours.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Celebrating a groundbreaker this morning in Milwaukee, Cavalier Johnson has been elected the city's first black mayor. Johnson, who is a Democrat, won over 60% of the vote against Republican acting mayor Bob Donovan. The mayor-elect will finish out the final 2 years of former Mayor Tom Barrett's term after he left the post to become U.S. ambassador to Luxembourg.
Well, the White House is putting yet another freeze on federal student loan payments. It's the 6th time since the start of the coronavirus pandemic. This pause will last through the end of August, according to the AP, and the extension would bring some relief to the more than 43 million Americans who owe a total of $1.6 trillion in student debt collectively.
Just over a year after a horrific car crash, Tiger Woods is back on the PGA Tour. Woods says he plans to play in this week's Masters, set to tee off just after 10:30 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. NBC's Kerry Sanders has more.
Tiger Woods teeing up what could be another incredible comeback.
As of right now, I feel like I am going to play.
The Masters in Augusta is where the world's best come to play. Tiger has won here a remarkable 5 times. But a horrific car crash last year nearly led to the amputation of his right leg.
It's been a tough year.
Tiger was bedridden for 3 months, then began rehab. He was back out on the course here.
I don't have any qualms about what I can do physically from a golf standpoint. It's now walking is the hard part.
Walking, an especially difficult challenge here. The course is an undulating 4-mile walk.
The elevation changes, the hills, the pitch of all of it, it takes a toll after 18 holes.
It's going to be a tough challenge and a challenge that I'm up for.
Tiger has been a standout golfer since almost the moment he picked up a club. Repeated surgeries to alleviate back pain and knee injuries crippled his game, but only temporarily. The return to glory. In a comeback of the ages, he won the Masters in 2019. And now he will try again.
I feel like I can still do it. I don't show up to an event unless I think I can win it.
Just returning to play is an achievement. Winning, that's the stuff legends are made of. But then again, Tiger's already a legend.
And thanks to Kerry Sanders for that report. Every step from hole to hole is going to come with a new perspective with what he's been through.
Oh, yeah. So many people watching that one. He looks great in green. Well, still to come, the weekend runs out of time with a little help from Jim Carrey and Squid Game star.
And on Capitol Hill, it's Fox versus a Democrat. And we're not talking about the cable news network.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Weeknd's new music video for Out of Time just premiered Tuesday, and he is seen sing karaoke to his own song alongside Squid Game star Jung Ho-yeon, right before Jim Carrey makes his eerie appearance as a doctor. The Don FM album came out back in January, which Carrey actually narrated.
A lot of star power there. Well, a fox is in custody after causing a lot of chaos on Capitol Hill. The Capitol Police say the DC Animal Control got reports of an aggressive red fox tormenting people on Capitol grounds. About 6 people reported incidents, and that included bites. California Congressman Ami Bera says he was nipped on his leg, and out of abundance of caution, Bera went to Walter Reed and got a series of rabies shots. Authorities were able to eventually nab a fox, but they aren't sure if it's the only one roaming the Capitol. The wild animals become protective of their dens, so police warn people to avoid those foxes if they see them. Hard to do because they're so cute.
Yikes. All right, Bill is tracking a chance for rain on your morning commute. That's next.
And the video that will make your morning. National Guardsman returns home and embarks on a top secret mission to surprise his kids.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. That fire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Early Today. Here's our two storms that have been causing all the problems. The one is the storm exiting the East Coast this morning with all that rain in the Northeast. The second storm, the one bringing some snow to Minneapolis and other areas, is going to bring severe weather later today to areas of the South. Here's how it looks at 6 p.m. with numerous strong thunderstorms in Georgia, South Carolina, North Florida, and also southern portions of Alabama. Then that storm tomorrow, we take that up the East Coast with a soaking rain for the evening commute from Philadelphia to New York City to upstate New York. So be prepared for travel delays there also. So, another 24 to 36 hours of very active weather across the country.
At least we got the weekend. All right, thanks, Bill. A teen idol, remembering him, plus the soldier of surprise you got to see.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news. Now to an NBC News exclusive interview. We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right?
Keep going.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Every day's a holiday. Every night is a Saturday night. Oh, those wildwood days. Wild, wild, wildwood days. And then those party lights. Wild, wild, wildwood nights. Hey, baby,
The world mourns the loss of 60s pop icon Bobby Rydell. The singer had 34 singles chart on the Billboard Hot 100 and starred opposite Anne Margaret in Bye Bye Birdie. His representative said in a statement that Rydell died of complications from pneumonia. Bobby Rydell was 79 years old.
An Army National Guardsman back from deployment goes on a new top-secret mission, and it is all to surprise his kids. Our Tom Llamas has this heartwarming homecoming.
For the last year, Army National Guardsman Tim Gordon has been serving our country bravely in Iraq, running a CRAM defense system, protecting our bases from enemy rockets. Focused on his mission, but one thing was always on his mind, his family.
I can't wait to see them. I feel a year's a long time, and they're just going to be so much more grown than when I left. FaceTime doesn't do it justice.
Now back stateside and safe, Sergeant Gordon decided to surprise his kids at school in upstate New York. Kylie is 10 and Eli is 6. His kids thought they were picking up Dad from the airport on Sunday, but with some help from their mom, Sarah, who works at Whitehall Elementary, Sergeant Gordon was able to carry out a top-secret mission a few days early. Here he is surprising Eli in his kindergarten class.
Get over here, buddy. Oh.
Eli once told his dad to surprise him in school, but he wasn't ready for the real thing to actually happen.
Hey, you told me to surprise you in school.
Sergeant Gordon also surprising his daughter, Kylie, in her 4th grade class.
Oh, your sub is here.
This soldier has seen a lot in his life, including a lot of these videos. But he says the moment hit him in an unexpected way.
You know, everyone's seen the coming home videos online. You know, everyone watches them and tears up. But when you're actually part of one on the other end, it really makes you feel amazing and feel really good.
A hero's welcome for a soldier, his wife, and their family, finally back together.
Just an incredible story there from Tom Yamis. It's hard to be prepared for that.
He's so right. It never gets old.
So much. Thanks for waking up with Early Today. I'm Stephen Romo.
And I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great day. See you right back here tomorrow. Developing overnight, the Biden administration is pledging $100 million worth of Javelin anti-tank missiles to Ukraine as outrage grows over the horrific civilian deaths in Bucha.
Deadly storms making their way across different parts of the U.S. with at least 38 reported tornadoes as the severe risk continues into Thursday.
Mortgage rates soaring as the Fed tries to get a handle on inflation. The 30-year fixed rate is above 5% for the first time since 2011.
Payment pause on the nation's $1.6 trillion student loan debt, the latest on the Biden administration's most recent postponement.
And a wild red fox on Capitol Hill bites a member of Congress and is finally captured after at least 6 people were reportedly bitten or nipped. Early Today starts right now.
A lot going on. Thanks for joining us. I'm Stephen Romo.
Good to be with you. I'm Frances Rivera. Wild weather is wreaking havoc now throughout the South and East Coast for a 3rd week. Widespread damage seen across Texas, Mississippi, and Alabama, stretching all the way to South Carolina.
Currently just came across Highway 231 here. Debris scattered everywhere.
At least 38 tornadoes were reported, and this one was captured on camera.
Y'all, what you're seeing is a tornado, Allendale, South Carolina. We've watched it build around us.
At least 2 people have died, according to the mayor of White House, Texas.
A 71-year-old man was killed when a tree toppled onto his home. In a statement, the mayor added that winds measured 100 miles per hour during the height of the storm, bringing down power lines and damaging buildings. And overnight in Bryan County, Georgia, a woman was declared dead after a mobile home was destroyed there. These dangerous storms are expected to continue today and Thursday, putting millions possibly in harm's way. NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns has been tracking the latest for us. Good morning, Bill.
Yeah, good morning. The severe weather threat has ended with this storm, and it was a mess all day long yesterday. 38 tornadoes reported in 4 different states. It started in Mississippi, then through Alabama, Georgia, and then South Carolina. We had numerous strong tornadoes also, and as we get the pictures in at daylight, we'll get a better view of just how widespread the damage was and what towns were hit the worst. Allendale, South Carolina had one of the biggest tornadoes that moved through the area. So what are we going to deal with today? This is a separate storm from yesterday's storm, and it's going to hit the same exact areas, especially in Georgia and in areas of Alabama. From Chattanooga to Atlanta to Macon to Albany, that area already in an enhanced risk. 29 million people, though, are in the yellow, which means even a slight risk of severe storms all the way through Tallahassee and Jacksonville, Florida. Tomorrow, a smaller area for the severe weather, but still dealing with isolated strong storms, North Carolina and Florida, guys. So 2 more days of this, then a break Friday.
Glad to hear there's a break coming. Bill, thank you. Let's turn now to day 42 of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Overnight, the State Department revealed the U.S. will be sending more supplies to Ukraine, including an additional $100 million in Javelin anti-tank missiles. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky asked for more support as he addressed the United Nations Security Council. Zelensky urged the council to hold Russia accountable for the atrocities uncovered near Kyiv. And we'll warn you again, some of the images in this report may be tough to see. NBC's Raf Sanchez joins us from Budapest live. Raf, President Zelensky made a powerful case for punishing Russia over war crimes.
That's right, Francis. He compared Russian troops to ISIS terrorists, saying they had murdered entire families and then tried to burn the bodies. Now, he called for an international war crimes tribunal, similar to what we saw after the Second World War when senior Nazi officials were prosecuted at Nuremberg. The problem here is Russia has a veto on the UN Security Council, so it's able to block any measures like that. The question is, as Ukrainian forces advance further and further into the areas that the Russians left behind, what kind of new atrocities are they going to discover? The mayor of Borodyanka, it's a commuter town just outside Kyiv, says there may be as many as 200 people buried under the rubble of a single apartment building hit by a Russian missile. Francis?
Oh, Raf, and we have seen some reports of Ukrainians who fled the war choosing to go back home. Are you still seeing a flow of refugees into Hungary?
We are still seeing a flow of refugees into Hungary. It's a much smaller flow than what it was a couple of weeks ago. The first few days of the war, we were seeing 20,000 Ukrainians crossing into Hungary every day. That number is down to around 4,000 now. And that appears to be because as the Russian advance has stalled, fewer and fewer people feel that they need to flee into neighboring countries. Now, we're seeing all across Europe that the flows of refugees going out are smaller and more people are actually heading back into Ukraine. Here in Hungary, the fiercely anti-immigrant Prime Minister Viktor Orban is allowing Ukrainian refugees in, but he is not at all eager for them to stay here. When the refugees arrive at a processing center here in Budapest, one of the first things they see is a stall that's offering them very cheap train tickets if they keep going and they travel all the way through Hungary and go out the other side further on into Western Europe. Francis?
Wow, it's heartening to hear. And regardless of which direction they're headed, the hope is they stay safe. Raf, thank you.
Now to the coronavirus pandemic. The BA.2 subvariant of Omicron is now the dominant strain in the U.S. It accounts for 72% of new infections. That's according to CDC data. While it's more contagious than the original Omicron strain, experts say there's no indication that BA.2 causes more severe illness. Meanwhile, GOP senators have blocked an attempt by Democrats to begin debate on a $10 billion COVID relief package. Republicans say they won't vote for the bill unless an immigration amendment is added to prevent President Biden from lifting Trump-era restrictions on immigration.
This morning, we are diving into COVID fraud in our series, The Fleecing of America. Billions of taxpayer dollars stolen to pay for luxury items. But as Ken Delanian reports, many of the thieves may never see justice.
Authorities call it an astonishing haul. Luxury homes, private jet flights, a $100,000 Ferrari. All bought, they say, by people who scammed taxpayer money set aside for COVID relief. $1 trillion in government programs designed to keep struggling businesses afloat during the pandemic.
The money that's being stolen, yes, it's being converted into Lamborghinis, Ferraris, Bentleys, and Aston Martins.
And to support high-flying lifestyles. This Instagram influencer allegedly used COVID relief money to book a private flight to LA, where authorities claim she spent more than $5,000 at this hotel and then brazenly bragged about it on social media. Court records say she intends to plead guilty. Despite billions lost, the Justice Department says just 178 people have been convicted so far. Watchdogs say the fraud could reach $160 billion. Haywood Talcove, the CEO of LexisNexis Risk Solutions, tracks fraud for state agencies. He says even the most brazen lies went unchecked, with the government not requiring banks to independently verify loans.
They were told not to. They were told to get those loans out and suspend processes. How long do you think it does to do a check on a business or a person? It takes about 3 milliseconds to do a person, and it takes about a second to do a business.
One fraudster who applied for government help claimed he was running a farm with 10 employees out of this single-family home. That was enough to get him $150,000. He got caught, but law enforcement officials tell us most people who stole COVID relief money will probably get away with it. Juan Antonio Gonzalez is the acting U.S. attorney in Miami who prosecuted that case. To figure that out, what did investigators have to do?
Well, once you looked at the paperwork and once you saw what it was, all it took was a drive to the farm to see there was no farm.
Just a single-family home in the middle of Miami.
Exactly.
Weren't there due diligence checks made?
Well, there's supposed to be due diligence checks made, and obviously not all of them were done.
The program, which ended last May, saved millions of real jobs. But prosecutors say alleged criminals kept it from helping even more. Ken Delaney, NBC News, Miami.
Well, back in the White House, if only for a day, former President Obama returned to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue for the first time since leaving office to give his former right-hand man a leg up. NBC's Bree Jackson is in D.C. with the details. And Bree, President Biden said it was like the good old days.
Good morning, Stephen. Yeah, President Biden is hoping to rekindle some of that magic heading into the midterms this fall. He teamed up with his former boss to celebrate the success of the Affordable Care Act and to tout an expansion of their landmark legislation. It wasn't as much of a reunion on policy as for friendship. Former President Obama even had a callback to Mr. Biden's infamous hot mic moment 12 years ago.
And today, the ACA hasn't just survived, it's pretty darn popular. And the reason is because it's done what it was supposed to do. It's made a difference. First 20 million, and now 30 million people have gotten covered thanks to the ACA. If you can get millions of people health coverage and better protection, it is, to quote a famous American, a pretty big deal.
During the event, President Biden announced a fix for the so-called family glitch. The rule change would cap coverage costs for families and allow a million more Americans to get more affordable coverage. The reunion could also signal a reboot for the White House heading into the midterms. President Biden's approval rating has dropped to 40% in the latest NBC News poll amid challenges like rising crime and record inflation. When asked about the midterms, former President Obama said, quote, "We got a story to tell. We just got to tell it." Back to you, Stephen.
All right, Bree, thank you.
New this morning, the older brother of a Sacramento shooting suspect has also been arrested. Smiley Martin was one of the 12 people wounded in the massacre that killed 6. But authorities have now arrested him in the hospital in connection with the shooting. He is the older brother of Dondre Martin, who has pleaded not guilty to assault with a firearm and a gun-related charge. A third person by the name of Dawan Dawson was also arrested, charged with illegal possession of a firearm. Investigators continue to search for suspects.
All right, let's get you back to NBC meteorologist Bill Cairns tracking all of that dangerous weather. Hey, Bill.
Yeah, Stephen, it's not only the tornado threat and wind damage threat today, it's also going to be a chance for some heavy rain and flooding. The ground is soaked from yesterday's storms. It won't take much with today's storms to get some flash flooding or flooding in areas from central Georgia to southern Georgia. So that's up through Thursday morning, that flood watch. Other areas of concern for heavy rain will be from Savannah to Charleston. Anytime Charleston gets heavy rain, it's always an issue. They have definitely isolated totals upwards of 3 to 5 inches. And a soaking rain early today in the northeast. It clears out the afternoon, but then another rainstorm comes in for the northeast Thursday afternoon and evening. That's a look at your national forecast. Now here's a look at the weather outside your window. Well, we'll continue to watch that severe weather threat this afternoon and this evening. The daylight hours should be fine early today in Georgia, Mississippi, South Carolina. Soaking rain in the northeast and also some rainy weather moving into the Ohio Valley. And it's snowing this morning in Minnesota once again, guys, too. So we got a little bit of everything.
That is crazy. All right, Bill, thank you.
All right, well, still to come this morning, as we mentioned before, those arrests in Sacramento's mass shooting. I'll have more details ahead.
After biting or nipping a half dozen, including a member of Congress, a red fox was cornered on Capitol Hill.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening. Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview.
We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right?
Keep going.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world. Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Breaking overnight, 2 people are wounded after a shooting at an industrial plant in South Carolina. The Anderson County Sheriff's Office tells NBC News that the suspected shooter is dead from an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound. Deputies responded to the scene at the Frekeshie's plant late last night. Law enforcement said the victims both worked at the plant, while the shooter is believed to be a former employee. One of the victims is in critical condition.
Well, a different kind of trouble going on at the nation's capital. A series of animal attacks had people on edge. D.C. Animal Control got several reports of an aggressive red fox tormenting people on Capitol grounds. About 6 people reported incidents, including bites, and that included California Congressman Ami Bera, who, out of an abundance of caution, went to Walter Reed for a series of rabies shots. Authorities were able to eventually capture a fox, but they aren't sure yet if it's the only one out there roaming the Capitol. The wild animals become protective of their dens, so police warn people, if you see them, just stay out of their way.
Right, still to come, shining bright like a diamond on Forbes' latest list, Rihanna's new financial milestone.
And Elon Musk's Twitter takeover, the big changes he wants to make after buying his way onto the board.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now. Streaming weekdays at 7.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
In today's News by the Numbers, General Motors and Honda are teaming up to create a new range of affordable electric vehicles. The cars cost less than $30,000. Officials say production should begin in 2027.
Congratulations are in order for pop star Rihanna. For the first time, the singer is among the list of Forbes' new billionaires, becoming the first to represent her home country of Barbados with $1.7 billion.
The second season of Bridgerton has set a Netflix record for the most viewed English language TV series. According to the streaming service, the season was watched 251.7 million hours over the last 7 days.
The world's richest man is already making a mark on Twitter as its largest shareholder, and home buyers also better beware. Here with the details is CNBC's Steve Sedgwick. Hey, Steve, good morning.
Good morning, Francis. Good morning, Stephen. Yeah, as if Elon Musk hasn't got enough on his plate with SpaceX and a mere matter of Tesla as well. Turns out he's been buying aggressively Twitter shares ever since January, pretty much. He did a filing yesterday called a 13D, which basically says he spent $2.64 billion buying a very big and active stake in Twitter. Now, the company has pretty much turned around almost straight away and said, right, we're going to put you on the board of directors. But very interesting, Elon Musk just tweeting out yesterday a yes or no poll over whether Twitter should now add an edit button. Now, a lot of people really want that button. He even misspelled the word yes, Y-S-E, for whether you wanted it done, just as a reference to the fact that you can't edit your tweets. 75% of voters apparently said they do want an edit button on Twitter. And now, Francis, you mentioned that the cost of living crisis. Well, it goes on, I'm afraid. The 30-year mortgage has now crossed a 5% level for the first time since 2011, 5.02. A year ago, it was 3.38, and it basically is because the Federal Reserve is getting more hawkish, more aggressive potentially on paring down its assets, but also increasing rates. The latest Fed member to speak about this was the Vice Chair, Lael Brainard, who said they could significantly cut their balance sheet a little bit quicker than many people had expected. The 10-year yield, which goes in the opposite direction to bonds, is now around about 2.61. In the middle of the COVID crisis, it was as low as 0.53. So you can see how yields and hence interest rates are picking up aggressively, unfortunately. Back to you.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Covering a lot, as always, for us. Appreciate it.
Well, coming up this morning, what's scrambling egg prices?
And Tiger roars back onto the green. The golf legend's masterful return.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Days, a holiday. Every night is a Saturday night. Oh, those wild days.
The music world mourns the loss of 60s pop icon Bobby Rydell. The singer had 34 singles chart on the Billboard Hot 100 and starred opposite Anne Margaret in Bye Bye Birdie. His representative said in a statement that Rydell died of complications from pneumonia. He was 79 years old.
Bill's back with more on today's extreme weather risk. Hey, Bill.
Yeah, we have two storms. One is the one that brought us all of the severe weather yesterday, and then this new storm that's going to be moving through the middle of the country. That's going to provide the severe weather threat later on this afternoon. Here's a look at 6 p.m. from Atlanta southwards in Georgia and South Carolina, some heavy rain and thunderstorms. And then tomorrow, we'll watch that heavy rain threat moving up into areas of the Northeast. Be prepared for some travel delays. We'll be right back with more news.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview.
We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right?
Keep going.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world. Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Tens of millions of Americans who have student loan debt can breathe a sigh of relief for the next few months. That's because the White House has extended the student loan moratorium for the 6th time since the start of the coronavirus pandemic. The pause will last through the end of August, according to the AP. The extension would bring some relief to the more than 43 million Americans who owe a total of $1.6 trillion in student debt, according to the U.S. Department of Education.
All right, be prepared to pay a little more for Easter eggs this year. Egg prices usually see a spike ahead of Easter and Passover, but this year there's also a bird flu outbreak. The virus has been detected in 24 states, and standard practice is to destroy all of the infected and exposed birds. According to the USDA, the average weekly price for large eggs is up 44% compared to last year.
Well, just more than a year after a horrific car crash, Tiger Woods is back on the PGA Tour. Woods says he plans to play in this week's Masters, set to tee off just after 10:30 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. NBC's Kerry Sanders has more.
Tiger Woods teeing up what could be another incredible comeback.
As of right now, I feel like I am going to play.
The Masters in Augusta is where the world's best come to play. Tiger has won here a remarkable 5 times. But a horrific car crash last year nearly led to the amputation of his right leg.
It's been a tough year.
Tiger was bedridden for 3 months, then began rehab. He was back out on the course here.
I don't have any qualms about what I can do physically from a golf standpoint. It's now walking is the hard part.
Walking, an especially difficult challenge here. The course is an undulating 4-mile walk.
The elevation changes, the hills, the pitch of all of it, it takes a toll after 18 holes.
It's going to be a tough challenge and a challenge that I'm up for.
Tiger has been a standout golfer since almost the moment he picked up a club. Repeated surgeries to alleviate back pain and knee injuries crippled his game, but only temporarily. The return to glory. In a comeback of the ages, he won the Masters in 2019. And now he will try again.
I feel like I can still do it. I don't show up to an event unless I think I can win it.
Just returning to play is an achievement. Winning, that's the stuff legends are made of. But then again, Tiger's already a legend.
A legend indeed. Our thanks to Kerry Sanders for that report.
For him to actually say he thinks he can win it, we're going to be watching history right there. And regardless of how he plays, every step he takes during those 18 holes is going to have a whole different perspective from what he's been through, safe to say.
Just an incredible comeback.
I'm Frances Rivera. Have a great Wednesday.
I'm Stephen Romo. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
Good morning. Happy Wednesday to you. I'm Vicki Nguyen in for Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers right now on Morning News Now. Condemnation, outrage growing as the reality of war sets in. This morning, Ukrainians returning to ruins as Russian forces pull back from hard-hit Bucha near the capital, Kyiv. Now the U.S. and allies pledging more support for Ukraine and tough new sanctions against Russia for the alleged atrocities.
What we've seen in Bucha is not the random act of a rogue unit. It's a deliberate campaign to kill. What's vital is to sustain and build on the support for Ukraine, to sustain and build on the pressure against Russia to bring this war to an end.
But Ukraine's president says even more needs to be done to end the violence. We have team coverage this morning. Key witness, new developments in the investigation into the Capitol insurrection as the daughter of former President Donald Trump testifies before lawmakers. What we know about Ivanka Trump's 8-hour testimony and how it could impact the case. Dollars and cents, millions of Americans feeling the pinch as prices go up. How fears of a recession are impacting how people spend. Plus, what experts say you can do to cut back on costs. And an incredible story of survival out of the mountains of Alaska. We'll hear from a hiker rescued by the Coast Guard after falling more than 1,000 feet. We'll ask him what he remembers about that day and how he is doing now. Just truly an incredible story.
It really is remarkable. I'm looking forward to him. He's joining us live.
Yeah, we're going to get to actually ask him questions about that experience and, of course, how he's doing now that he's out of the hospital. We begin this morning, though, with the war in Ukraine, where there are urgent efforts to evacuate civilians in the east of the country ahead of an expected Russian offensive.
Yeah, that's after Ukraine's President Zelensky addressed the United Nations Security Council yesterday. Zelensky delivered harrowing accounts of alleged Russian atrocities before questioning the Council's effectiveness at upholding peace. The United States and the European Union are set to announce a new batch of sanctions against Russia in the wake of the brutality in Bucha and other towns near Kyiv. Washington is also pledging an additional $100 million worth of military aid, and NATO Secretary General called on members to rearm Ukraine ahead of that feared Russian attack in the east.
What we are expecting is a new, very concentrated Russian offensive in Donbass. To try to occupy, take the whole of Donbass. This whole build-up will take some time. The repositioning of the Russian troops will take some weeks. In that window, it is extremely important that NATO allies provide support, so we are able to rearm, to resupply the Ukrainian forces.
We have a team standing by to bring us all of this plus more. We will hear from the former Deputy Commander of United States European Command, Lieutenant General Steph Twitty, in a few moments. But before that, we are joined by NBC News senior White House reporter Shannon Pettypiece and NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi, who is in western Ukraine.
Ali, let's start with you. Thanks for being with us. So we saw President Zelensky giving these disturbing accounts of these alleged atrocities in his address to the UN Security Council yesterday. Many of us also saw the images of what Bucha looks like at this point. He also criticized, though, the council for not being effective in guaranteeing peace. Walk us through some of the key takeaways from that meeting, how the speech was received by council members, and if these pleas directly from the president of Ukraine could mean a difference is made, could mean aid changes.
Good morning, Savannah. That's right. He made a very passionate speech at the UN. He was very critical of the UN, and he also launched a ferocious attack on Russia after what happened in Bucha came to light. I mean, look, he spoke about the UN not being effective in its current form, that it's not having any effect on Russia's war machine. He said that Russia has literally violated Article 1, Chapter 1 of the UN Charter, where a country can't show aggression to the sovereignty and the territory of another country. He spoke about the Russians having veto power in the UN, and that veto power literally, he said, gives them the right to cause death, and that undermines the entire architecture of the security system for the global world. And he said this just can't continue in its current form, that Russia is allowing its position on the UN Security Council to abuse Ukraine. And he also very interestingly called for a war crimes tribunal of what has happened here in Bucha. He said he wants something similar to the Nuremberg trials. He said not only Putin has to be held to account, but the commanders that carried out these atrocities in Bucha and those soldiers have to be held to account for what they did there. They can't just simply say they were obeying orders in that town, that they all have to be accountable for the murder, rape and torture of people in Bucha. And look, it's not falling on deaf ears. It is being taken very seriously at the UN and other places. The UN is now sending a fact-finding mission to Bucha to find out exactly what happened there. They're going to exhume bodies. They're going to take evidence. They're going to take accounts from everybody, and they're saying that it's imperative that the scene of the crime, is what they're calling it, is preserved there so people can be held to account. And as you mentioned, you know, people are taking this seriously. The UN is sending Javelin missiles there. And the EU, very interestingly this morning, was very critical of itself. They said that they've given Ukraine $1 billion worth of aid, but they've bought in that same time almost $38 billion worth of energy from Russia. So they're taking a good, long, hard look at themselves.
Ali, thank you. Let's bring in Shannon. Shannon, the U.S. is coordinating with G7 nations and the European Union to implement those new sanctions on Russia. That's happening today. Talk about what this latest round of measures is actually going to do. And also, what can you tell us about these reports that President Putin's daughters could now be targeted by these sanctions?
Yeah, well, people familiar with this process said that Putin's daughter is being considered by sanctions, that is something that is on the table, as well as other family members of some of these sanctioned individuals. Sometimes what happens with these sanctions is you sanction the individual, but they're able to transfer their assets in some way to family members and sort of just able to keep accessing their wealth. What we know more broadly about what the U.S. is intending to do with these sanctions at this point is, one, the thing they have been trying to do all along, which is put economic pressure on Russia from all sides and use that as sort of a leverage to pressure Putin to end this war. And it's something that the administration has acknowledged is not going to happen overnight, is not going to happen immediately, but is part of a sustained pressure campaign that they think in the end could be effective at stopping Putin from carrying out this war. But the other thing we're hearing increasingly from administration officials is that they intend these sanctions to prevent or make it almost impossible for Russia to finance this war. So all the weaponry and equipment that and supplies that are needed to carry out a war of this scale, the U.S. is trying to make that economically or financially unfeasible for Russia. So look for those two elements today. Of course, the U.S. has already put hundreds of sanctions on Russia. It really has had no deterrence at this point, it appears, but the administration says it's something they think that over the long term continues to be an effective tool.
Absolutely, especially with what the U.S. has done with our dependence on Russian oil. Ali, I want to go back to you now and ask about something else important that's happening on the ground. We're hearing that 11 humanitarian corridors have been announced today. 5 of those are in the eastern Luhansk region. That's where it's feared that Russia's going to launch this big offensive, as we saw their men on the ground move north back out of the Kyiv area. The expectation now is they come around east. How are the evacuations going there, and how does it compare with what we've seen happen in Mariupol, where people really haven't been able to get out, where vans that are ready to take people out get stopped and can't make it into the city? Do we anticipate these new corridors will work?
That's right. Look, the corridors have been a trickle mostly in all of these places because the Russians haven't honored many of those so-called green zones for civilians to get out of. A lot of the places like in Mariupol, a lot of civilians came out in personal cars, personal buses, because the Red Cross couldn't get into there. The Russians wouldn't let any aid into Mariupol from the Red Cross, and they wouldn't let people come out wholesale because they just don't want to do that. They don't want people to go in there independently, seeing what's happened in there. The Ukrainian foreign minister said that, what you saw in Bucha was just the tip of the iceberg for what's going to come out in Mariupol. So the Russians are very reluctant to let people in there. But in the east, we're seeing some corridors working. Yesterday, about 3,800 people came out of some of the hot spots, some of the very hard-hit areas in the east. About 1,000 of them came out of Donetsk, which is in the Donbass region, which is where we're expecting the Russians to refocus their emphasis of their attacks. So they are trying to get people out there, but a lot of them are coming out on their own. They just get into cars, they hitch a ride with a stranger and try and get out of those areas and come to the west. Hopefully we'll see more and more of that over the coming days.
It continues to be a dangerous and scary situation. Ali, thank you. And Shannon, let me bring you in one more time. We heard from NATO's Secretary General just a little earlier saying Russian preparations for an offensive on the Donbass region could take weeks. He said NATO would use that time to rearm Ukraine. So talk about what's included in this $100 million worth of new military aid that the U.S. is now sending.
Well, a big part of that is going to be Javelin missiles. These have proven to be very effective and useful weapons so far. You can launch them over your shoulder. They are pretty accurate. You can use them at day and night. They're not too heavy. And their main purpose is blowing up tanks. They can also blow up things like helicopters, though. So more Javelin missiles. The U.S. has been increasingly sending more sophisticated technology to the Ukrainians, more radio-guided equipment, drones, unmanned aircraft. Obviously, as the needs of the Ukrainians get we start to see some of those a bit more. The other thing I would note, the U.S. says this is on top of $300 million aid package they most recently sent. And in total, the U.S. has given about $2 billion. The U.S. says they have been really scrambling to get those supplies in as quickly as possible. And then, of course, they've got to then do the training and all the other logistics that goes along with getting these things into the battlefield.
Ali Aruzzi and Shannon Pettypiece, we appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to bring in Lieutenant General Steph Twitty now. He is the former Deputy Commander of the United States European Command. Lieutenant General, good morning to you. We are seeing the U.S. and Europe reacting to Russia's suspected war crimes with this new round of sanctions. President Biden now has, on multiple occasions, called Putin a war criminal. Is this changing or ramping up the U.S. response to the conflict? And do you think the administration is doing enough to support Ukraine?
Two questions there. First of all, short of putting U.S. boots on the ground and NATO boots on the ground, you have to ratchet up the sanctions, and I think we're headed in the right direction there. We heard yesterday that the EU put a ban on Russian coal. They're now having serious conversations about banning Russian oil. Many Russian diplomats were expelled out of countries yesterday. And so we're moving in the right direction with sanctions, and there are more sanctions to come. The next piece is we have to continue to supply the Ukrainians with weapons. We're doing that well, but what I will tell you is we need to apply more weapons that are offensive in nature. Javelin is a great weapon system. I've used it throughout my military career. The Stinger, all those things are great, but they're defensive in nature. As we go into this next phase of fighting, it's going to be a tough fight for the Ukrainians. I'm more of the opinion that we need to put the MiGs in there to give them some offensive firepower. And if you put that offensive firepower, you could keep the Russians out of the cities because you can fight them on the depth and breadth of the battlefield, and they don't even have to even get into the cities if you have offensive in nature weapons. And then the final thing that I will tell you is we have to get an international war crimes investigation in Ukraine. The Russians need to be held accountable, and we need to get that going.
And it does sound like that is underway with the UN sending investigators there. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff gave a pretty stark assessment of the conflict in Ukraine yesterday. Take a listen.
I do think this is a very protracted conflict, and I think it's at least measured in years. I don't know about decade, but at least years for sure. This is a very extended conflict that Russia has initiated, and I think that NATO, the United States, Ukraine, and all of the allies and partners that are supporting Ukraine are going to be involved in this for quite some time.
He said quite some time. What do you think about General Milley's assessment, and what do you think it could mean for the U.S. military's involvement in this region going forward after this conflict?
Well, I absolutely agree with his assessment. When you go into combat, you want to fight the opponent's military, not the civilian population. Mm-hmm. Because when you start fighting the civilian population, like what has occurred here with the Russians attacking the civilian people, you're making all those civilians mad. And the last thing you want to do is make new enemies. Mm-hmm. And Russia has made a lot of enemies over Bucha, and we're going to find other places. And what's going to happen is there's going to be insurgency that's going to come out of this, because the Ukrainians will never forgive the Russians for this. So you can see a protracted war here in the makings.
But do you think it's the U.S. role to be the peacekeeper in that region, or to stay there and have a presence?
Well, let's not forget, we are a part of NATO. There are 30 countries a part of NATO. So we do have a role to get to to assist in getting to some type of diplomatic resolution. We'll have a role to continue to supply the Ukrainians with weapons and so forth. So I can see the U.S. being involved at some measure here for the foreseeable future.
Lieutenant General Steph Twitty, with your depth of military knowledge and insight, we really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now, amid the heartbreak and fighting in Ukraine, we have a story of a joyful reunion between a top Ukrainian news anchor who's been covering the Russian invasion and her husband, who'd been fighting on the front lines.
NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has their story.
This is just the first hug of Yegor Sobolev's homecoming. He still has a bigger surprise ahead. See, he's been on the Ukrainian front lines while his wife, Marichka Padalko, has been taking care of their 3 kids.
Sometimes he can be offline for 4 or 5 days when he is on a mission and not supposed to use his mobile phone. Actually, work keeps me distracted from all those worries.
Marichka happens to be one of Ukraine's top news anchors, fighting her own battle.
We know how Russians are sufficient and professional in making up news and fake news and propaganda. So I think our biggest weapon now as journalists is just to tell the truth, to show what is going on.
She and her colleagues from other channels across Ukraine have banded together for a unified newscast from undisclosed locations, airing for hours each day, even as their families are at risk.
When I do my daydreaming and when I think about my biggest hope, I imagine how my husband comes back and how my children get to see him again.
Sometimes daydreams do come true, even if victories don't come easy. Gabe Gutierrez, NBC News, Lviv, Ukraine.
What a powerful story. Thank you to Gabe for that. And now to Capitol Hill and a high-profile member of the Trump administration and the Trump family who gave testimony before the committee investigating the January 6th insurrection. Former President Trump's daughter and senior advisor Ivanka Trump answered questions for 8 hours yesterday. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell has been following that, and she joins us now. Hey, Leanne, good to see you. So this is the second time the House Select Committee has heard from a family member of President Trump. That first one, Ivanka's husband, Jared Kushner's 6-hour testimony last week. What do we know at this point about Ivanka's appearance?
Good morning, Savannah. Yesterday's appearance was 8 hours long, so she was before the committee for a very long time. She appeared virtually. She was not in person. But what we were told, our colleague Garrett Haake was told by the chair of that committee, Benny Thompson, that she did not invoke privilege as far as he knows. But she was also not particularly talkative either. So we know that she was in the Oval Office on January 6th. She was asked to ask her father to stop the violence on January 6th. We'll see what she gave to the committee, but it is pretty remarkable just the fact that she showed up voluntarily and that she spent 8 hours before the committee.
Yeah, wow, 8 hours and 6 again for her husband. Quite a bit of time there combined between the two of them. Now, Leanne, I want to ask you about something else. Yesterday, the committee got this trove of documents from John Eastman, that's President Trump's attorney. There are papers that Eastman unsuccessfully sued to keep secret. Do we have a sense of what's in there now that they do have them, and how and if this changes the investigation or gets it any closer to a finish line?
Yeah, this was about an additional 100 emails that Eastman did not want to turn over, but like you said, went to court to prevent from having to turn them over. He lost that case. And in that case, this judge outlined what was in these emails. And I'm going to read a quote. It says, "This may have been the first time members of President Trump's team transformed a legal interpretation of the Electoral Count Act into a day-by-day plan of action." Now, remember that Electoral Count Act was what was used, or what the Trump administration officials wanted Vice President Mike Pence to use on January 6th to say that the election was invalid, or give the electorals back to the state. So this is going to be very good information for the committee, and the committee has won court case after court case from people who are trying to prevent them from getting information. Savannah.
And Leanne, I want to ask you one more January 6th related question before I let you go. The former Proud Boys leader, Enrique Tarrio, was in court yesterday facing federal charges related to the insurrection. What's the latest there? What happened with this?
Yeah, he pled not guilty yesterday. He is charged with conspiracy, several counts. This is part of a larger case against conspiracy case against members of the Proud Boys. But of course, he was the leader there. And this is one of the biggest cases the Department of Justice is pursuing. As far as January 6th is concerned, we know there are hundreds of those. And so this case is going to move forward. He, and along with other members of the Proud Boys, Savannah.
All right, Leanne Caldwell, thank you so much.
Yep.
President Biden welcomed former President Barack Obama back to the White House yesterday to celebrate the anniversary of the historic Affordable Care Act. But the lighthearted ceremony was overshadowed by the upcoming midterms, with President Biden warning the future of health care could be at stake in the 2022 elections. NBC News Chief White House Correspondent Kristen Welker joins us now with more on President Obama's return. Hey, Kristen, good morning.
Hi, Vicki. Good morning to you. This is the first time former President Obama has returned to the White House since he left 5 years ago. Mr. Obama came to mark that major milestone for the health care law that bears his name. President Biden welcomed his predecessor with open arms. Now, Democrats are hopeful the joint appearance will be one of many and will give them a much-needed jolt as they brace for the possibility of big losses in the November midterm elections. With the midterms looming, former President Obama returning to the White House, together again with his former vice president turned commander-in-chief to commemorate the 12th anniversary of their landmark health care law, the Affordable Care Act.
Welcome back to the White House, man. Feels like the good old days.
The former president hailing his signature legislative achievement.
So when President Biden said he was not going to just celebrate the ACA, but also announce actions that would make it even better, I had to show up.
While also having a little fun.
Vice President Biden, Vice President.
The jokes didn't stop there, with the two presidents poking fun at Mr. Biden's infamous hot mic moment when he noted in 2010 the passage of Obamacare was a very big deal.
It is, to quote a famous American, a pretty big deal.
Barack, let me remind you, it's a hot mic.
The The joint appearance comes at a pivotal moment for Mr. Biden, with his poll numbers sagging, soaring inflation, and a war in Ukraine. Democrats are hoping the appearance by Mr. Obama, who is hugely popular among Democrats, will give the party a much-needed boost. Mr. Obama acknowledging on Monday when he passed the Affordable Care Act, the law was unpopular then, and it nearly cost him his job.
I intended to get health care passed, even if it cost me re-election, which for a while looked like it might.
Now, a slim majority of Americans support Obamacare. President Biden previewing he'll make it a part of his midterm message.
If Republicans have their way, it means 100 million Americans with pre-existing conditions can once again be denied health care coverage by their insurance companies.
Peter Alexander pressed the 44th president on his message to nervous Democrats.
What do you tell Democrats worried about the midterms? We got a story to tell, just got to tell it.
Peter Alexander there pressing the former president. President Biden also signed an executive order yesterday aimed at closing a loophole that deprived millions of Americans of subsidies. Now, as for former President Obama, aides tell NBC News he will be active in supporting Democrats on the campaign trail. So it's all starting to heat up, guys.
Good to see you, Kristen Welker. Thank you so much.
You too.
Always got to worry about that hot mic.
Exactly. All right, overnight we saw severe weather and more is expected in the south today. Let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Hey, meteorologist Bill Cairns joins us now. Hey, good morning, Bill.
Hey, good morning. Great to be with you guys once again. So yesterday was a rough day. We knew going in there was a chance of significant tornadoes. I think it turned out even worse than we thought. I mean, we had 38 tornadoes that were reported during the day. We'll get the official confirmations as we go. A lot of problems in Mississippi. We had tornadoes that were reported. We had problems with flash flooding and flooding conditions. This is Hattiesburg, Mississippi, with some of the flooding problems. I mean, it just didn't end. This storm system just continued to plow through the south. So let's show you all the little red icons on the map behind me, show you where the tornadoes were reported yesterday. And notice they started in Mississippi, went through Montgomery, and then right through central Georgia, and then last night through South Carolina. In all, we know we had 2 fatalities. One was someone in a mobile home. Another person was hit by a falling tree. Unfortunately, usually when a storm system exits, you get a calm day after for cleanup. Not today. We have a second storm moving right in the same locations. 29 million people at risk today, and this includes in the enhanced risk, that's the orange color, from Knoxville to Chattanooga, Birmingham, Montgomery, Atlanta. So we got some major population centers that are at risk of severe weather today. The best chance of tornadoes would be from about the Macon, Georgia to Albany towards Savannah. So once again, south central Georgia is the area to watch this afternoon for any possible twisters. And then on Thursday, all of these storms do make their way to the East Coast, and they'll be heading through areas like the I-4 corridor, Tampa to Orlando, and then another area with wind damage possible from Wilmington to Cape Hatteras to Norfolk. So here's the timing. We also have rain this morning in the Northeast. That is the storm that produced the tornadoes. So that will exit areas like D.C. and New York during the day. And then we'll watch that second storm with that cold front pushing into Alabama and Georgia. And that's where the storms will pop up. 6 p.m. should be a very active time period there from the I-10 corridor all the way up to Charleston and Macon, maybe even Augusta too. And then I pause this at 6 p.m. Thursday. It looks like a really troublesome evening commute from D.C., Baltimore, Philly, heading into New York City. Significant airport delays and even delays on the roads with that heavy rain. Finally, by Friday, things get better. And oh yeah, it's snowing in Minnesota and northern Wisconsin this morning too. So just throw the kitchen sink at it.
Oh, man, I was watching that closely because I've got some business travel happening D.C. on Thursday evening, and it sounds like it's going to be a mess.
On Thursday.
All right, Bill, we appreciate that.
You should have seen her face through your whole forecast, Bill.
All right, I'm going to try to get out earlier. Thank you, Bill. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
Well, coming up on Morning News Now, behind the fraud, billions of dollars meant for COVID relief used instead for private jets, luxury cars, and expensive hotel stays.
We'll explain how that happened and why those involved could get away with it. That's after the break. Stick with us.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Now to that story we just teased, the pandemic and news of billions of dollars in COVID fraud where taxpayer money was used to buy luxury items.
Yeah, but as NBC News correspondent Ken Delaney reports, many offenders who stole this money may never be prosecuted.
Authorities call it an astonishing haul. Luxury homes, private jet flights, a $100,000 Ferrari. All bought, they say, by people who scammed taxpayer money set aside for COVID relief. $1 trillion in government programs designed to keep struggling businesses afloat during the pandemic.
The money that's being stolen, yes, it's being converted into Lamborghinis, Ferraris, Bentleys, and Aston Martins.
And to support high-flying lifestyles. This Instagram influencer allegedly used COVID relief money to book a private flight to LA, where authorities claim she spent more than $5,000 at this hotel and then brazenly bragged about it on social media. Court records say she intends to plead guilty. Despite billions lost, the Justice Department says just 178 people have been convicted so far. Watchdogs say the fraud could reach $160 billion. Haywood Talcove, the CEO of LexisNexis Risk Solutions, tracks fraud for state agencies. He says even the most brazen lies went unchecked, with the government not requiring banks to independently verify loans.
They were told not to. They were told to get those loans out and suspend processes. How long do you think it does to do a check on a business or a person? It takes about 3 milliseconds to do a person, and it takes about a second to do a business.
One fraudster who applied for government help claimed he was running a farm with 10 employees out of this single-family home. That was enough to get him $150,000. He got caught, but law enforcement officials tell us most people who stole COVID relief money will probably get away with it. Juan Antonio Gonzalez is the acting U.S. attorney in Miami who prosecuted that case. To figure that out, what did investigators have to do?
Well, once you looked at the paperwork and once you saw what it was, all it took was a drive to the farm to see there was no farm.
Just a single-family home in the middle of Miami.
Exactly.
Weren't there due diligence checks made?
Well, there's supposed to be due diligence checks made, and obviously not all of them were done.
The program, which ended last May, saved millions of real jobs. But prosecutors say alleged criminals kept it from helping even more. Ken Delaney, NBC News, Miami.
Wherever there's money, there will be fraud, unfortunately. Well, let's take a look at what's making news around the world this morning.
NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Ferry joins us from Beijing. Hey, Janice.
Hey, good morning. We begin here in China, where the city of Shanghai is in total lockdown, and all 26 million people are undergoing mass testing again as China is trying to get a handle on a wave of Omicron cases here. There are restrictions everywhere, including here in Beijing, but Shanghai is the country's biggest city. It's the financial heart, and in some cases, kids who test positive are being separated from their parents in order to get treatment. Now, this is all a serious test of China's strict zero COVID policy, also a test of people's patience. Officials say the lockdown will continue until further notice. In Peru, a surprise curfew to quell sometimes violent protests in the city's capital was surprisingly ended after less than a day. The emergency measures were announced after protests over the past week over rising food and fuel prices. And then there were protests over the fact that there was this curfew. The government of President Pedro Castillo blames the economic crisis on the pandemic as well as Russia's war in Ukraine. And finally, the city of Basra, Iraq is a sea of flowers these days as the 5th flower exhibition aims to get people to green their gardens. The organizer of the event is a retired teacher. He says he believes that desertification around Basra can be blamed on climate change, the oil industry, as well as years of conflict. Now, there are plants and flowers of several varieties that can thrive in dry conditions like those found in Iraq. And the exhibition is going to remain open to the public until the end of Ramadan. So a nice splash of color for people, a small oasis.
Yeah, absolutely. It's beautiful. And interesting reporting there about how people are leaving the area because of climate change. Important reporting.
Janice, thank you so much.
And coming up, a contentious conversation caught on camera. When we come back, the back and forth between New York City's mayor and a mom posing as a reporter over a controversial mask mandate for kids.
Plus, Dr. Torres is in for our weekly checkup. We'll talk about the benefits of cutting back on those salty meals and more medical headlines. We'll be right back.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back. A New York City mom posed as a reporter and confronted the mayor over his decision to keep masks in place for children 5 and under. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson breaks down this back and forth that played out in front of cameras.
A New York City mom crashed the mayor's press conference this week, demanding answers about why children under 5 are still required to wear masks. That woman is now out of a job.
Way my kid's going to wear a mask for 8 hours a day.
The fight over masks for New York City kids under 5 is now reaching a boiling point.
It's been too long for our kids wearing masks in school. It's been over 2 years.
The city dropped the school mask mandate for kindergarten through 12th graders last month. Mayor Eric Adams promised to do the same for kids under 5 this week if COVID numbers remain low.
Cases are definitively rising, and it's gotten our attention.
But with the new variant taking hold, New York City officials are recommending everyone wear a mask indoors and requiring it for kids ages 2 to 4, still too young for the vaccine. Some parents, including Daniela Jampel, are fed up.
Toddlers have to wear masks while no one else has to in New York City. So how much more patience does the mayor expect me to extend him?
Jampel confronting the mayor at Monday's press conference.
10 days ago, you stood right here and you said that the masks would come off on April 4th. That has not happened. You reneged on your promise.
No. Let her finish, because you let her start. Go ahead and finish, ma'am, okay?
When will you unmask our toddlers?
There's a new variant. The numbers are increasing. We're going to move at the right pace, and that's the role I must do. That's what I stated. I'm living up to my promises.
The city says Jampel, a lawyer for the city, posed as a journalist to get into the press conference. Now she's out of a job. A New York City Law Department spokesman says they had planned to fire Jampel before the incident, adding, today's events, however, which include her decision to lie to City Hall staff and state she was a journalist at a press conference, demonstrate a disturbing lack of judgment and integrity. Jampel says she's hiring a lawyer and that, quote, I will not litigate my wrongful termination in the press. Meanwhile, thanking her supporters in a tweet that has amassed more than 1,800 likes, promising that the fight continues. But some parents say masking toddlers who are unable to be vaccinated is still the right thing to do.
That's a good idea because the kids tend to get sick a lot and they transmit the virus more easily.
Across the country, statewide mask mandates have mostly disappeared. The decision now left to individuals. New York, one of the last major cities to keep in place any sort of mask mandate in schools. And public health experts tell me that city officials are likely working to get ahead of any sort of outbreak that could happen because this new variant is more contagious. And we know that this is a group of kids who are not yet able to be vaccinated. And what officials don't want to see is those widespread closures of daycares and preschools like we've seen in the past. We know the devastating impacts that that can have on working parents and also on students in terms of learning loss. So likely trying to prevent that. And the other point that doctors have really emphasized to me is that they don't expect this mandate to be in place for years to come. It will probably be in place for a few more weeks, at which point the numbers may be looking good enough for the mayor and his health officials to say that kids under 5 can go ahead and take those masks off.
Priscilla, thank you so much.
It is time for your weekly checkup. We're going to do something a little different this week.
Yeah, that's because the American College of Cardiology just had their annual meeting, so we're going to focus on some heart-related news during this checkup with our NBC News senior medical correspondent, Dr. John Torres. He's here to discuss these health headlines that you might have missed, and they're about your heart, so they're really important ones. Dr. Torres, always great to have you with us. So this first study looks at a hidden heart attack risk that a lot of people don't even know about. Tell us about that invisible risk.
And great to be with you this morning. And this is a risk that a lot of people simply don't know about. You know, most of us know about cholesterol, the HDL, the good cholesterol, LDL, the bad cholesterol, trying to keep that under control. But there's one we might not know about. It's called lipoprotein A. And this one can't be modified by diet or exercise. There's no treatment for it available. And the best example is Bob Harper, the fitness trainer that had a heart attack a few years ago. Even though he had no risk factors, it was because of his lipoprotein A. Now, about 64 million people in the U.S. currently have high levels of this lipoprotein, this type of cholesterol. And again, like I said, there's no current therapy, but the small trial gives hope because they found this therapy in a small trial actually cut people's risk of having a heart attack because of this lipoprotein A by 98%. And so it is giving us a lot of hope. But what can you do in the meanwhile? Because this therapy is not here yet. Well, number one, these are the doctor's orders. Know your family history because it is genetically related. 98% of these are because of genetics, meaning it's passed on from your family. And simply understand heart attack symptoms as well because the other cholesterols come into impact here. So diet and exercise are still extremely important at this point. But again, hope is on the horizon for this type of therapy for the 64 million people here in the U.S. that have high levels of this and at risk for a heart attack with nothing to do right now.
Yeah, that's a lot of people.
Yeah, and a lot of people who, at the point of invisible, might not even know about it, that they have that.
Dr. John, let's switch gears now. Back in October, we reported on how the FDA issued guidance with voluntary targets for reducing sodium. This is in commercially processed, packaged, and prepared foods. It's supposed to happen over the next 2.5 years. We know too much salt is not good for you, but how can these sodium reductions help heart patients and their quality of life?
And it can particularly help heart failure patients, because with heart failure patients, they have a hard time with too much fatigue, swelling, and coughing because of fluid buildup, a lot of times because of salt. And they found out in this one study that by reducing their salt, they had overall symptom relief. In other words, they had better fatigue or less fatigue, they had less swelling, they had less coughing. It didn't keep them out of the hospital more, but it improved their quality of life. And they did this by cutting 400 milligrams of salt a day. That's a quarter of a teaspoon of salt out of their daily diet. And like you mentioned, part of that's getting rid of the salt shaker. Part of that is looking at what's out there and what you're getting in your regular diet. So what are doctor's orders here? Well, number one, get creative with spices, because you find out the spices can substitute for salt, and you don't necessarily need all that salt. That means, getting rid of the salt shaker, but also get nutritional counseling so you can understand where all the hidden salts are out there and how you can reduce those.
Nutritional counseling. Yes. That sounds interesting. All right, Dr. Torres, in addition to cutting back on that salt, we've got another tip. It looks like we should be lacing up our shoes. And what a perfect day to talk about this, because happy National Walking Day.
Happy National Walking Day.
I'm not sure if you heard, Doctor, today's National Walking Day. How important
to all those who celebrate.
To all those who walk every day.
And this is
yeah, tell
this
us
is
how
National Walking Day, and hopefully the weather in your area is cooperating with you. And what they found out is by increasing your walking, you're really increasing your health, and more importantly, you're decreasing your chances of dying. As a matter of fact, each initial increase of 1,000 steps a day was associated with a decrease in death. Wow. The more you walk, the better. And there's always that, should you walk 10,000 steps? Should you walk 7,000 steps? Well, I talked to Dr. Barry Braun last week. He's an exercise physiologist here in Colorado. And he said, it doesn't matter. Don't look at the specific numbers, but just do more today than you did yesterday. So the more walking, the better. And that lowers your risk of diabetes, high blood pressure, and death overall. So what are doctors' orders here? Well, again, focus less on the number of steps. Just get out there and start walking. And we also know that just moving is important. So take a walk, dance, do whatever it takes to get you moving, and particularly get you off the couch, get you out of that seat in the office, and get that activity in your life on a daily basis. That's what's going to help more than anything.
You're a dancer, aren't you, Dr. Torres? That's your movement.
Only when I'm by myself in the house.
He's got the moves. He's got the moves. And also your phone. It's really easy to track your steps on your phone.
So
Even though you're not supposed to be hyper-focused on it, it gives you an idea to try to increase each day. Dr. Torres, thank you.
And it certainly motivates you, too.
Yeah, definitely. All right, thanks. Great to see you. And coming up, cutting back. More Americans rethinking their spending habits as prices go up. What experts say you can do to keep your costs down.
And tension in space. Americans and Russians are feeling the impacts of war at the International Space Station.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Good morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back. April is Financial Literacy Month, and a new CNBC and Acorn survey conducted by Momentive found more than half of adults interviewed are under more financial stress now than they were a year ago.
And that is not surprising. We should note NBC Universal and Comcast Ventures are investors in Acorns. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson is here to break it all down for us.
Our clients right now are just kind of rolling with the punches.
Jessica Kelly owns a salon and spa in Greenville, South Carolina. Among her steady stream of customers, many are feeling the pinch.
You can kind of feel the tension rising a little bit, especially with certain ones that are already on a budget.
Concerns about inflation are driving that tension. A new CNBC and Acorn survey finds nearly half of Americans say they think about rising prices all the time. And more than 3/4 say they're worried higher prices will force them to rethink their financial choices. If higher prices persist, more than half say they'll cut back on dining out. 42% will cut back on driving, and 40% say they'll cancel a trip or vacation. From coast to coast, many consumers have already cut back.
You know, we don't go out as much. We try to conserve as much as we can.
Eating out less, not driving that much.
I don't travel quite as much except to work.
I'm just trying to make more money to just compensate for the prices.
It's hard to know how high prices will rise and for how long. Financial advisor Ashton Lawrence says asking a few key questions can help you figure out where you might be able to trim some expenses.
What's the cash flow look like? What type of debt? How much debt are we looking at? It's about making those small changes and controlling what you can control.
Yet an overwhelming majority of Americans have an even bigger worry: recession. The CNBC survey finds 81% expect one this year.
A recession, yes, you always have that in the back of your head.
That's why Kelly says she's planning ahead, growing an online skincare sales business in case in-person traffic at her spa slows down.
We have that to kind of carry things. We've always got other things that we can try to focus on.
Focusing on what you can control is critical, yet many Americans are simply overwhelmed. In our survey, we found nearly 9 out of 10 adults who said they expect a recession this year also admitted that they are more financially stressed than they were a year ago. Vicki and Savannah?
Sharon, thank you so much. And for more survey results, go to cnbc.com/invest in you. And be sure to tune in today at 1 p.m. Eastern for a second screen virtual event where CNBC's Sharon Epperson, who you just saw, will be moderating a roundtable discussion with 3 of our nation's governors about the importance of financial education. For more about the event and to register, go to cnbc.com/states. Again, we should note that NBC Universal and Comcast Ventures are investors in Acorns. That's a pretty cool event there.
Finance news and financial literacy, so important. Well, it is time, speaking of finance, for our CNBC Money Minute. They're the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
CNBC's Silvana Henao is with us. Hey, Silvana.
Hey guys, good morning. Well, Wall Street could continue to come under pressure today. The Dow dropping about 280 points yesterday, while the Nasdaq fell more than 2%. The market's turning lower after a top official at the Federal Reserve signaled support for higher interest rates and says a swift reduction of the Fed's massive balance sheet could start as soon as May. That's raising worries the Fed's aggressive actions could slow the economy. Twitter confirming it will begin testing a new edit feature in the coming months. The news comes as the company also announced yesterday it's adding Tesla CEO Elon Musk to the board. He disclosed on Monday he owns a more than 9% stake in the company, becoming the largest shareholder. Musk also polling users on whether they want an edit button. Twitter will start testing the feature through Twitter Blue, and those members get early access to premium features for a monthly fee. Teens are worried about the economy, but they're still spending on Nike and Lululemon. Piper Sandler out with its biannual Taking Stock with Teens survey. It shows teens are spending more and shifting their shopping habits. They plan to spend about $2,400 this year on everything from fast food and video games to handbags and sneakers, and that's up 4% from Piper's fall survey.
Wow.
Vicki and Savannah?
Yep.
Yeah.
Silvana Henao, thank you so much.
Thank
you got
you.
it.
Now, astronaut Mark Vande Hei, who just returned to Earth after setting an American record for spending the most time in space, admits the war in Ukraine has created some tension between orbiting Russian and American astronauts. NBC News aviation correspondent Tom Costello talked to Vande Hei about how they dealt with stress in orbit.
The International Space Station may be orbiting some 250 miles above the Earth, but Mark Vande Hei says the war in Ukraine is very much on the minds of the Americans and Russians who live and work together.
My Russian crewmates are dear friends. They will always be dear friends. And there's varying levels of discomfort for them as well about the situation. But we had a job to do.
Vande Hei, who set an American record 355 days in orbit, returned last week on a Russian space capsule with Russian cosmonauts.
Did you even bring up the situation in Ukraine, or did you just wall that conversation off completely?
I think some of my crewmates tried to avoid it. I did bring it up with both my crewmates that I landed with, and really all I feel comfortable saying is there was a variety of responses.
Saying the Russians had a variety of responses is as much as Vande Hei wants to say about their views. But when the head of the Russian space agency threatened to let the station fall to Earth, his own family became worried.
Living it directly, I didn't have that sense of alarm, but my family, my extended family, were quite concerned.
Now Russia is threatening to leave the space partnership altogether.
Honestly, that cooperation, I think, is essential to peaceful relationships in the future.
Looking down from space, Vande Hei says he became emotional looking at Russia and Ukraine. He saw Russia lit up with lights, while much of Ukraine was covered in darkness. Back to you.
Wow, what a detail,
says
Tom
it all.
Costello. Thank you so much.
All right, well, coming up, an incredible rescue up in the mountains of Alaska.
Yeah, after the break, we'll be joined by a man who fell 1,000 feet during a hike and survived. This is Morning News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
NBC News, streaming free now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
A hiking trip in Alaska turned into a nightmare for one man when he fell more than 1,100 feet. Now, amazingly, he survived and was airlifted to safety by the Alaskan Coast Guard. And get this, his only major injury was a broken pelvis.
We are now joined by that man, Jeff Wright. Jeff, thank you so much for being here and spending some time with us this morning. We know you just got out of the hospital last week. First off, how are you doing? How are you feeling?
I'm progressing better than I expected. I still have some pain in the right hip, but beyond that, I'm actually doing fairly well. They released me a week early, so.
Wow. And now take us back to that day. So you're hiking on Mount Verstovia in Alaska. What do you remember leading up to the fall, as it happened, and then once you realized what had just happened to you?
Well, I made my way to about the 3,000-foot mark, and I tried to advance past a position, which in hindsight was a mistake. I ended up slipping and then traveling approximately 1,148 feet, ending up in avalanche-type snowfield.
Oh, my goodness.
Unconscious, and I came to and proceeded to alert EMS or emergency services.
Yeah, talk to us about that. So you're falling, I'm imagining, and as we look at these photos, you're tumbling down rock and snow. When you finally came to and regained your consciousness, realized you were alive, you could move, you were conscious, what happened next? How did you contact EMS and how quickly did they arrive?
I tried to stand and felt a pop, so I knew that I wasn't traveling on my own. I was able to, I didn't have any of those bars on my iPhone, but I was able to access the emergency number and contacted 911. And there was coordination involved and position. And thankfully, I had my wits about me and was able to give them a precise position. They used that information to direct to the U.S. Coast Guard, who arrived in pretty short order and determined my position, and then came forward and rescued me in pretty dramatic fashion, as the video would show.
Yeah, with the helicopter. Bravo to the rescuers too. Do you remember what happened as you fell?
Yes, I do. It's thank you for asking. I tried to grab branches on the way down, and I was picking up a lot of speed. I remember that. But then, you know, things went white, yellow. I became warm. I was very calm, no pain, no fear. I believe I may have been unconscious. And I awoke, and I noticed I'd been there a while because there was a blood pool behind my head, which from a wound. And that was, you know, kind of, it was fairly large in diameter, not large, but I've been lying there a while. That's what made me feel that I was unconscious.
Jeff, really quickly before we let you go, we've just got less than a minute with you, but I want to know, will you hike again? Do you want to get back out there?
Absolutely. This is, it hasn't broken my spirit. I am signed up for the New York City Marathon that I competed in last year. So I'm going to be right back at it as soon as I can.
Well, you're amazing. And good tips there, by the way, for anybody who does like to go out and do these adventures alone, making sure that you have that way of communicating authorities, things like that. Jeff Wright, thank you so much. We're so happy you're okay. We so appreciate your time and sharing this scary experience with us.
We wish you a very speedy recovery. Thank you, Jeff.
It's my privilege. Thank you.
Well, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now. What a story.
But then really, the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Vicki Wynn in for Joe Fryer this morning. Right now, on Morning News Now, stepping up as Russia's alleged atrocities in Bucha and other parts of Ukraine are brought to light. New economic sanctions against Russia by the U.S. and our European allies. But Ukraine's President Zelensky says it's not enough, calling on the UN to send more weapons to counter Russia's firepower. And once again, calling the devastation in Bucha a war crime. Meanwhile, President Biden pledging the U.S. will donate $100 million in anti-tank missiles to the war effort. We have the very latest on the ground from our own Richard Engel this morning. More than a spring break, relief for the nation's millions of students who are working to pay back those student loans. Well, that could soon be extended by the White House. The announcement expected to come today that will pause debt payments for at least the next couple of months. Also this morning, stabilized. With COVID largely in remission here in the U.S., we'll revisit one hospital that was at one time a virus hotspot. How are the conditions now? And are they worried about a new wave? Plus, poise over war, Russia and Ukraine coming together with all the beauty, serenity, and confidence of ballet.
Some images there that are just pretty amazing to see given what's going on.
Absolutely. It's nice to see. Well, we begin this hour with the war in Ukraine. Officials there are urging civilians to leave the eastern part of the country, quote, while it's safe, amid fears of a massive Russian offensive in the Donbas region.
Yeah, this is after President Zelensky's address at the UN Security Council just yesterday. Zelensky gave a disturbing account of alleged Russian atrocities in Kyiv suburbs. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel visited some of those areas, spoke with people caught up in the violence, and a warning the images in this report might be distressing to some viewers.
There's a large gap in the center of Borodyanka outside Kyiv, where an apartment building once stood. Residents say hundreds of civilians were hiding in shelters under these buildings, shelters that became tombs still unreachable under the debris. It's unclear how many were killed. Deliberately targeting civilians is a war crime, unless Russia can somehow prove that this was a military target. Borodyanka is just 15 miles from Bucha, where mass graves were discovered after Russian troops were driven out. Addressing the UN Security Council Tuesday, President Zelensky wondered if there's a point to having a Security Council if it can't provide security. Russia denies that its troops murdered civilians in Bucha, a Kyiv suburb, claiming Ukrainians staged the aftermath with actors. The Russian propaganda doesn't hold up to witness and survivor accounts. In front of their building in Bucha, Valentina and her friend said Russian soldiers went apartment to apartment, mostly looking for men. They were breaking open doors with axes and sledgehammers. She says, if you talked back, they shot you. She wanted to show me something behind the building.
She's saying one of her neighbors was so frightened because the Russian soldiers were banging on his door that he jumped out of that window on the 3rd floor and came landing on the ground. He didn't die, hurt himself, but managed to escape. He thought the Russians were just going to shoot him dead. Desperation.
A few feet away was a grave Valentina dug with her friend.
You put up a cross. 4 people here?
2 were our neighbors, she says. We don't know who the other 2 are, but buried them anyway. She says all 4 of them were machine gunned by Russian troops. She doesn't know why. Please don't let this happen again, she says. We are regular, hard-working people. Down the street, the Abramov family was in their home when they say Russian soldiers threw a grenade through the window and set the house on fire. Vladimir and his daughter Irina came running out in the cold in slippers. They started to ask, where are the Nazis, he says.
They said we are Russians. We came to liberate you.
The soldiers grabbed Irina's husband Oleg and shot him in the head.
I started to shout, kill me too, because I have only one husband.
Ukrainian officials say hundreds of civilians were killed in Bucha, and the toll is rising as Russia appears to have used scorched earth tactics in its failed attempt to capture Kyiv.
Our thanks to Richard Engel for that report that was, of course, tough to listen to and see. Let's bring in Angela Stent now for more. Angela is a senior advisor to the Center for Eurasian, Russian, and East European Studies at Georgetown University and is a senior fellow at the Brookings Institute. Angela, good morning. Thanks for being with us. So, let's just pick up with the atrocities that we just heard about there in that report from Richard Engel, the same thing that President Zelensky referenced yesterday when accusing Russia of war crimes during his speech to the UN Security Council and asked the organization to do more to punish Russia. Do you think the new sanctions from the U.S. and Europe go far enough, first of all, just in terms of what we just heard described, but also enough to hold Russia accountable here? Sanctions thus far have obviously not slowed anything down.
Well, the sanctions, will have a major economic impact on Russia. They're already having it. The Russians won't be able to service their debt anymore in dollars. So it has an economic impact that punishes people. But unfortunately, it doesn't seem to make any difference in terms of Russia's war aims and what it's doing on the battlefield there. Even, they're now saying they may sanction Putin's 2 older daughters. So, but nothing, I think, at the moment is going to deter Putin from what he's determined to do, which is to subjugate Ukraine.
How do these suspected war crimes and what President Zelensky is seeing happen in his country and walking these neighborhoods, how do these jeopardize the ongoing peace talks between Russia and Ukraine? Could there really be a serious step forward in negotiations as long as Russia continues its attacks like this on civilians?
Well, I'm afraid to say that so far the Ukrainians have been serious in these negotiations, but the Russians haven't. The Ukrainians have put forward a number of concessions, major concessions they're willing to make. And the Russian negotiators who sit down with them say, yes, we're making progress. And then immediately the Kremlin says, no progress has been made. So I do not believe at this point that the Russians are serious about negotiating even a ceasefire and certainly not an end to these hostilities.
Angela, just yesterday, the U.S. military's top general said the conflict in Ukraine could take years to be resolved. What do you think about that statement? What do you think that could look like? Is this fighting in the East as we saw prior to this invasion? And what would the lasting impact of a drawn-out war be? What would ultimately lead to end Russia's invasion?
Well, unfortunately, I agree with the generals that I think this will be a long drawn-out conflict. Don't forget that the Russians have been fighting the Ukrainians since 2014, since the war in the Donbass began, and 14,000 people died just in that conflict so far. So we could see a lull in the fighting. We could maybe see temporary ceasefires. The Russians right now are focusing on securing the Donbass, that region in southeastern Ukraine. But unfortunately, I don't think they're done yet. And they will. This could continue to grind on for a very long time, and that will clearly have a very serious impact also on Ukraine's neighbors as well, of course, as on Ukraine.
And Angela, you mentioned that the Ukrainians have been serious in coming to the table in these peace talks. We know one of the potential ideas now that could maybe be a step towards ending this is that contested region in the east, if Russia just focuses its attacks and attention on trying to essentially gain that region. But President Zelensky has, very clearly said our borders are our borders. What do you think this could come down to in terms of that region and that being a negotiation piece here?
Well, he said that President Zelensky said, let's sit down and talk about this. He said, of course, these are our borders. But there's some flexibility there. I think he's willing to see what he might be able to agree with the Russians about. But in order to do that, the Russians need to withdraw their troops. That's one of the Ukrainian conditions. And at the moment, the Russians are refusing to do that.
Absolutely. Angela Sten, thank you so much. We very much appreciate your expertise and analysis this morning.
We turn now to the south, where at least 2 people are dead following a night of severe weather. Tornadoes and thunderstorms whipped across the Gulf and Atlantic coast, bringing hail and strong winds with them. And it is not over yet. Another 29 million people from Florida to Kentucky are under severe weather alerts again today. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from Allendale, South Carolina, with the very latest. Morgan, good morning.
Yeah, Vicki, good morning. And I got to tell you, it is stunning to see some of this damage here when the daylight has come out. And this has been a relentless storm system that's now brought damage from Texas here to South Carolina. This is some of what's left of Allendale. And this is one of the communities where officials issued that incredibly rare tornado emergency just minutes before this suspected twister struck, leaving at least 3 people injured in this area and a trail of damage that is incredible. Dozens of buildings here devastated by this powerful storm. And perhaps most frustrating of all is that the danger from severe weather isn't over yet.
Yo, what you're seeing is a tornado out.
This morning, more severe weather is headed to the storm-ravaged south. More than 3 dozen tornadoes reported across 6 states since Monday.
Tornado behind R&R, ladies and gentlemen.
The latest, this massive twister in Allendale, South Carolina, carving a 15-mile path of destruction Tuesday night.
That means very dangerous. You have to take cover now.
That warning even forcing lawmakers to shelter in the basement of the South Carolina State House. Violent storms killed a woman in Bryan County, Georgia. In Newton, Mississippi, this suspected tornado captured on surveillance video as blinding rain and winds moved in seconds. The aftermath seen nearby, with branches littered across highways. In Alabama, more possible twisters shearing trees, flipping cars, and tossing trailers.
It was all still at just 1 minute, and then the next few seconds sounded like a train was outside us.
The deadly storms first moved through Texas late Monday night, killing one man when a tree fell on his home near Tyler. In Johnson County, one woman was rushing to escape when the storm lifted up her entire house.
Before I knew it, it blew my glass doors in, and then the house just started tumbling.
Brittany Deaton is hurt but alive this morning thanks to her dad. He ran to the rescue after she became trapped inside the family's RV. But just as they ran for cover, powerful winds rolled the trailer right on top of them.
I got hit by something and fell over, and it scratched me all up. And my dad got hit by the trailer.
He's now recovering in a hospital, his family calling him a hero.
Because he saved her, in my thoughts. He saved my daughter.
This dangerous system that drenched multiple states is now causing major flooding and bringing with it golf ball-sized hail. And today, the rain, wind, and tornado risk happening all over again as another round of dangerous spring storms get ready to strike the south.
And National Weather Service officials are expected to visit this area today to survey the scope of the damage the suspected tornado left behind. They haven't rated or categorized this tornado yet, but they did say that on radar, debris from this very community was seen pulled up into the atmosphere as high as 20,000 feet in the air as the storm system tore through.
Wow. Vicki? Incredibly powerful storms. Morgan Chesky, thank you so much.
And as Morgan just mentioned, these storms are expected to keep pummeling the southeast. Let's get a check on that with your Morning News Now weather and see what's in store for today.
For that, we turn to meteorologist Bill Cairns. And last hour, Bill, you told us usually you get a day after the calm, after the storm, but that's not the case now.
Yeah, there's a good chance Morgan and his crew will just relocate somewhere nearby because they're in the area of risk for severe storms again today. So let me just take you through the severe threat, and then we're going to talk a little bit about what's going to happen this upcoming weekend. So 29 million people at risk today. Anywhere in the yellow, that's a slight risk. The orange is what we call an enhanced risk. Later today, it is a possibility we could see a moderate risk issued somewhere inside of that orange area. So that just tells you you have a better chance of getting severe weather. The probability of it is more widespread if you're in that orange than you are in the yellow. But anyone on that map has a chance of seeing some, damaging winds, large hail, and of course, some tornadoes are possible again today. The threat is minimized a little bit by the time we get to Thursday. Slight risk from Norfolk, Virginia Beach down to Wilmington and also the I-4 corridor. Wind damage should be the biggest threat. The tornado threat should be getting lower on Thursday. So now let's talk about what's next after we finally get rid of this. We're going to call this fire and ice because we're still going to see some pretty extreme weather into the weekend. We're not going to have tornadoes or anything like that, but the temperatures in the west are going to be incredibly warm. We're going to see record highs possible Thursday and Friday for everywhere that you see a little red dot there, every city on that map, and that includes Los Angeles. I mean, Los Angeles has a chance to be in the upper 90s on Thursday and Friday. I mean, that's insane. San Diego should be in the low 90s. I mean, it's one thing for Phoenix to do it, but for LA to Bakersfield, that's pretty rare for this time of year. LA will be about 25 degrees warmer than they should be from what their average high temperature is this time of year. And then the opposite of this is going to be in the plains, where it's going to be colder and windy, and critical fire weather is expected as we head into the weekend, especially areas of Colorado and Oklahoma. If any fires form, they would spread rapidly with wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour and low humidity. And then the cold side of this is going to be in the northern plains where it's snowing this morning. Temperatures remain very chilly and un-April-like, more like March from Chicago to Minneapolis. So a little bit of everything and more extreme weather into the weekend, but not tornadoes. Tornadoes are kind of up there in their own category of just fear and destruction.
Absolutely. Oh, same with those wildfires, though, the potential for that. All right, Bill, thank you so much.
Appreciate it, Bill. Well, millions of people with student loans could soon be getting another break. Today, the Biden administration is expected to announce another freeze on federal student loan payments. This would extend the moratorium that's been in effect since the beginning of the pandemic. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins us now with more on what we can expect. Kristen, good morning. These loan payments were supposed to resume on May 1st, less than a month from now. But now we're talking about a pause going on until possibly August 31st. This comes pretty much with good timing, right? We're seeing the highest inflation in 40 years. Yep. Talk about the factors that went into this plan, and do you think possibly this is going to lead to some loan forgiveness altogether?
Well, it could. And look, Vicki, for context, the White House said the extension through January would be the last one. But then effectively, because of those pressures that you just talked about, Omicron hit, they extended the pause on payments through May. Now, this next extension that we're talking about right now comes amid yet another variant and against the backdrop of soaring inflation and supply chain issues. Democrats and consumer advocates have really been turning up the heat trying to pressure the president to extend the halt on payments because of all of those issues that you and I just talked about, Vicki. And in fact, dozens of Democratic lawmakers sent a letter to the president last week encouraging him to take this step. So again, this latest pause, it's likely to last through August. It would be the 6th extension of this pause. It started under former President Trump. And don't forget, there are some real political pressures at play here as well. Democrats are bracing for the possibility of big losses in the midterms. So if the loan payments resume right before the midterms, that could spell even more trouble for the president's party. So expect this conversation and the pressure to ramp up all over again when we get to August. this, Vicki.
Well, Kristen, when President Biden ran for office, and you know this, he campaigned in part off of canceling $10,000 in student loan debt. Congressional Democrats have called on the president to do even more, including through his own executive action, his own powers. Where do things stand there?
So far, the president and the White House do not think that the best course of action is to take executive action on student loans. The president wants Congress to pass legislation so that it won't be challenged legally. Congress, as you rightfully say, Vicki, wants the president to do this unilaterally. Now, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, Senator Elizabeth Warren have been pushing the president to go even further, to cancel closer to $50,000 in student loans per student, per borrower. Now, as for legislation getting passed right now, it's a really steep hurdle with the midterms looming. Very tough to get any legislation through the sharply divided Congress.
Yeah, we're on a pause there, too. Kristen Welker, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Let's stay on your money. And as the cost of groceries and other goods continue to rise, buyers are concerned about whether this record inflation will lead to a potential recession. So many are buying more generic brands to help make ends meet. There we go. NBC News business and technology correspondent Jillian Kent joins us now with more on these concerns. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning. After a rapid economic recovery from the height of the pandemic, there are now new worries and warnings of a possible recession triggered by those high prices for food and gas. This comes as NBC News polling shows the majority of Americans disapprove of how President Biden is handling the economy.
This morning, shoppers are pinching pennies as inflation continues to soar and fears of a recession are on the rise. According to new data, consumers are buying more generic store brands for the first time in almost 2 years, choosing cheaper versions of cooking oil, eggs, sugar, toilet paper, and baby formula. And shoppers are purchasing smaller amounts of products like cereal and cleaning supplies as inflation remains at a 40-year high. Families are making cuts to afford those rising grocery and gas bills.
We never eat out anymore. That's the other. We used to eat out like once a week or something, and we hardly ever do that anymore.
At Jim Dandy's, a restaurant in Rutherford, New Jersey, owner Brian Flynn is feeling the pain.
The way the food costs are running out of control, and, the labor shortage, it's really unprecedented.
He says he's hiked prices 4 times due to the rising cost of labor, frying oil, and chicken, but still loses money on every plate of chicken fingers.
I should charge $21 for 5 chicken fingers and fries. I don't. I charge $13.95.
With inflation sky high, Goldman Sachs now puts the odds of a recession at 38% in the next 2 years. Last week, changes in the bond market signaled a possible economic slowdown. Recessions usually trigger widespread job cuts and unemployment, but Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell says he's trying to prevent that by raising interest rates gradually this year.
For the consumers out there who are worried about their jobs and a possible recession, what do you say to that?
Well, I say that our intention is to bring inflation back down to 2% while still sustaining a strong labor market, and that the economy is very strong.
Now, by raising interest rates slowly, the Fed hopes to cool off consumer spending without triggering the recession, a recession of layoffs and unemployment, right? But if you're worried, experts recommend boosting your emergency savings, watching your budget, making those tough calls to deal with these persistent high prices. Savannah?
Oh, yeah, it's tough all around. All right, Joe, thank you so much.
Coming up on Morning News Now, kidnapped overseas.
We'll tell you about the search now underway for an American nun gone missing in West Africa. That's next.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news. Now to an NBC News exclusive interview. We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right?
Keep going.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of state housing.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be? We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
To bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
To cover the news, you have to be in it.
This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves.
You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Welcome back. There are new developments this morning in the investigation into that deadly mass shooting in Sacramento this past weekend. Police say a second suspect is now under arrest. 27-year-old Smiley Martin is facing several charges, including possession of a firearm and possession of a machine gun. Martin is the brother of the first suspect police arrested, DeAndre Martin. Both men have a long list of previous convictions, from domestic violence charges to a string of robberies. They're expected to make their next court appearance later this month. At least 6 people were killed in the early Sunday morning shooting. Police are continuing to investigate what led to the attack.
This morning, there are many unanswered questions regarding a missing American nun in West Africa.
Yes, Sister Solon Tennyson of New Orleans was kidnapped Monday by gunmen. Few details are known about what happened, but the State Department says it's investigating. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin joins us now with the latest on this investigation. Hey, Aaron, good morning.
Good morning. On Monday night, colleagues say Sister Sue Ellen Tennyson was kidnapped in Burkina Faso, a West African country struggling with poverty and violence. With few clues as to where she was taken or why she was kidnapped, this morning around the world, they're praying for Sister Sue Ellen's safe return. Friends of Sister Sue Ellen Tennyson say they weren't surprised when the 83-year-old nun announced her calling to help the people of Burkina Faso, one of the poorest countries in the world, now facing a desperate humanitarian situation, in part due to a prolonged drought.
A kinder, gentler soul does not exist. She went over there because it was such an impoverished village, and she thought she could help.
Well known throughout New Orleans for helping the city overcome any number of crises, including Hurricane Katrina, Sister Sue Ellen was drawn to do the same in Burkina Faso, despite the West African country's deteriorating security situation. On Monday night, 2 nuns who survived the attack called Sister Anne Lacour in Paris to tell her Sister Sue Ellen had been kidnapped.
There was a lot of fear in their voices. They knew that the kidnappers had guns. They went from the kitchen to each one of the bedrooms where the sisters are. But the only one that was kidnapped was Sister Sue Ellen. We suspect they were looking for money and medicine.
And what is the State Department doing to find her?
The answer was, we are doing everything we can to find Sister Sue Ellen.
She makes you feel like everything's going to be okay no matter what is happening around you. I have no doubt that she has already forgiven her captors.
NBC reached out to the State Department about Sister Sue Ellen's apparent kidnapping. A spokesperson tells NBC News that they're aware of the reports of a U.S. citizen missing in Burkina Faso and that the embassy is working diligently to verify the reports and is monitoring the situation. Sister Anne was telling me just how important Sister Sue Ellen's work in Burkina Faso is. People walk 50 miles for treatment at the clinic where she works. Because of the heat, they've seen a surge in cases of malaria, especially among children, which is part of the reason why Sister Sue Ellen was so adamant on staying. Guys,
we are really hoping for her safe return. Erin, thank you so much.
Yeah. Let's now take a look at what else is making news around the world this morning.
NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Freyer joins us now from Beijing. Good morning, Janice.
Hey, good morning, guys. 3 members of the security alliance known as AUKUS are planning to work together to develop hypersonic missiles. The U.S. is part of this, along with the U.K. and Australia, and it comes amid growing concern about China's military assertiveness in the Pacific. Now, hypersonic missiles are seen as being too fast for any current missile defense systems. China is believed to have already tested one. Russia already using them, apparently in Ukraine. The Pentagon is looking to budget $4.7 billion next year for the development of hypersonic weapons. A big snowstorm in Bolivia caused mayhem on a major highway, leaving several cars stranded. Some cars were skidding, others were sliding backwards. People were using their license plate to try to shovel the road. The issue facing people there now, more extreme weather is in the forecast, with warnings for heavy rain and even electrical storms. And with robots that can work on assembly lines, wait on tables, and even take your temperature, why stop there? Researchers in Japan are working to develop a robot that can accomplish the very crucial task of peeling a banana. It skillfully uses 2 hands, gets the job done in about 3 minutes, doesn't smush the fruit inside. 3 minutes. The action was repeated hundreds of times in order to collect the right data. And they're saying the humans are saying that the goal is to have these robots work in food processing factories to help ease Japan's labor shortage.
Well,
but 3 minutes, I might be trying to work on refining that.
At least that's something humans can do better than robots at this point.
Exactly.
That video was kind of like hypnotizing, though. I could have watched it like try for the peel for a long time. Janice, thank you so much.
Thank you, Janice. Well, coming up on this hour of Morning News Now, a follow-up appointment with a hospital that was at one point a COVID hotspot. The current conditions with the virus largely in remission here in the States.
Plus, will he or won't he? The burning question on fans' minds as Tiger Woods readies to stage one of the greatest comebacks of all time again at this year's Masters. We've got the latest next.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. COVID hospitalization rates are continuing to drop across the country as the U.S. loosens many COVID protocols put into place over 2 years ago. But experts are concerned the damage has been done. Many fear COVID has permanently altered the healthcare profession, from burnout to PTSD. Doctors and nurses are struggling to continue their work in hospitals. And this all comes, of course, as new COVID variants quickly become dominant strains, raising concerns about a new wave in the near future. We want to check back in with Dr. Regina Bissett. She's the medical director of the McNair Campus Emergency Department, somebody that you probably recognize because she's joined us a number of times over the course of the pandemic and is a friend of the show. Doctor, good morning. Thanks for being with us. So, first off, it's been more than 2 years since COVID was first reported in the U.S. During that time, throughout these 2 years, we've talked to you about the strain your hospital has been under. At the time, like many hospitals across the country, the fatigue, the burnout your staff was feeling. What do things look like right now? Are you even close to back to normal at your hospital, or seeing different challenges come up now that we're kind of past the peak?
Absolutely not, Savannah. It's actually interesting to see. COVID numbers are way down. We're seeing the lowest hospitalization rate since the Department of Health and Human Services began tracking hospitalizations in 2020. Yet still across the country, hospitals remain 80% full. So although COVID numbers are going down, people are still coming in ill with other sicknesses, strokes, heart attacks, accidents, gun violence is at an all-time high. It's like we've been running at a full sprint for 2 years, and there are no other staff members to tag in for us to get a break.
So, Doctor, looking ahead, as these COVID variants circulate and people do still come down with COVID, like Omicron, now this XE variant, tell us what you're seeing with those patients. Is that increasing, and are they any more difficult to treat? Or, we think back to the beginning and we were talking so much about respirators and there not being enough beds. What is all that like now in your treatment?
Well, personally, I find that in my emergency department, I am getting more patients who are incidentally found to have COVID, as opposed to people who are coming in with COVID symptoms and then positive. We are seeing right now about 25 to 28,000 cases per day in the United States, which is extremely low and the lowest case numbers we've seen since last summer. However, treatment is becoming an issue as new variants begin to emerge. Monoclonal antibodies are no longer a staple of outpatient treatment, as it seems as if they are not working against this new variant. There also have been some oral antiviral medicines like Paxlovid that have been approved for use, but we're not seeing that employed too often because there are a lot of medication interactions, and it's only approved for older adults who are at risk for severe disease.
Now, we've reported extensively, and I just mentioned the burnout doctors and nurses are feeling because of the pandemic. So first, I'm wondering, how are you doing? How's your staff doing at this point? And what you see for the future of the medical field?
It's really hard to say, Savannah. I do know that for a lot of physicians, there have been some people that have abandoned bedside clinical medicine to pursue other avenues and other endeavors because at one point it just became too much. Even when we see COVID numbers start to decrease, we've been here before. And although the saying is what goes up must come down, we've seen with COVID cases that what goes down can actually quickly spike back up as well. So we're constantly on a state of alert. And that's a very stressful situation to be in mentally, physically, and emotionally.
I mentioned at the top of this, Doctor, that in some ways people are concerned that the medical field has changed permanently. Do you feel that way?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We will never be the same.
Absolutely. Dr. Regina Bissett, thank you for joining us. It's so great to have you with us. And thanks for sharing the experience you and your staff are going through.
Thank you, Savannah. Have a great day.
Switching gears now, the Masters tournament is set to tee off tomorrow morning at Augusta National. We will soon find out if Tiger Woods will be taking part. It'd be his first tournament since that car crash last year that nearly took his life. NBC senior national correspondent Kerry Sanders joins us now from Augusta, Georgia, the site of the Masters. Kerry, yesterday he said he thinks he's going to compete. What are you hearing today?
I know that all eyes are on Tiger right now. What we know right now is that weather permitting, and we had a heck of a rainstorm here yesterday, and it's going to be pretty rough perhaps again today. Tiger Woods is going to be back out there doing a practice 9-hole round. And he doesn't really have to decide for sure that he's going to go until tee time tomorrow, but all indications are he's going to go for a record-tying 6th Masters win.
All signs point to a miraculous return to the Masters for Tiger Woods.
As of right now, I feel like I am going to play.
Woods not only determined to play, but says if he does tee off tomorrow, he's going for the green. Jacket, that is.
If I feel like I can still win, I'm going to play. But if I feel like I can't, then you won't see me out here.
If Woods competes, this will be his 24th Masters tournament, though this road to Augusta was by far the most difficult. It's been just 14 months since his right leg was crushed in a rollover accident. Doctors considered amputation, but chose pins, rods, and screws to save it. Woods spent 3 months in a hospital bed and endured months of painful rehab.
I don't have any qualms about what I can do physically from a golf standpoint. It's now walking is the hard part.
The steep terrain golfers must walk at Augusta National is notorious. On the 10th hole, from where a golfer tees off to the lowest point of the fairway is a drop greater than the height of the Statue of Liberty. From the highest point of the course to the lowest is nearly the size of Niagara Falls.
You can feel Augusta National in your shins after you play. So 4 days of that when he hasn't done this in over a year and a half, that's a lot to ask.
Fans are elated to see his return to play.
He has nothing left to prove. It's really just for him. So I think for a lot of people, they can see a little bit of themselves in it.
Friend and fellow golfer Rory McIlroy is one of those not counting out a possible win for Woods.
I'm not surprised at anything he does anymore.
Should Tiger take home a 6th Masters win, he would tie the record with Jack Nicklaus, the golf legend, weighing Woods' odds, writing in part, Tiger wouldn't tee it up if he didn't think he could compete and win. In 2019, he remembered how to win. If his body holds up, could he do it again?
A 6th green jacket? Well, odds makers say the chances of that are 50-1. But I think we know as we look at Tiger Woods' history, you never count him out. Vicki?
You never do, and he is an odds beater in so many ways. Just being there, being able to play, being able to walk, having his leg. Carrie Sanders, thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Coming up, the latest installment in our network-wide series, The Fleecing of America, and this one's a doozy.
Aren't they always? The nation's taxpayers taken for billions during the pandemic, fraud on a massive scale, all tracing back to one government program, unemployment. That story right after this break.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, and
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story in a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We are back with our series that you just saw there, The Fleecing of America, and what may be the biggest fleece ever.
Yeah, taxpayers were taken for billions of dollars as the government rushed to support Americans who lost their jobs during the pandemic, and that left the door wide open for a lot of fraud.
NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has been investigating this for us, and he joins us here on set. Hey, Tom, good morning.
This is going to make you angry. Are you ready? Your blood will boil on this one. Here's the bottom line. This is a program that, as you know, was meant to really help all of us, right? But this unemployment insurance fraud has exploded. We're talking about billions and billions of dollars. Your money, my money, it's gone. The chances of getting it back, not so good. In Pennsylvania, a horrific case of identity theft caught on camera in a restroom.
May you please confirm your Social Security number?
Prosecutors say a caretaker for intellectually disabled people stole their identities and filed more than $100,000 in fake unemployment assistance claims. He has not entered a plea. In California, a hospital worker allegedly stole the identities of dying patients for a fraud ring. This guy died a few hours ago. How many names do we need? He texted a co-conspirator. And it's happening in every city and state. Crooks stealing billions in pandemic-related state unemployment benefits.
Claims being made in the names of inmates, death row people, dead people, fake people.
Sacramento District Attorney Anne-Marie Schubert. Is this a fleecing of America?
It's the biggest fleecing of America I think we'll ever see.
And Sacramento is in the middle of it. Unemployment insurance fraud is happening across the country. But California is ground zero, with an estimated $20 to $30 billion in fraud in just 2 years. That's equal to almost 10% of what California state agencies spent last year stolen. Who's behind it? Everyday Americans and criminals, even overseas crime syndicates cashing in on pandemic unemployment assistance. Many filing obviously fake claims using aliases like Minnie Mouse, Poopy Britches, and John Doe. But the states, ill-equipped to audit the millions of pandemic claims, were also under pressure to issue the checks to prevent mass unemployment and poverty. Tens of thousands of California prison inmates' names were used to file claims and send those checks to addresses nationwide.
Any one of these houses could be a drop spot.
And you'd never know.
You'd never know.
John Costa's software is used to uncover this kind of fraud. He says the total losses are much higher than most states are willing to admit.
I can tell you that in some states, we saw as many as 3 out of 4 applications for some of the federal programs were very likely fraudulent.
75%?
75% in certain states. Really astounding numbers.
Many claims are filed under stolen identities, yours and mine, for sale on the dark web. Security veteran Derek Benner took us inside. This person is selling 8,000 passports, $7 each.
And they contain personal information such as Social Security numbers and dates of birth.
Some criminals filed thousands of bogus claims simultaneously, the web spreading across the country. The problem? Most states don't share insurance claim or fraud information with each other. NBC News asked all 50 states how much they'd lost to fraud and how many Americans have been affected. Most didn't know or wouldn't say. But Ohio State Auditor Keith Faber was candid. His own stolen identity was used in a fraud scheme.
We found systemic failures at all levels. We found that the system did not have the proper controls to avoid fraud and overpayments. We think the total number now is over $5 billion in loss.
We're going to have to fix this problem. Unless America's willing to accept it, we're going to literally send hundreds of billions of dollars to criminals.
And police say street criminals have found easy money in filing fake claims, helping to fuel the surge in drugs, guns, and violence. A lot of people may think that, unemployment insurance fraud is kind of a victimless crime. You're just taking money from the government.
Well, ask anybody on the other side of a handgun, particularly, or an automatic weapon, or an AR-15 that's been purchased with unemployment insurance fraud. Ask them if that's a victimless crime. Ask anybody whose child was found dead in their room because of fentanyl poisoning. When we put astronomical amounts of money into the hands of criminal, this is not a victimless crime.
Yeah, I want you to listen to this stat. First of all, California says it is taking steps to come down on this, already blocking $125 billion in fraud. But listen to this. Experts believe the scale of the unemployment-related fraud nationwide surpassing $200 billion. That's the amount of money that Google's parent company made worldwide last year. It's your money. It's my money. It's your money. It's gone.
Is there any hope of getting it back?
Not much. The problem is a lot of this is overseas crime syndicates, literally Nigeria and Eastern Europe. Getting that money back, very, very challenging.
And for the people who lose their identities, it can be such a nightmare to try to reclaim who you are and get the rightful benefits if you're on that side of it.
And I've done so many stories over the last 10 years going into the dark web. You should assume that your information is, in fact, on the dark web right now.
Wow.
Always be monitoring, your credit report. What
I don't know about you. I freeze my credit.
Yeah.
So nobody can open up some loan to buy a new car without me knowing it. I freeze it. When I need my credit, I unfreeze it for 3 days, freeze it again.
Good advice. Great advice, especially you hearing selling passports for $7. I mean, it's some startling details in there. Tom Costello, thank you so much, and great to have you here on set with us.
My pleasure.
Good
Thanks.
to see you, Tom.
Now let's stay on your money with our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
CNBC's Silvana Hanau joins us now. Hey, good morning, Silvana.
Good morning. JetBlue is offering to buy Spirit Airlines for $3.6 billion. The bid could break up a plan for Spirit to merge with rival budget carrier Frontier. JetBlue says combining with Spirit would lead to lower fares by creating a challenger to the nation's 4 biggest airlines, American, Delta, United, and Southwest. That's the same argument Frontier made when it unveiled its takeover offer back in February. And combined, JetBlue and Spirit would have about 170 daily flights to Florida alone. Volkswagen plans to focus on its profitable premium vehicles and scrap many gas-powered models by the end of the decade. That's according to the Financial Times. VW's brands also include Audi and Porsche. The new strategy is a sign of major changes in the auto industry, which has attempted for decades to increase profit by selling more cars each year, even if that means resorting to heavy discounts. And Google Maps is rolling out some new updates, including an estimate on how much you may have to pay for tolls on your trip. Google says it looks at factors such as the cost of using EasyPass or other payment methods the day of the week and the cost of the toll at the specific time you'll be crossing it. Toll-free routes will also be displayed. The feature will be available on Android and iOS devices for more than 2,000 toll roads in the U.S., India, Indonesia, and Japan later this month, with more countries coming soon.
Can I say I love that feature so much?
Yes.
It's so helpful.
Same.
And it right now with gas prices, inflation, it makes a huge difference.
And a lot of times if I'm on the road in a rental car working on a story or something and you don't know the area and all of a sudden you're like, oh, I'm on a toll road.
Right.
Okay, didn't know
exactly.
that. All right, Silvana, thanks so much.
You got it.
Coming up on Morning News Now, fighting back against Moscow's aggression with the subtle and confident energy of ballet. The Ukrainian and Russian dancers helping the war effort the only way they know how.
Plus, the brother-sister TikTok duo bringing autism awareness to a brand new audience. You'll want to see this one. It's up next.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story in a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Welcome back. As the war in Ukraine rages on, Russian and Ukrainian ballet dancers are leaving their home countries, now united against the violence as well as their shared love of dance.
Yeah, you think about the cosmonauts and the astronauts, and now you have Russian and Ukrainian ballerinas sharing the stage. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga brings us their story.
Well, ballet is a much-loved tradition, even an institution in both Russia and Ukraine that goes back centuries. So you could say that by dancing together on that stage at the Opera House in Naples, those dancers from both countries really moved some steps toward reconciliation.
Divided by bullets, united by ballet. These Russian and Ukrainian dancers left their countries for different reasons. The Ukrainians to flee the war, the Russians because they were against it. They are now united on a neutral stage, the Opera House in Naples, for a fundraising gala. Among them is Olga Smirnova, until recently the lead dancer at Russia's Bolshoi, one of the most prestigious opera houses in the world. 2 weeks after the war started, Smirnova wrote on Telegram, "I condemn the war with all the fibers of my soul." She called it a global catastrophe and said she never thought she would be ashamed of Russia. She then left the Bolshoi, Russia, and her family behind.
I just want to see them.
Yeah.
I don't have any plan to come back to Russia.
Smirnova is not the first ballet dancer to leave Russia for political reasons. In 1961, Rudolf Nureyev, considered by some the greatest ballet dancer ever, famously defected to the West.
My country is stage, my nationality is a dancer.
But while Olga and Nureyev decided to leave their country, Ukrainian ballet dancers fled due to the Russian invasion. Anastasia Gurskaya is the leading dancer at the National Opera of Ukraine. After the start of the war, she hid in a bomb shelter for 2 weeks before she left the country.
I thought that I should to do something for supporting my country. If I will just sit in the shelter, I can't support and help in my country. But now I had this chance to be here and tell my opinion on the stage for my dance.
Tens of Ukrainian ballet dancers have found shelter in opera houses across Europe, but not all of them fled the war. Oleksiy Potyomkin is the principal dancer at the National Opera of Ukraine. After his country became a theater of war, he swapped ballet costumes with bulletproof camouflage. In a statement sent to NBC News, he says he has no military training, but decided to join the army and now helps paramedics evacuate wounded soldiers and help civilians. In the meantime, he keeps practicing. Not easy in army uniform and a rifle in his hand. His dream to dance again in front of an audience in times of peace. This is what his fellow dancers were here for. The only real steps, for now, toward reconciliation.
Well, the gala raised $50,000 in ticket sales. They will all be donated to the Italian Red Cross and will be used to pay for clothes, food and housing for the tens of thousands of Ukrainian refugees who've already arrived in Italy.
All right, Claudio, thank you so much for bringing us that story.
Yeah, amazing. And now this week marks the beginning of Autism Awareness Month. And this morning, we want to bring you the story of a brother and sister duo from Richmond, Virginia.
Brittany and Ryan McGuire get millions of people to watch their TikTok videos that give a rare glimpse into life with autism. Their joy and laughter puts a smile on almost anybody who watches them, while they teach compassion along the way. And they joined the Today Show earlier to talk more about their viral videos. Take a listen.
When they very first see me, it's like, whoa, you're that right guy from TikTok. Whoa, aren't you that right guy from TikTok? I'm like, it's like, it blows my mind.
What do you like it?
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah. And what do you say? What do you say back?
I go, yes, I am. Sure am.
It seems like you're comfortable being in public and you talk about anxiety. Has TikTok changed the way you feel?
It really has, and it really has eased my anxiety level.
Yeah.
Like the social aspect of it, right?
Yeah.
Stepping out of your comfort zone a little
Yeah,
bit.
it's like I'm stepping out of my comfort zone and into the fire.
TikTok brought us together because it gave us a way to bond and to find something that we both enjoy, like having in common and everything, because he's a big sports guy and he knows a lot more than I do.
It helped us bond more.
Absolutely. It helped me get a better understanding.
Ryan, what do you think people learn about autism when they see these videos?
Well, what they learn is they learn what autism is, and they learn what
how you want to be treated.
How I want to be treated.
Absolutely.
How autism needs to be treated.
Absolutely.
Which is so important. Now, Ryan was in for quite a treat while he was at the Today Show. His favorite basketball team is the New York Knicks. So who better to give Ryan a special message than none other than Knicks guard Derrick Rose. Rose recorded a greeting for Ryan before giving him tickets to tonight's game along with a signed jersey.
How cool is that? And so important. I love that they are bringing, so many of us know someone who has autism or a family. We're all touched by it. So they're bringing a different perspective for us.
Absolutely. And we hear how much of a difference it's made for him having TikTok.
And having so much fun with it, too. Well, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning. Happy Wednesday to you. I'm Vicki Nguyen in for Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, condemnation, outrage growing as the reality of war sets in. This morning, Ukrainians returning to ruins as Russian forces pull back from hard-hit Bucha near the capital, Kyiv. Now the U.S. and allies pledging more support for Ukraine and tough new sanctions against Russia for the alleged atrocities.
What we've seen in Bucha is not the random act of a rogue unit.
It's a deliberate campaign to kill. What's vital is to sustain and build on the support for Ukraine, to sustain and build on the pressure against Russia to bring this war to an end.
But Ukraine's president says even more needs to be done to end the violence. We have team coverage this morning. Key witness, new developments in the investigation into the Capitol insurrection as the daughter of former President Donald Trump testifies before lawmakers. What we know about Ivanka Trump's 8-hour testimony and how it could impact the case. Dollars and cents, millions of Americans feeling the pinch as prices go up. How fears of a recession are impacting how people spend. Plus, what experts say you can do to cut back on costs. And an incredible story of survival out of the mountains of Alaska. We'll hear from a hiker rescued by the Coast Guard after falling more than 1,000 feet. We'll ask him what he remembers about that day and how he is doing now. Just truly an incredible story.
It really is remarkable. I'm looking forward to him. He's joining us live.
Yeah, we're going to get to actually ask him questions about that experience and, of course, how he's doing now that he's out of the hospital. We begin this morning, though, with the war in Ukraine, where there are urgent efforts to evacuate civilians in the east of the country ahead of an expected Russian offensive.
Yeah, that's after Ukraine's President Zelensky addressed the United Nations Security Council yesterday. Zelensky delivered harrowing accounts of alleged Russian atrocities before questioning the Council's effectiveness at upholding peace. The United States and the European Union are set to announce a new batch of sanctions against Russia in the wake of the brutality in Bucha and other towns near Kyiv. Washington is also pledging an additional $100 million worth of military aid, and NATO Secretary General called on members to rearm Ukraine ahead of that feared Russian attack in the east.
What we are expecting is a new, very concentrated Russian offensive in Donbass to try to take the whole of Donbass. This whole build-up will take some time. The repositioning of the Russian troops will take some weeks. In that window, it is extremely important that NATO allies provide support, so we are able to rearm, to resupply the Ukrainian forces.
We have a team standing by to bring us all of this plus more. We will hear from the former Deputy Commander of United States European Command, Lieutenant General Steph Twitty, in a few moments. But before that, we are joined by NBC News senior White House reporter Shannon Pettypiece and NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi, who is in western Ukraine.
Ali, let's start with you. Thanks for being with us. So we saw President Zelensky giving these disturbing accounts of these alleged atrocities in his address to the UN Security Council yesterday. Many of us also saw the images of what Bucha looks like at this point. He also criticized, though, the Council for not being effective in guaranteeing peace. Walk us through some of the key takeaways from that meeting, how the speech was received by Council members, and if these pleas directly from the President of Ukraine could mean a difference is made, could mean aid changes.
Good morning, Savannah. That's right. He made a very passionate speech at the UN. He was very critical of the UN, and he also launched a ferocious attack on Russia after what happened in Bucha came to light. I mean, look, he spoke about the UN not being effective in its current form, that it's not having any effect on Russia's war machine. He said that Russia has literally violated Article 1, Chapter 1 of the UN Charter, where a country can't show aggression to the sovereignty and the territory of another country. He spoke about the Russians having veto power in the UN, and that veto power literally, he said, gives them the right to cause death, and that undermines the entire architecture of the security system for the global world. And he said this just can't continue in its current form, that Russia is allowing its position on the UN Security Council to abuse Ukraine. And he also very interestingly called for a war crimes tribunal of what has happened here in Bucha. He said he wants something similar to the Nuremberg trials. He said not only Putin has to be held to account, but the commanders that carried out these atrocities in Bucha and those soldiers have to be held to account for what they did there. They can't just simply say they were obeying orders in that town, that they all have to be accountable for the murder, rape and torture of people in Bucha. And look, it's not falling on deaf ears. It is being taken very seriously at the UN and other places. The UN is now sending a fact-finding mission to Bucha to find out exactly what happened there. They're going to exhume bodies. They're going to take evidence. They're going to take accounts from everybody, and they're saying that it's imperative that the scene of the crime, is what they're calling it, is preserved there so people can be held to account. And as you mentioned, you know, people are taking this seriously. The UN is sending Javelin missiles there. And the EU, very interestingly this morning, was very critical of itself. They said that they've given Ukraine $1 billion worth of aid, but they've bought in that same time almost $38 billion worth of energy from Russia. So they're taking a good, long, hard look at themselves.
Ali, thank you. Let's bring in Shannon. Shannon, the U.S. is coordinating with G7 nations and the European Union to implement those new sanctions on Russia. That's happening today. Talk about what this latest round of measures is actually going to do. And also, what can you tell us about these reports that President Putin's daughters could now be targeted by these sanctions?
Yeah, well, people familiar with this process said that Putin's daughter is being considered by sanctions, that is something that is on the table, as well as other family members of some of these sanctioned individuals. Sometimes what happens with these sanctions is you sanction the individual, but they're able to transfer their assets in some way to family members and sort of just able to keep accessing their wealth. What we know more broadly about what the U.S. is intending to do with these sanctions at this point is, one, the thing they have been trying to do all along, which is put economic pressure on Russia from all sides and use that as sort of a leverage to pressure Putin to end this war. And it's something that the administration has acknowledged is not going to happen overnight, is not going to happen immediately, but as part of a sustained pressure campaign that they think in the end could be effective at stopping Putin from carrying out this war. But the other thing we're hearing increasingly from administration officials is that they intend these sanctions to prevent or make it almost impossible for Russia to finance this war. So all the weaponry and equipment that and supplies that are needed to carry out a war of this scale, the U.S. is trying to make that economically or financially unfeasible for Russia. So look for those two elements today. Of course, the U.S. has already put hundreds of sanctions on Russia. It really has had no deterrence at this point, it appears, but the administration says it's something they think that over the long term continues to be an effective tool.
Absolutely, especially with what the U.S. has done with our dependence on Russian oil. Ali, I want to go back to you now and ask about something else important that's happening on the ground. We're hearing that 11 humanitarian corridors have been announced today. 5 of those are in the eastern Luhansk region. That's where it's feared that Russia's going to launch this big offensive, as we saw their men on the ground move north back out of the Kyiv area. The expectation now is they come around east. How are the evacuations going there, and how does it compare with what we've seen happen in Mariupol, where people really haven't been able to get out, where vans that are ready to take people out get stopped and can't make it into the city? Do we anticipate these new corridors will work?
That's right. Look, the corridors have been a trickle mostly in all of these places because the Russians haven't honored many of those so-called green zones for civilians to get out of. A lot of the places, like in Mariupol, a lot of civilians came out in personal cars, personal buses, because the Red Cross couldn't get into there. The Russians wouldn't let any aid into Mariupol from the Red Cross, and they wouldn't let people come out wholesale because they just don't want to do that. They don't want people to go in there independently, seeing what's happened in there. The Ukrainian foreign minister said that, you know, what you saw in Bucha was just the tip of the iceberg for what's going to come out in Mariupol. So the Russians are very reluctant to let people in there. But in the east, we're seeing some corridors working. Yesterday, about 3,800 people came out of some of the hot spots, some of the very hard-hit areas in the east. About 1,000 of them came out of Donetsk, which is in the Donbass region, which is where we're expecting the Russians to refocus their emphasis of their attacks. So they are trying to get people out there, but a lot of them are coming out on their own. They just get into cars, they hitch a ride with a stranger and try and get out of those areas and come to the west. Hopefully we'll see more and more of that over the coming days.
It continues to be a dangerous and scary situation. Ali, thank you. And Shannon, let me bring you in one more time. We heard from NATO's Secretary General just a little earlier saying Russian preparations for an offensive on the Donbass region could take weeks. He said NATO would use that time to rearm Ukraine. So talk about what's included in this $100 million worth of new military aid that the U.S. is now sending.
Well, a big part of that is going to be Javelin missiles. These have proven to be very effective and useful weapons so far. You can launch them over your shoulder. They are pretty accurate. You can use them at day and night. They're not too heavy. And their main purpose is blowing up tanks. They can also blow up things like helicopters, though. So more Javelin missiles. The U.S. has been increasingly sending more sophisticated technology to the Ukrainians, more radio-guided equipment, drones, unmanned aircraft. Obviously, as the needs of the Ukrainians get we start to see some of those a bit more. The other thing I would note, the U.S. says this is on top of $300 million aid package they most recently sent. And in total, the U.S. has given about $2 billion. The U.S. says they have been really scrambling to get those supplies in as quickly as possible. And then, of course, they've got to then do the training and all the other logistics that goes along with getting these things into the battlefield.
Ali Aruzzi and Shannon Pettypiece, we appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to bring in Lieutenant General Steph Twitty now. He is the former Deputy Commander of the United States European Command. Lieutenant General, good morning to you. We are seeing the U.S. and Europe reacting to Russia's suspected war crimes with this new round of sanctions. President Biden now has, on multiple occasions, called Putin a war criminal. Is this changing or ramping up the U.S. response to the conflict? And do you think the administration is doing enough to support Ukraine?
Two questions there. First of all, short of putting U.S. boots on the ground and NATO boots on the ground, you have to ratchet up the sanctions, and I think we're headed in the right direction there. We heard yesterday that the EU put a ban on Russian coal. They're now having serious conversations about banning Russian oil. Many Russian diplomats were expelled out of countries yesterday. And so we're moving in the right direction with sanctions, and there are more sanctions to come. The next piece is we have to continue to supply the Ukrainians with weapons. We're doing that well, but what I will tell you is we need to apply more weapons that are offensive in nature. Javelin is a great weapon system. I've used it throughout my military career. The Stinger. All those things are great, but they're defensive in nature. As we go into this next phase of fighting, this is going to be a tough fight for the Ukrainians. I'm more of the opinion that we need to put the MiGs in there to give them some offensive firepower. And if you put that offensive firepower, you could keep the Russians out of the cities because you can fight them on the depth and breadth of the battlefield, and they don't even have to even get into the cities if you have offensive in nature weapons. And then the final thing that I will tell you is we have to get an international war crimes investigation in Ukraine. The Russians need to be held accountable, and we need to get that going.
And it does sound like that is underway with the UN sending investigators there. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff gave a pretty stark assessment of the conflict in Ukraine yesterday. Take a listen.
I do think this is a very protracted conflict, and I think it's at least measured in years. I don't know about decade, but at least years for sure. This is a very extended conflict that Russia has initiated, and I think that NATO, the United States, Ukraine, and all of the allies and partners that are supporting Ukraine are going to be involved in this for quite some time.
He said quite some time. What do you think about General Milley's assessment, and what do you think it could mean for the U.S. military's involvement in this region going forward after this conflict?
Well, I absolutely agree with his assessment. When you go into combat, you want to fight the opponent's military, not the civilian population. Because when you start fighting the civilian population, like what has occurred here with the Russians attacking the civilian people, you're making all those civilians mad. And the last thing you want to do is make new enemies. And Russia has made a lot of enemies over Bucha, and we're going to find other places. And what's going to happen is there's going to be insurgency that's going to come out of this, because the Ukrainians will never forgive the Russians for this. So you can see a protracted war here in the makings.
But do you think it's the U.S. role to be the peacekeeper in that region, or to stay there and have a presence?
Well, let's not forget, we are a part of NATO. There are 30 countries a part of NATO. So we do have a role to get to to assist in getting to some type of diplomatic resolution. We'll have a role to continue to supply the Ukrainians with weapons and so forth. So I can see the U.S. being involved at some measure here for the foreseeable future.
Lieutenant General Steph Twitty, with your depth of military knowledge and insight, we really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now, amid the heartbreak and fighting in Ukraine, we have a story of a joyful reunion between a top Ukrainian news anchor who's been covering the Russian invasion and her husband, who'd been fighting on the front lines.
NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez has their story.
This is just the first hug of Yegor Sobolev's homecoming. He still has a bigger surprise ahead. See, he's been on the Ukrainian front lines while his wife, Marichka Padalko, has been taking care of their 3 kids.
Sometimes he can be offline for 4 or 5 days when he is on a mission and not supposed to use his mobile phone. Actually, work keeps me distracted from all those worries.
Marichka happens to be one of Ukraine's top news anchors, fighting her own battle.
We know how Russians are sufficient and professional in making up news and fake news and propaganda. So I think our biggest weapon now as journalists is just to tell the truth, to show what is going on.
She and her colleagues from other channels across Ukraine have banded together for a unified newscast from undisclosed locations airing for hours each day, even as their families are at risk.
When I do my daydreaming and when I think about my biggest hope, I imagine how my husband comes back and how my children get to see him again.
Sometimes daydreams do come true, even if victories don't come easy. Gabe Gutierrez, NBC News, Lviv, Ukraine.
What a powerful story. Thank you to Gabe for that. And now to Capitol Hill and a high-profile member of the Trump administration and the Trump family who gave testimony before the committee investigating the January 6th insurrection. Former President Trump's daughter and senior advisor Ivanka Trump answered questions for 8 hours yesterday. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell has been following that, and she joins us now. Hey, Leanne, good to see you. So this is the second time the House Select Committee has heard from a family member of President Trump. That first one, Ivanka's husband, Jared Kushner's 6-hour testimony last week. What do we know at this point about Ivanka's appearance?
Good morning, Savannah. Yesterday's appearance was 8 hours long, so she was before the committee for a very long time. She appeared virtually. She was not in person. But what we were told, our colleague Garrett Haake was told by the chair of that committee, Benny Thompson, that she did not invoke privilege as far as he knows. But she was also not particularly talkative either. So we know that she was in the Oval Office on January 6th. She was asked to ask her father to stop the violence on January 6th. We'll see what she gave to the committee, but it is pretty remarkable just the fact that she showed up voluntarily and that she spent 8 hours before the committee.
Yeah, wow, 8 hours and 6 again for her husband. Quite a bit of time there combined between the two of them. Now, Leanne, I want to ask you about something else. Yesterday, the committee got this trove of documents from John Eastman, that's President Trump's attorney. There are papers that Eastman unsuccessfully sued to keep secret. Do we have a sense of what's in there now that they do have them, and how and if this changes the investigation or gets it any closer to a finish line?
Yeah, this was about an additional 100 emails that Eastman did not want to turn over, but like you said, went to court to prevent from having to turn them over. He lost that case. And in that case, this judge outlined what was in these emails. And I'm going to read a quote. It says, "This may have been the first time members of President Trump's team transformed a legal interpretation of the Electoral Count Act into a day-by-day plan of action." Now, remember that Electoral Count Act was what was used, or what the Trump administration officials wanted Vice President Mike Pence to use on January 6th to say that the election was invalid or give the electorals back to the state. So this is going to be very good information for the committee, and the committee has won court case after court case from people who are trying to prevent them from getting information. Savannah.
And Leanne, I want to ask you one more January 6th related question before I let you go. The former Proud Boys leader, Enrique Tarria, was in court yesterday facing federal charges related to the insurrection. What's the latest there? What happened with this?
Yeah, he pled not guilty yesterday. He is charged with conspiracy, several counts. This is part of a larger case against members, conspiracy case against members of the Proud Boys. But of course, he was the leader there. And this is one of the biggest cases the Department of Justice is pursuing. As far as January 6th is concerned, we know there are hundreds of those. And so this case is going to move forward. He and along with other members of the Proud Boys, Savannah.
All right, Leanne Caldwell, thank you so much.
Yep.
President Biden welcomed former President Barack Obama back to the White House yesterday to celebrate the anniversary of the historic Affordable Care Act. But the lighthearted ceremony was overshadowed by the upcoming midterms, with President Biden warning the future of health care could be at stake in the 2022 elections. NBC News Chief White House Correspondent Kristen Welker joins us now with more on President Obama's return. Hey, Kristen, good morning.
Hi, Vicki. Good morning to you. This is the first time former President Obama has returned to the White House since he left 5 years ago. Mr. Obama came to mark that major milestone for the health care law that bears his name. President Biden welcomed his predecessor with open arms. Now, Democrats are hopeful the joint appearance will be one of many and will give them a much-needed jolt as they brace for the possibility of big losses in the November midterm elections. With the midterms looming, former President Obama returning to the White House, together again with his former vice president turned commander-in-chief to commemorate the 12th anniversary of their landmark health care law, the Affordable Care Act.
Welcome back to the White House, man. Feels like the good old days.
The former president hailing his signature legislative achievement.
So when President Biden said he was not going to just celebrate the ACA, but also announce actions that would make it even better, I had to show up.
While also having a little fun.
Vice President Biden, Vice President.
The jokes didn't stop there, with the two presidents poking fun at Mr. Biden's infamous hot mic moment when he noted in 2010 the passage of Obamacare was a very big deal.
It is, to quote a famous American, a pretty big deal.
Barack, let me remind you, it's a hot mic.
The joint appearance comes at a pivotal moment for Mr. Biden, with his poll numbers sagging, soaring inflation, and a war in Ukraine. Democrats are hoping the appearance by Mr. Obama, who is hugely popular among Democrats, will give the party a much-needed boost. Mr. Obama acknowledging on Monday when he passed the Affordable Care Act, the law was unpopular then, and it nearly cost him his job.
I intended to get health care passed, even if it cost me re-election, which for a while looked like it might.
Now, a slim majority of Americans support Obamacare. President Biden previewing he'll make it a part of his midterm message.
If Republicans have their way, it means 100 million Americans with pre-existing conditions can once again be denied health care coverage by their insurance companies.
Peter Alexander pressed the 44th president on his message to nervous Democrats.
What do you tell Democrats worried about the midterms?
We got a story to tell, just got to tell it.
Peter Alexander there pressing the former president. President Biden also signed an executive order yesterday aimed at closing a loophole that deprived millions of Americans of subsidies. Now, as for former President Obama, aides tell NBC News he will be active in supporting Democrats on the campaign trail. So it's all starting to heat up, guys.
Good to see you, Kristen Welker. Thank you so much.
You too.
Always got to worry about that hot mic.
Exactly. All right, overnight we saw severe weather and more is expected in the south today. Let's get a check on your morning news now weather.
Hey, meteorologist Bill Cairns joins us now. Hey, good morning, Bill.
Hey, good morning. Great to be with you guys once again. So yesterday was a rough day. We knew going in there was a chance of significant tornadoes. I think it turned out even worse than we thought. I mean, we had 38 tornadoes that were reported during the day. We'll get the official confirmations as we go. A lot of problems in Mississippi. We had tornadoes that were reported. We had problems with flash flooding and flooding conditions. This is Hattiesburg, Mississippi, with some of the flooding problems. I mean, it just didn't end. This storm system just continued to plow through the south. So let's show you all the little red icons on the map behind me show you where the tornadoes were reported yesterday. And notice they started in Mississippi, went through Montgomery, and then right through central Georgia, and then last night through South Carolina. In all, we know we had 2 fatalities. One was someone in a mobile home. Another person was hit by a falling tree. Unfortunately, usually when a storm system exits, you get a calm day after for cleanup. Not today. We have a second storm moving right in the same locations. 29 million people at risk today, and this includes in the enhanced risk, that's the orange color, from Knoxville to Chattanooga, Birmingham, Montgomery, Atlanta. So we got some major population centers that are at risk of severe weather today. The best chance of tornadoes would be from about the Macon, Georgia to Albany towards Savannah. So once again, south central Georgia is the area to watch this afternoon for any possible twisters. And then on Thursday, all of these storms do make their way to the East Coast, and they'll be heading through areas like the I-4 corridor, Tampa to Orlando, and then another area with wind damage possible from Wilmington to Cape Hatteras to Norfolk. So here's the timing. We also have rain this morning in the Northeast. That is the storm that produced the tornadoes. So that will exit areas like D.C. and New York during the day. And then we'll watch that second storm with that cold front pushing into Alabama and Georgia. And that's where the storms will pop up. 6 p.m. should be a very active time period there from the I-10 corridor all the way up to Charleston and Macon, maybe even Augusta too. And then I pause this at 6 p.m. Thursday. It looks like a really troublesome evening commute from D.C., Baltimore, Philly, heading into New York City. Significant airport delays and even delays on the roads with that heavy rain. Finally, by Friday, things get better. And oh yeah, it's snowing in Minnesota and northern Wisconsin this morning too. So just throw the kitchen sink at it.
Oh, man, I was watching that closely because I've got some business travel happening D.C. on Thursday evening, and it sounds like it's going to be a mess
on Thursday.
All right, Bill, we appreciate that.
You should have seen her face through your whole forecast, Bill.
All right, I'm going to try to get out earlier. Thank you, Bill. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
Well, coming up on Morning News Now, behind the fraud, billions of dollars meant for COVID relief used instead for private jets, luxury cars, and expensive hotel stays.
Yeah, we'll explain how that happened and why those involved could get away with it. That's after the break. Stick with us.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Now to that story we just teased, the pandemic and news of billions of dollars in COVID fraud where taxpayer money was used to buy luxury items.
Yeah, but as NBC News correspondent Ken Delaney reports, many offenders who stole this money may never be prosecuted.
Authorities call it an astonishing haul. Luxury homes, private jet flights, a $100,000 Ferrari. All bought, they say, by people who scammed taxpayer money set aside for COVID relief. $1 trillion in government programs designed to keep struggling businesses afloat during the pandemic.
The money that's being stolen, yes, it's being converted into Lamborghinis, Ferraris, Bentleys, and Aston Martins.
And to support high-flying lifestyles. This Instagram influencer allegedly used COVID relief money to book a private flight to LA, where authorities claim she spent more than $5,000 at this hotel and then brazenly bragged about it on social media. Court records say she intends to plead guilty. Despite billions lost, the Justice Department says just 178 people have been convicted so far. Watchdogs say the fraud could reach $160 billion. Haywood Talcove, the CEO of LexisNexis Risk Solutions, tracks fraud for state agencies. He says even the most brazen lies went unchecked, with the government not requiring banks to independently verify loans.
They were told not to. They were told to get those loans out and suspend processes. How long do you think it does to do a check on a business or a person? It takes about 3 milliseconds to do a person, and it takes about a second to do a business.
One fraudster who applied for government help claimed he was running a farm with 10 employees out of this single-family home. That was enough to get him $150,000. He got caught, but law enforcement officials tell us most people who stole COVID relief money will probably get away with it. Juan Antonio Gonzalez is the acting U.S. attorney in Miami who prosecuted that case.
To figure that out, what did investigators have to do?
Well, once you looked at the paperwork and once you saw what it was, all it took was a drive to the farm to see there was no farm.
Just a single-family home in the middle of Miami.
Exactly.
Weren't there due diligence checks made?
Well, there's supposed to be due diligence checks made, and obviously not all of them were done.
The program, which ended last May, saved millions of real jobs. But prosecutors say alleged criminals kept it from helping even more. Ken Delanian, NBC News, Miami.
Wherever there's money, there will be fraud, unfortunately. Well, let's take a look at what's making news around the world this morning.
NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Ferry joins us from Beijing. Hey, Janice.
Hey, good morning. We begin here in China, where the city of Shanghai is in total lockdown, and all 26 million people are undergoing mass testing again as China is trying to get a handle on a wave of Omicron cases here. There are restrictions everywhere, including here in Beijing, but Shanghai is the country's biggest city. It's the financial heart, and in some cases, kids who test positive are being separated from their parents in order to get treatment. Now, this is all a serious test of China's strict zero COVID policy, also a test of people's patience. Officials say the lockdown will continue until further notice. In Peru, a surprise curfew to quell sometimes violent protests in the city's capital was surprisingly ended after less than a day. The emergency measures were announced after protests over the past week over rising food and fuel prices, and then there were protests over the fact that there was this curfew. The government of President Pedro Castillo blames the economic crisis on the pandemic as well as Russia's war in Ukraine. And finally, the city of Basra, Iraq is a sea of flowers these days as the 5th flower exhibition aims to get people to green their gardens. The organizer of the event is a retired teacher. He says he believes that desertification around Basra can be blamed on climate change, the oil industry, as well as years of conflict. Now, there are plants and flowers of several varieties that can thrive in dry conditions like those found in Iraq. And the exhibition is going to remain open to the public until the end of Ramadan. So a nice splash of color for people, a small oasis.
Yeah, absolutely. It's beautiful. And interesting reporting there about how people are leaving the area because of climate change. Important reporting.
Janice, thank you so much.
And coming up, a contentious conversation caught on camera. When we come back, the back and forth between New York City's mayor and a mom posing as a reporter over a controversial mask mandate for kids.
Plus, Dr. Torres is in for our weekly checkup. We'll talk about the benefits of cutting back on those salty meals and more medical headlines. We'll be right back.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Allie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story in a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back. A New York City mom posed as a reporter and confronted the mayor over his decision to keep masks in place for children 5 and under. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson breaks down this back and forth that played out in front of cameras.
A New York City mom crashed the mayor's press conference this week, demanding answers about why children under 5 are still required to wear masks. That woman is now out of a job.
Way my kid's going to wear a mask for 8 hours a day.
The fight over masks for New York City kids under 5 is now reaching a boiling point.
It's been too long for our kids wearing masks in school. It's been over 2 years.
The city dropped the school mask mandate for kindergarten through 12th graders last month. Mayor Eric Adams promised to do the same for kids under 5 this week if COVID numbers remain low.
Cases are definitively rising, and it's gotten our attention.
But with the new variant taking hold, New York City officials are recommending everyone wear a mask indoors and requiring it for kids ages 2 to 4, still too young for the vaccine. Some parents, including Daniela Jampel, are fed up.
Toddlers have to wear masks while no one else has to in New York City. So how much more patience does the mayor expect me to extend him?
Jampel confronting the mayor at Monday's press conference.
10 days ago, you stood right here and you said that the masks would come off on April 4th. That has not happened. You reneged on your promise.
No. Let her finish, because you let her start. Go ahead and finish, ma'am, okay?
When will you unmask our toddlers?
There's a new variant. The numbers are increasing. We're going to move at the right pace, and that's the role I must do. That's what I stated. I'm living up to my promises.
The city says Jampel, a lawyer for the city, posed as a journalist to get into the press conference. Now she's out of a job. A New York City Law Department spokesman says they had planned to fire Jampel before the incident, adding, today's events, however, which include her decision to lie to City Hall staff and state she was a journalist at a press conference, demonstrate a disturbing lack of judgment and integrity. Jampel says she's hiring a lawyer and that, quote, I will not litigate my wrongful termination in the press. Meanwhile, thanking her supporters in a tweet that has amassed more than 1,800 likes, promising that the fight continues. But some parents say masking toddlers who are unable to be vaccinated is still the right thing to do.
That's a good idea because the kids tend to get sick a lot and they transmit the virus more easily.
Across the country, statewide mask mandates have mostly disappeared. The decision now left to individuals. New York, one of the last major cities to keep in place any sort of mask mandate in schools. And public health experts tell me that city officials are likely working to get ahead of any sort of outbreak that could happen because this new variant is more contagious. And we know that this is a group of kids who are not yet able to be vaccinated. And what officials don't want to see is those widespread closures of daycares and preschools like we've seen in the past. We know the devastating impacts that that can have on working parents and also on students in terms of learning loss. So likely trying to prevent prevent that. And the other point that doctors have really emphasized to me is that they don't expect this mandate to be in place for years to come. It will probably be in place for a few more weeks, at which point the numbers may be looking good enough for the mayor and his health officials to say that kids under 5 can go ahead and take those masks off.
Priscilla, thank you so much.
It is time for your weekly checkup. We're going to do something a little different this week.
Yeah, that's because the American College of Cardiology just had their annual meeting, so we're going to focus on some heart-related news during this checkup with our NBC News senior medical correspondent, Dr. John Torres. He's here to discuss these health headlines that you might have missed, and they're about your heart, so they're really important ones. Dr. Torres, always great to have you with us. So this first study looks at a hidden heart attack risk that a lot of people don't even know about. Tell us about that invisible risk.
And great to be with you this morning. And this is a risk that a lot of people simply don't know about. You know, most of us know about cholesterol, the HDL, the good cholesterol, LDL, the bad cholesterol, trying to keep that under control. But there's one we might not know about. It's called lipoprotein A. And this one can't be modified by diet or exercise. There's no treatment for it available. And the best example is Bob Harper, the fitness trainer that had a heart attack a few years ago. Even though he had no risk factors, it was because of his lipoprotein A. Now, about 64 million people in the U.S. currently have high levels of this lipoprotein, this type of cholesterol. And again, like I said, there's no current therapy, but the small trial gives hope because they found this therapy in a small trial actually cut people's risk of having a heart attack because of this lipoprotein A by 98%. And so it is giving us a lot of hope. But what can you do in the meanwhile? Because this therapy is not here yet. Well, number one, these are the doctor's orders. Know your family history because it is genetically related. 98% of these are because of genetics, meaning it's passed on from your family. And simply understand heart attack symptoms as well because the other cholesterols come into impact here. So diet and exercise are still extremely important at this point. But again, hope is on the horizon for this type of therapy for the 64 million people here in the U.S. that have high levels of this and are at risk for a heart attack with nothing to do right now.
That's a lot of people.
Yeah, and a lot of people who, at the point of invisible, might not even know about it, that they have that.
Dr. John, let's switch gears now. Back in October, we reported on how the FDA issued guidance with voluntary targets for reducing sodium. This is in commercially processed, packaged, and prepared foods. It's supposed to happen over the next 2.5 years. We know too much salt is not good for you, but how can these sodium reductions help heart patients and their quality of life?
And it can particularly help heart failure patients because with heart failure patients, they have a hard time with too much fatigue, swelling, and coughing because of fluid buildup, a lot of times because of salt. And they found out in this one study that by reducing their salt, they had overall symptom relief. In other words, they had better fatigue or less fatigue, they had less swelling, they had less coughing. It didn't keep them out of the hospital more, but it improved their quality of life. And they did this by cutting 400 milligrams of salt a day. That's a quarter of a teaspoon of salt out of their daily diet. And like you mentioned, part of that's getting rid of the salt shaker. Part of that is looking at what's out there and what you're getting in your regular diet. So what are doctor's orders here? Well, number one, get creative with spices because you find out the spices can substitute for salt and you don't necessarily need all that salt. That means, getting rid of the salt shaker, but also get nutritional counseling so you can understand where all the hidden salts are out there and how you can reduce those.
Nutritional counseling. That sounds interesting. All right, Dr. Torres, in addition to cutting back on that salt, we've got another tip. It looks like we should be lacing up our shoes. And what a perfect day to talk about this because happy National Walking Day.
Happy National Walking Day.
I'm not sure if you heard, Doctor. Today's National Walking Day. How important
to all those who celebrate.
To all those who walk every day.
And this is National Walking Day, and hopefully the weather in your area is cooperating with you. And what they found out is by increasing your walking, you're really increasing your health. And more importantly, you're decreasing your chances of dying. As a matter of fact, each initial increase of 1,000 steps a day was associated with a decrease in death. Wow. The more you walk, the better. And there's always that, should you walk 10,000 steps? Should you walk 7,000 steps? Well, I talked to Dr. Barry Braun last week. He's an exercise physiologist here in Colorado. And he said, it doesn't matter. Don't look at the specific numbers, but just do more today than you did yesterday. So the more walking, the better. And that lowers your risk of diabetes, high blood pressure, and death overall. So what are doctor's orders here? Well, again, focus less on the number of steps. Just get out there and start walking. And we also know that just moving is important. So take a walk, dance, do whatever it takes to get you moving, and particularly get you off the couch, get you out of that seat in the office, and get that activity in your life on a daily basis. That's what's going to help more than anything.
You're a dancer, aren't you, Dr. Torres? That's your movement.
Only when I'm by myself in the house.
He's got the moves. He's got the moves. And also your phone. It's really easy to track your steps on your phone. Even though you're not supposed to be hyper-focused on it. It gives you an idea to try to increase each day. Dr. Torres, thank you.
And it certainly motivates you, too.
Yeah, definitely. All right, thanks. Great to see you. And coming up, cutting back. More Americans rethinking their spending habits as prices go up. What experts say you can do to keep your costs down.
And tension in space. Americans and Russians are feeling the impacts of war at the International Space Station.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview. We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right?
Keep going.
2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of state housing.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms.
We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be? We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
A piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
To bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. April is Financial Literacy Month, and a new CNBC and Acorn survey conducted by Momentive found more than half of adults interviewed are under more financial stress now than they were a year ago.
And that is not surprising. We should note NBC Universal and Comcast Ventures are investors in Acorns. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson is here to break it all down for us.
Our clients right now are just kind of rolling with the punches.
Jessica Kelly owns a salon and spa in Greenville, South Carolina. Among her steady stream of customers, many are feeling the pinch.
You can kind of feel the tension rising a little bit, especially with certain ones that are already on a budget.
Concerns about inflation are driving that tension. A new CNBC and Acorn survey finds nearly half of Americans say they think about rising prices all the time. And more than 3/4 say they're worried higher prices will force them to rethink their financial choices. If higher prices persist, more than half say they'll cut back on dining out. 42% will cut back on driving, and 40% say they'll cancel a trip or vacation. From coast to coast, many consumers have already cut back.
We don't go out as much. We try to
conserve as much as we can.
Eating out less, not driving that much.
I don't travel quite as much except to work.
I'm just trying to make more money to just compensate for the prices.
It's hard to know how high prices will rise and for how long. Financial advisor Ashton Lawrence says asking a few key questions can help you figure out where you might be able to trim some expenses.
What's the cash flow look like? What type of debt? How much debt are we looking at? It's about making those small changes and controlling what you can control.
Yet an overwhelming majority of Americans have an even bigger worry: recession. The CNBC survey finds 81% expect one this year.
A recession, yes, you always have that in the back of your head.
That's why Kelly says she's planning ahead, growing an online skincare sales business in case in-person traffic at her spa slows down.
We have that to kind of carry things. We've always got other things that we can try to focus on.
Focusing on what you can control is critical, yet many Americans are simply overwhelmed. In our survey, we found nearly 9 out of 10 adults who said they expect a recession this year also admitted that they are more financially stressed than they were a year ago. Vicki and Savannah?
Sharon, thank you so much. And for more survey results, go to cnbc.com/invest in you. And be sure to tune in today at 1 p.m. Eastern for a second screen virtual event where CNBC's Sharon Epperson, who you just saw, will be moderating a roundtable discussion with 3 of our nation's governors about the importance of financial education. For more about the event and to register, go to cnbc.com/states. Again, we should note that NBC Universal and Comcast Ventures are investors in Acorns. That's a pretty cool event there.
Finance news and financial literacy, so important. Well, it is time, speaking of finance, for our CNBC Money Minute. They're the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
CNBC's Silvana Henao is with us. Hey, Silvana.
Hey guys, good morning. Well, Wall Street could continue to come under pressure today. The Dow dropping about 280 points yesterday, while the Nasdaq fell more than 2%. The market's turning lower after a top official at the Federal Reserve signaled support for higher interest rates and says a swift reduction of the Fed's massive balance sheet could start as soon as May. That's raising worries the Fed's aggressive actions could slow the economy. Twitter confirming it will begin testing a new edit feature in the coming months. The news comes as the company also announced yesterday it's adding Tesla CEO Elon Musk to the board. He disclosed on Monday he owns a more than 9% stake in the company, becoming the largest shareholder. Musk also polling users on whether they want an edit button. Twitter will start testing the feature through Twitter Blue, and those members get early access to premium features for a monthly fee. Teens are worried about the economy, but they're still spending on Nike and Lululemon. Piper Sandler out with its biannual Taking Stock with Teens survey. It shows teens are spending more and shifting their shopping habits. They plan to spend about $2,400 this year on everything from fast food and video games to handbags and sneakers, and that's up 4% from Piper's fall survey.
Wow.
Vicki and Savannah?
Yeah. Silvana Henao, thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, astronaut Mark Vande Hei, who just returned to Earth after setting an American record for spending the most time in space, admits the war in Ukraine has created some tension between orbiting Russian and American astronauts. NBC News aviation correspondent Tom Costello talked to Vande Hei about how they dealt with stress in orbit.
The International Space Station may be orbiting some 250 miles above the Earth, but Mark Vande Hei says the war in Ukraine is very much on the minds of the Americans and Russians who live and work together.
My Russian crewmates are dear friends. They will always be dear friends. And there's varying levels of discomfort for them as well about the situation. But we had a job to do.
Vande Hei, who set an American record 355 days in orbit, returned last week on a Russian space capsule with Russian cosmonauts.
Did you even bring up the situation in Ukraine, or did you just wall that conversation off completely?
I think some of my crewmates tried to avoid it. I did bring it up with both my crewmates that I landed with, and really all I feel comfortable saying is there was a variety of responses.
Saying the Russians had a variety of responses is as much as Vande Hei wants to say about their views. But when the head of the Russian space agency threatened to let the station fall to Earth, his own family became worried.
Living it directly, I didn't have that sense of alarm, but my family, my extended family, were quite concerned.
Now Russia is threatening to leave the space partnership altogether.
Honestly, that cooperation, I think, is essential to peaceful relationships in the future.
Looking down from space, Vande Hei says he became emotional, looking at Russia and Ukraine. He saw Russia lit up with lights, while much of Ukraine was covered in darkness. Back to you.
Wow, what a detail.
That says
Tom
it all.
Costello, thank you so much.
All right, well, coming up, an incredible rescue up in the mountains of Alaska.
Yeah, after the break, we'll be joined by a man who fell 1,000 feet during a hike and survived. This is Morning News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right,
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
A hiking trip in Alaska turned into a nightmare for one man when he fell more than 1,100 feet. Now, amazingly, he survived and was airlifted to safety by the Alaskan Coast Guard. And get this, his only major injury was a broken pelvis.
We are now joined by that man, Jeff Wright. Jeff, thank you so much for being here and spending some time with us this morning. We know you just got out of the hospital last week. First off, how are you doing? How are you feeling?
I'm progressing better than I expected. I still have some pain in the right hip, but beyond that, I'm actually doing fairly well. They released me a week early, so.
Wow. And now take us back to that day. So you're hiking on Mount Verstovia in Alaska. What do you remember leading up to the fall, as it happened, and then once you realized what had just happened to you?
Well, I made my way to about the 3,000-foot mark, and I tried to advance past a position, which in hindsight was a mistake. I ended up slipping and then traveling approximately 1,148 feet, ending up in an avalanche-type snowfield.
Oh, my goodness.
Unconscious, and I came to and proceeded to alert EMS or emergency services.
Yeah, talk to us about that. So you're falling, I'm imagining, and as we look at these photos, you're tumbling down rock and snow. When you finally came to and regained your consciousness, realized you were alive, you could move, you were conscious, what happened next? How did you contact EMS and how quickly did they arrive?
I tried to stand and felt a pop, so I knew that I wasn't traveling on my own. I was able to, I didn't have any of those bars on my iPhone, but I was able to access the emergency number and contacted 911. And there was coordination involved and position. And thankfully, I had my wits about me and was able to give them a precise position. They used that information to direct to the U.S. Coast Guard, who arrived in pretty short order and determined my position, and then came forward and rescued me in pretty dramatic fashion, as the video would show.
Yeah, with the helicopter. Bravo to the rescuers too. Do you remember what happened as you fell?
Yes, I do. It's thank you for asking. I tried to grab branches on the way down, and I was picking up a lot of speed. Yeah. I remember that. But then, you know, things went white, yellow. I became warm. I was very calm, no pain, no fear. I believe I may have been unconscious. And I awoke, and I noticed I'd been there a while because there was a blood pool behind my head, which from a wound. And that was, you know, kind of, it was fairly large in diameter, not large, but I've been lying there a while. That's what made me feel that I was unconscious.
Jeff, really quickly before we let you go, we've just got less than a minute with you, but I want to know, will you hike again? Do you want to get back out there?
Absolutely. This is, it hasn't broken my spirit. I am signed up for the New York City Marathon that I competed in last year. So I'm going to be right back at it as soon as I can.
Well, you're amazing. And good tips there, by the way, for anybody who does like to go out and do these adventures alone, making sure that you have that way of communicating authorities, things like that. Jeff Wright, thank you so much. We're so happy you're okay. We so appreciate your time and sharing this scary experience with us.
We wish you a very speedy recovery. Thank you, Jeff.
It's my privilege. Thank you.
Well, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now. What a story.
But then really, the news continues right now. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Vicki Wynn in for Joe Fryer this morning. Right now, on Morning News Now, stepping up as Russia's alleged atrocities in Bucha and other parts of Ukraine are brought to light. New economic sanctions against Russia by the U.S. and our European allies. But Ukraine's President Zelensky says it's not enough, calling on the UN to send more weapons to counter Russia's firepower. And once again, calling the devastation in Bucha a war crime. Meanwhile, President Biden pledging the U.S. will donate $100 million in anti-tank missiles to the war effort. We have the very latest on the ground from our own Richard Engel this morning. More than a spring break, relief for the nation's millions of students who are working to pay back those student loans. Well, that could soon be extended by the White House. The announcement expected to come today that will pause debt payments for at least the next couple of months. Also this morning, stabilized. With COVID largely in remission here in the U.S., we'll revisit one hospital that was at one time a virus hotspot. How are the conditions now? And are they worried about a new wave? Plus, poise over war, Russia and Ukraine coming together with all the beauty, serenity, and confidence of ballet.
Some images there that are just pretty amazing to see given what's going on.
Absolutely. It's nice to see. Well, we begin this hour with the war in Ukraine. Officials there are urging civilians to leave the eastern part of the country, quote, while it's safe, amid fears of a massive Russian offensive in the Donbas region.
Yeah, this is after President Zelensky's address at the UN Security Council just yesterday. Zelensky gave a disturbing account of alleged Russian atrocities in Kyiv suburbs. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel visited some of those areas, spoke with people caught up in the violence, and a warning the images in this report might be distressing to some viewers.
There's a large gap in the center of Borodyanka outside Kyiv, where an apartment building once stood. Residents say hundreds of civilians were hiding in shelters under these buildings, shelters that became tombs still unreachable under the debris. It's unclear how many were killed. Deliberately targeting civilians is a war crime, unless Russia can somehow prove that this was a military target. Borodyanka is just 15 miles from Bucha, where mass graves were discovered after Russian troops were driven out. Addressing the UN Security Council Tuesday, President Zelensky wondered if there's a point to having a Security Council if it can't provide security. Russia denies that its troops murdered civilians in Bucha, a Kyiv suburb, claiming Ukrainians staged the aftermath with actors. The Russian propaganda doesn't hold up to witness and survivor accounts. In front of their building in Bucha, Valentina and her friend said Russian soldiers went apartment to apartment, mostly looking for men. They were breaking open doors with axes and sledgehammers, she says. If you talked back, they shot you. She wanted to show me something behind the building.
She's saying one of her neighbors was so frightened because the Russian soldiers were banging on his door that he jumped out of that window on the third floor and came landing on the ground. He didn't die, hurt himself, but managed to escape. He thought the Russians were just going to shoot him dead. Desperation.
A few feet away was a grave Valentina dug with her friend.
You put up a cross. 4 people here?
2 were our neighbors, she says. We don't know who the other 2 are, but buried them anyway. She says all 4 of them were machine gunned by Russian troops. She doesn't know why. Please don't let this happen again, she says. We are regular, hard-working people. Down the street, the Abramov family was in their home when they say Russian soldiers threw a grenade through the window and set the house on fire. Vladimir and his daughter Irina came running out in the cold in slippers. They started to ask, where are the Nazis, he says.
They said we are Russians. We came to liberate you.
The soldiers grabbed Irina's husband Oleg and shot him in the head.
I started to shout, "Kill me too," because I have only one husband.
Ukrainian officials say hundreds of civilians were killed in Bucha, and the toll is rising as Russia appears to have used scorched earth tactics in its failed attempt to capture Kyiv.
Our thanks to Richard Engel for that report that was, of course, tough to listen to and see. Let's bring in Angela Stent now for more. Angela is a senior advisor to the Center for Eurasian, Russian, and East European Studies at Georgetown University and is a senior fellow at the Brookings Institute. Angela, good morning. Thanks for being with us. So, I mean, let's just pick up with the atrocities that we just heard about there in that report from Richard Engel, the same thing that President Zelensky referenced yesterday when accusing Russia of war crimes during his speech to the UN Security Council, and asked the organization to do more to punish Russia. Do you think the new sanctions from the U.S. and Europe go far enough, first of all, just in terms of what we just heard described, but also enough to hold Russia accountable here? I mean, sanctions thus far have obviously not slowed anything down.
Well, the sanctions, will have a major economic impact on Russia. They're already having it. The Russians won't be able to service their debt anymore in dollars. So it has an economic impact that punishes people. But unfortunately, it doesn't seem to make any difference in terms of Russia's war aims and what it's doing on the battlefield there. Even, they're now saying they may sanction Putin's two older daughters. So, but nothing, I think, at the moment is going to deter Putin from what he's determined to do, which is to subjugate Ukraine.
How do these suspected war crimes and what President Zelensky is seeing happen in his country and walking these neighborhoods, how do these jeopardize the ongoing peace talks between Russia and Ukraine? I mean, could there really be a serious step forward in negotiations as long as Russia continues its attacks like this on civilians?
Well, I'm afraid to say that so far the Ukrainians have been serious in these negotiations, but the Russians haven't. The Ukrainians have put forward a number of concessions, major concessions they're willing to make. And the Russian negotiators who sit down with them say, yes, we're making progress. And then immediately the Kremlin says, no progress has been made. So I do not believe at this point that the Russians are serious about negotiating even a ceasefire, and certainly not an end to these hostilities.
Angela, just yesterday, the U.S. military's top general said the conflict in Ukraine could take years to be resolved. What do you think about that statement? What do you think that could look like? Is this fighting in the East as we saw prior to this invasion? And what would the lasting impact of a drawn-out war be? What would ultimately lead to end Russia's invasion?
Well, unfortunately, I agree with the generals that I think this will be a long drawn-out conflict. Don't forget that the Russians have been fighting the Ukrainians since 2014, since the war in the Donbass began, and 14,000 people died just in that conflict so far. So we could see a lull in the fighting. We could maybe see temporary ceasefires. The Russians right now are focusing on securing the Donbass, that region in southeastern Ukraine. But unfortunately, I don't think they're done yet. And this could continue to grind on for a very long time, and that will clearly have a very serious impact also on Ukraine's neighbors as well, of course, as on Ukraine.
And Angela, you mentioned that the Ukrainians have been serious in coming to the table in these peace talks. We know one of the potential ideas now that could maybe be a step towards ending this is that contested region in the east, if Russia just focuses its attacks and attention on trying to essentially gain that region. But President Zelensky has, very clearly said our borders are our borders. What do you think this could come down to in terms of that region and that being a negotiation piece here?
Well, he said that President Zelensky said, let's sit down and talk about this. He said, of course, these are our borders, but there's some flexibility there. I think he's willing to see what he might be able to agree with the Russians about. But in order to do that, the Russians need to withdraw their troops. That's one of the Ukrainian conditions. And at the moment, the Russians are refusing to do that.
Absolutely. Angela Stent, thank you so much. We very much appreciate your expertise and analysis this morning.
We turn now to the south, where at least 2 people are dead following a night of severe weather. Tornadoes and thunderstorms whipped across the Gulf and Atlantic coast, bringing hail and strong winds with them. And it is not over yet. Another 29 million people from Florida to Kentucky are under severe weather alerts again today. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky joins us now from Allendale, South Carolina, with the very latest. Morgan, good morning.
Yeah, Vicki, good morning. And I got to tell you, it is stunning to see some of this damage here when the daylight has come out. And this has been a relentless storm system that's now brought damage from Texas here to South Carolina. This is some of what's left of Allendale. And this is one of the communities where officials issued that incredibly rare tornado emergency just minutes before this suspected twister struck, leaving at least 3 people injured in this area and a trail of damage that is incredible. Dozens of buildings here devastated by this powerful storm. And perhaps most frustrating of all is that the danger from severe weather isn't over yet.
Y'all, what you're seeing is a tornado out.
This morning, more severe weather is headed to the storm-ravaged South. More than 3 dozen tornadoes reported across 6 states since Monday.
Tornado behind R&R, ladies and gentlemen.
The latest, this massive twister in Allendale, South Carolina, carving a 15-mile path of destruction Tuesday night.
That means very dangerous. You have to take cover now.
That warning even forcing lawmakers to shelter in the basement of the South Carolina State House. Violent.
When we announced the launch of the Klepto Capture Task Force last month, I said we would leave no stone unturned in our efforts to investigate, arrest, and prosecute those whose criminal acts enable Russia to continue its unjust war in Ukraine. That is a promise we are keeping. I'm joined here today by Deputy Attorney General Monaco and FBI Director Wray. Also here are Assistant Attorney General Olson, Principal Deputy Assistant Attorney General McQuaid, FBI Cyber Section Chief Frim, and Klepto Capture Task Force Director Adams. Today, we are announcing several actions the Justice Department has taken to disrupt and prosecute criminal activity associated with the Russian regime. The first action we are announcing today is the unsealing of an indictment charging Russian oligarch Konstantin Malofev with sanctions violations. As the indictment charges, the Treasury Department previously identified Malofev as one of the main sources of financing for Russians promoting separatism in Crimea and for providing material support for the so-called Donetsk People's Republic. After being sanctioned by the United States, Malofev attempted to evade the sanctions by using co-conspirators to surreptitiously acquire and run media outlets across Europe. We are also announcing the seizure of millions of dollars from an account at a U.S. financial institution which the indictment alleges constitutes proceeds traceable to Malofev's sanctions violations. The Justice Department will continue to use all of its authorities to hold accountable Russian oligarchs and others who seek to evade U.S. sanctions. The second action we are announcing today is the disruption of a global botnet controlled by the Russian military intelligence agency, commonly known as the GRU. The Russian government has recently used similar infrastructure to attack Ukrainian targets. Fortunately, we were able to disrupt this botnet before it could be used. Thanks to our close work with international partners, we were able to detect the infection of thousands of network hardware devices. We were then able to disable the GRU's control over those devices before the botnet could be weaponized. Today's announcements are part of a series of actions that the Justice Department has recently taken to disrupt and prosecute criminal activity associated with Russia. Yesterday, together with our German law enforcement partners, we seized the Russia-affiliated Hydra darknet market, the world's largest illegal marketplace on the dark web. We also filed criminal charges against a Russian national who we allege administered the market's technical infrastructure. And on the day before that, again with our international partners, we seized the Tango, a super yacht owned by Viktor Vekselberg, another sanctioned oligarch with close ties to the Russian regime. On that same day, we obtained seizure warrants targeting the assets of several additional sanctioned Russian nationals. The Justice Department will continue to work alongside our international partners to hold accountable those who break our laws, threaten our national security, and harm our allies. Our message to those who continue to enable the Russian regime through their criminal conduct is this: it does not matter how far you sail your yacht. It does not matter how well you conceal your assets. It does not matter how cleverly you write your malware or hide your online activity. The Justice Department will use every available tool to find you, disrupt your plots, and hold you accountable. Finally, I cannot close without acknowledging the horrible images that all of us have seen coming out of Ukraine, particularly from Bucha this week. We have seen the dead bodies of civilians, some with bound hands, scattered in the streets. We have seen the mass graves. We have seen the bombed hospital, theater, and residential apartment buildings. The world sees what is happening in Ukraine. The Justice Department sees what is happening in Ukraine. This department has a long history of helping to hold accountable those who perpetrate war crimes. One of my predecessors, Attorney General Robert Jackson, later served as the chief American prosecutor at the Nuremberg trials. Today, we are assisting international efforts to identify and hold accountable those responsible for atrocities in Ukraine, and we will continue to do so. I'm now going to turn over the program to Deputy Attorney General Monaco, who will share more information about the indictment that was unsealed today.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General, and good morning, everyone. Thank you all for joining us today. As the Attorney General said, we are here today because of actions the Department of Justice has taken today and in recent weeks, actions that make clear that the same Russian government struggling to defend its unprovoked and unjustified war in the Ukraine is also corrupt at its core. The world has watched with outrage as innocent Ukrainians continue to suffer at the hands of the Russian government, and for decades, the regime has been propped up by pervasive corruption. The corruption starts at the top with Vladimir Putin's oligarch cronies who earned billions of dollars by committing crimes, often at the expense of the Russian people. The crimes these billionaires facilitate, in fact, facilitate Russia's unprovoked aggression and fuel a life of luxury for the very few. The world watches in horror as Ukrainians are forced to flee their homes, schools, and hospitals, and as they bury innocent civilians. Last month, the Attorney General asked me to establish a task force Kleptocapture, to use the full range of the department's authorities to hold accountable those oligarchs who enable the Russian regime, and to ensure that those same oligarchs feel the pain of the sanctions that have been levied on them in response to Russia's aggression in Ukraine. That task force has been hard at work. Earlier this week, our law enforcement partners in Spain, acting on our request and pursuant to a warrant issued by a United States court, seized a $90 million yacht named the Tango, belonging to sanctioned Russian oligarch Viktor Vekselberg. That yacht was subsequently searched by Spanish authorities, accompanied by agents of the FBI and Homeland Security investigations. Vekselberg was sanctioned in 2018 by the U.S. Treasury Department as part of a suite of sanctions imposed in response to Russia's invasion of Crimea. Mr. Vekselberg defied these sanctions to finance his luxury lifestyle, including making payments through U.S. banks for the support and maintenance of his yacht, a direct violation of the sanctions imposed on him. In seizing the Tango, the department demonstrated our commitment to holding accountable corrupt Russian oligarchs, a commitment we are not finished honoring. Today, charges have also been unsealed in the Southern District of New York against Konstantin Malofev, a Russian national and a Russian oligarch. Malofev is charged with conspiring to violate and violating United States sanctions. These are the first criminal charges brought by the Department of Justice against a Russian oligarch since Russia invaded Ukraine. Mr. Malofev was designated as a result of the Crimea sanctions, which forbade him from conducting financial transactions with United States persons or with property in the United States. In the years since he was sanctioned, Mr. Malofev is alleged to have flagrantly and repeatedly violated the sanctions imposed on him while attempting to establish media companies across Europe, media companies that would help spread pro-Kremlin misinformation. Mr. Malofev further violated U.S. sanctions in a scheme to transfer shares he owned in a Texas bank to a business associate in 2015. Today, in addition to the criminal charges filed against Mr. Malofev, we have seized that multi-million-dollar investment. While the oligarchs provide some of the most ostentatious displays of Russian illicit finance, they are not the only ones whose financial misconduct is tied to Russia. Yesterday, the Department of Justice disrupted the Hydra market, the world's largest and longest-running darknet marketplace. At the same time, the Department of Justice brought criminal charges against Dmitry Pavlov, a resident of Russia, for his role in operating and administering the servers used to run Hydra. Our partners at the German Federal Criminal Police played a critical role in this operation and seized over $25 million in Bitcoin from Hydra. And our partners at the Treasury Department announced sanctions on the cryptocurrency exchanges believed to have facilitated many of Hydra's transactions. As alleged, Hydra enabled users in mainly Russian-speaking countries to buy and sell a staggering variety of illicit goods and services, including illegal drugs, stolen financial information, fraudulent passports, and even hacking tools and hacking services. Transactions on Hydra were conducted in cryptocurrency, and last year, Hydra alone accounted for an estimated 80% of all darknet market-related cryptocurrency transactions. Since 2015, the marketplace has received approximately $5.2 billion in cryptocurrency. Let me say that again. Hydra alone accounted for an estimated 80% of all darknet market transactions, more than $5 billion in cryptocurrency. Working side by side with our German partners, whose assistance was critical to our efforts, as well as our law enforcement partners at the IRS and the U.S. Postal Inspection Service here at home, the DEA and the FBI have ensured that cryptocurrency can no longer be used by these criminals to fuel their crimes. Taken together, these actions make clear that those who violate our laws should expect to face justice. As Russia and its aggression continues, we have our eyes on every yacht and jet. We have our eyes on every piece of art and real estate purchased with dirty money, and on every Bitcoin wallet filled with proceeds of theft and other crimes. Together with our partners around the world, our goal is to ensure that sanctioned Russian oligarchs and cyber criminals will not find safe haven. And now I'll turn it over to Director Wray to discuss another tool employed by the FBI to address Russia's aggression.
Thank you, Lisa. I'm pleased to be here today to help announce this series of actions countering threats originating from Russia. I want to focus for a few minutes on the FBI's role in one of the actions the Attorney General mentioned and what it says about the FBI's unique cyber capabilities and what we can accomplish together with the private sector. Today, we're announcing a sophisticated, court-authorized operation disrupting a botnet of thousands of devices controlled by the Russian government before it could do any harm. We removed malware from devices used by thousands of mostly small businesses for network security all over the world, and then we shut the door the Russians had used to get into them. Yesterday's darknet takedown struck a blow against Russian criminals and the ecosystem of cryptocurrency tumblers, money launderers, malware purveyors, and others supporting them. The botnet disruption we're announcing today strikes a blow against Russian intelligence, the Russian government. The bot network we disrupted was built by the GRU, the Russian government's military intelligence agency, and in particular it was the unit in the GRU known to security researchers as Sandworm Team. This GRU team, Sandworm, had implanted a specific type of malware known as Cyclops Blink on thousands of WatchGuard Technologies Firebox devices. These are security appliances, mainly firewalls, that are typically deployed in home office environments and in small to mid-sized businesses. Sandworm strung them together to use their computing power in a way that would obfuscate who was really running the network, to let them then launch malware or to orchestrate distributed denial of service attacks like the GRU has already used to attack Ukraine. Now, I should note here that the GRU's Sandworm team has a long history of outrageous destructive attacks. The disruption of the Ukrainian electric grid in 2015, attacks against the Winter Olympics and the Paralympics in 2018, a series of disruptive attacks against the nation of Georgia in 2019, and in 2017, the NotPetya attack that devastated Ukraine but also ended up hitting systems here in the U.S., throughout Europe and elsewhere, causing more than $10 billion, that's with a B, in damages, one of the most damaging cyber attacks in the history of cyber attacks. With the court-authorized operations we're announcing today, we've disrupted this botnet before it could be used. We were largely able to do that because we had close cooperation with WatchGuard. We've worked closely with WatchGuard to analyze the malware and develop detection tools and remediation techniques over the past several weeks. And our operation removed Russia's ability to control these firebox devices on the botnet network and then copied and removed malware from the infected devices. Now, I should caution that as we move forward, any firebox devices that acted as bots may still remain vulnerable in the future until mitigated by their owners. So those owners should still go ahead and adopt WatchGuard's recommended detection and remediation steps as soon as possible. We're continuing to conduct a thorough and methodical investigation, but as we've shown, we are not going to wait for our investigations to end to act. We're going to act as soon as we can with whatever partners are best situated to help to protect the public. This announcement today shows the value of the FBI's technical expertise and unique authorities, both as a law enforcement agency and an intelligence service. That unique combination, both of which were essential to the success of this operation. It also shows what we can accomplish with our partners to help companies, like the thousands of mostly small businesses affected by this botnet, hit by threats like these posed by the Russian government. Our partnership with the private sector was key here. WatchGuard enthusiastically cooperated with the FBI to figure out the source of the infection and to counter it. That kind of cooperation makes successes like the one we're announcing today possible, and it'll continue to be important going forward. The Russian government has shown that it has no qualms about conducting this kind of criminal activity, and they continue to pose an imminent threat. And this global botnet disruption, in conjunction with the other actions discussed today, reflect an aggressive effort by the FBI and our partners to go on offense against Russian cyber threats wherever they appear. I'd also like to commend our partners at the DEA, IRS, and our foreign partners on the Hydra Darknet takedown, and all the men and women of the FBI involved with both of those operations, as well as the indictments and property seizures involving Russian oligarchs this week. I should emphasize that we will continue to rely on companies to work with us the way WatchGuard has so that we can protect our nation's cybersecurity together. For businesses, I would encourage you to have a cybersecurity plan and to include contacting your local FBI field office as an important part of that plan. And if you suspect a cyber intrusion, please contact your local FBI field office immediately. The more quickly we get involved, the more we can do to protect you. We are laser focused on disrupting the threat, on preventing harm from dangerous adversaries. And sometimes that means making arrests, and other times, like both yesterday and today, that means taking adversaries' capabilities off the field. No agency or business can do this alone. It takes everyone's cooperation, and the FBI will be there to work with you on cyber threats from Russia or anywhere else. Finally, I would like to thank and congratulate our FBI teams in a wide number of field offices, both here in the United States and our legal attaché offices overseas for their work that has paid off this week. With seizing sanctioned assets here and in Spain, with the indictments that we're announcing today, and with the disruption of both criminal and hostile intelligence activities that we're here to discuss this morning. Thank you.
With that, we'll take some questions.
Mr. Attorney General, you said the Justice Department has a long history of holding those accountable who commit war crimes. What role for the Justice Department do you contemplate in Ukraine?
Yesterday, I personally spoke with our chief Justice Department prosecutor in Paris, who was meeting with the French war crimes prosecutor. The day before, criminal division prosecutors met with prosecutors from Eurojust and Europol to work out a plan for gathering evidence with respect to Ukraine. And at the same time, the United States is, at the request of the Ukrainian prosecutor, assisting in the collection of information with respect to the atrocities that took place in Ukraine and that are still taking place.
All right. Jake.
Mr. Attorney General, are you calling for a Nuremberg-style trial, and would you be involved in that? Number one, and on an off-topic question, I know that you don't comment on ongoing investigations, but would you confirm that you're being briefed on the Hunter Biden investigation?
All right. On the second off-topic question, we don't comment about pending investigations, so that's as best I can give you on that. On the former, I'm not calling for anything at this time. We're in the collection of evidence stage, and that's what we're doing. We're helping our European partners and our Ukrainian partners and our partners across the United States government, including particularly the Department of State, to collect the information on the atrocities that we have all seen in both photographs and video footage over this week. It can't help but pain every one of us to watch that. But that's what we will be doing, collecting that information for purposes of investigation.
The announcement today is about sanctions dating back to actions that happened in 2014. Does the Justice Department need to move faster to make these sanctions matter in what's happening in Ukraine today? Do you need or want more authority in some fashion to move faster on sanctions?
Well, I hope you were going to conclude that we were moving awfully fast, given the number of things that we've announced today and we announced before. Once sanctions are imposed, then the violation, that freezes. Then the violation of sanctions is attempting to move them, attempting to hide them, attempting to distribute them. So, of course, we're moving on the ones that have violated the sanctions rules. But we also have sanctions that the Treasury Department has imposed. And anyone who attempts to violate those sanctions will be prosecuted, investigated. There will be seizures as soon as we can.
Chris.
Mr. Attorney General, I'm wondering how much you're seeing evasive activity by Russian oligarchs that you're targeting at this point. Are they taking specific steps? What kind of specific steps are they taking to hide their assets? And then, if I may, can you just
let's try that one first. So I'm going to turn to the Deputy Attorney General and the Director of the Task Force to answer that question.
Thanks very much. Well, as the Attorney General mentioned, the sanctions activity, once those are imposed, that freezes the assets, and the criminal activity is in itself the evading of those sanctions, so seeking to move those assets. Now, I'm not going to disclose to you what we see in our investigations, but suffice to say that we have sophisticated methods and a great deal of expertise that we've brought together with the Klepto Capture Task Force, whether it's money laundering, tracing, sophisticated cryptocurrency tracing efforts, you name it. We're bringing all of that to bear to go after the efforts to evade these sanctions using whatever means criminal actors use. I'll ask Mr. Adams if he's got anything to add.
Thank you. I think as the indictments themselves lay out, the department's aware of a number of different typologies and processes by which people attempt to hide assets. There are obviously public reporting and very much public online Twitter feeds regarding the physical movement of ostentatious property that I think everybody's aware of. The department's aware of those and other efforts, and will continue to investigate evasion in all forms.
And then, Mr. Attorney General, if I may just do a quick follow-up on the, you mentioned that you're helping to document the war crimes that are taking place, that you're helping your international partners. Yeah. Can you be more specific on how you're helping them? What specifically are you doing?
Well, I think I've told all I can tell right now. We've been meeting with Europol and Eurojust in Paris over this week. And as I said, our most senior Justice Department Criminal Division prosecutor has been meeting with the French prosecutor, war crimes prosecutor, and we're working with the State Department team on a multinational effort to support the Ukrainian prosecutor.
Last question from Michael. Mr. Attorney General, could you first identify the media organizations that you believe are linked to the oligarch, and then I have a second question.
I don't know whether that was disclosed in the indictment, but I'll leave it.
The specific names are not disclosed in the indictment. Mr. Malofiev is obviously a public personality, and you'll find plenty of information of them on open source.
And then, if I may, it's been several weeks since the department received a referral from Congress on Mark Meadows, and the House is poised to vote again on 2 referrals today. What do you say to those who may be losing confidence in the department because it's taking so long? And do you have concerns that congressional referrals become somewhat toothless if the department doesn't take enforcement action?
Yeah, so the Meadows referral went to the United States Attorney for the District of Columbia. It's been made quite public, and we will follow the facts and the law wherever they lead. We don't comment any further on investigations. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Doctors considered amputation, but chose pins, rods, and screws to save it. Woods spent 3 months in a hospital bed and endured months of painful rehab.
I don't have any qualms about what I can do physically from a golf standpoint. It's now walking is the hard part.
The steep terrain golfers must walk at Augusta National is notorious. On the 10th hole, from where a golfer tees off to the lowest point of the fairway is a drop greater than the height of the Statue of Liberty. From the highest point of the course to the lowest is nearly the size of Niagara Falls.
You can feel Augusta National in your shins after you play. So 4 days of that when he hasn't done this in over a year and a half, that's a lot to ask.
Fans are elated to see his return to play.
He has nothing left to prove. It's really just for him. So I think for a lot of people, they can see a little bit of themselves in it.
Friend and fellow golfer Rory McIlroy is one of those not counting out a possible win for Woods.
I'm not surprised at anything he does anymore.
Should Tiger take home a 6th Masters win, he would tie the record with Jack Nicklaus, the golf legend, weighing Woods' odds, writing in part, Tiger wouldn't tee it up if he didn't think he could compete and win. In 2019, he remembered how to win. If his body holds up, could he do it again?
A 6th green jacket? Well, odds makers say the chances of that are 50-1. But I think we know as we look at Tiger Woods' history, you never count him out. Nikki?
You never do, and he is an odds beater in so many ways. Just being there, being able to play, being able to walk, having his leg. Carrie Sanders, thank you so much. We appreciate you. Coming up, the latest installment in our network-wide series, The Fleecing of America. And this one's a doozy.
Aren't they always? The nation's taxpayers taken for billions during the pandemic. Fraud on a massive scale, all tracing back to one government program, unemployment. That story right after this break.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are back with our series that you just saw there, The Fleecing of America, and what may be the biggest fleece ever.
Yeah, taxpayers were taken for billions of dollars as the government rushed to support Americans who lost their jobs during the pandemic, and that left the door wide open for a lot of fraud.
NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has been investigating this for us, and he joins us here on set. Hey, Tom, good morning.
This is going to make you angry. Are you ready? Your blood will boil on this one. Ooh. Here's the bottom line. This is a program that, as you know, was meant to really help all of us, right? But this unemployment insurance fraud has exploded. We're talking about billions and billions of dollars. Your money, my money. It's gone. The chances of getting it back, not so good.
In Pennsylvania, a horrific case of identity theft caught on camera in a restroom.
May you please confirm your social security number?
Prosecutors say a caretaker for intellectually disabled people stole their identities and filed more than $100,000 in fake unemployment assistance claims. He has not entered a plea. In California, a hospital worker allegedly stole the identities of dying patients for a fraud ring. This guy died a few hours ago. How many names do we need? He texted a co-conspirator. And it's happening in every city and state. Crooks stealing billions in pandemic-related state unemployment benefits.
Claims being made in the names of inmates, death row people, dead people, fake people.
Sacramento District Attorney Anne-Marie Schubert. Is this a fleecing of America?
It's the biggest fleecing of America I think we'll ever see.
And Sacramento is in the middle of it. Unemployment insurance fraud is happening across the country, but California is ground zero, with an estimated $20 to $30 billion in fraud in just 2 years. That's equal to almost 10% of what California state agencies spent last year stolen. Who's behind it? Everyday Americans and criminals, even overseas crime syndicates cashing in on pandemic unemployment assistance. Many filing obviously fake claims using aliases like Minnie Mouse, Poopy Britches, and John Doe. But the states, ill-equipped to audit the millions of pandemic claims, were also under pressure to issue the checks to prevent mass unemployment and poverty. Tens of thousands of California prison inmates' names were used to file claims and send those checks to addresses nationwide.
Any one of these houses could be a drop spot.
And you'd never know.
You never know.
John Costa's software is used to uncover this kind of fraud. He says the total losses are much higher than most states are willing to admit.
I can tell you that in some states, we saw as many as 3 out of 4 applications for some of the federal programs were very likely fraudulent.
75%?
75% in certain states. Really astounding numbers.
Many claims are filed under stolen identities, yours and mine, for sale on the dark web. Security veteran Derek Benner took us inside. This person is selling 8,000 passports, $7 each.
And they contain personal information such as social security numbers and dates of birth.
Some criminals filed thousands of bogus claims simultaneously, the web spreading across the country. The problem? Most states don't share insurance claim or fraud information with each other. NBC News asked all 50 states how much they'd lost to fraud and how many Americans have been affected. Most didn't know or wouldn't say. But Ohio State Auditor Keith Faber was candid. His own stolen identity was used in a fraud scheme.
We found systemic failures at all levels. We found that the system did not have the proper controls to avoid fraud and overpayments. We think the total number now is over $5 billion in loss.
We're going to have to fix this problem. Unless America's willing to accept it, we're going to literally send hundreds of billions of dollars to criminals.
And police say street criminals have found easy money in filing fake claims, helping to fuel the surge in drugs, guns, and violence. A lot of people may think that, unemployment insurance fraud is kind of a victimless crime. You're just taking money from the government.
Well, ask anybody on the other side of a handgun, particularly, or an automatic weapon, or an AR-15 that's been purchased with unemployment insurance fraud. Ask them if that's a victimless crime. Ask anybody whose child was found dead in their room because of fentanyl poisoning. When we put astronomical amounts of money into the hands of criminal, this is not a victimless crime.
Yeah, I want you to listen to this stat. First of all, California says it is taking steps to come down on this, already blocking $125 billion in fraud. But listen to this. Experts believe the scale of the unemployment-related fraud nationwide surpassing $200 billion. That's the amount of money that Google's parent company made worldwide last year. It's your money, it's my money, it's your money, it's gone.
Is there any hope of getting it back?
Not much. The problem is a lot of this is overseas crime syndicates, literally Nigeria and Eastern Europe. Getting that money back, very, very challenging.
And for the people who lose their identities, it can be such a nightmare to try to reclaim who you are and get the rightful benefits if you're on that side of it.
And I've done so many stories over the last 10 years going into the dark web. You should assume that your information is, in fact, on the dark web right now.
Wow.
Always be monitoring, your credit report. What
I don't know about you. I freeze my credit.
Yeah.
So nobody can open up some loan to buy a new car without me knowing it. I freeze it. When I need my credit, I unfreeze it for 3 days, freeze it again.
Good advice.
Great advice, especially you hearing selling passports for $7. I mean, it's some startling details in there. Tom Costello, thank you so much, and great to have you here on set with us.
My pleasure. Thanks.
See you, Tom.
Now let's stay on your money with our CNBC Money Minute, the biggest financial headlines of the day and why they matter to you.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us now. Hey, good morning, Silvana.
Good morning. JetBlue is offering to buy Spirit Airlines for $3.6 billion. The bid could break up a plan for Spirit to merge with rival budget carrier Frontier. JetBlue says combining with Spirit would lead to lower fares by creating a challenger to the nation's 4 biggest airlines, American, Delta, United, and Southwest. That's the same argument Frontier made when it unveiled its takeover offer back in February. And combined, JetBlue and Spirit would have about 170 daily flights to Florida alone. Volkswagen plans to focus on its profitable premium vehicles and scrap many gas-powered models by the end of the decade. That's according to the Financial Times. VW's brands also include Audi and Porsche. The new strategy is a sign of major changes in the auto industry, which has attempted for decades to increase profit by selling more cars each year, even if that means resorting to heavy discounts. And Google Maps is rolling out some new updates, including an estimate on how much you may have to pay for tolls on your trip. Google says it looks at factors such as the cost of using EasyPass or other payment methods the day of the week and the cost of the toll at the specific time you'll be crossing it. Toll-free routes will also be displayed. The feature will be available on Android and iOS devices for more than 2,000 toll roads in the U.S., India, Indonesia, and Japan later this month, with more countries coming soon.
Can I say I love that feature so much?
Yes.
It's so helpful.
Same.
And it right now with gas prices, inflation, it makes a huge difference.
And a lot of times if I'm on the road in a rental car working on a story or something and you don't know the area and all of a sudden you're like, oh, I'm on a toll road.
Right.
Okay, didn't know
Exactly.
that. All right, Savannah, thanks so much.
You got it.
Coming up on Morning News Now, fighting back against Moscow's aggression with the subtle and confident energy of ballet. The Ukrainian and Russian dancers helping the war effort the only way they know how.
Plus, the brother-sister TikTok duo bringing autism awareness to a brand new audience. You'll want to see this one. It's up next.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Welcome back. As the war in Ukraine rages on, Russian and Ukrainian ballet dancers are leaving their home countries now united against the violence as well as their shared love of dance.
Yeah, you think about the cosmonauts and the astronauts, and now you have Russian and Ukrainian ballerinas sharing the stage. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga brings us their story.
Well, ballet is a much-loved tradition, even an institution in both Russia and Ukraine that goes back centuries. So you could say that by dancing together on that stage at the Opera House in Naples, those dancers from both countries really moved some steps toward reconciliation.
Divided by bullets, united by ballet. These Russian and Ukrainian dancers left their countries for different reasons. The Ukrainians to flee the war, the Russians because they were against it. They are now united on a neutral stage, the Opera House in Naples, for a fundraising gala. Among them is Olga Smirnova, until recently the lead dancer at Russia's Bolshoi, one of the most prestigious opera houses in the world. 2 weeks after the war started, Smirnova wrote on Telegram, "I condemn the war with all the fibers of my soul." She called it a global catastrophe and said she never thought she would be ashamed of Russia. She then left the Bolshoi, Russia, and her family behind.
I just want to see them.
Yeah.
I don't have any plan to come back to Russia.
Smirnova is not the first ballet dancer to leave Russia for political reasons. In 1961, Rudolf Nureyev, considered by some the greatest ballet dancer ever, famously defected to the West.
My country is stage, my nationality is a dancer.
But while Olga and Nureyev decided to leave their country, Ukrainian ballet dancers fled due to the Russian invasion. Anastasia Gurskaya is the leading dancer at the National Opera of Ukraine. After the start of the war, she hid in a bomb shelter for 2 weeks before she left the country.
I thought that I should to do something for supporting my country. If I will just sit in the shelter, I can't support and help in my country. But now I had this chance to be here and tell my opinion on the stage for my dance.
Tens of Ukrainian ballet dancers have found shelter in opera houses across Europe, but not all of them fled the war. Oleksiy Potyomkin is the principal dancer at the National Opera of Ukraine. After his country became a theater of war, he swapped ballet costumes with bulletproof camouflage. In a statement sent to NBC News, he says he has no military training, but decided to join the army and now helps paramedics evacuate wounded soldiers and help civilians. In the meantime, he keeps practicing. Not easy in army uniform and a rifle in his hand. His dream to dance again in front of an audience in times of peace. This is what his fellow dancers were here for. The only real steps, for now, toward reconciliation.
Well, the gala raised $50,000 in ticket sales. They will all be donated to the Italian Red Cross and will be used to pay for clothes, food and housing for the tens of thousands of Ukrainian refugees who've already arrived in Italy.
All right, Claudio, thank you so much for bringing us that story.
Yeah, amazing. And now this week marks the beginning of Autism Awareness Month. And this morning we want to bring you the story of a brother and sister duo from Richmond, Virginia.
Brittany and Ryan McGuire get millions of people to watch their TikTok videos that give a rare glimpse into life with autism. Their joy and laughter puts a smile on almost anybody who watches them, while they teach compassion along the way. And they joined the Today Show earlier to talk more about their viral videos. Take a listen.
When they very first see me, it's like, whoa, you're that right guy from TikTok. Whoa, aren't you that right guy from TikTok? Yeah. I'm like, it's like, it blows my mind.
What do you like it?
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah. What do you say? What do you say back?
I go, yes, I am. Sure am.
It seems like you're comfortable being in public and you talk about anxiety. Has TikTok changed the way you feel?
It really has, and it really has eased my anxiety level.
Yeah.
Like the social aspect of it, right?
Yeah.
Stepping out of your comfort zone a little
Yeah, it's
bit.
like I'm stepping out of my comfort zone and into the fire.
TikTok brought us together because it gave us a way to bond and to find something that we both enjoy, like having in common and everything, because he's a big sports guy and he knows a lot more than I do.
It helped us bond more.
Absolutely. It helped me get a better understanding.
Ryan, what do you think people learn about autism when they see these videos?
Well, what they learn is they learn what autism is, and they learn what
how you want to be treated.
How I want to be treated.
Absolutely.
How autism needs to be treated.
Absolutely.
Which is so important. Now, Ryan was in for quite a treat while he was at the Today Show. His favorite basketball team is the New York Knicks. So who better to give Ryan a special message than none other than Knicks guard Derrick Rose. Rose recorded a greeting for Ryan before giving him tickets to tonight's game along with a signed jersey.
How cool is that? And so important. I love that they are bringing, so many of us know someone who has autism or a family. We're all touched by it. So they're bringing a different perspective for us.
Absolutely. And we hear how much of a difference it's made for him having TikTok.
And having so much fun with it, too. Well, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Breaking news first on NBC News Now. New sanctions. President Biden announcing additional penalties against Russia today, including a sanction on Vladimir Putin's own daughters. This as new images of crews unearthing new devastation across Ukraine emerge.
Tornado outbreak. 29 million people from across the South under weather alerts today. How communities are coping after more than 36 tornadoes reported across 6 states just this week.
Rising costs. The price of eggs, toilet paper, baby formula, all skyrocketing at the grocery store. How some shoppers are finding a way to save on the things they need most.
And in it to win it, golf legend Tiger Woods announcing that he's planning to play in the Masters, teeing off tomorrow. What he says is the hardest part about getting back in the game. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And good Wednesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin with breaking news today. The U.S. hitting Russia with a new round of sanctions. The targets include the nation's largest bank and financial institution. President Biden expected to address those sanctions this afternoon. The EU and other G7 nations are also poised to take the same steps today.
We're also learning more about the level of devastation. Borodyanka, a city just outside of the capital of Kyiv. Ukraine retook control from Russian troops just 4 days ago. Our very own Richard Engel reports rescue crews are digging for bodies today in the rubble of that apartment building. Meanwhile, the Vatican today, Pope Francis held a Ukrainian flag that he says was sent from Bucha. He kissed it and repeated his call for an end to the war in Ukraine.
We are covering every angle of this rapidly developing story. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi in Lviv, Ukraine, for us today. Ali, I want to start with the situation in Bucha that we know is just awful and horrific. What more are we learning about what exactly is happening there?
Hi, Aaron. Well, you know, as you said, it's a devastating situation in Bucha. Many of the Ukrainians here are still trying to come to terms with those horrifying images that have come out of there. Some of the people we've spoke to were residents of Bucha, and they've just described appalling scenes there. So now that the Russians have pulled out of those suburbs of Bucha, Irpin, Hostomel, it's allowed independent organizations to get in there. The UN is trying to get in there right now. And one of the most important factors there is that they want to collect evidence, preserve it, and protect it if there are going to be any trials for atrocities, war crimes that were committed there by Russian troops, by their commanders. It's not just Vladimir Putin that they're looking at bringing charges up against, but the people that actually perpetrated them in Bucha. And the scenes have been horrible. I mean, we're hearing reports that we can't independently confirm that the Russians tried to burn many of the bodies that were there to maybe get rid of the evidence. So it's a really terrible scene. They're talking about exhuming bodies there just to be able to identify them because they've been mutilated so badly, and then find out what the cause of death was. So there's a lot of uncovering to be done in Bucha to bring people to justice that have committed these terrible crimes. President Zelensky, speaking at the UN, said that everybody that carried out these crimes in Bucha has to to be held accountable, even the low-level soldiers. It's not good enough to say that they were just obeying orders. These were crimes against civilians, not soldiers. And you've seen those pictures, Aaron, people with their hands bound behind their back, shot in the back of the head, execution style. So it's a horrifying situation, and now more and more of it is coming to light. But even worse than that, Aaron, even the Ukrainian foreign minister said that this is just the tip of the iceberg. We haven't had access to places like Mariupol, which has been surrounded since the beginning of this war, and the expectation is what's going to come out of Mariupol may be even worse than Bucha.
Ali, I do want to ask you very quickly about the humanitarian effort on the ground there. I know that the Red Cross is there doing work in that region. What are we hearing from that organization?
That's right. Well, they're trying to open up 11 humanitarian corridors, most of them in the east of the country, which is the focus of attention now for the Russians. And now that they've been sort of pushed out of the Kyiv area, the spotlight is in the Donetsk area, where they have separatists loyal to Russia fighting for them there. But as we've seen, the Russians seem to be regrouping. Many of those troops from Kyiv aren't going straight to Donetsk. So the government authorities here in Ukraine are saying, get out of those areas while you can, while those corridors are open. Get on the buses, get on the private cars, and move further central and west of the country, because that may come under very sustained attacks in the coming days and weeks when the Russians move into there. So they're saying, well, there's an opportunity, just get out of there. And of course, as we've seen, Aaron, before, the Russians haven't honored many of those corridors. So this is the most opportune time for civilians to get out of there before it possibly becomes too late again.
We also have our national security correspondent, Ken Delanian, with us in Washington now. Ken, I know the Attorney General and the FBI Director just laid out some new ways the U.S. is trying to fight Russian criminal activity. What did we hear from them today?
Well, Aaron, first of all, they announced charges against a Russian oligarch for violating U.S. sanctions. And it was an example of how the DOJ is really going after this behavior that they really hadn't prosecuted to date, which is oligarchs who are sanctions and then try to move their money out of U.S. accounts using proxies or family members. Often that violates U.S. law. It's hard to prosecute. It's labor intensive. They announced some charges today, and we expect more of that. They also announced that they took down a Russian botnet. That's a network of computers that can conduct cyber attacks and really wreak havoc in multiple countries. They said they took it down before it even got off the ground. So that was a significant blow to Russian cyber activity. And then lastly, Merrick Garland commented in rather emotional terms about the images that he's seeing out of Bucha and other places that he believes constitutes war crimes. And he really made it clear that the Department of Justice has a role to play in prosecuting war crimes, and that he will wait until the time is right to strike. Take a listen to what he had to say.
Our message to those who continue to enable the Russian regime through their criminal conduct is this: it does not matter how far you sail your yacht. It does not matter how well you conceal your assets. It does not matter how cleverly you write your malware or hide your online activity. The Justice Department will use every available tool to find you, disrupt your plots, and hold you accountable.
And again, this is a significant new initiative. They're really putting resources into this that they have not in the past for obvious reasons, and they're saying it's going to bear fruit, so stay tuned.
All right, we will do that. Ken Delanian for us in Washington, Ali Arouzi in Lviv, Ukraine. Thank you both. Now, the U.S. is sending $100 million worth of new military aid to Ukraine.
And that money will be used for anti-armor missiles like these. The Pentagon says the weapons have been effective against Russian forces. It's one of the key topics that Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell discussed in an exclusive conversation with U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken. Here's her report this hour from Brussels.
As the war in Ukraine rages on and atrocities mount, I sat down exclusively today in Brussels with Secretary of State Tony Blinken and asked him whether the $100 million in new Javelin anti-tank weapons for Ukraine that he has just approved can shorten this war. So what about the Javelins?
To put this in perspective, between the United States and other allies and partners, for every Russian tank in Ukraine, we have provided or will soon provide 10 anti-tank systems, 10 for every single Russian tank. So in terms of what they need to act quickly and act effectively, to deal with the planes that are firing at them from the skies, the tanks that are trying to destroy their cities from the ground.
Your UN ambassador, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, described these atrocities and compared it by extension to the Holocaust. Talked about what the Council of Mariupol have described, people forcibly, tens of thousands, taken from their homes, taken to Russia and put in camps. Isn't that the very definition of genocide?
Well, we have to get all of the information, all of the evidence. We have to, as I said, document everything that's happened, fully understand what's happened.
Do we know anything about what's happening in these Russian camps with Ukrainians? And do we have any hope of getting them back?
We don't have good information on that, but certainly we're doing everything we can. Other countries are doing everything they can to make sure that anyone who's being detained is released.
Still, for all the new sanctions that the U.S. and Europe are approving here in Brussels today and tomorrow, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Milley, has told Congress that this war will continue for years. Andrea Mitchell, NBC News, Brussels.
President Biden is expected to lay out new sanctions against Russia at an event in Washington today. NBC News senior digital White House reporter Shannon Pettypiece joins us now live from the White House. Shannon, it's great to see you. Look, these are additional sanctions. These are new sanctions. What do we know about them and how are they different from what we've seen before?
Well, it's another ratcheting up of this economic pressure the U.S. is trying to put on the Russian government, on top Russian officials, and more broadly as well on the Russian people. Some significant names included in here. The U.S. is going to be sanctioning the 2 adult daughters of Vladimir Putin, as well as family members of other senior Russian officials, including Foreign Minister Lavrov and the former President Medvedev. Oftentimes, billionaires, officials have tried to evade sanctions by transferring their wealth or shifting their accounts into the names of family members. So an attempt to try and cut that off. More broadly, the U.S. going after some of the biggest financial institutions in the country. They're going to be placing sanctions on the largest private bank and the largest financial institution in Russia that controls about a third of global finance in that country, or I should say domestic finance in that country. So now about 2/3 of Russia's banking system is under these sanctions. And the administration has said they acknowledge that to date, these sanctions have not appeared to deter any of this aggression and any of these atrocities by Russia, but they see this as a sustained long game, that over time, these are the type of actions that are going to put pressure on the Russian economy and could ultimately not only push Putin to stop the war, but cripple any of his financial capabilities to carry out this war furthermore.
Now, Shannon, that's a really important point because a lot of the details of what you're describing is what Biden is expected to announce at an event he's attending today, where he will be speaking specifically to a group of construction workers, a really important part of our economy and our workforce. Why is he speaking to this group? And really, what is his messaging to them?
Right. Well, the president's support for unions continues to be one of the sort of trademarks of his administration. That's at least what White House officials say. It is a crucial voting bloc for Democrats, a crucial area of support. Usually union workers fall into that white working class male demographic that Democrats had struggled with, and that sort of helped push them over the line in 2020. You know, you mentioned the broader economy, though. The building trade has been hit like every other sector, it seems, with a lot of these pressures on supply chain and worker shortage. So expect the president to talk about things he's doing to address some of these wider issues when it comes to inflation and the labor market, and how that can help these workers and shore up their own industry.
Shannon Pettypiece, really important reporting from the White House. We appreciate it. Thanks, Shannon.
Parts of the South reeling after yet another deadly round of severe weather. Powerful storms in that region have been relentless, really, slamming several states for the last 2 weeks. We've had reports of at least 29 tornadoes across Georgia and South Carolina alone. Aerial footage from Blue Ridge, Texas, just outside Dallas, showing rooftops ripped from homes. In Georgia, a man died when a tree fell onto his house. Also in Texas, the body of a woman was found outside her mobile home. The threat is far from over now. 29 million people are under severe weather alerts, with more tornadoes expected today. Meteorologist Bill Cairns is standing by with the latest track for us. Let's begin, though, with NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky in South Carolina.
Yeah, this is a storm system that has just been relentless that now leaves damage from Texas to here in South Carolina. We are outside Allendale, one of the hardest hit communities, and I have to tell you, just getting our first glimpse of the damage, it's stunning. This is all that's left of one home of dozens that this suspected tornado struck. This storm prompting officials to issue a very rare tornado emergency, giving people just minutes to take cover, and thank goodness they did. And today, as they survey this damage, the threat of severe weather isn't over yet.
More severe weather is headed to the storm-ravaged South. More than 36 tornadoes reported across 6 states since Monday.
Tornado behind R&R, ladies and gentlemen.
The latest, this massive twister in Allendale, South Carolina, carving a 15-mile path of destruction Tuesday night.
That means very dangerous. You have to take cover now.
That warning even forcing lawmakers to shelter in the basement of the South Carolina State House. Violent storms killed a woman in Bryan County, Georgia. In Newton, Mississippi, this suspected tornado captured on surveillance video as blinding rain and winds moved in seconds. The aftermath seen nearby, with branches littered across highways. In Alabama, more possible twisters shearing trees, flipping cars, and tossing trailers.
It was all still at just 1 minute, and then the next few seconds sounded like a train was outside us.
The deadly storms first moved through Texas late Monday night, killing one man when a tree fell on his home near Tyler. In Johnson County, one woman was rushing to escape when the storm lifted up her entire house.
Before I knew it, it blew my glass doors in, and then the house just started tumbling.
Brittany Deaton is hurt but alive this morning thanks to her dad. He ran to the rescue after she became trapped inside the family's RV. But just as they ran for cover, powerful winds rolled the trailer right on top of them.
I got hit by something and fell over, and it scratched me all up. And my dad got hit by the trailer.
He's now recovering in a hospital, his family calling him a hero.
Because he saved her, in my thoughts. He saved my daughter.
This dangerous system that drenched multiple states is now causing major flooding and bringing with it golf ball-sized hail. And today, the rain, wind, and tornado risk happening all over again as another round of dangerous spring storms get ready to strike the South.
And today, National Weather Service officials will be touring this damage to categorize the power of this tornado. But consider this. Experts say that on radar yesterday, debris from this community was seen pulled up into the atmosphere as high as 20,000 feet in the air. We'll send it back to you.
Let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns now. Bill, Morgan just gave us a look at what was happening there on the ground. What can we expect to see today and in the days ahead?
Yeah, I was just staring at the images behind Morgan of what was left of that house. The only things I could make out was a refrigerator and, like a queen-size mattress. Right. Everything else was just, you had no clue what it was. It was just, so sad for so many homes. And that Allendale was one of the biggest ones that we were concerned with yesterday. We knew we could see on radar the debris flying thousands of feet up in the air. So we knew that town was hit hard. So here's all of the tornado reports from yesterday. 39 reports started in Mississippi, and then it just rolled due east right through Alabama, Georgia, and into South Carolina. 2 fatalities, as we said, over a dozen injuries. We did not have any towns or cities that were hit or demolished, so we avoided that. But we still have a lot of, dozens, if not hundreds, of homes with significant damage. So we showed you this graphic at the beginning of this segment, 29 million people at risk. The way you look at this, it's almost like a chart showing like where the bullseye has the best chance of getting the worst damage. So that's the enhanced risk from Atlanta to Chattanooga, Birmingham, Montgomery. So a lot of big population centers included in this, even in the Savannah area. The best chance of tornadoes will be south of Atlanta from Montgomery to Macon to Albany, Georgia, over towards Waycross and towards Savannah. That's the area of concerns for tornadoes. And then tomorrow, we'll still can see these storms pushing east, Norfolk, Virginia Beach, New Bern area, Wilmington to Cape Hatteras, and then our I-4 corridor from Tampa to Orlando, Daytona Beach will have a chance for some strong storms, but the tornado threat is lower. So here's how it all plays out as we go throughout the day today. You just see all the bright reds on this map. That shows you where all the thunderstorms are going to be located at 6 p.m. That's kind of the peak of our severe weather outbreak later today in Montgomery through central Georgia and near Charleston. And then tomorrow, it's not going to be a severe weather outbreak, but be prepared for significant travel delays and airport delays as heavy rain will move through D.C. around the midday hour, but Philadelphia and New York City around 6 p.m. tomorrow evening is not going to be a time you're going to want to be on the roads. Could even be some thunderstorms with some very heavy rain ponding on the roads, and then that will exit for a decent Friday. So for today, our late-day severe thunderstorm outbreak in the southeast. I expect those storms to start popping up here in Alabama at around 2 to 3 o'clock this afternoon. And if we have tornadoes from them, likely it'd be between about 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. this evening. So, the 2 days in a row in the same areas is very rare, and I hope they're ready.
All right, NBC's meteorologist Bill Cairns for us. Bill, thank you so much for the update. And to our viewers, stay with us because oil executives are being grilled by lawmakers on Capitol Hill right now.
Coming up, what they're saying about the nation's sky-high gas prices.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Top oil executives are in the hot seat today on the Hill. As Americans continue to grapple with sky-high gas prices, lawmakers are grilling a group of leaders from the oil and gas industry. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell has been tracking the hearings for us. Leanne, can you sort of lay out for us exactly what this panel is pressing these executives on?
Yeah, so what the panel wants to do is they want to draw attention to these gas prices by saying that it's not Congress's fault, it's not the Democrats' fault. They are trying to place blame on the oil companies, and the reason is because they're an easy boogeyman with these very rich, very powerful men, mostly men, I should say, before this committee. And so that is the goal of this, as skyrocketing gas prices are really problematic for Democrats heading in these midterm elections. This is something that voters are very concerned with, and this is something that could impact them politically. But these oil executives are pushing back. For example, Chevron CEO Mike Wirth said, quote, "We do not control the price of crude oil and natural gas." So they are trying to say that they have no control of the price of gas at the pump. And so their attempt to blame them is misdirected. Aaron.
Leanne, I'm curious, has the war in Ukraine come up at all during today's hearing? Obviously, a lot of folks have been talking about and connecting these oil prices and increases that we've seen to that issue. What have you heard?
It actually has. Now, let's step back a little bit. Democrats are blaming the war in Ukraine and Putin specifically, calling it the Putin price hike. But gas prices have also been rising before the war. Of course, they escalated after the war started. But the oil executives are saying that the war is actually contributing to higher gas prices, and there's not a lot they could do about it. They note that Russia supplies 10% of the oil around the world and 30% of natural gas just for Europe. And so these oil executives are saying that it's going to be very expensive and a lot of resources and time in order for these companies to make up for Russia's supply that they provide to the world. And so this has come up and it will continue to come up. But the question also is will these Democrats be able to convince the public that it's this oil executive's fault along with Putin? Because these midterm elections are really what Democrats are worried about, in addition to the policy, of course, and the high gas prices. But this is also very political, Aaron.
All right, Leanne Caldwell on the Hill today. Thank you, Leanne.
Yep.
The Justice Department is closing in on 800 arrests, all in connection to the Capitol riot. But they do have a problem on their hands, and that's the fact that there's really not enough prosecutors to bring all of these cases to trial. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams joins us now live from D.C. Pete, I have been looking forward to talking to you today about this because help us understand a little bit more. I mean, what do you even do in a case like this when there aren't enough prosecutors? I mean, what is the Justice Department going to do to really catch up with the backlog?
Ask Congress for more. That's the simple answer to the question. The Justice Department's new budget does include about $34 million for 130 new positions for Capitol prosecutors. By our count, and we tally these things every couple of days, there have been 778 people charged in the Capitol riot.
Wow.
251 of them have pleaded guilty. 121 have been sentenced. But the people who are helping to identify these folks, there are all these amateur sleuths that are online looking at the videos like this, trying to identify every single person in these videos, say that there are hundreds more that they've identified. So the number of charges could easily go over 1,000 cases. The Justice Department made the decision very early on after the Capitol riot that everyone who entered the Capitol, no matter what they did, would potentially face criminal charges, either misdemeanor charges of basically trespassing or more serious charges of trying to disrupt the Electoral College vote that was going on January 6th. And the people that you're looking at here outside the Capitol are also technically in violation of the law because they crossed a police line to be there. So there have been charges, the Justice Department could have made a decision, for example, to go after people like this guy who's already been charged for breaking the windows and trying to get into the Capitol, for assaulting police, for spraying chemical spray at police, stealing police shields, damaging property inside the Capitol. That is a subset of, but look at those pictures.
Right.
In theory, all of them could face criminal charges. And one of the questions we've had from the very beginning of this whole criminal prosecution is, how many people could that be? And the answer is it could well be over 1,000.
Now, Pete, I do think you just answered a portion of this, but I want to make sure I'm not cutting off any, additional pieces of reporting that I'm missing here. Did I hear you say 778 cases and that 1,000 more cases could be on the way? Does that mean that further arrests could be coming from those people you mentioned who were just outside of the Capitol crossing?
Yeah, to be clear, 778 so far. That number could go to 1,000. I don't think we're looking at 1,000 more cases, but we're potentially looking at a couple of hundred more as the criminal charges, for example, some of those that were filed just last week have court documents in which the FBI said that in the days after, in just a few days after the Capitol riot, they got a tip about some specific person. It's taken that long for some of these charges to be filed, and it's an enormously time-consuming process for people at the FBI to go through pictures like this,
right,
video like this, surveillance video. Just, look at that picture. If you were trying to identify every single person in that picture, or that one, you can imagine what a tedious thing that would be. There are people doing it right now.
Pictures and images that none of us can forget as we watch that unfold on January 6th. Pete Williams joining us from D.C. Pete, thank you.
You bet.
The mayor of Mariupol says Russian forces have turned his city into a death camp.
Still ahead, the humanitarian crisis unfolding there right now as 160,000 people are cut off from communication, food, and even medicine. Stay with us.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Making news right now, police have arrested a third suspect in Sunday's mass shooting in Sacramento. Police say the man was arrested after being seen with a gun after the shooting. The other two men arrested are brothers. Police say the older brother posted a live video to Facebook of himself with a handgun just hours before the shooting. A high school student is in stable condition after being shot on campus. That happened on Tuesday morning at Erie High School in Pennsylvania. The student was hospitalized with non-life-threatening wounds. Police are searching for the shooter, who they suspect is younger than 15. And the Biden administration is extending the pause on student loan payments. Because of the pandemic, federal payments were frozen in March of 2020. They were scheduled to resume on May 1st. But after calls from Democrats in Congress, the White House has extended that deadline to August 31st.
And it's the bottom of the hour, so let's get you up to speed on the latest coming out of Ukraine. President Biden is announcing new sanctions against Russia. Those sanctions will ban all new U.S. investment there, as well as increase sanctions on financial institutions and state-owned businesses. The U.S. and the EU are also including sanctions on Vladimir Putin's daughters.
Today, 11 humanitarian corridors are opening to evacuate civilians and to bring in aid. That's according to the Ukrainian deputy prime minister. On Tuesday, almost 4,000 Ukrainians were evacuated. And Mariupol is getting bombarded with heavy attacks. The port city sustained another day of tough fighting and Russian airstrikes. Britain's defense ministry says about 160,000 residents are still trapped with no electricity, communication, medicine, heat, or water.
Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Zelensky is calling on the West to punish Russia for war crimes that he says Russian troops committed against civilians just outside of Kyiv. We're now getting new troubling looks inside of Bucha. You can see those images on your screen. They show the horrors that occurred. Here's Sky News' Deborah Haynes with the details.
This is no ordinary crime scene. Behind the cordon, yellow plaques numbered from 1 to 6 are all that distinguish the remains of one life from another. Each body burnt beyond recognition. Like so many victims in the town of Bucha, their identities are not yet known. But what is clear is Ukraine's resolve for justice and its rage at Russia.
Друге – це фіксація цих злочинів органами досудового розслідування. Вже розуміємо, що нам не вистачає експертів, потрібна буде ДНК-лабораторія, тому що навіть тут, ви бачите, побачити по обличчю не залишилось, спізнати ці особи без ДНК буде неможливо.
How can you talk to Vladimir Putin when his forces do this?
Go to hell.
A sentiment also felt keenly by the body collectors of Bucha. Their van arrived already loaded. The police chief says some 1,200 war crimes have been registered so far across the whole Kyiv region.
Більшість смертей, що ми фіксуємо, це у результаті пострілів з артилерії, пострілів, тобто причиною смерті є вибухові і уламкові поранення, а також ми фіксуємо факти катування людей і їх фактичної страти з допомогою автоматичної зброї.
The destruction in this town stands testimony to the trauma unleashed when Russian troops invaded. Their withdrawal a few days ago means investigators can more freely gather eyewitness statements, fingerprints and video evidence. But living with such death is almost too much for the remaining residents to bear. Who do you blame for this?
Только Путина, больше никого. Он на год старше меня, но это полный дурак.
We've not been here very long, but in this small corner of Bucha, we've already counted 8 bodies. There are many more houses and gardens yet to be searched. Ukrainians say that every death is going to be investigated and cases built so that prosecutions for war crimes can be heard. Down the road, 3 more stolen lives, discarded in death. But further evidence for Ukraine's investigators. Their goal is justice, so the victims of Russia's war can finally rest in peace. Deborah Haynes, Sky News, Bucha.
Now, as the fighting in Ukraine continues, the humanitarian crisis is growing as well. Almost 4.3 million refugees have left that country so far. That's according to the United Nations. That's more than the total population of Oregon. Neighboring Hungary has taken in almost 400,000 people, but that country is now feeling disrespected by Ukraine. NBC News global correspondent Raf Sanchez is joining us now from Budapest to help us understand exactly what's playing out here. Raf, I want to start first with the situation for refugees. Walk us through what it's like for them there in Hungary.
Yeah, Aaron, so of those 400,000 refugees who've crossed into Hungary, relatively few of them are actually staying here. Now, that's partly because the Hungarian government, led by the fiercely anti-immigrant Prime Minister Viktor Orban, is not keen on them to stay. He's encouraging them to keep going. But it's also because many of these refugees have friends, have family elsewhere in Europe, and they're trying to get to them. Now, that was the case for Katya. She is an IVF doctor from Kharkiv, who we met earlier today. Kharkiv, of course, that eastern city that has been so brutally assaulted by Russian forces over the last couple of weeks. Every day, Katya told me, she checks a security camera on her phone that's in the hallway of her apartment back in Kharkiv to see if her apartment building is still standing or not. And one of the questions I asked her is whether she thinks she'll one day go home to that apartment. Take a listen.
So you think you will go home to Kharkiv one day?
Yes, definitely I do. Definitely I do. I'm definitely sure that they will rebuild Kharkiv. Even Kharkiv gonna be even better than was. And yes, I do. I will come back to Ukraine definitely, because there is not the part of my soul, there is a whole heart here.
Now, Aaron, some good news. Just as we were wrapping up that interview, Katya actually got an email from the British government saying she got the visa to travel to the UK, and she's planning to head there later this week. Aaron?
That is some good news for her and her family, for sure. Raf, I do want to ask you about this point. Hungary is saying that it's calling Ukraine's ambassador in to talk to the leadership there in Hungary because of what it calls insults about Hungary's stance on the invasion of Ukraine. What's going on with that?
Yeah, so President Zelensky of Ukraine has been incredibly critical of Prime Minister Orban, both before and after the election that happened here this weekend. Zelensky said Orban was one of the few people in Europe who are still stubbornly supporting Putin. Now, the Hungarian government is fed up with this. They summoned the Ukrainian ambassador earlier today. The foreign minister put out a statement. I'll read it just a little bit to you. He said it's time for Ukrainian leaders to stop their insults directed at Hungary and acknowledge the will of the Hungarian people. And what he means by that is Hungary has had an election. They've re-elected Orban, and Ukraine needs to accept that. I think they felt Zelensky's comments were kind of an attempt to meddle in Hungarian democracy. Now, Orban held a press conference today after his election victory. He spoke to President Putin earlier today, he said, and he proposed an immediate ceasefire followed by peace talks here in Budapest. No sign from the Kremlin whether they intend to take that up. Aaron?
We'll be watching Raf Sanchez for us in Budapest today. Raf, thank you.
Let's go ahead and bring in Joe Cirancione. He is a distinguished fellow at the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. Joe, I want to thank you first for being with us. Your background is in nuclear security and nuclear proliferation. And the conventional wisdom out there is that Putin would not use nuclear weapons on Ukraine because it would lead to sort of mutually assured destruction. But given Russia's sort of scorched earth tactics that we've seen in places like Bucha and Mariupol up until this point, do you still think that that is a safe assumption?
I think the risk of nuclear use is low, but it is not zero. And Vladimir Putin has not ruled it out. He continues to make references to historic consequences should any nation oppose him. It continues to be part of Russian doctrine. I do take some solace in the fact that Putin seems to be slowly losing this war. And that is a best case scenario. You want Putin to be in retreat, but not in a retreat so bad that he feels an imminent collapse of his rule, of his power, and perhaps leading to him being disposed from power. But it is there. It is real. That's why the Biden administration is moving so carefully when they ratchet up sanctions, when they provide military aid. They don't want to be too provocative, too escalatory. So far, the U.S. is handling this risk just about right.
I also want to ask you, though, Joe, about what General Mark Milley said yesterday. I mean, he said that he anticipates that this war will stretch for years, not months. So given Ukraine's successes on the battlefield, along with the condemnation from the international community against Russia, do you think that that is a reasonable assessment?
Well, so much in this war has been so hard to predict, Morgan, that people are hesitant to make too solid a prognosis of what's to come. But yes, it's possible. For example, Putin first invaded Ukraine in 2014. Since that time, there has been fighting in parts of eastern Ukraine, the Donbass region of Ukraine. So you've seen that fighting continue. It's quite possible that as Putin withdraws his forces from western Ukraine, pivots them back to Crimea and eastern Ukraine, he could stay there in a low-level conflict for years to come. The other possibility is that at some point the Russian army just cracks. It just collapses under the losses they're taking, the morale problems they're having, leadership problems they're having. So I wouldn't rule either one of those scenarios out.
What about sanctions, though, Joe? I mean, what have sanctions accomplished thus far, and what impact do you expect more sanctions that we expect to hear more about today from President Biden to accomplish?
Well, shells arrive faster than sanctions. So you're seeing the military action on the battlefield, of course, race ahead of any sanctions. It takes time to put these in place. It takes time to ratchet them up. And again, the Biden administration has to coordinate with the Europeans so they can't go too far too fast because you want a united sanctions front. And they don't want to go too far so fast that they escalate a crisis for Putin that might cause him to take more dramatic military action, including the use of chemical or nuclear weapons. So you move them in slowly. The ones we're seeing put in today are very serious, are very personal, and they attack both Putin's immediate family and high-ranking officials. So it just takes a little more time. That's why I think over the next month or so, you're going to see the consequences of these sanctions really bite into the Russian economy and into the Russian war machine.
All right, Joe Cirancione, as always, thank you so much for your time and more importantly, for your analysis. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
She reports the news in Ukraine while he fights in the war. It was an emotional reunion for one family as they battle the Russian invasion. Here's NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez.
This is just the first hug of Yegor Sobolev's homecoming. He still has a bigger surprise ahead. See, he's been on the Ukrainian front lines while his wife, Marichka Padalko, has been taking care of their 3 kids.
Sometimes he can be offline for 4 or 5 days when he is on a mission and not supposed to use his mobile phone. Actually, work keeps me distracted from all those worries.
Marichka happens to be one of Ukraine's top news anchors, fighting her own battle.
We know how Russians are sufficient and professional in making up news and fake news and propaganda. So I think our biggest weapon now as journalists is just to tell the truth, to show what is going on.
She and her colleagues from other channels across Ukraine have banded together for a unified newscast from undisclosed locations airing for hours each day, even as their families are at risk.
When I do my daydreaming and when I think about my biggest hope, I imagine how my husband comes back and how my children get to see him again.
Sometimes daydreams do come true, even if victories don't come easy. Gabe Gutierrez, NBC News, Lviv, Ukraine.
Stay with us. Costs for almost everything going up and bank balances are dropping.
That's right. Coming up next, what record inflation and fears of a recession have some families doing to keep their budgets going. Stay with us.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
On the money this hour, an under-the-radar offer could put the brakes on a planned merger between two airlines. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu is here to help us understand what's happening there and some other topics too. Dom, I want to start with this news about the Federal Reserve, actually. An official there saying that the Fed is going to have to continue to increase interest rates. Walk us through that and how the markets are reacting.
All right, so Aaron, that Federal Reserve official is Patrick Harker, and he's the
president of the Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia. Now, Harker says, quote, inflation is running far too high, and I'm acutely concerned about this. He also said that the bigger picture economic backdrop of rising prices, that inflationary front, is the result of large amounts of government spending during things like the pandemic, also supply chain disruptions and looser monetary policy from not just the Fed, but other central banks around the world as well. Now, Harker's comments did raise eyebrows, but really are not that surprising. Now, he's the third Fed official in as many days to come out and warn about the bigger inflation threat to the economy. Federal Reserve Governor Lael Brainerd, also San Francisco Fed President Mary Daly, also making comments echoing those same concerns, talking about the importance of reining in inflation. Now, each of them has talked about interest rate hikes as part of that solution, and certain Fed members, Aaron, have also talked about reducing the size of the Fed's bond portfolio, its so-called balance sheet, which, of course, surged in size since the great financial crisis because the Fed, we know, has been buying massive amounts of government bonds and putting cash in the U.S. financial system.
You also mentioned some big news involving the airline industry and maybe the big impact it could have on travel for us. What can you tell us?
So it's getting a little bit more tense in the airline business for sure, Aaron, and not because of unruly passengers, but because of a bidding war that has now erupted for one of America's most well-known budget airlines. JetBlue has made an unsolicited bid for smaller rival Spirit Airlines. Now, they're offering to pay, JetBlue is, $3.6 billion in cash to acquire Spirit Airlines. Now, this wouldn't be such a big deal, but for the fact that Spirit had already agreed to be bought by another low-cost airline rival in Frontier Airlines. They had agreed to pay $2.9 billion in a combo of cash and its own stock. Now, JetBlue really wants access to Spirit's routes, its gates at domestic U.S. airports, and if a deal were to be approved by regulators, Aaron, it would help JetBlue, better compete with rivals in the U.S. market like Southwest, American United, and, of course, Delta.
Fight over Spirit Airlines. Interesting. I do want to ask you before we let you go, Dom. Ed Sheeran was hit with a lawsuit over one of his really most popular songs, I think. What's going on with this case?
So he's victorious, Aaron. That's the bottom line here. Sheeran won a copyright lawsuit that was brought against him by another artist alleging that Sheeran plagiarized his work when he recorded his hit single, Shape of You, back in 2017. Now, this trial lasted 11 days, and at the end of it, a judge declared that Sheeran neither deliberately nor subconsciously copied a phrase from another song. Sheeran did, by the way, respond to the verdict by saying that claims over plagiarism are damaging to the songwriting industry and have become way too common, but still a very popular song. I believe, Aaron, Shape of You is still the most streamed song ever in history. Back over to you.
It's a good song, so I get it. Dom Chu for us at CNBC. Thank you.
Well, speaking of the economy, inflation is at a 40-year high, and adding to the economic anxiety, top economists now say we could be in a recession by the end of this year. That's why American families are taking a closer look at their budgets and really doing whatever they can to save a dollar here or there. A roaring comeback for golf legend Tiger Woods will be here in just a minute, but let's listen to Jolene Kent.
Of a possible recession triggered by high prices for food and gas. This comes as NBC News polling shows the majority of Americans disapprove of how President Biden is handling the economy.
This morning, shoppers are pinching pennies as inflation continues to soar and fears of a recession are on the rise. According to new data, consumers are buying more generic store brands for the first time in almost 2 years, choosing cheaper versions of cooking oil, eggs, sugar, toilet paper, and baby formula. And shoppers are purchasing smaller amounts of products like cereal and cleaning supplies as inflation remains at a 40-year high. Families are making cuts to afford those rising grocery and gas bills.
We never eat out anymore. That's the other. We used to eat out like once a week or something, and we hardly ever do that anymore.
At Jim Dandy's, a restaurant in Rutherford, New Jersey, owner Brian Flynn is feeling the pain.
The way the food costs are running out of control, and, the labor shortage, it's really unprecedented.
He says he's hiked prices 4 times due to the rising cost of labor, frying oil, and chicken, but still loses money on every plate of chicken fingers.
I should charge $21 for 5 chicken fingers and fries. I don't. I charge $13.95.
With inflation sky high, Goldman Sachs now puts the odds of a recession at 38% in the next 2 years. Last week, changes in the bond market signaled a possible economic slowdown. Recessions usually trigger widespread job cuts and unemployment, but Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell says he's trying to prevent that by raising interest rates gradually this year.
For the consumers out there who are worried about their jobs in a possible recession, what do you say to that?
Well, I say that our intention is to bring inflation back down to 2% while still sustaining a strong labor market, and that the economy is very strong.
By raising those interest rates slowly, the Fed is hoping to cool off consumer spending without triggering a recession with layoffs and unemployment. But if you're worried, experts recommend boosting your emergency savings and watching your budget, trimming the fat to deal with these persistent high prices.
A roaring comeback for golf legend Tiger Woods.
He is on the hunt for a 6th green jacket 1 year after that catastrophic crash he was in. After the break, the Tiger Mania set for tomorrow's Masters.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Tiger Woods is back on the links in Augusta, Georgia this morning.
The fact that he can even walk after that rollover crash in California last year is pretty miraculous. Now he's going for what could be an epic 6th Masters win. Here's NBC's Kerry Sanders.
All eyes on Tiger Woods. We're a day away now from the decision of whether Tiger Woods is going to tee off here for the Masters. All indications are he is not only going to tee off, but he's here to compete and go for a record-tying 6th Masters win.
All signs point to a miraculous return to the Masters for Tiger Woods.
As of right now, I feel like I am going to play.
Woods not only determined to play, but says if he does tee off tomorrow, he's going for the green jacket, that is.
If I feel like I can still win, I'm going to play. But if I feel like I can't, then you won't see me out here.
If Woods competes, this will be his 24th Masters tournament, though this road to Augusta was by far the most difficult. It's been just 14 months since his right leg was crushed in a rollover accident. Doctors considered amputation, but chose pins, rods, and screws to save it. Woods spent 3 months in a hospital bed and endured months of painful rehab.
I don't have any qualms about what I can do physically from a golf standpoint. It's now walking is the hard part.
The steep terrain golfers must walk at Augusta National is notorious. On the 10th hole, from where a golfer tees off to the lowest point of the fairway, is a drop greater than the height of the Statue of Liberty. From the highest point of the course to the lowest is nearly the size of Niagara Falls.
You can feel Augusta National in your shins after you play. So 4 days of that, when he hasn't done this in over a year and a half, that's a lot to ask.
Fans are elated to see his return to play.
He has nothing left to prove. It's really just for him. So I think for a lot of people, they can see a little bit of themselves in it.
Friend and fellow golfer Rory McIlroy is one of those not counting out a possible win for Woods.
I'm not surprised at anything he does anymore.
Should Tiger take home a 6th Masters win, he would tie the record with Jack Nicklaus, the golf legend, weighing Woods' odds, writing in part, Tiger wouldn't tee it up if he didn't think he could compete and win. In 2019, he remembered how to win. If his body holds up, could he do it again?
The odds that Tiger will win, well, the odds makers say 50-1, but I think we know from his history, you never count him out.
Astronaut Mark Vande Hei just returned to Earth after setting an American record for time spent in space.
That's right. He admits the war in Ukraine created some tension between orbiting Russian and American astronauts. NBC's Tom Costello talked to him about how they dealt with the stress in orbit.
The International Space Station may be orbiting some 250 miles above the Earth, but Mark Vande Hei says the war in Ukraine is very much on the minds of the Americans and Russians who live and work together.
My Russian crewmates are dear friends. They will always be dear friends. And there's varying levels of discomfort for them as well about the situation. But we had a job to do.
Vande Hei, who set an American record 355 days in orbit, returned last week on a Russian space capsule with Russian cosmonauts.
Did you even bring up the situation in Ukraine, or did you just wall that conversation off completely?
I think some of my crewmates tried to avoid it. I did bring it up with both my crewmates that I landed with, and really all I feel comfortable saying is there was a variety of responses.
Saying the Russians had a variety of responses is as much as Vande Hei wants to say about their views. But when the head of the Russian space agency threatened to let the station fall to Earth, his own family became worried.
Living it directly, I didn't have that sense of alarm, but my extended family, were quite concerned.
Now Russia is threatening to leave the space partnership altogether.
Honestly, that cooperation, I think, is essential to peaceful relationships in the future.
Looking down from space, Vande Hei says he became emotional looking at Russia and Ukraine. He saw Russia lit up with lights, while much of Ukraine was covered in darkness. Back to you.
Breaking news on NBC News Now, uncovering tragedy. New images revealing the scale of destruction in Ukraine. This as the White House lays out new sanctions against Russia.
New COVID threat. New numbers show the BA2 variant is spreading rapidly nationwide. The areas hardest hit right now, and who's most at risk?
You paid for it. Luxury homes, fancy sports cars, even flights on private jets, all paid for with taxpayer dollars that were supposed to help businesses during the pandemic. We'll tell you what happened next.
And tweeters rejoice after years of waiting. You are finally getting that edit button you've been asking for. Why it's happening now, and the billionaire who appears to be behind it. Good Wednesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us. We begin this hour with President Biden set to announce a 5th round of sanctions against Russia. The White House says the targets include Russia's largest bank and financial institution. Also, all new American investment in Russia is now prohibited.
The Justice Department also laid out new plans to punish Russian oligarchs. This morning, Attorney General Merrick Garland spoke directly about what's happening on the ground in Ukraine.
This department has a long history of helping to hold accountable those who perpetrate war crimes. Today, we are assisting international efforts to identify and hold accountable those responsible for atrocities in Ukraine, and we will continue to do so.
Now, leaders in eastern Ukraine say more Russian attacks rocked the hard-hit city of Kharkiv overnight. The head of the regional administration says residential areas were hit by 27 airstrikes.
A lot of new developments to break down for you this hour, and our correspondents are covering all of them. Let's go ahead and begin with the latest on what's actually happening there inside Ukraine on the ground with NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi, who's in Lviv. Ali, this has been such a rapidly changing landscape with people fleeing, some cities under attack, others trying to flee through humanitarian corridors. Which parts of Ukraine are being hit the hardest right now as we speak?
Hey, Morgan. Well, it's the east of the country, the Donbass area, that the biggest concerns are over right now. As we've seen those troop withdrawals in and around Kyiv, in and around Chernihiv, those guys are probably in the north of the country, rearming, regrouping, taking a rest. But it's the east that's getting pounded right now. This morning we heard from Ukrainian officials. Now, NBC News can't independently confirm this, but they're saying that 10 apartment buildings in the Severodonetsk area are on fire after heavy shelling from the Russians. So they didn't waste any time from their retreat in Kyiv. They hit that eastern part of Ukraine very hard. They've been saying for days that they were going to. Now we're expecting Russian troops to regroup over there after they've rested. But of course, as you know, they already have a very strong foothold in the Donetsk region. They have separatists that are loyal to Moscow fighting for them there. They've been there since 2014. The Pentagon also said last week that there are over 1,000 foreign mercenaries, some of them Syrian fighters, that have a wealth of experience fighting alongside the Russians in places like Aleppo that are backing up the Russian troops there. So it's probably going to be a very sustained attack in the eastern part, in the Donetsk part of the country over the coming weeks. As I said, we've already seen attacks on apartment buildings that are on fire there, according to the governor of Donetsk. So that's going to be a real focus for the Russians, and possibly in the southern areas as well, as they try and block off the Ukrainians from the entire Black Sea. So places like Mariupol, that it's already the most bombed, the most destroyed city in Ukraine, is going to get more hammered over these days. And of course, Odessa, which is a key location for the Russians, is probably going to come into sharp focus for the Russians over the coming days and weeks. But at least a little bit of respite for Kyiv and those very, very badly damaged areas in the suburbs of Kyiv that we've seen these atrocities in.
Ali, let's bring in Dan DeLuce here. He's our global security reporter. And Dan, we do also have some breaking news about where Russian forces have now shifted their movements. Where are they headed now? Do we know, Dan?
That's right. A senior defense official has told reporters that all of the Russian combat troops that were deployed in and around the capital, Kyiv, have now withdrawn. They've moved to the north, out of Ukraine, into neighboring Belarus, as well as the Russian troops that were around Chernihiv. So really the end of that particular chapter for the moment on the ground. And as Ali was saying, though, tremendously heavy fighting elsewhere, and this expectation that more Russian forces will be headed to the east, to that Donbass region. But at least for the moment, Kyiv is sort of getting a break from the terrible onslaught that occurred there. And again, really a failed offensive around Kyiv by the Russians in every way, did not accomplish their objectives at all. They were found to have been disorganized, badly supplied, really just making a whole flurry of tactical mistakes. And the Ukrainians fought very skillfully and with great ingenuity. And now you see the Russians totally pulled out now, at least now, for the moment. It doesn't mean that Kyiv is safe, obviously, and still under threat from the air.
Ali Arouzi there on the ground in Lviv, Dan DeLuce in Washington. Gentlemen, thank you both.
Let's bring in NBC News senior digital White House reporter Shannon Pettypiece now. Shannon, I want to talk more about those new sanctions against Russia we're learning about today. What's different this time?
Well, it's a continuation of this pressure that the U.S. has been trying to put on the Russian economy and Russia's wealthiest people. A big entity that's being sanctioned today is Russia's largest financial institution, Saberbank. They control about a third of the domestic economy in Russia. Now, with that bank under sanctions, about 2/3 of the Russian economy is under sanctions. They also going after another one of the largest private banks in the country and banning all private investment. And the administration says that they acknowledge there has not been an enormous deterrent effect from these sanctions so far. There's hundreds of institutions and individuals that have been sanctioned. But White House officials say that this is part of a broader strategy over time in coordination with the U.S. allies to put pressure on the Russian economy with the aim of getting Putin to stop this war. And in addition, they say there is a hope that this economic pressure could prevent Russia from further financing the military operations driving this war.
At the same time, Shannon, there are some people who are very close to Vladimir Putin and some other top officials in that country who are also being sanctioned. What can you tell us about that?
Yes, the U.S. now sanctioning Putin's 2 adult daughters, as well as family members of Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, family members of the former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev. Oftentimes in the past, oligarchs, wealthy officials in Russia have tried to evade sanctions by transferring their wealth to family members. So this is an effort to try and cut that off. Another way billionaires and officials have tried to evade sanctions is by setting up shell companies through different financial institutions. So those banking sanctions I mentioned earlier, try and cut those off. So again, just another ratcheting up of the pressure from the U.S., from its allies, that they hope will eventually push Putin to end this conflict.
All right, Shannon Pettypiece for us in Washington today. Shannon, thank you. Now we turn to the coronavirus pandemic, where the Omicron BA.2 variant is spreading rapidly through the U.S.
That's right. New CDC data shows the Omicron subvariant now makes up more than 70% of all new cases here in the United States. But COVID-related deaths continue to decline. The 7-day average stands at 581 deaths per day, and these numbers all are coming as a critical FDA meeting gets underway today, where the agency is really looking to retool the federal strategy when it comes to those booster shots. Fewer than half of all eligible Americans have received their 3rd booster shot. A lot of COVID news to get to this hour. So let's go ahead and begin with NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres. Dr. John, clearly the FDA feels that something is not working when it comes to this booster strategy, or there's something that needs to be tweaked. So what do you think it is that they're considering changing?
And Morgan, what they're looking at right now, and this is the advisory committee for the FDA that has worked with all the different vaccines we've had so far to give the FDA information on what they need to do moving forward. And now what they want to do is they want to kind of broaden that out, bring it up to that 30,000-foot level we talk about, and look at see what's happening over the next few months, over the next few years, and what we need to do with the vaccine. Because one thing they do know is we can't continue to chase these variants as we've been trying to do and say, every 4 months, every 6 months get the vaccine, that people simply won't go for that. And so they want to find out, okay, do we need variant-specific vaccines? Do we need to wait for a vaccine that's more pan-variant? In other words, covers a few variants at a time. Do we need to include it with the flu shot? That way they're only getting one shot every season if we need it every year. And they're looking at all that data right now, having those discussions as we speak. And by the end of the day, they should come out with some good information that they can present forward to the FDA saying, as we move forward, here's what we need to start doing. Here's what we need to start looking at, Morgan.
And Dr. John, there's something that, a lot of people have sort of talked about anecdotally, which is their immunity if they've had COVID. I know that CDC Director Rochelle Walensky said that a recent COVID infection could act as a natural boost in immunity. So should people who have been infected still go and get that booster?
And what she's talking about is the natural boost in the immunity by being one of two things. If you recently got boosted, and the key here is to make sure that you're fully boosted, meaning you had your shots and you had that one booster shot, within the last 2 or 3 months, if you had COVID, then that's going to protect you for the next 2 or 3 months. And then at that point, you need to start thinking about getting another booster. But right now she's saying it's essentially acting as a natural booster, and you don't really need much beyond that. But they're finding out again as time goes on that this boost shot tends to wear off. And we're looking at what we need to do to keep that high, and keep it high from people not only being out of the hospital and not dying, but also not getting infected in the first place, Morgan.
And just quickly, Dr. John, why do you think so many people have not had their boosters yet? What sort of impact does that have if fewer than half of Americans haven't gotten that 3rd shot?
I think it's a variety of things. And first and foremost, people simply don't like to get shots. As a doctor, we know that. And so it's always a hard sell trying to get them shots. But right now with the pandemic, especially early on, people were very concerned about the pandemic and wanted to protect themselves and their loved ones. Now that they have at least some protection on board and that cases are going down, as you mentioned, they are saying, okay, do we really need another booster shot? Do we need them that close together? And then there's the messaging that's been out there that's been a little bungled as time goes on and hasn't been a complete clear message from both the government and from experts as well. And so they're trying to say, you know, should we wait until we get more clear information, harder information that we better understand, or do we need to get the booster now? And I think all that is kind of pushing together to get people to resist, to a certain extent, getting more and more boosters as time goes on. Maybe a wait and see kind of attitude, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Dr. John Torres for us. Dr. John, thank you.
A New York City mother is out of a job after she crashed the mayor's news conference this week. She's demanding answers about why masking is still required for children under 5 in schools and daycares. NBC News Now correspondent Priscilla Thompson's been following this story for us. Priscilla, what's going on?
Well, Aaron, that mother was also a city employee who officials say lied in order to get into that press conference.
I just said there's no way my kid's going to wear a mask for 8 hours a day.
The fight over masks for New York City kids under 5 is now reaching a boiling point.
It's been too long for our kids wearing masks in school. It's been over 2 years.
The city dropped the school mask mandate for kindergarten through 12th graders last month. Mayor Eric Adams promised to do the same for kids under 5 this week if COVID numbers remain low.
Cases are definitively rising, and it's gotten our attention.
But with the new variant taking hold, New York City officials are recommending everyone wear a mask indoors and requiring it for kids ages 2 to 4, still too young for the vaccine. Some parents, including Daniela Jampel, are fed up.
Toddlers have to wear masks while no one else has to in New York City. So how much more patience does the mayor expect me to extend him?
Jampel confronting the mayor at Monday's press conference.
10 days ago, you stood right here and you said that the masks would come off on April 4th. That has not happened. You reneged on your promise.
No. Let her finish, because you let her start. Go ahead and finish, ma'am, okay?
When will you unmask our toddlers?
There's a new variant. The numbers are increasing. We're going to move at the right pace, and that's the role I must do. That's what I stated. I'm living up to my promises.
The city says Jampel, a lawyer for the city, posed as a journalist to get into the press conference. Now she's out of a job. A New York City Law Department spokesman says they had planned to fire Jampel before the incident, adding today's events, however, which include her decision to lie to City Hall staff and state she was a journalist at a press conference, demonstrate a disturbing lack of judgment and integrity. Jampel says she's hiring a lawyer and that, quote, I will not litigate my wrongful termination in the press. Meanwhile, thanking her supporters in a tweet that has amassed more than 1,800 likes, promising that the fight continues. But some parents say masking toddlers who are unable to be vaccinated is still the right thing to do.
That's a good idea because the kids tend to get sick a lot and they transmit the virus more easily.
Across the country, statewide mask mandates have mostly disappeared. The decision now left to individuals. New York, one of the last major cities to keep in place any sort of mask mandate in schools.
So, Priscilla, I know we heard from the health commissioner there a second ago, but where do doctors come down on this issue of kids this young still wearing masks?
Well, public health experts that I've spoken to say that city officials are likely seeing the rise in cases. They're thinking about this new variant that has been shown to be more contagious, and they are concerned about this group that is unvaccinated. And what officials likely want to avoid is a situation where there's an outbreak in a daycare, in a preschool, and then you have to shut down the entire program. We saw that happen at various points during the pandemic and the devastating impacts that it had for parents, particularly working parents, and also for kids in terms of learning loss. And that is likely what they're trying to avoid. And the other point that public health experts really emphasize to me is that this mandate is likely not going to remain in place for years. We're talking about probably a few more weeks until those young children may be able to take those masks off. Aaron?
All right, Priscilla Thompson with us today. Priscilla, thank you.
COVID relief could be tied up in the Senate. A bipartisan deal to deliver $10 billion in aid could be delayed for weeks. The obstacle is a brewing dispute over pandemic-era immigration policy. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell joins us now. Leanne, just give us the big picture here. What exactly is the holdup?
Yeah, well, it's a new holdup this week, and this comes after the Biden administration last week announced that it was going to lift COVID-era policies regarding the border, something that they could prevent immigrants from coming over the border because of COVID. Now that the administration has lifted that policy, allowing perhaps more immigration, Republicans are protesting, and they're tying it to this $10 billion COVID relief bill, saying that you're saying that we need more money for COVID while saying that there is not COVID overseas to be able to lift this Title 42 is what it's called. Let's listen to the two leaders on the Senate floor today and how they put it.
It will require, I think, several amendments in order to get across the floor. So if the majority leader tries to move forward, we'll have to have a discussion about a reasonable amendment process.
The bottom line is this is a bipartisan agreement that does a whole lot of important good for the American people. Vaccines, testing, therapeutics. It should not be held hostage for an extraneous issue.
So, but the real story is here, this Title 42, it's not just a Republican thing. There are Democrats as well who have a lot of concerns about lifting these COVID restrictions on the border. And so Democratic leadership, it's not just Republicans they have to worry about with this. It is a handful of Republicans they have to worry about. It's a handful of Democrats as well in order to pass this legislation. Morgan.
It's interesting, Leanne, because the Biden administration has been requesting more money for COVID preparations for weeks now. How is the White House now responding to this delay?
The White House is wanting this $10 billion immediately. Remember, this request came originally a few weeks ago at $22 billion. Then it went to $15 billion, and now it's at $10 billion. The White House press secretary, Jen Psaki, she had a pretty tough statement. She said that it's disappointing that Senate Republicans voted down consideration of a much-needed bill to purchase vaccines, boosters, and life-saving treatments for the American people. As we have repeatedly said, there are consequences for Congress failing to fund our COVID response. Now, the White House and Democrats maintain that this money is absolutely necessary in order to purchase treatments, vaccines, testing to keep the next phase of COVID under control. Morgan.
All right, NBC's Leanne Caldwell for us. Leanne, thank you.
Yep.
Now, the full Senate is now officially considering Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson's nomination to the Supreme Court. A final confirmation vote likely to come by the end of this week, but partisan politics have been front and center all along the way. NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki is joining us now. Steve, can you break down for us how Judge Jackson's confirmation process compares to some of the others in the recent past?
Yeah, Aaron, a really interesting, I think, evolution here over the last several decades. We expect confirmation. We also expect it's going to be pretty close to a party line vote. It wasn't always this way. Let's just take you through here. This is the modern history of Supreme Court nomination votes. This goes back to Sandra Day O'Connor in 1981. And sort of the way it used to work was every now and then you'd have a real fight. You'd have a real bloodbath in one of these. The most famous, this was Robert Bork, 1987. He was actually rejected by the Senate. It's one you still hear an awful lot about today. You had a big fight in 1991 with Clarence Thomas. He got confirmed. He got confirmed very narrowly. But you also used to have a lot of consensus confirmations. I mean, look at this. So Connor, Scalia, Kennedy, Souter, Ginsburg, Breyer in 1994, all fewer than 10, far fewer than 10 in some cases, voting no on these nominations. These were big bipartisan votes. You used to have a lot of those. It really started to change this century, essentially. This was starting at George W. Bush's presidency, John Roberts. And if you just break down, what you've seen here is a rise in the number of no votes. And what you've also seen here is it's becoming more and more partisan. So you just take a look here at the Bush presidency. He had two nominees to the court. He had John Roberts first. This was for Chief Justice. Roberts got confirmed. Look, this was the last time the opposition party actually gave more yes votes. This is Democratic yes votes for John Roberts in 2005. This is the last time the opposition party gave more yes votes than no votes. Only one more. And then you can see by the time Alito was nominated, that was a year later, Democrats were overwhelmingly against Alito. Republicans were almost universally for Alito. In fact, Democrats even attempted a filibuster on Sam Alito there. That was in 2006. You move to Obama's presidency, you really start to see that polarization, almost universal Democratic support for his nominees, single-digit Republican support for both Kagan and Sotomayor. And you look at the Trump presidency, and it's almost pure party line here. Look at this. Trump's 3 nominees, 1 Republican no vote on one of them, 4 Democratic yes votes total on all 3. So it's just become more and more partisan. This won't be a straight, pure party line vote coming up, but it's going to be pretty close, it looks like.
All right, Steve Kornacki with us today. Steve, we appreciate it. Thanks.
Got it.
Meanwhile, new details are emerging in the case of Amir Locke, the black man who was killed during a no-knock warrant in Minneapolis.
Coming up, what we're now learning about the officers involved in that investigation.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is.
We are following breaking news out of Minneapolis, where we've just learned that no charges will be filed against police in the death of Amir Locke, a black man who was killed during a no-knock warrant. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster has been following the story for us. Shaq, bring us up to speed for people who are just tuning into this case. I mean, who was Amir Locke and how was he killed?
Well, Amir Locke was 22 years old, and he was killed on February 2nd of this year as Minneapolis police executed a no-knock search warrant on an apartment in which he was staying. Now, we got new details of the actual investigation and what happened. You're seeing the body camera there. That was the morning of February 2nd as Minneapolis police were assisting the St. Paul Police Department in executing a search warrant involving a homicide investigation. Now, Amir Locke, he was not named in that warrant. He was not a suspect in this case, but he was staying on the couch. He was sleeping on the couch of someone potentially connected to that investigation. And you see in that video, he was under the couch, and as police, or he was under a blanket on the couch, and as police enter the apartment, he came up from that blanket, and police say a barrel of the gun was pointed in the direction of an officer. So that is the case that you saw back in February. It led to significant protests. It led to a ban, immediate ban on or moratorium on no-knock warrants in the city of Minneapolis. And today we have that information and that news from the Hennepin County Attorney and then the Attorney General for the state of Minneapolis saying that no charges will be filed against the officers involved in that raid.
And can you stay on that point just for a minute here? I mean, why has the Minnesota Attorney General decided to file criminal charges against the officer, declined to file criminal charges against the officers?
Yeah, and I'll read a bit from that statement, but before I do, one thing that we heard from both of those leaders, the leader of the state investigative body and the county investigative body, they said that Amir Locke was a victim here. They made that very clear, and they underscored again that he was not a suspect in this case. They said, quote, he should be alive today, and his death is a tragedy. But later on, and you see there was a press conference that they just wrapped up in the past couple of minutes. Later on, they detailed that after a thorough review of all available evidence, however, there is insufficient admissible evidence to file criminal charges in this case. They essentially explained that their thorough review showed that the gun was at one point pointed in the direction of an officer. Remember, this was a raid that happened at about 6:45 in the morning. It appeared as if Amir Locke was sleeping and it was a no-knock raid, but it's not their job, they say, to evaluate the intentions of the victim in this case. Instead, they have to approach it from the position of a reasonable officer, and they said in that instance, a reasonable officer had a right to fear for his life.
All right, NBC Shaquille Brewster for us. Shaq, thank you.
You got it.
The White House announcing a new round of sanctions on Russia.
Still ahead, an NBC News military analyst weighs in and tells us which Ukrainian cities might be targeted next.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
President Biden making news tonight on several fronts.
We're answering the questions you want answered.
There's a lot to talk about this evening.
Let's start breaking all this down.
We begin with breaking news.
Now to an NBC News exclusive interview.
We'll get right to that breaking news, the desperate search and rescue.
Our team is live all across the path of destruction tonight.
Nearly 200 firefighters responded to the scene.
What you see on the tablet here is what we see in real life on the street.
You know I got your back, right?
Keep going. 2022 midterms, the battle for Congress and the fight for control of State House.
In our special County to County series, we're checking out key battlegrounds ahead of the midterms. We are talking elections. I'm in a battleground state.
Meet the Press Election Night special. It is a big night.
Let's take a look at what else is making news around the world.
Our NBC News crew heard explosions in the capital city of Kyiv.
People here are terrified.
Russia is picking off Ukraine's military facilities.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We begin with the pandemic today.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos?
Raise your hand if you have had enough of COVID.
The piece of space junk is on a collision course with the moon.
It does matter. It is significant. Why?
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Making news right now, Wisconsin teen is recovering after being shot by police who were investigating reports of a stolen vehicle. Police found the 17-year-old inside the car, and when they ordered him to get out, he emerged carrying a firearm. He was shot multiple times after refusing to put down his weapon, and officials say the officers provided aid. The teen was taken to the hospital and is expected to be okay. The body of a missing Wisconsin doctor has finally been found after a week-long search. Police say the remains of Kelsey Musgrove were discovered Sunday on a hiking trail. She was reported missing on March 30th. An investigation into the cause of death is underway, although no foul play is suspected at this time. And 1960s pop star and teen idol Bobby Rydell has died of complications from pneumonia. He starred in the 1963 musical film Bye Bye Birdie. The singer had 34 singles chart on the Billboard Hot 100, including Wild One and Wildwood Days. Rydell died on yesterday, just days before his 80th birthday.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are the latest headlines on Ukraine. President Biden announcing new sanctions against Russia. These sanctions will ban all new U.S. investments there, as well as increase sanctions on financial institutions and state-owned businesses. The U.S. and EU are also including sanctions on Vladimir Putin's daughters.
Peace talks are still underway, though. A Kremlin spokesman says work is being done, but there is, quote, a long road ahead. The Kremlin spokesman also described the scenes from Bucha as a monstrous staging and claims the civilian massacres are being faked. Secretary of State Antony Blinken tells NBC News that Russia still has a lot of force still left. Now, he says the war could still go on for much longer, even though troops are pulling back from the north and the western parts of Ukraine.
And as the horrors committed against civilians in Bucha are revealed, European leaders are now rethinking how strong their opposition to Russia needs to be. Sky News correspondent Sally Lockwood is following the latest now from NATO.
Yeah, this really felt, when we were listening to Jens Stoltenberg there, like a new world order. Very sobering comments that he made about the challenges NATO faces and security in Europe, saying it's changed and it's going to remain problematic for many, many years. He said this war, this brutality that we're seeing from Russia has changed the security situation in Europe for many, many years, and that this was a wake-up call. But he also said that 2014 was a wake-up call when Russia invaded Crimea and illegally annexed that region. He also talked about the three big challenges of supporting Ukraine in the short term, sustaining sanctions and strengthening NATO's own defensives. And certainly that's something we're seeing with countries developing new weaponry, quickly looking to see where they can get different energy supplies to try and break their reliance on Russian oil and gas. And even the EU today in a briefing said that they're preparing for biological, chemical and nuclear threats, developing strategic reserves to deal with such crises. Certainly, you really feel the gravity of this moment when you hear comments like that from the head of NATO. But certainly, the immediate concern for NATO is to support Ukraine after seeing these grotesque images coming out of Bucha this week. Certainly, it does put pressure on foreign ministers arriving this afternoon here in Brussels about how to respond to this crisis and how to support Ukraine as this country endures unthinkable horrors. But of course, they have this delicate balancing act of trying to support Ukraine militarily without becoming directly involved themselves, and this escalating into a far bigger war between NATO troops and Russian forces, which is something that no one wants to see. And that's certainly not something that we will see NATO budge on, I'm sure, here in Brussels over the next 2 days. But certainly some tough decisions for foreign ministers to make in terms of what more support they're going to offer. Jens Stoltenberg there saying that they were going to be supplying Ukraine with more military hardware, both light and heavy military hardware. He didn't expand on that. But certainly there has been some speculation that NATO may provide tanks to Ukraine. The German Chancellor Olaf Scholz was asked about that this afternoon in the German Parliament. He said that that's not, well, he certainly didn't commit to sending tanks into Ukraine. He avoided the question essentially by saying that they were only going to offer help to Ukraine and weaponry to Ukraine that essentially Ukraine would be in a position to use. But certainly it'll be very interesting to see what extra support NATO comes up with in the next 2 days here in Brussels. But the uncomfortable truth is that everything that NATO has offered Ukraine so far has done nothing to stop this war. It's done nothing to deter Vladimir Putin. If anything, it's far worse what we're seeing coming out of Ukraine than many could have imagined.
Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News military analyst Colonel Jack Jacobs. Colonel, thanks for being with us. And let's go ahead and start with those new sanctions the president is announcing today against Russia. They include a ban on all new investment in Russia, plus increased sanctions on financial institutions. But, Colonel, do you think that those sanctions, even though there are more, are enough?
Well, sanctions are only good for two things, to deter and to punish. And so far, they haven't deterred Putin. He's immune from most of them. doesn't care what happens to the economy in Russia as long as he achieves his objectives in Ukraine. And as a result of that, the sanctions are only for punishment. They've been phased a little bit at a time. None of the sanctions has had an effect on the war. And at the end of the day, it's just punishment. And it really doesn't seem to matter, even if we sanction all of the people at the top of the food chain in Russia and all the banks, that's going to have a deleterious effect on on the Russian war game. At the end of the day, what's really made it more difficult for Russia, and I'm fond of sanctions, I think we ought to continue to do them. What's really had a deleterious effect on Russia's war game is the defense by the Ukrainian people, Morgan.
You know, Colonel, Ukrainian President Zelensky says that he believes that Russia is actually preparing for another large-scale offensive. And I know we've been talking about, you know, the focused areas of the eastern cities like Kharkiv and Mariupol. But do you believe that that is true, that the Russians are going to try to take the entire country again?
Well, they're going to, yeah, the short answer is yes, but they're now going to do it in stages. They thought they'd be able to walk in. That didn't work. They thought they'd be able to take Kiev and then link up the forces to bifurcate the country. That didn't work either. Now they're going to focus their attention on taking the Donbass region and the Black Sea coast of Ukraine. If they do that, they will have achieved certainly their intermediate objectives, and then try to move a little bit further inland and try to cut the country in half that way. I think that, and I'm not the only one, most people think that Russia is willing to settle for taking the eastern part of the country and the Black Sea coast, and then there might be some sort of negotiated settlement. But at the end of the day, he definitely wants to control those areas and will continue the scorched earth policy of the past couple of weeks in order to make that happen.
All right, Colonel Jack Jacobs for us. Colonel, thank you so much.
House Democrats are weighing a stronger response to the conflict of interest accusations against Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas. Members of the House Judiciary Committee are reportedly looking to address ethical concerns related to the justice and his wife, Virginia, who is a conservative activist. NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor is joining us now from Capitol Hill. So, Sahil, what kind of measures are Democrats talking about here?
They're looking at a variety of potential options to try to bolster Supreme Court ethics rule, beginning with legislation, including one that was re-upped today by Chris Murphy and Hank Johnson, the senator and the congressman, that would require the Supreme Court to create a code of ethics that would be binding and ensure that judges and justices recuse themselves in cases where there are conflicts of interest. That's one. The Judiciary Committee is also pondering, there's some appetite for an investigation into the activities of Ginny Thomas and her husband, Justice Clarence Thomas, and to try to gauge whether there were improprieties, there were conflicts of interest, the extent to which he knew and understood, you know, the activities of his wife and the extent to which she knew what he was working on and ruling on, the cases that have come before him that involve January 6th. So there are a variety of different ways that they're trying to go about this. And the last is there are some members of Congress, Democrats in the House and the Senate, who are directly trying to pressure Chief Justice John Roberts. He's a possibly useful vector to them because he cares about the reputation of the court. He's an institutionalist, and some believe that they can impress upon him the need to take some more stringent action when it comes to recusal.
So, Sahil, I go back to my middle school civics classes here, and we know we have three branches of government that are all supposed to be equal, some checks and balances in place. What kind of power does Congress really have to create a standard of ethics for the Supreme Court?
This is a matter of debate, Aaron. There are some who say that the Supreme Court is a fully co-equal branch, and any legislation that would necessitate the creation of a code of ethics of the Supreme Court would be unconstitutional. There are others, including one of the sponsors of the bill, Hank Johnson, the congressman who I just spoke to moments ago, who said that's nonsensical, that the Constitution gives Congress significant power to structure and to fund and to create the parameters of the judicial branch. And as part of that, Congress can require certain ethics rules rules that judges and justices are required to abide by. So there is a possibility, if this bill does pass, that it would go to the courts, it would go to the Supreme Court. And what are the justices going to do? They're going to render it unconstitutional. The creation of a code of ethics, that wouldn't look particularly good on them either. So there are a number of different angles to explore this from.
Going to be interesting to watch. Sahil Kapoor on the Hill. Thanks.
After passing a controversial new voting rights law last year, Georgia legislators have just passed another bill. Now, this would allow the state police to investigate voter fraud and empower the Georgia Bureau of Investigation to hunt for election crimes. NBC News political reporter Adam Edelman joins us now. Adam, thanks for being with us. What exactly does this bill do? I mean, what does it mean to give the Georgia Bureau of Investigation jurisdiction over election crimes, or even allow the police to go and look for them?
So I should point out right off the bat that the origin of this kind of bill is really the false claims by former President Donald Trump of widespread voter fraud, which is, as we know, is exceedingly rare. So with that in mind, the Georgia Bureau of Investigations is a state law enforcement agency, kind of like a state level FBI that works with local police on major crimes. By giving the GBI jurisdiction over election code violations, it essentially elevates those kinds of infractions to the level of serious crimes that the GBI would typically investigate, like violent crime, like murder, white-collar crimes that are serious, like fraud and financial scams. So, this bill specifically, it empowers the GBI to subpoena documents and conduct any audit it sees fit by giving the agency that kind of real teeth to go after election code violations and alleged voter fraud, which, like I said, is exceedingly rare. Its real intended effect, according to voting rights advocates, is really to intimidate voters and election workers. And in this environment where allies and supporters of Trump are still questioning the results of the 2020 race, that kind of intimidation, according to these voting rights advocates that I've spoken with, is designed to suppress turnout and scare election workers as we head into the 2022 midterms.
Adam, what are the next steps then for this bill? I mean, is there any indication even that other states might follow suit with some similar legislation?
So this bill has been passed by both chambers of the state legislature. Republican Governor Brian Kemp is expected to sign it. It is expected to become state law imminently. And as far as the second part of your question, this is part of a much bigger trend of states enacting voting restrictions. In 2021, we saw 19 states enact such restrictions. The pattern has continued into this year. Last month, Florida lawmakers enacted a law that creates their own voter fraud police force. That's the first of its kind. Republican-controlled legislatures across the country have made it clear it's a goal of theirs to put legislation that makes it harder to vote. Arizona, Missouri, New Hampshire, South Carolina, these are all states where we've seen similar bills, and there will be more.
All right, Adam Edelman for us there. Adam, thank you.
Thanks.
The Justice Department calls it the Amazon.com of the dark web. But now the world's largest illegal online marketplace is shut down.
Coming up next, how the U.S. and Germany work together to take it down, and what comes next for the people who ran it. Stay with us.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
The world's largest illegal marketplace on the dark web is now shut down. German authorities knocking the Russian-based site offline Tuesday, all thanks to a special operation with the U.S. Justice Department. NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams joins us now with those details. Pete, how big was this operation and what exactly was being sold on this site?
Well, the Justice Department says it accounted for 80% of all the cryptocurrency transactions on the dark net and generated over $5 billion in sales since it started operating in 2016. They seized more than $25 million, the Germans and the U.S. did when they shut it down. And court documents say it enabled the users, mainly in Russian-speaking countries, to buy and sell illegal drugs, stolen financial data, fraudulent ID documents, including American passports and driver's license. The site also offered money laundering services and methods for hacking into computers.
But Pete, I mean, everyone's sort of familiar with how normal online marketplaces like eBay or Amazon work. But how does a site that operates on the dark web function differently?
Well, what's so interesting here is the answer is just the same way. Sellers could create accounts and advertise their illegal products, and then the users could create accounts to buy those things. For example, the illegal drugs they could buy were cocaine, methamphetamines, LSD, and heroin. And then buyers could rate the sellers. You could give 1 to 5 stars and post customer reviews. And German officials say this had 17 million buyer accounts and more than 19,000 sales accounts.
Pete, how exactly, though, did authorities manage to shut this down? I mean, are there going to be charges for the people who actually ran this site or even for the people who bought and sold these illegal items or services on the site?
So the how part is that it was a joint effort with police in Germany. They shut down the servers that were located in that country. As for charges, yes, the U.S. has now filed criminal charges against a 30-year-old Russian man named Dmitry Pavlov. They've accused him of being the site's administrator.
All right, NBC's Pete Williams for us live from D.C. Pete, as always, thank you so much.
You bet.
The search is on for an American nun who's missing in West Africa.
That's right. Sister Suellen Tennyson, who's from New Orleans, was kidnapped earlier this week by unknown gunmen. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin has the latest on that search. Aaron?
Hey there. On Monday night, colleagues say Sister Suellen Tennyson was kidnapped in Burkina Faso, a West African country struggling with poverty and violence. With few clues as to where she was taken or why she was kidnapped, this morning around the world, they're praying for Sister Suellen's safe return. Friends of Sister Suellen Tennyson say they weren't surprised when the 83-year-old nun announced her calling to help the people of Burkina Faso, one of the poorest countries in the world, now facing a desperate humanitarian situation, in part due to a prolonged drought.
A kinder, gentler soul does not exist. She went over there because it was such an impoverished village, and she thought she could help.
Well known throughout New Orleans for helping the city overcome any number of crises, including Hurricane Katrina, Sister Suellen was drawn to do the same in Burkina Faso, despite the West African country's deteriorating security situation. On Monday night, 2 nuns who survived the attack called Sister Anne Lacour in Paris to tell her Sister Suellen had been kidnapped.
There was a lot of fear in their voices. They knew that the kidnappers had guns. They went from the kitchen to each one of the bedrooms where the sisters are. But the only one that was kidnapped was Sister Suellen. We suspect they were looking for money and medicine.
And what is the State Department doing to find her?
The answer was we are doing everything we can to find Sister Sue Ellen.
She makes you feel like everything's going to be okay no matter what is happening around you. I have no doubt that she has already forgiven her captors.
NBC reached out to the State Department about Sister Sue Ellen's apparent kidnapping. A spokesperson tells NBC News that they're aware of reports of a U.S. citizen missing in Burkina Faso and that the embassy is working diligently to verify the reports and is monitoring the situation. Sister Anne was telling me just how important Sister Sue Ellen's work in Burkina Faso is. People walk 15 miles for treatment at the clinic where she works. Because of the heat, they're seeing a surge in cases of malaria, especially among children, which they say is part of the reason Sister Sue Ellen was so adamant on staying. Back to you.
So, you know when you tweet something that's just pure gold and then you read it back and you realize you missed a letter or something like that? Now suddenly you've offended what seems to be half of the internet, right? Just me?
Good news, Twitter is finally coming up with a way to fix that, which is an edit button. We can tell you why the company is giving it in after years of pushback. Stay with us.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Well, tweeters of the world, your greatest wish has finally been granted. After years of requests from users, Twitter has finally announced it will roll out an edit button. Now, if you don't think this is a big deal, you probably haven't spent a whole lot of time tweeting. Tweeters, I should say, have been chirping up a storm for the ability to edit posts that they've tweeted almost since this thing started. So Twitter stands alone, really, among social media platforms without an edit function. In fact, here's an article, an NBCNews.com article from when Facebook launched one. That was back in 2013. So here to walk us through this complex journey of the edit button is Morning News Now co-host Savannah Sellers. So for folks who are not big Twitter users, and I know I've been wanting this edit feature for lots of reasons for a long time, but for folks who aren't big users, why is this such a big deal?
No way. I don't believe you make typos. You don't need it. No, well, that's a big deal because you just laid it out at the start there, that it's the only social media app that doesn't have one, first of all, of course, and the workaround for people has been you tweet something and then you delete the tweet and retweet it if you needed to edit something, if you did make a mistake in that, which is, of course, sort of annoying. But the bigger reason, and what the company has referenced over the years, is the fact that when someone tweets, it really enters the public record. And if you think about the ability to edit, it obviously alters what is then available on the internet. Essentially, you're going to have to go back and look at screenshots of a tweet in order to be able to see what someone said. You think about, for example, the last administration, a lot of focus on the former president's Twitter account. If you can edit those tweets, obviously it changes things. So they have been averse to it, at least as far as we knew up until now.
But given that aversion to it, Savannah, why now? Why have they decided to change it?
That is a loaded question, Morgan. This has been a big week. So let me take you back. It's Wednesday, but let's go back to Monday. On Monday, it was revealed that Elon Musk, I'm sure you've all heard of him, sure our viewers have too, bought up 9%, a little bit over 9% of the company shares, actually making him the largest single shareholder. Well, also on Monday, Elon Musk tweeted a poll. Do you want to see an edit feature? Then on Tuesday, it is announced that Elon Musk has actually joined the board of Twitter and also tweeted he was looking forward to making significant improvements. And then we're also talking about an edit button. Now, the official Twitter.com's Twitter account says it's something they've been working on since last year. But all that's kind of in the context here. And the Elon Musk thing obviously has a lot of people talking. Not only is he now the largest single shareholder, he's also a pretty outspoken critic of Twitter. And get this, on Twitter. Constantly posting polls, also things about, is Twitter a threat to our democracy, stuff like that. Actually, this is kind of a funny thing I wanted to tell you guys. Reaction was split to him becoming CEO on a news, to joining the board on a news article between these three things. A Tesla logo, makes sense. An emoji of woman face palming, like this, obviously not good, and an emoji vomiting. So that's how the internet feels about this, because people are really talking a lot about it.
Always interesting to see how that reaction.
Yeah.
And obviously the guy with the money gets to pull the strings.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
Just buy it when you don't like it. So when is the big question now? When are we going to see the edit button on our accounts?
That's a good question. We don't really have an official answer. What we know from that same tweet I mentioned from Twitter.com's is that it's going to roll out with what's called Twitter Blue. That's a subscription service that Twitter has. You pay for it, you get these kind of additional features, things like that. In the coming months was what they referenced. It would roll out to those users as they kind of work out kinks. They said try to make it as good as possible for users to get what they want out of it.
All right. Looking forward to it.
Yeah.
We'll see when it comes. Savannah, thank you.
You got it.
Appreciate it. And April is Autism Awareness Month. And in Virginia, one brother-sister duo is using social media to do just that. Today's show anchor Savannah Guthrie shows us how they're busting stereotypes one TikTok at a time.
Hi there. A brother-sister team from Richmond, Virginia is using TikTok to spread joy, laughter, and knowledge about autism, a disorder that affects more than 70 million people worldwide. Their popular videos have racked up tens of millions of views. It's a story that is truly inspiring.
If you were stranded on a desert island, what 3 things would you bring with you?
Hot sauce. You can never go wrong with hot sauce.
Hot sauce lover, sports fanatic, and Taco Bell enthusiast, 28-year-old Ryan McGuire is a star on TikTok.
You went to Taco Bell without me?
Did you want to go?
Yeah, I wanted to go.
It's too late now.
Ryan was diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder at 3 years old. His 25-year-old sister, Brittany, known on TikTok as Taco Bell Queen, started sharing lighthearted videos of her brother she calls Rye Guy just a few years ago.
How do I look?
Her first post went viral overnight.
What happened to your face?
You don't like it?
No.
Well, that's hurtful.
Brittany continued to share more videos of Ryan, fans quickly falling in love with her brother's brutal honesty, quick wit, and joyful reactions.
Ooh, they're like New York Knicks socks.
What started as simple fun quickly turned into a platform to spread autism awareness. Now, over 3 million followers cheer on the McGuire siblings. Hoping to help other families, Brittany has been open about what it was like growing up with an autistic brother.
One of the questions that I get a lot is, have Ryan and I always been close? The answer is no. Honestly, not.
Brittany struggled to understand Ryan's disorder. Like many with autism, Ryan deals with communication challenges and anxiety.
There would just be some moments where I would just break down in tears because I did not know how to relate to him. I didn't know how to talk to him.
But the videos became a life-changing gift for the siblings. Those fun recordings helped forge an incredible bond.
I feel like TikTok has tremendously improved our relationship. I love being around him. I am blessed to be his sister. He lights up every single room that he walks into.
Lighting up rooms and spreading a message of acceptance.
Here's one thing y'all need to remember about autism, okay? Listen carefully. Autism is not an illness. Autism is how the brain functions.
You're different, but you're not less.
That's correct. Now you need to post that on TikTok.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Tom Yamas.
And good day, everyone. We are coming on the air with breaking news. President Biden is announcing sweeping new sanctions against Russia amid the ongoing war in Ukraine. These are in response to what he has called war crimes committed by Russian forces. He's making the announcement at the top of a speech he's giving to a meeting of the nation's building and trade leaders. Let's listen in.
Briefly address the horrifying reports of the atrocities taking place in Ukraine and the steps the United States is taking to respond in close coordination with our allies and our partners. And I'm sure you've seen the pictures from Bucha and just outside of Kyiv. Bodies left in streets as Russian troops withdrew. Some shot in the back of the head with their hands tied behind their backs. Civilians executed in cold blood. Bodies dumped into mass graves. A sense of brutality and inhumanity left for all the world to see unapologetically. There's nothing less happening than major war crimes. Responsible nations have to come together to hold these perpetrators accountable. And together with our allies and our partners, we're going to keep raising the economic cost and ratchet up the pain for Putin and further increase Russia's economic isolation. Folks, the steps we've already taken are predicted to shrink Russia's gross domestic product by double digits this year alone. Just in 1 year, our sanctions are likely to wipe out the last 15 years of Russia's economic gains. And because we've cut Russia off from importing technologies like semiconductors and encryption security and critical components of quantum technology that they need to compete in the 21st century, we're going to stifle Russia's ability and its economy to grow for years to come. Folks, this is the United States, and we're taking additional steps in lockstep with our allies and partners to raise the economic pressure on Putin. First, the United States will impose full blocking sanctions on Sberbank, by far the largest financial institution in Russia, and Alfa Bank, its largest private bank. We're locking down any accounts, any funds that those banks hold in the United States. They'll not be able to touch any of their money. They'll not be able to do any business here. And second, I'm going to sign an executive order that's going to ban any new U.S. investment in Russia. More than 600 private sector companies. Folks, corporate America is stepping up and change. From McDonald's to Exxon, they've left the Russian market on their own accord, 600 of them. Think about that. The private businesses choosing to leave Russia rather than risk being associated with Putin's brutal war. And this ban on investment is going to make sure that new money can't come into Russia to replace what's left so that Russian economy doesn't feel the loss and the loss of these businesses for the long term. Third, we're adding more critical state-owned enterprises to the list of fully blocked Russian companies. These companies are major revenue generators owned by Russian government, which Putin uses to fund himself and enable his war in Ukraine. They'll also be cut off from doing any business with the United States. They'll not be able to access or use any assets they have in the United States. And fourth, we, along with our European allies, are adding the names of the list of Russian elites and their families that we're sanctioning. You see these yachts where they're being picked up? No, think about it. Think about the incredible amounts of money these oligarchs have stolen. These yachts are millions and millions of dollars. Look, these oligarchs and their family members are not allowed to hold on to their wealth in Europe and the United States and keep these yachts worth hundreds of millions of dollars, their luxury vacation homes, while children in Ukraine are being killed, displaced from their homes every single day. And finally, we're continuing to supply Ukraine with the weapons, resources they need to defend their country. Last Friday, we announced millions in funding to procure new equipment for Ukraine. advanced drones, laser-guided rocket systems. Yesterday, I signed another package to send more Javelin missiles, those shoulder-mounted missiles that can take out tanks and armored vehicles. To keep getting an uninterrupted supply to the Ukrainian military. You know, we won't be able to advertise every piece of security we give because our allies and partners are supplying to Ukraine through us. But advanced weapons and ammunition are flowing in every single day. And as you may have seen yesterday on television, when the Secretary of Defense was being cross-examined by one of our, how can I say it, our congresspersons, saying, "What have you done?" And he basically looked at him and said, "What the hell do you think we've done? Why do you think they're able to fight? We've trained them and we've given them the weapons." That's what's happening. Look, thanks to the bravery, the grit, and the fighting spirit of the Ukrainian people, Russia has already failed in its initial war aims. Russia wanted to take Ukraine's capital city, Kyiv, and topple its democracy and elected government. Today, Kyiv still stands, and that government still presides. This fight is far from over. Here's the point. This war could continue for a long time, but the United States will continue to stand with Ukraine, the Ukrainian people, in the fight for freedom. And I just want you to know that. And by the way, if I got to go to war, I'm going with you guys. I tell you. I mean it. I want to talk about what I'm here today to talk about. You women and men and the American Union movement. Remember.
All right, we've just been listening to President Biden as he puts more pressure on Russian leader Vladimir Putin, announcing today that they're going to elevate full sanctions on Russia, essentially freezing all business with Russia's two largest financial institutions, Sberbank and Alfa Bank, and also announcing a ban on no new investments in Russia as well. I want to get right to Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander. And Peter, you know, I want to ask you, this was not only political, it's not only financial, it also got personal for members of Vladimir Putin's family.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Tom. As we have heard from this president and are hearing from the White House now, this new round of sanctions comes in response to what administration officials here describe as the sickening brutality of Vladimir Putin and the Russians. And that's why today, for the first time, we heard from President Biden that they will be sanctioning the two adult daughters of Vladimir Putin, effectively cutting them off from the U.S. financial system and any assets they may have in the West. The U.S. is working in conjunction with the G7 and the European Union on this. But it's not just Vladimir Putin's daughters. They're also targeting his inner circle, including the foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, Russia's top diplomat, his wife and his daughter, as well as blacklisting those members of the Russian Security Council. As we've heard over the course of the last several days from this White House, it is going to take time for all of these sanctions to really have an impact, but they say they are already witnessing that impact happening right now, as the president just detailed, with the goal being, according to an administration official, to send Russia back to the Soviet-style living standards of the 1980s. So those are some of the key headlines coming from President Biden in his remarks today. And it comes on a busy day for this administration. While most Americans obviously are paying close attention to what's happening overseas, certainly the atrocities in Bucha, Americans by and large want the president to be focusing on the economy at home. It's why today the president announced that he will be extending that payment pause for federal student loans till the end of August. It was set to expire in May. That's effectively freezing $1.6 trillion in debt that affects 40 million Americans. It now expires just a couple of months before the midterms, Tom. So that's another topic that will become heated again in the months to come. Tom, back to you.
Peter Alexander, for us, it is getting harder and harder for Russia to do business in various parts of the world. I want to bring in NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell, who joins us now live from Brussels. Andrea, you had a chance to sit down and interview Secretary of State Blinken today. How does the Biden administration gauge how these sanctions affect what's happening on the battlefield?
Well, they are a step, but they certainly did not deter Vladimir Putin. They think that they are putting the squeeze on him. Secretary Blinken, though, telling me that he really had a visceral reaction to the atrocities in Bucha. Of course, he was flying here during President Zelensky's speech, but they were watching it on the plane and watching that and the videos. And he said that it was like a punch in the gut in the solar plexus. And he talked about how, as a father of young children, that his children are too young to have seen the horrors of that video, but that someday he's going to have to explain to them what's happened here, as all parents are going to have to explain to their children, all Americans, and that it really is an extraordinary, really an illustration of the brutality of what the Secretary and the President has said are war crimes, and that Vladimir Putin is a butcher, as the President described him, and that they're going to hold him accountable. The Secretary promised that. He said, it may take a long time. I pressed him on how long it's taken in the past for convictions on war crimes, but he said it can take years. It doesn't matter, that someday he will have to pay for what he has done by leading this war, a war that we know that the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs told Congress just yesterday is not going to last months. It's going to last years, if not decades.
And all of this coming on the news that Russian forces are retreating, at least for now, out of the cities of Kyiv and Chernihiv. Andrea, we thank you for your reporting. These latest sanctions, as President Biden mentioned, are in response to the atrocities Russia is accused of committing in towns that, until recently, held in Ukraine. Richard Engel was in the town of Bucha, where civilians appeared to have been brutally murdered. We do want to warn you that the images are extremely graphic that you're about to see. Richard, Russia has denied they killed these civilians, but you've spoken to countless witnesses. President Biden said it clearly. Civilians, quote, were executed.
Civilians were absolutely executed, and they were executed by Russian troops. We confirmed this with witnesses. We confirmed this with survivors, with relatives, with local authorities. There were still bodies on the street and blood on the ground when we got there. So this is not in dispute. Russia has put out this ludicrous claim that this was all staged by Ukraine, that it was actors who were pretending to be dead, but the bodies that were on the ground, the victims who had their hands tied behind their backs, the relatives who were still weeping because they saw these atrocities take place right in front of them. This happened, and it's important to understand where Bucha is and what Bucha is. So I'm here in the capital, Kyiv. Kyiv is a large city. It's a modern city. It's an expensive city. So people have been moving further and further outside of the city. Bucha is a wealthy suburb. It has a lot of large homes. It is surrounded by forests. It has about 40,000 residents. And when Russian troops planned to take over Kyiv, they sent in troops to Bucha and in other areas as a staging ground. And many people fled, but many people couldn't flee. So instead, they stayed in their homes. They went down in the basements. They went into their apartments as the Russian troops rolled in. And then the Russians started going door to door, house to house, looking for people, apartment to apartment. This is also a built-up area. And if you didn't open the door, and many people pretended that they weren't home, the Russian forces, and this is according to numerous witness accounts, would shoot the locks, burst down the door with axes or sledgehammers, and arrest primarily the military-age males who were inside, sometimes taking them away to be tortured, other times taking them away and just killing them. And also, according to numerous witnesses, if the Russians felt that they were being disrespected, or you were arguing with them, or you were trying to escape, sometimes the soldiers would just shoot people on the spot. We spoke to families who buried their friends and neighbors in their backyards. So this was an atrocity. This was a deliberate. There were deliberate killings of unarmed civilians on a wide scale. And by the way, it was not only Bucha. There are about 4 districts around Kyiv, roughly of the same size, that also saw similar atrocities that we're only able to witness now because Russian troops have left the Kyiv province and pulled out and gone back to their staging positions in Belarus to the north of here.
This may just be the beginning of this just horrific story when it comes to these war crimes. Richard Engel for us tonight. That concludes our coverage. We'll have much more tonight on NBC Nightly News and on Top Story on NBC News Now. For all of us at NBC News, I'm Tom Yamas. Have a good day.
Breaking news first on NBC News Now. New sanctions. President Biden announcing additional penalties against Russia, including sanctions on Vladimir Putin's own daughters. This as new images emerge of crews unearthing more devastation across Ukraine.
And outbreak. 29 million people from across the South under weather alerts today. How communities are coping after more than 36 tornadoes reported across 6 different states happened just this week.
Rising costs. The prices for eggs, toilet paper, baby formula, all skyrocketing at the grocery store. How some shoppers are finding a way to save on the things they need the most.
And in it to win it. Golf legend Tiger Woods announcing that he is planning to play in the Masters, teeing off tomorrow. What he says is the hardest part about getting back in the game. Hey there, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And good Wednesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin with breaking news. The U.S. hitting Russia with a new round of sanctions. The targets include the nation's largest bank and financial institution. The EU and other G7 nations are also poised to take the same steps today.
We are also learning more about the level of devastation in Borodyanka, a city just outside of the capital of Kyiv. Ukraine retook control from Russian troops just 4 days ago. Our very own Richard Engel reports that rescue crews are digging for bodies today in the rubble of an apartment building. Meanwhile, at the Vatican, Pope Francis held a Ukrainian flag that he says was sent from Bucha. He kissed it and repeated his calls for an end to the war in Ukraine.
We are covering every angle of this rapidly developing story. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi in Lviv, Ukraine. Ali, I want to start with that really just horrific situation that we're seeing unfold in Bucha. What more are we learning about what's happening there?
That's right, Aaron. There's an atrocity unfolding there now that the international community, journalists are allowed to go in there. And there's just scenes of horror. We've seen all of these people with their hands tied behind their back, shot in the back of the head, execution style, mass graves. The Russians have burnt many people there, and that's possibly because they're trying to cover up the evidence. And now the UN want to send a fact-finding mission into Bucha to collect evidence, preserve it, and to find out exactly what the Russians did there. They're going to be exhuming bodies, identifying people that have been mutilated there, to find out exactly what the cause of the death was, and to go into these basements where these alleged torture chambers the Russians had built, in some of them in schools. So there's going to be a lot of investigation to be done in Bucha. And as Richard said, there's also a lot of hard work to be done there. There are buildings that have been destroyed. People were hiding in the basements. They have probably all died because they were hit weeks ago, but they have to get those bodies out of those basements. And they also have to clear a lot of the mines that the Russians had left there. We've also heard reports that the Russians had mutilated and then booby-trapped bodies as well. So there's a lot of careful digging and clearing to be done there. And that's why the mayor of these cities is saying to the residents, don't come back yet. It's not safe. There's a lot of work that needs to be done there first.
It's the heartbreaking situation you've described there for us, Ali. I do want to ask you, we are hearing from U.S. defense officials about Russian troop movements at this point. What can you tell us about that?
That's right. U.S. defense officials are saying that the Russians have completely retreated from the Kyiv area and Chernihiv area, that there are no more of those Russian troops in Ukraine. They're now all back in Russia or in Belarus, and that none of them have been redeployed to any other places in Ukraine. Now, the question is, when will they come back? The U.S. officials are saying that depends on how depleted the troops are, their armament is, but their assessment is that it's not going to be long before they come back. They also haven't seen any large, tangible movements towards the Donbass area, which the Russians are focusing on right now. But of course, the Russians already had a very strong foothold in the Donbass area. They had separatists there fighting there since 2014. They were loyal to the Russians, and some foreign mercenaries that are there as well. But once they are redeployed, some of them may go to the Donbass region and some may go back to the Kyiv region.
I want to bring in NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney in now. Ken, the Attorney General, the FBI Director, laid out some new ways that the U.S. is fighting Russian criminal activity this morning. What'd you learn from them?
That's right, Aaron. It was a pretty significant announcement. First of all, they charged a Russian oligarch with evading sanctions by doing what Russian oligarchs do, which is to move money using proxies and third parties to try to avoid the American sanctions on their assets. They've been doing that for years, but now the Justice Department is going after this behavior and charging it with crimes. They also announced that the FBI had taken down what's called a botnet, which is a network of computers that they said that Russia's military intelligence agency was harnessing to mount cyber attacks. So that was a pretty significant blow against Russia's offensive cyber capability. And Merrick Garland also mentioned what he says are the war crimes that he's seeing by the Russian military. And he very pointedly said that the Justice Department has a role to play in prosecuting those cases and that it would wait as long as it took to try to get some justice against people who committed war crimes.
All right, Ken Delanian in Washington, Ali Arouzi for us in Ukraine today. Thank you both.
Now, we just heard President Biden lay out that new round of sanctions against Russia at an event there in Washington. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us now to break this all down. Peter, what exactly did the president outline in terms of these new sanctions? What do they mean?
Well, we heard the president detail his outrage and his horror with the latest atrocities taking place in Ukraine, specifically those in Bucha, where we have watched just the slaughter of Ukrainian civilians there with our colleagues Richard Engel and others on the ground. So today, the president detailed these new U.S. sanctions. Administration officials come in response to what they call that sickening brutality. As you see on the screen, some of these will now be personal. Russian elites and family members, including Vladimir Putin's adult daughters, 2 adult daughters, they will be the targets of some of these new sanctions, effectively cutting them off from the U.S. financial system, from any assets in the West, the U.S. working in conjunction with its G7 and European Union allies. Separately, the U.S. is going to be adding full sanctions on the 2 largest banks in Russia, including one bank that you may not have heard of. It's called Sberbank, and that bank controls about 1/3 of the country's financial assets. So that is a potentially significant hit there. The president also targeting the inner circle of Vladimir Putin, as we noted, and banning all new U.S. investments in Russia. Here's how the president described what's taking place in Ukraine as we speak. Take a listen.
There's nothing less happening than major war crimes. Responsible nations have to come together to hold these perpetrators accountable. And together with our allies and our partners, we're going to keep raising the economic cost and ratchet up the pain for Putin and further increase Russia's economic isolation.
The president, who when he was overseas in Poland recently referred to Vladimir Putin as a butcher after visiting with some of those Ukrainian refugees. Administration officials are saying that part of this effort to further isolate the economic, financial, and technological systems of Russia is to send its economy back to the Soviet-style living standards from the 1980s. Morgan.
Wow. All right. Peter Alexander for us there. Peter, thank you so much.
Parts of the South reeling after yet another deadly round of severe weather. Powerful storms in that region have been relentless, just slamming several states for the past 2 weeks. We've had reports of at least 29 tornadoes across Georgia and South Carolina alone. Aerial footage from Blue Ridge, Texas, just outside Dallas, showing rooftops ripped off of homes. In Georgia, a man died when a tree fell onto his house. And also in Texas, the body of a woman was found outside her mobile home. That threat is far from over. 29 million people are under severe weather alerts now, with more tornadoes expected today. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is standing by with the latest track. But let's begin with NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky in South Carolina.
Yeah, this is a storm system that has just been relentless that now leaves damage from Texas to here in South Carolina. We are outside Allendale, one of the hardest hit communities, and I have to tell you, just getting our first glimpse of the damage, it's stunning. This is all that's left of one home of dozens that this suspected tornado struck. This storm prompting officials to issue a very rare tornado emergency, giving people just minutes to take cover, and thank goodness they did. And today, as they survey this damage, the threat of severe weather isn't over yet.
More severe weather is headed to the storm-ravaged South. More than 36 tornadoes reported across 6 states since Monday.
Tornado behind R&R, ladies and gentlemen.
The latest, this massive twister in Allendale, South Carolina, carving a 15-mile path of destruction Tuesday night.
That means very dangerous. You have to take cover now.
That warning even forcing lawmakers to shelter in the basement of the South Carolina State House. Violent storms killed a woman in Bryan County, Georgia. In Newton, Mississippi, this suspected tornado captured on surveillance video as blinding rain and winds moved in seconds. The aftermath seen nearby, with branches littered across highways. In Alabama, more possible twisters shearing trees, flipping cars, and tossing trailers.
It was all still at just 1 minute, and then the next few seconds sounded like a train was outside.
The deadly storms first moved through Texas late Monday night, killing one man when a tree fell on his home near Tyler. In Johnson County, one woman was rushing to escape when the storm lifted up her entire house.
Before I knew it, it blew my glass doors in, and then the house just started tumbling.
Brittany Deaton is hurt but alive this morning thanks to her dad. He ran to the rescue after she became trapped inside the family's RV. But just as they ran for cover, powerful winds rolled the trailer right on top of them.
I got hit by something and fell over, and it scratched me all up. And my dad got hit by the trailer.
He's now recovering in a hospital, his family calling him a hero.
Because he saved her, in my thoughts. He saved my daughter.
This dangerous system that drenched multiple states is now causing major flooding and bringing with it golf ball-sized hail. And today, the rain, wind, and tornado risk happening all over again as another round of dangerous spring storms get ready to strike the South.
And today, National Weather Service officials will be touring this damage to categorize the power of this tornado. But consider this. Experts say that on radar yesterday, debris from this community was seen pulled up into the atmosphere as high as 20,000 feet in the air. We'll send it back to you.
Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman now. Michelle, Morgan was just describing the scene right there on the ground, but what can we expect today and in the days ahead?
Hi there, Morgan. I know those images are frightening, and just imagine things being lifted 20,000 feet. So we're expecting the chance of severe weather today, not expecting the outbreak that we had yesterday. We had 43 tornado reports. You can see all the circles on this map here. That is where the tornadoes went through. So we're looking from Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, into South Carolina. We watched them all afternoon and all night, and we were looking at some very large, dangerous tornadoes. Right now, we are quiet. We're looking at some lightning strikes in the south, right near Florida, also parts of Alabama. We had a few lightning strikes in Missouri. That is about it. We are quiet, but we do expect the atmosphere to ripen, and we are going to see the chance for severe weather today possible, and most likely we will see some tornadoes once again. So 29 million people at risk. Where you see the orange on this map, that includes Chattanooga, Atlanta, Birmingham, Montgomery, Macon, down to Albany. That is where tornadoes are likely. We're going to see the chance for damaging winds over 60 miles per hour. We had winds gusting over 80 miles per hour yesterday, damaging hail, so large hail, and also the chance for some strong tornadoes. Where you see the yellow, that is a slight risk, and that's into parts of Kentucky. Then this threat shifts to the mid-Atlantic tomorrow. So where you see the yellow, that's your slight risk for Norfolk, also Cape Hatteras, down to Myrtle Beach. Again, 12 million at risk. And the Storm Prediction Center also added central and northern Florida to this. So Orlando and Tampa, you could see severe weather tomorrow as well. We're concerned about the rainfall. We've had 3 weeks of severe weather in the same spots. We had a lot of rain yesterday, 2 inches per hour sometimes, and we're going to see the chance for 5 inches possible. So we're certainly going to see the chance for flash flooding. And remember, flooding is the deadliest weather event that is out there. So we're going to watch that today. Where you see the yellows and oranges through parts of Georgia, also South Carolina, Charleston, Savannah, Macon, Augusta, that's where we could see the heaviest rainfall. Also to the northeast, we're expecting some heavy rainfall. The better news here is that we are in a drought in many spots in the Northeast. So this is beneficial rain. As we saw the rain falling this morning, it's going to fall once again tomorrow. So New York City, Burlington, Binghamton, even down to Philadelphia, you could see some heavier rain. We're looking at tale of two seasons. We have that jet stream so far down to the south. So temperatures 20 to 30 degrees above average in the west. And you guys, we could see temperatures in the 90s in Los Angeles over the next 3 days.
All right, NBC's Michelle Grossman. Michelle, thank you as always. And stay with us because oil executives are being grilled by lawmakers on Capitol Hill right now.
Coming up, what they're saying about the nation's sky-high gas prices.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Making news right now, police have arrested a third suspect in Sunday's mass shooting in Sacramento. Police say the man was arrested after being seen with a gun after the shooting. The other two men arrested are brothers. Police say the older brother posted a live video to Facebook of himself with a handgun just hours before the shooting. A high school student is in stable condition after being shot on campus. That happened on Tuesday morning at Erie High School in Pennsylvania. The student was hospitalized with non-life-threatening wounds. Police are searching for the shooter, who they suspect is younger than 15. And the Biden administration is extending the pause on student loan payments. Because of the pandemic, federal payments were frozen in March of 2020. They were scheduled to resume on May 1st. But after calls from Democrats in Congress, the White House has extended that deadline to August 31st.
At the bottom of the hour now, let's get you up to date on the latest coming out of Ukraine, where President Biden is announcing. Can we start from the top, please? Bottom of the hour now, and let's get you up to date on the latest coming out of Ukraine. President Biden is announcing new sanctions against Russia, and those sanctions will ban all new U.S. investment there, as well as increase sanctions on financial institutions and state-owned businesses. The U.S. and the EU are also including sanctions on Vladimir Putin's daughters.
Today, 11 humanitarian corridors are opening to evacuate civilians and to bring in aid. That's according to the Ukrainian Deputy Prime Minister. On Tuesday, almost 4,000 Ukrainians were evacuated. And Mariupol is getting bombarded with heavy attacks. That port city sustained another day of tough fighting and Russian airstrikes. Britain's defense ministry says about 160,000 residents are still trapped with no electricity, communication, medicine, heat, or water.
Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Zelensky is calling on the West to punish Russia for war crimes that he says Russian troops committed against civilians just outside of Kyiv. We're now getting new troubling looks inside of Bucha. You can see those images on your screen. They show the horrors that occurred. Here's Sky News' Deborah Haynes with the details.
This is no ordinary crime scene. Behind the cordon, yellow plaques numbered from 1 to 6 are all that distinguish the remains of one life from another. Each body burnt beyond recognition. Like so many victims in the town of Bucha, their identities are not yet known. But what is clear is Ukraine's resolve for justice and its rage at Russia.
Друге – це фіксація цих злочинів органами досудового розслідування. Вже розуміємо, що нам не вистачає експертів, потрібна буде ДНК-лабораторія, тому що навіть тут ви бачите, побачити по облич не залишилось, спізнати ці особи без ДНК буде неможливо.
How can you talk to Vladimir Putin when his forces do this?
Go to hell.
A sentiment also felt keenly by the body collectors of Bucha. Their van arrived already loaded. The police chief says some 1,200 war crimes have been registered so far across the whole Kyiv region.
Більшість смертей, що ми фіксуємо, це у результаті пострілів з артилерії, пострілів, тобто причиною смерті є вибухові і уламкові поранення, а також ми фіксуємо факти катування людей і їх фактичної страти з допомогою автоматичної зброї.
The destruction in this town stands testimony to the trauma unleashed when Russian troops invaded. Their withdrawal a few days ago means investigators can more freely gather eyewitness statements, fingerprints and video evidence. But living with such death is almost too much for the remaining residents to bear. Who do you blame for this?
Только Путина.
Больше никого. Он на год старше меня, но это полный дурак.
We've not been here very long, but in this small corner of Bucha, we've already counted 8 bodies. There are many more houses and gardens yet to be searched. Ukrainians say that every death is going to be investigated and cases built so that prosecutions for war crimes can be heard. Down the road, 3 more stolen lives, discarded in death. But further evidence for Ukraine's investigators. Their goal is justice, so the victims of Russia's war can finally rest in peace. Deborah Haynes, Sky News, Bucha.
Now, as the fighting in Ukraine continues, the humanitarian crisis is growing as well. Almost 4.3 million refugees have left that country so far. That's according to the United Nations. That's more than the total population of Oregon. Neighboring Hungary has taken in almost 400,000 people, but that country is now feeling disrespected by Ukraine. NBC News global correspondent Raf Sanchez is joining us now from Budapest to help us understand exactly what's playing out here. Raf, I want to start first with the situation for refugees. Walk us through what it's like for them there in Hungary.
Yeah, Aaron, so of those 400,000 refugees who've crossed into Hungary, relatively few of them are actually staying here. Now, that's partly because the Hungarian government, led by the fiercely anti-immigrant Prime Minister Viktor Orban, is not keen on them to stay. He's encouraging them to keep going. But it's also because many of these refugees have friends, have family elsewhere in Europe, and they're trying to get to them. Now, that was the case for Katya. She is an IVF doctor from Kharkiv, who we met earlier today. Kharkiv, of course, that eastern city that has been so brutally assaulted by Russian forces over the last couple of weeks. Every day, Katya told me, she checks a security camera on her phone that's in the hallway of her apartment back in Kharkiv to see if her apartment building is still standing or not. And one of the questions I asked her is whether she thinks she'll one day go home to that apartment. Take a listen.
So you think you will go home to Kharkiv one day?
Yes, definitely I do. Definitely I do. I'm definitely sure that they will rebuild Kharkiv. Even Kharkiv going to be even better than was. And yes, I do. I will come back to Ukraine definitely, because there is not the part of my soul, there is a whole heart here.
Now, Aaron, some good news. Just as we were wrapping up that interview, Katya actually got an email from the British government saying she got the visa to travel to the UK, and she's planning to head there later this week. Aaron?
That is some good news for her and her family, for sure. Raf, I do want to ask you about this point. Hungary is saying that it's calling Ukraine's ambassador in to talk to the leadership there in Hungary because of what it calls insults about Hungary's stance on the invasion of Ukraine. What's going on with that?
Yeah, so President Zelensky of Ukraine has been incredibly critical of Prime Minister Orban, both before and after the election that happened here this weekend. Zelensky said Orban was one of the few people in Europe who are still stubbornly supporting Putin. Now, the Hungarian government is fed up with this. They summoned the Ukrainian ambassador earlier today. The foreign minister put out a statement. I'll read it just a little bit to you. He said it's time for Ukrainian leaders to stop their insults directed at Hungary and acknowledge the will of the Hungarian people. And what he means by that is Hungary has had an election. They've re-elected Orban, and Ukraine needs to accept that. I think they felt Zelensky's comments were kind of an attempt to meddle in Hungarian democracy. Now, Orban held a press conference today after his election victory. He spoke to President Putin earlier today, he said, and he proposed an immediate ceasefire followed by peace talks here in Budapest. No sign from the Kremlin whether they intend to take that up. Aaron?
We'll be watching. Raf Sanchez for us in Budapest today. Raf, thank you.
Let's go ahead and bring in Joe Soroncione. He is a distinguished fellow at the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. Joe, I want to thank you first for being with us. Your background is in nuclear security and nuclear proliferation. And the conventional wisdom out there is that Putin would not use nuclear weapons on Ukraine because it would lead to sort of mutually assured destruction. But given Russia's sort of scorched earth tactics that we've seen in places like Bucha and Mariupol up until this point, do you still think that that is a safe assumption?
I think the risk of nuclear use is low, but it is not zero. And Vladimir Putin has not ruled it out. He continues to make references to historic consequences should any nation oppose him. It continues to be part of Russian doctrine. I do take some solace in the fact that Putin seems to be slowly losing this war. And that is a best case scenario. You want Putin to be in retreat, but not in a retreat so bad that he feels an imminent collapse of his rule, of his power, and perhaps leading to him being disposed from power. But it is there. It is real. That's why the Biden administration is moving so carefully when they ratchet up sanctions, when they provide military aid. They don't want to be too provocative, too escalatory. So far, the U.S. is handling this risk just about right.
I also want to ask you, though, Joe, about what General Mark Milley said yesterday. I mean, he said that he anticipates that this war will stretch for years, not months. So given Ukraine's successes on the battlefield, along with the condemnation from the international community against Russia, do you think that that is a reasonable assessment?
Well, so much in this war has been so hard to predict, Morgan, that people are hesitant to make too solid a prognosis of what's to come. But yes, it's possible. For example, Putin first invaded Ukraine in 2014. Since that time, there has been fighting in in parts of eastern Ukraine, the Donbass region of Ukraine. So you've seen that fighting continue. It's quite possible that as Putin withdraws his forces from western Ukraine, pivots them back to Crimea and eastern Ukraine, he could stay there in a low-level conflict for years to come. The other possibility is that at some point the Russian army just cracks. It just collapses under the losses they're taking, the morale problems they're having, leadership problems they're having. So I wouldn't rule either one of those scenarios out.
What about sanctions, though, Joe? I mean, what have sanctions accomplished thus far, and what impact do you expect more sanctions that we expect to hear more about today from President Biden to accomplish?
Well, shells arrive faster than sanctions. So you're seeing the military action on the battlefield, of course, race ahead of any sanctions. It takes time to put these in place. It takes time to ratchet them up. And again, the Biden administration has to coordinate with the Europeans so they can't go too far too fast because you want a united sanctions front. And they don't want to go too far so fast that they escalate a crisis for Putin that might cause him to take more dramatic military action, including the use of chemical or nuclear weapons. So you move them in slowly. The ones we're seeing put in today are very serious, are very personal, and they attack both Putin's immediate family and high-ranking officials. So it just takes a little more time. That's why I think over the next month or so, you're going to see the consequences of these sanctions really bite into the Russian economy and into the Russian war machine.
All right, Joe Soroncione, as always, thank you so much for your time and more importantly, for your analysis. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
She reports the news in Ukraine while he fights in the war. It was an emotional reunion for one family as they battle the Russian invasion. Here's NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez.
This is just the first hug of Yegor Sobolev's homecoming. He still has a bigger surprise ahead. See, he's been on the Ukrainian front lines while his wife, Marichka Padalko, has been taking care of their 3 kids.
Sometimes he can be offline for 4 or 5 days when he's on a mission and not supposed to use his mobile phone. Actually, work keeps me distracted from all those worries.
Marichka happens to be one of Ukraine's top news anchors, fighting her own battle.
We know how Russians are sufficient and professional in making up news and fake news and propaganda. So I think our biggest weapon now as journalists just to tell the truth, to show what is going on.
She and her colleagues from other channels across Ukraine have banded together for a unified newscast from undisclosed locations airing for hours each day, even as their families are at risk.
When I do my daydreaming and when I think about my biggest hope, I imagine how my husband comes back and how my children get to see him again.
Sometimes daydreams do come true, even if victories don't come easy. Gabe Gutierrez, NBC News, Lviv, Ukraine.
Stay with us. Costs for almost everything going up and bank balances are dropping.
That's right. Coming up next, what record inflation and fears of a recession have some families doing to keep their budgets going. Stay with us.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
On the money this hour, an under-the-radar offer could put the brakes on a planned merger between two airlines. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu is here to help us understand what's happening there and some other topics too. Dom, I want to start with this news about the Federal Reserve, actually. An official there saying that the Fed is going to have to continue to increase interest rates. Walk us through that and how the markets are reacting.
All right, so Aaron, that Federal Reserve official is Patrick Harker, and he's the president of the Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia. Now, Harker says, quote, inflation is running far too high, and I'm acutely concerned about this. He also said that the bigger picture economic backdrop of rising prices, that inflationary front, is the result of large amounts of government spending during things like the pandemic, also supply chain disruptions and looser monetary policy from not just the Fed, but other central banks around the world as well. Now, Harker's comments did raise eyebrows, but really are not that surprising. Now, he's the third Fed official in as many days to come out and warn about the bigger inflation threat to the economy. Federal Reserve Governor Lael Brainerd, also San Francisco Fed President Mary Daly, also making comments echoing those same concerns, talking about the importance of reining in inflation. Now, each of them has talked about interest rate hikes as part of that solution, and certain Fed members, Aaron, have also talked about reducing the size of the Fed's bond portfolio, its so-called balance sheet, which, of course, surged in size since the great financial crisis because the Fed, we know, has been buying massive amounts of government bonds and putting cash in the U.S. financial system.
You also mentioned some big news involving the airline industry and maybe the big impact it could have on travel for us. What can you tell us?
So it's getting a little bit more tense in the airline business for sure, Aaron, and not because of unruly passengers, but because of a bidding war that has now erupted for one of America's most well-known budget airlines. JetBlue has made an unsolicited bid for smaller rival Spirit Airlines. Now, they're offering to pay, JetBlue is, $3.6 billion in cash to acquire Spirit Airlines. Now, this wouldn't be such a big deal, but for the fact that Spirit had already agreed to be bought by another low-cost airline rival in Frontier Airlines. They had agreed to pay $2.9 billion in a combo of cash and its own stock. Now, JetBlue really wants access to Spirit's routes, its gates at domestic U.S. airports, and if a deal were to be approved by regulators, Aaron, it would help JetBlue, better compete with rivals in the U.S. market like Southwest, American United, and, of course, Delta.
Fight over Spirit Airlines. Interesting. I do want to ask you before we let you go, Dom. Ed Sheeran was hit with a lawsuit over one of his really most popular songs, I think. What's going on with this case?
So he's victorious, Aaron. That's the bottom line here. Sheeran won a copyright lawsuit that was brought against him by another artist alleging that Sheeran plagiarized his work when he recorded his hit single, Shape of You, back in 2017. Now, this trial lasted 11 days, and at the end of it, a judge declared that Sheeran neither deliberately nor subconsciously copied a phrase from another song. Sheeran did, by the way, respond to the verdict by saying that claims over plagiarism are damaging to the songwriting industry and have become way too common, but still a very popular song. I believe, Aaron, Shape of You is still the most streamed song ever in history. Back over to you.
It's a good song, so I get it. Dom Chu for us at CNBC. Thank you.
Inflation is at a 40-year high, and adding to the economic anxiety, top economists now say we could be in a recession by the end of this year, which is why American families are taking a closer look at their budgets and really doing whatever they can to save a dollar here and there. Here's NBC News business and technology correspondent Jolene Kent.
After a rapid economic recovery from the pandemic, there are new worries and warnings of a possible recession triggered by high prices for food and gas. This comes as NBC News polling shows the majority of Americans disapprove of how President Biden is handling the economy.
This morning, shoppers are pinching pennies as inflation continues to soar and fears of a recession are on the rise. According to new data, consumers are buying more generic store brands for the first time in almost 2 years, choosing cheaper versions of cooking oil, eggs, sugar, toilet paper, and baby formula. And shoppers are purchasing smaller amounts of products like cereal and cleaning supplies as inflation remains at a 40-year high. Families are making cuts to afford those rising grocery and gas bills.
We never eat out anymore. That's the other. We used to eat out like once a week or something, and we hardly ever do that anymore.
At Jim Dandy's, a restaurant in Rutherford, New Jersey, owner Brian Flynn is feeling the pain.
The way the food costs are running out of control, the labor shortage, it's really unprecedented.
He says he's hiked prices 4 times due to the rising cost of labor, frying oil, and chicken, but still loses money on every plate of chicken fingers.
I should charge $21 for 5 chicken fingers and fries. I don't. I charge $13.95.
With inflation sky high, Goldman Sachs now puts the odds of a recession at 38% in the next 2 years. Last week, changes in the bond market signaled a possible economic slowdown. Recessions usually trigger widespread job cuts and unemployment, but Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell says he's trying to prevent that by raising interest rates gradually this year.
For the consumers out there who are worried about their jobs in a possible recession, what do you say to that?
Well, I say that our intention is to bring inflation back down to 2% while still sustaining a strong labor market, and that the economy is very strong.
By raising those interest rates slowly, the Fed is hoping to cool off consumer spending without triggering a recession with layoffs and unemployment. But if you're worried, experts recommend boosting your emergency savings and watching your budget, trimming the fat to deal with these persistent high prices.
A roaring comeback for golf legend Tiger Woods.
He is on the hunt for a 6th green jacket 1 year after that catastrophic crash he was in. After the break, the Tiger Mania set for tomorrow's Masters.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Tiger Woods is back on the links in Augusta, Georgia this morning.
The fact that he can even walk after that rollover crash in California last year is pretty miraculous. Now he's going for what could be an epic 6th Masters win. Here's NBC's Kerry Sanders.
All eyes on Tiger Woods. We're a day away now from the decision of whether Tiger Woods is going to tee off here for the Masters. All indications are he is not only going to tee off, but he's here to compete and go for a record-tying 6th Masters win.
All signs point to a miraculous return to the Masters for Tiger Woods.
As of right now, I feel like I am going to play.
Woods not only determined to play, but says if he does tee off tomorrow, he's going for the green jacket, that is.
If I feel like I can still win, I'm going to play. But if I feel like I can't, then you won't see me out here.
If Woods competes, this will be his 24th Masters tournament, though this road to Augusta was by far the most difficult. It's been just 14 months since his right leg was crushed in a rollover accident. Doctors considered amputation, but chose pins, rods, and screws to save it. Woods spent 3 months in a hospital bed and endured months of painful rehab.
I don't have any qualms about what I can do physically from a golf standpoint. It's now walking is the hard part.
The steep terrain golfers must walk at Augusta National is notorious. On the 10th hole, from where a golfer tees off to the lowest point of the fairway is a drop greater than the height of the Statue of Liberty. From the highest point of the course to the lowest is nearly the size of Niagara Falls.
You can feel Augusta National in your shins after you play. So 4 days of that, when he hasn't done this in over a year and a half, that's a lot to ask.
Fans are elated to see his return to play.
He has nothing left to prove. It's really just for him. So I think for a lot of people, they can see a little bit of themselves in it.
Friend and fellow golfer Rory McIlroy is one of those not counting out a possible win for Woods.
I'm not surprised at anything he does anymore.
Should Tiger take home a 6th Masters win, he would tie the record with Jack Nicklaus, the golf legend, weighing Woods' odds, writing in part, Tiger wouldn't tee it up if he didn't think he could compete and win. In 2019, he remembered how to win. If his body holds up, could he do it again?
The odds that Tiger will win, well, the odds makers say 50-1, but I think we know from his history, you never count him out.
Astronaut Mark Vande Hei just returned to Earth after setting an American record for time spent in space.
That's right. He admits the war in Ukraine created some tension between orbiting Russian and American astronauts. NBC's Tom Costello talked to him about how they dealt with the stress in orbit.
The International Space Station may be orbiting some 250 miles above the Earth, but Mark Vande Hei says the war in Ukraine is very much on the minds of the Americans and Russians who live and work together.
My Russian crewmates are dear friends. They will always be dear friends.
and there's varying levels of discomfort for them as well about the situation. But we had a job to do.
Van der Heij, who set an American record 355 days in orbit, returned last week on a Russian space capsule with Russian cosmonauts.
Did you even bring up the situation in Ukraine, or did you just wall that conversation off completely?
I think some of my crewmates tried to avoid it. I did bring it up with both my crewmates that I landed with, and really all I feel comfortable saying is there was a variety of responses.
Saying the Russians had a variety of responses is as much as Van der Heij wants to say about their views. But when the head of the Russian space agency threatened to let the station fall to Earth, his own family became worried.
Living it directly, I didn't have that sense of alarm, but my family, my extended family, were quite concerned.
Now Russia is threatening to leave the space partnership altogether.
Honestly, that cooperation, I think, is essential to peaceful relationships in the future.
Looking down from space, Van der Heij says he became emotional looking at Russia and Ukraine. He saw Russia lit up with lights, while much of Ukraine was covered in darkness. Back to you.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Tom Llamas.
And good day, everyone. We are coming on the air with breaking news. President Biden is announcing sweeping new sanctions against Russia amid the ongoing war in Ukraine. These are in response to what he has called war crimes committed by Russian forces. He's making the announcement at the top of a speech he's giving to a meeting of the nation's building and trade leaders. Let's listen in.
Briefly address the horrifying reports of the atrocities taking place in Ukraine and the steps the United States is taking to respond in close coordination with our allies and our partners. And I'm sure you've seen the pictures from Bucha and just outside of Kyiv. Bodies left in streets as Russian troops withdrew. Some shot in the back of the head with their hands tied behind their backs. Civilians executed in cold blood. Bodies dumped into mass graves. A sense of brutality and inhumanity left for all the world to see unapologetically. There's nothing less happening than major war crimes. Responsible nations have to come together to hold these perpetrators accountable. And together with our allies and our partners, we're going to keep raising the economic cost and ratchet up the pain for Putin and further increase Russia's economic isolation. Folks, the steps we've already taken are predicted to shrink Russia's gross domestic product by double digits this year alone. Just in 1 year, our sanctions are likely to wipe out the last 15 years of Russia's economic gains. And because we've cut Russia off from importing technologies like semiconductors and encryption security and critical components of quantum technology that they need to compete in the 21st century, we're going to stifle Russia's ability and its economy to grow for years to come. Folks, this is the United States, and we're taking additional steps in lockstep with our allies and partners to raise the economic pressure on Putin. First, the United States will impose full blocking sanctions on Sberbank, by far the largest financial institution in Russia, and Alfa Bank, its largest private bank. We're locking down any accounts, any funds that those banks hold in the United States. They'll not be able to touch any of their money. They'll not be able to do any business here. And second, I'm going to sign an executive order that's going to ban any new U.S. investment in Russia. More than 600 private sector companies. Folks, corporate America is stepping up and change. From McDonald's to Exxon, they've left the Russian market on their own accord, 600 of them. Think about that. The private businesses choosing to leave Russia rather than risk being associated with Putin's brutal war. And this ban on investment is going to make sure that new money can't come into Russia to replace what's left so that Russian economy doesn't feel the loss and the loss of these businesses for the long term. Third, We're adding more critical state-owned enterprises to the list of fully blocked Russian companies. These companies are major revenue generators owned by Russian government, which Putin uses to fund himself and enable his war in Ukraine. They'll also be cut off from doing any business with the United States. They'll not be able to access or use any assets they have in the United States. And fourth, we, along with our European allies, are adding the names of the list of Russian elites and their families that we're sanctioning. You see these yachts where they're being picked up? No, think about it. Think about the incredible amounts of money these oligarchs have stolen. These yachts are millions and millions of dollars. Look, these oligarchs and their family members are not allowed to hold on to their wealth in Europe and the United States and keep these yachts worth hundreds of millions of dollars, their luxury vacation homes, while children in Ukraine are being killed, displaced from their homes every single day. And finally, we're continuing to supply Ukraine with the weapons, resources they need to defend their country. Last Friday, we announced millions in funding to procure new equipment for Ukraine, advanced drones, laser-guided rocket systems. Yesterday, I signed another package to send more Javelin missiles, those shoulder-mounted missiles that can take out tanks and armored vehicles. To keep getting an uninterrupted supply to the Ukrainian military. You know, we won't be able to advertise every piece of security we give because our allies and partners are supplying to Ukraine through us. But advanced weapons and ammunition are flowing in every single day. And as you may have seen yesterday on television, when the Secretary of Defense was being cross-examined by one of our, how can I say it, our congresspersons, saying, "What have you done?" And he basically looked at him and said, "What the hell do you think we've done? Why do you think they're able to fight? We've trained them and we've given them the weapons." That's what's happening. Look, thanks to the bravery, the grit, and the fighting spirit of the Ukrainian people, Russia has already failed in its initial war aims. Russia wanted to take Ukraine's capital city, Kyiv, and topple its democracy and elected government. Today, Kyiv still stands, and that government still presides. This fight is far from over. Here's the point. This war can continue for a long time, but the United States will continue to stand with Ukraine and the Ukrainian people in the fight for freedom. And I just want you to know that. And by the way, if I got to go to war, I'm going with you guys. I tell you. I mean it. I want to talk about what I'm here today to talk about. You women are men and the American Union movement. Remember.
All right, we've just been listening to President Biden as he puts more pressure on Russian leader Vladimir Putin, announcing today that they're going to elevate full sanctions on Russia, essentially freezing all business with Russia's two largest financial institutions, Sberbank and Alfa Bank, and also announcing a ban on no new investments in Russia as well. I want to get right to Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander. And Peter, you know, I want to ask you, this was not only political, it's not only financial, it also got personal for members of Vladimir Putin's family.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Tom. As we have heard from this president and are hearing from the White House now, this new round of sanctions comes in response to what administration officials here describe as the sickening brutality of Vladimir Putin and the Russians. And that's why today, for the first time, we heard from President Biden that they will be sanctioning the two adult daughters of Vladimir Putin, effectively cutting them off from the U.S. financial system and any assets they may have in the West. The U.S. is working in conjunction with the G7 and the European Union on this. But it's not just Vladimir Putin's daughters. They're also targeting his inner circle, including the foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, Russia's top diplomat, his wife and his daughter, as well as blacklisting those members of the Russian Security Council. As we've heard over the course of the last several days from this White House, it is going to take time for all of these sanctions to really have an impact, but they say they are already witnessing that impact happening right now, as the president just detailed, with the goal being, according to an administration official, to send Russia back to the Soviet-style living standards of the 1980s. So those are some of the key headlines coming from President Biden in his remarks today. And it comes on a busy day for this administration. While most Americans obviously are paying close attention to what's happening overseas, certainly the atrocities in Bucha, Americans by and large want the president to be focusing on the economy at home. It's why today the president announced that he will be extending that payment pause for federal student loans till the end of August. It was set to expire in May. That's effectively freezing $1.6 trillion in debt that affects 40 million Americans. It now expires just a couple of months before the midterms, Tom. So that's another topic that will become heated again in the months to come. Tom, back to you.
Peter Alexander, for us, it is getting harder and harder for Russia to do business in various parts of the world. I want to bring in NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell, who joins us now live from Brussels. Andrea, you had a chance to sit down and interview Secretary of State Blinken today. How does the Biden administration gauge how these sanctions affect what's happening on the battlefield?
Well, they are a step, but they certainly did not deter Vladimir Putin. They think that they are putting the squeeze on him. Secretary Blinken, though, telling me that he really had a visceral reaction to the atrocities in Bucha. Of course, he was flying here during President Zelensky's speech, but they were watching it on the plane and watching that and the videos. And he said that it was like a punch in the gut in the solar plexus. And he talked about how, as a father of young children, that his children are too young to have seen the horrors of that video, but that someday he's going to have to explain to them what's happened here, as all parents are going to have to explain to their children, all Americans, and that it really is an extraordinary, really an illustration of the brutality of what the Secretary and the President has said are war crimes, and that Vladimir Putin is a butcher, as the President described him, and that they're going to hold him accountable. The Secretary promised that. He said it may take a long time. I pressed him on how long it's taken in the past for convictions on war crimes, but he said it can take years. It doesn't matter, that someday he will have to pay for what he has done by leading this war, a war that we know that the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs told Congress just yesterday is not going to last months. It's going to last years, if not decades.
And all of this coming on the news that Russian forces are retreating, at least for now, out of the cities of Kyiv and Chernihiv. Andrea, we thank you for your reporting. These latest sanctions, as President Biden mentioned, are in response to the atrocities Russia is accused of committing in towns that, until recently, held in Ukraine. Richard Engel was in the town of Bucha, where civilians appeared to have been brutally murdered. We do want to warn you that the images are extremely graphic that you're about to see. Richard, Russia has denied they killed these civilians, but you've spoken to countless witnesses. President Biden said it clearly. Civilians, quote, were executed.
Civilians were absolutely executed, and they were executed by Russian troops. We confirm this with witnesses. We confirm this with survivors, with relatives, with local authorities. There were still bodies on the street and blood on the ground when we got there. So this is not in dispute. Russia has put out this ludicrous claim that this was all staged by Ukraine, that it was actors who were pretending to be dead, but the bodies that were on the ground, the victims who had their hands tied behind their backs, the relatives who were still weeping because they saw these atrocities take place right in front of them. This happened, and it's important to understand where Bucha is and what Bucha is. So I'm here in the capital, Kyiv. Kyiv is a large city. It's a modern city. It's an expensive city. So people have been moving further and further outside of the city. Bucha is a wealthy suburb. It has a lot of large homes. It is surrounded by forests. It has about 40,000 residents. And when Russian troops planned to take over Kyiv, they sent in troops to Bucha and in other areas as a staging ground. And many people fled, but many people couldn't flee. So instead, they stayed in their homes. They went down in the basements. They went into their apartments as the Russian troops rolled in. And then the Russians started going door to door, house to house, looking for people, apartment to apartment. This is also a built-up area. And if you didn't open the door, and many people pretended that they weren't home, the Russian forces, and this is according to numerous witness accounts, would shoot the locks, burst down the door with axes or sledgehammers, and arrest primarily the military-age males who were inside, sometimes taking them away to be tortured, other times taking them away and just killing them. And also, according to numerous witnesses, if the Russians felt that they were being disrespected, or you were arguing with them, or you were trying to escape, sometimes the soldiers would just shoot people on the spot. We spoke to families who buried their friends and neighbors in their backyards. So this was an atrocity. This was a deliberate. There were deliberate killings of unarmed civilians on a wide scale. And by the way, it was not only Bucha. There are about 4 districts around Kyiv, roughly of the same size, that also saw similar atrocities that we're only able to witness now because Russian troops have left the Kyiv province and pulled out and gone back to their staging positions in Belarus to the north of here.
This may just be the beginning of this just horrific story when it comes to these war crimes. Richard Engel for us tonight. That concludes our coverage. We'll have much more tonight on NBC Nightly News and on Top Story on NBC News Now. For all of us at NBC News, I'm Tom Yamas. Have a good day.
Breaking news first on NBC News Now. New sanctions. President Biden announcing additional penalties against Russia, including sanctions on Vladimir Putin's own daughters. This as new images emerge of crews unearthing more devastation across Ukraine.
And outbreak. 29 million people from across the South under weather alerts today. How communities are coping after more than 36 tornadoes reported across 6 different states happened just this week.
Rising costs. The prices for eggs, toilet paper, baby formula, all skyrocketing at the grocery store. How some shoppers are finding a way to save on the things they need the most.
And in it to win it. Golf legend Tiger Woods announcing that he is planning to play in the Masters, teeing off tomorrow. What he says is the hardest part about getting back in the game. Hey there, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And good Wednesday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin with breaking news. The U.S. hitting Russia with a new round of sanctions. The targets include the nation's largest bank and financial institution. The EU and other G7 nations are also poised to take the same steps today.
We are also learning more about the level of devastation in Borodyanka, a city just outside of the capital of Kyiv. Ukraine retook control from Russian troops just 4 days ago. Our very own Richard Engel reports that rescue crews are digging for bodies today in the rubble of an apartment building. Meanwhile, at the Vatican, Pope Francis held a Ukrainian flag that he says was sent from Bucha. He kissed it and repeated his calls for an end to the war in Ukraine.
We are covering every angle of this rapidly developing story. Let's begin with NBC News correspondent Ali Arouzi in Lviv, Ukraine. Ali, I want to start with that really just horrific situation that we're seeing unfold in Bucha. What more are we learning about what's happening there?
That's right, Aaron. There's an atrocity unfolding there now that the international community, journalists are allowed to go in there. And there's just scenes of horror. We've seen all of these people with their hands tied behind their back, shot in the back of the head, execution style, mass graves. The Russians have burnt many people there, and that's possibly because they're trying to cover up the evidence. And now the UN want to send a fact-finding mission into Bucha to collect evidence, preserve it, and to find out exactly what the Russians did there. They're going to be exhuming bodies, identifying people that have been mutilated there, to find out exactly what the cause of the death was, and to go into these basements where these alleged torture chambers the Russians had built, in some of them in schools. So there's going to be a lot of investigation to be done in Bucha. And as Richard said, there's also a lot of hard work to be done there. There are buildings that have been destroyed. People were hiding in the basements. They have probably all died because they were hit weeks ago, but they have to get those bodies out of those basements. And they also have to clear a lot of the mines that the Russians had left there. We've also heard reports that the Russians had mutilated and then booby-trapped bodies as well. So there's a lot of careful digging and clearing to be done there. And that's why the mayor of these cities is saying to the residents, don't come back yet. It's not safe. There's a lot of work that needs to be done there first.
It's the heartbreaking situation you've described there for us, Ali. I do want to ask you, we are hearing from U.S. defense officials about Russian troop movements at this point. What can you tell us about that?
That's right. U.S. defense officials are saying that the Russians have completely retreated from the Kyiv area and Chernihiv area, that there are no more of those Russian troops in Ukraine. They're now all back in Russia or in Belarus, and that none of them have been redeployed to any other places in Ukraine. Now, the question is, when will they come back? The U.S. officials are saying that depends on how depleted the troops are, their armament is, but their assessment is that it's not going to be long before they come back. They also haven't seen any large, tangible movements towards the Donbass area, which the Russians are focusing on right now. But of course, the Russians already had a very strong foothold in the Donbass area. They had separatists there fighting there since 2014. They were loyal to the Russians, and some foreign mercenaries that are there as well. But once they are redeployed, some of them may go to the Donbass region and some may go back to the Kyiv region.
I want to bring in NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney in now. Ken, the Attorney General, the FBI Director, laid out some new ways that the U.S. is fighting Russian criminal activity this morning. What'd you learn from them?
That's right, Aaron. It was a pretty significant announcement. First of all, they charged a Russian oligarch with evading sanctions by doing what Russian oligarchs do, which is to move money using proxies and third parties to try to avoid the American sanctions on their assets. They've been doing that for years, but now the Justice Department is going after this behavior and charging it with crimes. They also announced that the FBI had taken down what's called a botnet, which is a network of computers that they said that Russia's military intelligence agency was harnessing to mount cyber attacks. So that was a pretty significant blow against Russia's offensive cyber capability. And Merrick Garland also mentioned what he says are the war crimes that he's seeing by the Russian military, and he very pointedly said that the Justice Department has a role to play in prosecuting those cases, and that it would wait as long as it took to try to get some justice against people who committed war crimes. Aaron.
All right, Ken Delaney in Washington, Ali Aruzzi for us in Ukraine today. Thank you both.
Now, we just heard President Biden lay out that new round of sanctions against Russia at an event there in Washington. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Peter Alexander joins us now to break this all down. Peter, what exactly did the president outline in terms of these new sanctions? What do they mean?
Well, we heard the president detail his outrage and his horror with the latest atrocities taking place in Ukraine, specifically those in Bucha, where we have watched just the slaughter of Ukrainian civilians there with our colleagues Richard Engel and others on the ground. So today, the president detailed these new U.S. sanctions. Administration officials come in response to what they call that sickening brutality. As you see on the screen, some of these will now be personal. Russian elites and family members, including Vladimir Putin's adult daughters, 2 adult daughters, they will be the targets of some of these new sanctions, effectively cutting them off from the U.S. financial system, from any assets in the West, the U.S. working in conjunction with its G7 and European Union allies. Separately, the U.S. is going to be adding full sanctions on the 2 largest banks in Russia, including one bank that you may not have heard of. It's called Sberbank, and that bank controls about 1/3 of the country's financial assets. So that is a potentially significant hit there. The president also targeting the inner circle of Vladimir Putin, as we noted, and banning all new U.S. investments in Russia. Here's how the president described what's taking place in Ukraine as we speak. Take a listen.
There's nothing less happening than major war crimes. Responsible nations have to come together to hold these perpetrators accountable. And together with our allies and our partners, we're going to keep raising the economic cost and ratchet up the pain for Putin and further increase Russia's economic isolation.
The president, who, when he was overseas in Poland, recently referred to Vladimir Putin as a butcher after visiting with some of those Ukrainian refugees. Administration officials are saying that part of this effort to further isolate the economic, financial, and technological systems of Russia is to send its economy back to the Soviet-style living standards from the 1980s. Morgan.
Wow. All right. Peter Alexander for us there. Peter, thank you so much.
Parts of the South reeling after yet another deadly round of severe weather. Powerful storms in that region have been relentless, just slamming several states for the past 2 weeks. We've had reports of at least 29 tornadoes across Georgia and South Carolina alone. Aerial footage from Blue Ridge, Texas, just outside Dallas, showing rooftops ripped off of homes. In Georgia, a man died when a tree fell onto his house. And also in Texas, the body of a woman was found outside her mobile home. That threat is far from over. 29 million people are under severe weather alerts now, with more tornadoes expected today. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is standing by with the latest track, but let's begin with NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky in South Carolina.
Yeah, this is a storm system that has just been relentless that now leaves damage from Texas to here in South Carolina. We are outside Allendale, one of the hardest hit communities, and I have to tell you, just getting our first glimpse of the damage, it's stunning. This is all that's left of one home of dozens that this suspected tornado struck. This storm prompting officials to issue a very rare tornado emergency, giving people just minutes to take cover, and thank goodness they did. And today, as they survey this damage, the threat of severe weather isn't over yet.
More severe weather is headed to the storm-ravaged South. More than 36 tornadoes reported across 6 states since Monday.
Tornadoes behind R&R, ladies and gentlemen.
The latest, this massive twister in Allendale, South Carolina, carving a 15-mile path of destruction Tuesday night.
That means very dangerous. You have to take cover now.
That warning even forcing lawmakers to shelter in the basement of the South Carolina State House. Violent storms killed a woman in Bryan County, Georgia. In Newton, Mississippi, this suspected tornado captured on surveillance video as blinding rain and winds moved in seconds. The aftermath seen nearby, with branches littered across highways. In Alabama, more possible twisters shearing trees, flipping cars, and tossing trailers.
It was all still at just 1 minute, and then the next few seconds sounded like a train was outside us.
The deadly storms first moved through Texas late Monday night, killing one man when a tree fell on his home near Tyler. In Johnson County, one woman was rushing to escape when the storm lifted up her entire house.
Before I knew it, it blew my glass doors in, and then the house just started tumbling.
Brittany Deaton is hurt but alive this morning thanks to her dad. He ran to the rescue after she became trapped inside the family's RV. But just as they ran for cover, powerful winds rolled the trailer right on top of them.
I got hit by something and fell over, and it scratched me all up. And my dad got hit by the trailer.
He's now recovering in a hospital, his family calling him a hero.
Because he saved her, in my thoughts. He saved my daughter.
This dangerous system that drenched multiple states is now causing major flooding and bringing with it golf ball-sized hail. And today, the rain, wind, and tornado risk happening all over again as another round of dangerous spring storms get ready to strike the South.
And today, National Weather Service officials will be touring this damage to categorize the power of this tornado. But consider this. Experts say that on radar yesterday, debris from this community was seen pulled up into the atmosphere as high as 20,000 feet in the air. We'll send it back to you.
Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman now. Michelle, Morgan was just describing the scene right there on the ground, but what can we expect today and in the days ahead?
Hi there, Morgan. I know those images are frightening, and just imagine things being lifted 20,000 feet. So we're expecting the chance of severe weather today, not expecting the outbreak that we had yesterday. We had 43 tornado reports. You can see all the circles on this map here. That is where the tornadoes went through. So we're looking from Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, into South Carolina. We watched them all afternoon and all night, and we were looking at some very large, dangerous tornadoes. Right now, we are quiet. We're looking at some lightning strikes in the south, right near Florida, also parts of Alabama. We had a few lightning strikes in Missouri. That is about it. We are quiet, but we do expect the atmosphere to ripen, and we are going to see the chance for severe weather today possible, and most likely we will see some tornadoes once again. So 29 million people at risk. Where you see the orange on this map, that includes Chattanooga, Atlanta, Birmingham, Montgomery, Macon, down to Albany. That is where tornadoes are likely. We're going to see the chance for damaging winds over 60 miles per hour. We had winds gusting over 80 miles per hour yesterday, damaging hail, so large hail, and also the chance for some strong tornadoes. Where you see the yellow, that is a slight risk, and that's into parts of Kentucky. Then this threat shifts to the mid-Atlantic tomorrow. So where you see the yellow, that's your slight risk for Norfolk, also Cape Hatteras, down to Myrtle Beach. Again, 12 million at risk. And the Storm Prediction Center also added central and northern Florida to this. So Orlando and Tampa, you could see severe weather tomorrow as well. We're concerned about the rainfall. We've had 3 weeks of severe weather in the same spots. We had a lot of rain yesterday, 2 inches per hour sometimes, and we're going to see the chance for 5 inches possible. So we're certainly going to see the chance for flash flooding. And remember, flooding is the deadliest weather event that is out there. So we're going to watch that today. Where you see the yellows and oranges through parts of Georgia, also South Carolina, Charleston, Savannah, Macon, Augusta, that's where we could see the heaviest rainfall. Also to the northeast, we're expecting some heavy rainfall. The better news here is that we are in a drought in many spots in the Northeast. So this is beneficial rain. As we saw the rain falling this morning, it's going to fall once again tomorrow. So New York City, Burlington, Binghamton, even down to Philadelphia, you could see some heavier rain. We're looking at tale of two seasons. We have that jet stream so far down to the south. So temperatures 20 to 30 degrees above average in the west. And you guys, we could see temperatures in the 90s in Los Angeles over the next 3 days.
All right, NBC's Michelle Grossman. Michelle, thank you as always. And stay with us because oil executives are being grilled by lawmakers on Capitol Hill right now.
Coming up, what they're saying about the nation's sky-high gas prices.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Making news right now, police have arrested a third suspect in Sunday's mass shooting in Sacramento. Police say the man was arrested after being seen with a gun after the shooting. The other 2 men arrested are brothers. Police say the older brother posted a live video to Facebook of himself with a handgun just hours before the shooting. A high school student is in stable condition after being shot on campus. That happened on Tuesday morning at Erie High School in Pennsylvania. The student was hospitalized with non-life-threatening wounds. Police are searching for the shooter, who they suspect is younger than 15. And the Biden administration is extending the pause on student loan payments. Because of the pandemic, federal payments were frozen in March of 2020. They were scheduled to resume on May 1st. But after calls from Democrats in Congress, the White House has extended that deadline to August 31st.
Bottom of the hour now, and let's get you up to date on the latest coming out of Ukraine. President Biden is announcing new sanctions against Russia, and those sanctions will ban all new U.S. investment there, as well as increase sanctions on financial institutions and state-owned businesses. The U.S. and the EU are also including sanctions on Vladimir Putin's daughters.
Today, 11 humanitarian corridors are opening to evacuate civilians and to bring in aid. That's according to the Ukrainian Deputy Prime Minister. On Tuesday, almost 4,000 Ukrainians were evacuated. And Mariupol is getting bombarded with heavy attacks. That port city sustained another day of tough fighting and Russian airstrikes. Britain's defense ministry says about 160,000 residents are still trapped with no electricity, communication, medicine, heat, or water.
Meanwhile, Ukrainian President Zelensky is calling on the West to punish Russia for war crimes that he says Russian troops committed against civilians just outside of Kyiv. We're now getting new troubling looks inside of Bucha. You can see those images on your screen. They show the horrors that occurred. Here's Sky News' Deborah Haynes with the details.
This is no ordinary crime scene. Behind the cordon, yellow plaques numbered from 1 to 6 are all that distinguish the remains of one life from another. Each body burnt beyond recognition. Like so many victims in the town of Bucha, their identities are not yet known. But what is clear is Ukraine's resolve for justice and its rage at Russia.
Друге – це фіксація цих злочинів органами досудового розслідування. Вже розуміємо, що нам не вистачає експертів, потрібна буде ДНК-лабораторія, тому що навіть тут, ви бачите, побачити по обличчю не залишилось, спізнати ці особи без ДНК буде неможливо.
How can you talk to Vladimir Putin when his forces do this?
Go to hell.
A sentiment also felt keenly by the body collectors of Bucha. Their van arrived already loaded. The police chief says some 1,200 war crimes have been registered so far across the whole Kyiv region.
Більшість смертей, що ми фіксуємо, це у результаті пострілів з артилерії, пострілів, тобто причиною смерті є вибухові і уламкові поранення, а також ми фіксуємо факти катування людей і їх фактичної страти з допомогою автоматичної зброї.
The destruction in this town stands testimony to the trauma unleashed when Russian troops invaded. Their withdrawal a few days ago means investigators can more freely gather eyewitness statements, fingerprints and video evidence. But living with such death is almost too much for the remaining residents to bear. Who do you blame for this?
Только Путина, больше никого. Он на год старше меня, но это полный дурак.
We've not been here very long, but in this small corner of Bucha, we've already counted 8 bodies. There are many more houses and gardens yet to be searched. Ukrainians say that every death is going to be investigated and cases built so that prosecutions for war crimes can be heard. Down the road, 3 more stolen lives, discarded in death, but further evidence for Ukraine's investigators. Their goal is justice, so the victims of Russia's war can finally rest in peace. Deborah Haynes, Sky News, Bucha.
Now, as the fighting in Ukraine continues, the humanitarian crisis is growing as well. Almost 4.3 million refugees have left that country so far. It's according to the United Nations. That's more than the total population of Oregon. Neighboring Hungary has taken in almost 400,000 people, but that country is now feeling disrespected by Ukraine. NBC News global correspondent Raf Sanchez is joining us now from Budapest to help us understand exactly what's playing out here. Raf, I want to start first with the situation for refugees. Walk us through what it's like for them there in Hungary.
Yeah, Aaron, so of those 400,000 refugees who have crossed into Hungary, relatively few of them are actually staying here. Now, that's partly because the Hungarian government, led by the fiercely anti-immigrant Prime Minister Viktor Orban, is not keen on them to stay. He's encouraging them to keep going. But it's also because many of these refugees have friends, have family elsewhere in Europe, and they're trying to get to them. Now, that was the case for Katya. She is an IVF doctor from Kharkiv, who we met earlier today. Kharkiv, of course, that eastern city that has been so brutally assaulted by Russian forces over the last couple of weeks. Every day, Katya told me, she checks a security camera on her phone that's in the hallway of her apartment back in Kharkiv to see if her apartment building is still standing or not. And one of the questions I asked her is whether she thinks she'll one day go home to that apartment. Take a listen.
So you think you will go home to Kharkiv one day?
Yes, definitely I do. Definitely I do. I'm definitely sure that they will rebuild Kharkiv. Even Kharkiv gonna be even better than was. And yes, I do. I will come back to Ukraine definitely, because there is not the part of my soul, there is a whole heart here.
Now, Aaron, some good news. Just as we were wrapping up that interview, Katya actually got an email from the British government saying she got the visa to travel to the UK, and she's planning to head there later this week. Aaron?
That is some good news for her and her family, for sure. Raf, I do want to ask you about this point. Hungary is saying that it's calling Ukraine's ambassador in to talk to the leadership there in Hungary because of what it calls insults about Hungary's stance on the invasion of Ukraine. What's going on with that?
Yeah, so President Zelensky of Ukraine has been incredibly critical of Prime Minister Orban, both before and after the election that happened here this weekend. Zelensky said Orban was one of the few people in Europe who are still stubbornly supporting Putin. Now, the Hungarian government is fed up with this. They summoned the Ukrainian ambassador earlier today. The foreign minister put out a statement. I'll read it just a little bit to you. He said it's time for Ukrainian leaders to stop their insults directed at Hungary and acknowledge the will of the Hungarian people. And what he means by that is Hungary has had an election, they've re-elected Orban, and Ukraine needs to accept that. I think they felt Zelensky's comments were kind of an attempt to meddle in Hungarian democracy. Now, Orban held a press conference today after his election victory. He spoke to President Putin earlier today, he said, and he proposed an immediate ceasefire followed by peace talks here in Budapest. No sign from the Kremlin whether they intend to take that up. Aaron?
We'll be watching Raf Sanchez for us in Budapest today. Raf, thank you.
Let's go ahead and bring in Joe Soroncione. He is a distinguished fellow at the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. Joe, I want to thank you first for being with us. Your background is in nuclear security and nuclear proliferation. And the conventional wisdom out there is that Putin would not use nuclear weapons on Ukraine because it would lead to sort of mutually assured destruction. But given Russia's sort of scorched earth tactics that we've seen in places like Bucha and Mariupol up until this point, do you still think that that is a safe assumption?
I think the risk of nuclear use is low, but it is not zero. And Vladimir Putin has not ruled it out. He continues to make references to historic consequences should any nation oppose him. It continues to be part of Russian doctrine. I do take some solace in the fact that Putin seems to be slowly losing this war. And that is a best case scenario. You want Putin to be in retreat, but not in a retreat so bad that he feels an imminent collapse of his rule, of his power, and perhaps leading to him being disposed from power. But it is there. It is real. That's why the Biden administration is moving so carefully when they ratchet up sanctions, when they provide military aid. They don't want to be too provocative, too escalatory. So far, the U.S. is handling this risk just about right.
I also want to ask you, though, Joe, about what General Mark Milley said yesterday. I mean, he said that he anticipates that this war will stretch for years, not months. So given Ukraine's successes on the battlefield, along with the condemnation from the international community against Russia, do you think that that is a reasonable assessment?
Well, so much in this war has been so hard to predict, Morgan, that people are hesitant to make too solid a prognosis of what's to come. But yes, it's possible. For example, Putin first invaded Ukraine in 2014. Since that time, there has been fighting in parts of eastern Ukraine, the Donbass region of Ukraine. So you've seen that fighting continue. It's quite possible that as Putin withdraws his forces from western Ukraine, pivots them back to Crimea and eastern Ukraine, he could stay there in a low-level conflict for years to come. The other possibility is that at some point the Russian army just cracks. It just collapses under the losses they're taking, the morale problems they're having, leadership problems they're having. So I wouldn't rule either one of those scenarios out.
What about sanctions, though, Joe? I mean, what have sanctions accomplished thus far, and what impact do you expect more sanctions that we expect to hear more about today from President Biden to accomplish?
Well, shells arrive faster than sanctions. So you're seeing the military action on the battlefield, of course, race ahead of any sanctions. It takes time to put these in place. It takes time to ratchet them up. And again, the Biden administration has to coordinate with the Europeans so they can't go too far too fast because you want a united sanctions front. And they don't want to go too far so fast that they escalate a crisis for Putin that might cause him to take more dramatic military action, including the use of chemical or nuclear weapons. So you move them in slowly. The ones we're seeing put in today are very serious, are very personal, and they attack both Putin's immediate family and high-ranking officials. So it just takes a little more time. That's why I think over the next month or so, you're going to see the consequences of these sanctions really bite into the Russian economy and into the Russian war machine.
All right, Joe Strancioni, as always, thank you so much for your time and more importantly, for your analysis. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
She reports the news in Ukraine while he fights in the war. It was an emotional reunion for one family as they battle the Russian invasion. Here's NBC News national correspondent Gabe Gutierrez.
This is just the first hug of Yegor Sobolev's homecoming. He still has a bigger surprise ahead. See, he's been on the Ukrainian front lines while his wife, Marichka Padalko, has been taking care of their 3 kids.
Sometimes he can be offline for 4 or 5 days when he is on a mission and not supposed to use his mobile phone. Actually, work keeps me distracted from all those worries.
Marichka happens to be one of Ukraine's top news anchors, fighting her own battle.
We know how Russians are sufficient and professional in making up news and fake news and propaganda. So I think our biggest weapon now as journalists is just to tell the truth, to show what is going on.
She and her colleagues from other channels across Ukraine have banded together for a unified newscast from undisclosed locations airing for hours each day, even as their families are at risk.
When I do my daydreaming and when I think about my biggest hope, I imagine how my husband comes back and how my children get to see him again.
Sometimes daydreams do come true, even if victories don't come easy. Gabe Gutierrez, NBC News, Lviv, Ukraine.
Stay with us. Costs for almost everything going up and bank balances are dropping.
That's right. Coming up next, what record inflation and fears of a recession have some families doing to keep their budgets going. Stay with us.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story and a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
On the money this hour, an under-the-radar offer could put the brakes on a planned merger between two airlines. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu is here to help us understand what's happening there and some other topics too. Dom, I want to start with this news about the Federal Reserve. Actually, an official there saying that the Fed is going to have to continue to increase interest rates. Walk us through that and how the markets are reacting.
All right, so Aaron, that Federal Reserve official is Patrick Harker, and he's the president of the Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia. Now, Harker says, quote, inflation is running far too high, and I'm acutely concerned about this. He also said that the bigger picture economic backdrop of rising prices, that inflationary front, is the result of large amounts of government spending during things like the pandemic, also supply chain disruptions and looser monetary policy from not just the Fed, but other central banks around the world as well. Now, Harker's comments did raise eyebrows, but really are not that surprising. Now, he's the third Fed official in as many days to come out and warn about the bigger inflation threat to the economy. Federal Reserve Governor Lael Brainerd, also San Francisco Fed President Mary Daly, also making comments echoing those same concerns, talking about the importance of reining in inflation. Now, each of them has talked about interest rate hikes as part of that solution, and certain Fed members, Aaron, have also talked about reducing the size of the Fed's bond portfolio, its so-called balance sheet, which, of course, surged in size since the great financial crisis because the Fed, we know, has been buying massive amounts of government bonds and putting cash in the U.S. financial system.
You also mentioned some big news involving the airline industry and maybe the big impact it could have on travel for us. What can you tell us?
So it's getting a little bit more tense in the airline business for sure, Aaron, and not because of unruly passengers, but because of a bidding war that has now erupted for one of America's most well-known budget airlines. JetBlue has made an unsolicited bid for smaller rival Spirit Airlines. Now, they're offering to pay, JetBlue is, $3.6 billion in cash to acquire Spirit Airlines. Now, this wouldn't be such a big deal, but for the fact that Spirit had already agreed to be bought by another low-cost airline rival in Frontier Airlines. They had agreed to pay $2.9 billion in a combo of cash and its own stock. Now, JetBlue really wants access to Spirit's routes, its gates at domestic U.S. airports, and if a deal were to be approved by regulators, Aaron, it would help JetBlue, better compete with rivals in the U.S. market like Southwest, American United, and, of course, Delta.
Fight over Spirit Airlines. Interesting. I do want to ask you before we let you go, Dom. Ed Sheeran was hit with a lawsuit over one of his really most popular songs, I think. What's going on with this case?
So he's victorious, Aaron. That's the bottom line here. Sheeran won a copyright lawsuit that was brought against him by another artist alleging that Sheeran plagiarized his work when he recorded his hit single, Shape of You, back in 2017. Now, this trial lasted 11 days, and at the end of it, a judge declared that Sheeran neither deliberately nor subconsciously copied a phrase from another song. Sheeran did, by the way, respond to the verdict by saying that claims over plagiarism are damaging to the songwriting industry and have become way too common, but still a very popular song. I believe, Aaron, Shape of You is still the most streamed song ever in history. Back over to you.
It's a good song, so I get it. Dom Chu for us at CNBC. Thank you.
Inflation is at a 40-year high, and adding to the economic anxiety, top economists now say we could be in a recession by the end of this year, which is why American families are taking a closer look at their budgets and really doing whatever they can to save a dollar here and there. Here's NBC News business and technology correspondent Jolene Kent.
After a rapid economic recovery from the pandemic, there are new worries and warnings of a possible recession triggered by high prices for food and gas. This comes as NBC News polling shows the majority of Americans disapprove of how President Biden is handling the economy. This morning, shoppers are pinching pennies as inflation continues to soar and fears of a recession are on the rise. According to new data, consumers are buying more generic store brands for the first time in almost 2 years, choosing cheaper versions of cooking oil, eggs, sugar, toilet paper, and baby formula. And shoppers are purchasing smaller amounts of products like cereal and cleaning supplies as inflation remains at a 40-year high. Families are making cuts to afford those rising grocery and gas bills.
We never eat out anymore. That's the other. We used to eat out like once a week or something, and we hardly ever do that anymore.
At Jim Dandy's, a restaurant in Rutherford, New Jersey, owner Brian Flynn is feeling the pain.
The way the food costs are running out of control, the labor shortage, it's really unprecedented.
He says he's hiked prices 4 times due to the rising cost of labor, frying oil, and chicken, but still loses money on every plate of chicken fingers.
I should charge $21 for 5 chicken fingers and fries. I don't. I charge $13.95.
With inflation sky high, Goldman Sachs now puts the odds of a recession at 38% in the next 2 years. Last week, changes in the bond market signaled a possible economic slowdown. Recessions usually trigger widespread job cuts and unemployment, but Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell says he's trying to prevent that by raising interest rates gradually this year.
For the consumers out there who are worried about their jobs in a possible recession, what do you say to that?
Well, I say that our intention is to bring inflation back down to 2% while still sustaining a strong labor market, and that the economy is very strong.
By raising those interest rates slowly, the Fed is hoping to cool off consumer spending without triggering a recession with layoffs and unemployment. But if you're worried, experts recommend boosting your emergency savings and watching your budget, trimming the fat to deal with these persistent high prices.
A roaring comeback for golf legend Tiger Woods.
He is on the hunt for a 6th green jacket 1 year after that catastrophic crash he was in. After the break, the Tiger Mania set for tomorrow's Masters.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Tiger Woods is back on the links in Augusta, Georgia this morning.
The fact that he can even walk after that rollover crash in California last year is pretty miraculous. Now he's going for what could be an epic 6th Masters win. Here's NBC's Kerry Sanders.
All eyes on Tiger Woods. We're a day away now from the decision of whether Tiger Woods is going to tee off here for the Masters. All indications are he is not only going to tee off, but he's here to compete and go for a record-tying 6th Masters win.
All signs point to a miraculous return to the Masters for Tiger Woods.
As of right now, I feel like I am going to play.
Woods not only determined to play, but says if he does tee off tomorrow, he's going for the green jacket, that is.
If I feel like I can still win, I'm going to play. But if I feel like I can't, then you won't see me out here.
If Woods competes, this will be his 24th Masters tournament, though this road to Augusta was by far the most difficult. It's been just 14 months since his right leg was crushed in a rollover accident. Doctors considered amputation, but chose pins, rods, and screws to save it. Woods spent 3 months in a hospital bed and endured months of painful rehab.
I don't have any qualms about what I can do physically from a golf standpoint. It's now walking is the hard part.
The steep terrain golfers must walk at Augusta National is notorious. On the 10th hole, from where a golfer tees off to the lowest point of the fairway is a drop greater than the height of the Statue of Liberty. From the highest point of the course to the lowest is nearly the size of Niagara Falls.
You can feel Augusta National in your shins after you play. So 4 days of that, when he hasn't done this in over a year and a half, that's a lot to ask.
Fans are elated to see his return to play.
He has nothing left to prove. It's really just for him. So I think for a lot of people, they can see a little bit of themselves in it.
Friend and fellow golfer Rory McIlroy is one of those not counting out a possible win for Woods.
I'm not surprised at anything he does anymore.
Should Tiger take home a 6th Masters win, he would tie the record with Jack Nicklaus, the golf legend, weighing Woods' odds, writing in part, Tiger wouldn't tee it up if he didn't think he could compete and win. In 2019, he remembered how to win. If his body holds up, could he do it again?
The odds that Tiger will win, well, the odds makers say 50-1, but I think we know from his history, you never count him out.
Astronaut Mark Vande Hei just returned to Earth after setting an American record for time spent in space.
That's right. He admits the war in Ukraine created some tension between orbiting Russian and American astronauts. NBC's Tom Costello talked to him about how they dealt with the stress in orbit.
The International Space Station may be orbiting some 250 miles above the Earth, but Mark Vande Hei says the war in Ukraine is very much on the minds of the Americans and Russians who live and work together.
My Russian crewmates are dear friends. They will always be dear friends. And there's varying levels of discomfort for them as well about the situation. But we had a job to do.
Vande Hei, who set an American record 355 days in orbit, returned last week on a Russian space capsule with Russian cosmonauts.
Did you even bring up the situation in Ukraine, or did you just wall that conversation off completely?
I think some of my crewmates tried to avoid it. I did bring it up with both my crewmates that I landed with, and really all I feel comfortable saying is there was a variety of responses.
Saying the Russians had a variety of responses is as much as Vande Hei wants to say about their views. But when the head of the Russian space agency threatened to let the station fall to Earth, his own family became worried.
Living it directly, I didn't have that sense of alarm, but my family, my extended family, were quite concerned.
Now, Russia is threatening to leave the space partnership altogether.
Honestly, that cooperation, I think, is essential to peaceful relationships in the future.
Looking down from space, Vande Hei says he became emotional looking at Russia and Ukraine. He saw Russia lit up with lights, while much of Ukraine was covered in darkness. Back to you.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You are watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. New sanctions, the U.S. now targeting Putin's kids. Who else is on the list? Pinching pennies with inflation sky high. More shoppers now buying generic to save a buck. And play ball. It is opening day tomorrow. A look at the contenders, the rainouts, and the contract talks still going on. We start this hour with the U.S. using intelligence to fight an information war and doing it to Russia for months now, and it's working. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney live in Washington. Ken, I want to start by giving people an example of what this is so they know what we're talking about. Take a look.
They're also suggesting that Ukraine has biological and chemical weapons in Ukraine. That's a clear sign he's considering using both of those.
Ken, can you explain to our viewers what was going on there and what NBC News has learned about that claim this week from 3 different U.S. officials?
Yeah, that was a great example of what we're talking about. That was based on declassified intelligence, but we're also told the intelligence wasn't very clear about what exactly was going on. And they decided to disclose it as a way of deterring Russia from doing that and putting the world on notice that this could happen. And that's what's going on here, the big picture. This is an unprecedented use of declassified intelligence. We've never seen this level of information warfare before from the U.S. government. And what they're doing is they're trying to preempt the Russians, get ahead of Russian disinformation, even mess with Vladimir Putin's brain, as one person put it, leave him off balance to try to show that the United States knows what Russia is up to and is going to get ahead of it. It's really rather remarkable. Another example was when they announced that Russia had gone to China to ask for help with getting some weapons. That hasn't come to pass yet, and it was almost a way of putting China on notice. Hey, we know what's going on here. Don't let this happen. So really interesting and unprecedented use of intelligence here, Allison.
Yeah, Ken, as you just said, not just intelligence here, unprecedented use. One U.S. official telling you it doesn't even have to be solid intelligence when we talk about it. It's more important to get out ahead of them. Putin specifically, before they do something, it's preventative. What else have you learned about that strategy?
Well, you know, that may have been a little too candid for some folks at the White House. Their message is basically everything we say is vetted and rock solid, and there is a process. It's run by the National Security Council. It's so robust that the Director of National Intelligence and other intelligence agencies have had to surge staff and resources to this declassification process because they have to scrub this intelligence to make sure that whatever they're releasing doesn't expose sources and methods. But that source was absolutely correct. It's clear what the strategy is here, is to get stuff out that is designed to, again, you know, show the Russians, you know, the United States knows what they're doing, put the world on notice that this is happening. Remember, they talked about that false flag operation that they thought Russia was going to try to do at the start of the invasion. You know, that never came to pass, but that may have been preempted by the U.S. releasing that information, Allison.
Ken, these information leaks, as you've said, may have delayed Russia's invasion by weeks, even months, which sounds great. That is a good thing. But what are the pros and cons here? How could something like this backfire?
Well, that was a great example because by saying to the world that U.S. intelligence shows that Russia is poised to invade, that was a big risk because if they had been wrong, we would all be saying, oh, there's another case where U.S. intelligence blew it, you know, Iraq WMD, and now this. But they were right. And as a matter of fact, for example, France, the military intelligence agency there, they predicted that Russia would not invade. The head of that agency had to resign over that. So that was a great call, a risky call, though. The risk here is if the U.S. gets something demonstrably wrong, it really would undermine American credibility and plays right into Moscow's hands. So far, that hasn't happened, Alex.
Ken, more news on Russia, this time from the Justice Department. The DOJ has charged a Russian oligarch with evading U.S. sanctions from 2014, also taking down a Russian computer network called Botnet. The DOJ really busy here. Tell us what's going on.
Yeah, this was a big announcement. First of all, charging that Russian oligarch with sanctions violations. It's really interesting because oligarchs have been doing this for years, right? This is how they get around sanctions. They use proxies, they use relatives, they put their money in LLCs. It can violate U.S. law. It's rarely prosecuted. Now the DOJ is putting resources into going after this, and they're saying this is only the beginning. On the botnet, that's like a network of computers that can be used for offensive cyber operations, can really wreak havoc. They said they took that one down before it even got off the ground. They said it was run by Russian intelligence. And lastly, Merrick Garland talked about potential war crimes and prosecutions of war crimes. Take a listen to what the Attorney General had to say.
Our message to those who continue to enable the Russian regime through their criminal conduct is this. It does not matter how far you sail your yacht. It does not matter how well you conceal your assets. It does not matter how cleverly you write your malware or hide your online activity. The Justice Department will use every available tool to find you, disrupt your plots, and hold you accountable.
That's a pretty significant threat to some of these oligarchs who have been operating with impunity around the world, even while under sanctions. We'll have to see whether the DOJ can deliver on that, because all these people have very good lawyers, and these are labor-intensive cases, Allison.
Ken, covering a whole lot for us today, including that very interesting strategy from the White House. Thank you so much.
You bet.
Secretary Blinken meeting with NATO foreign ministers in Belgium today. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell is with us from Brussels. Andrea, who was in those talks? How did they go? What can you tell us about them?
Well, these talks have been going really well from the perspective of the State Department because the U.S. has really gotten the allies into really being willing to confront Russia. Confronting Russia. And part of the issue is, frankly, Bucha. the horror of the pictures from Bucha and what the Europeans are seeing right in their backyard in Ukraine, right in the middle of Europe, the way the Russian army was undisciplined. There was no commander in charge. The withdrawal, it's not really a withdrawal, it's a, they're retreating now to Belarus, and they're going to start again and come back down the other side towards eastern Ukraine and keep hitting Ukrainian cities while they do that. So this is going to be a long war. But while they've left Bucha right now and the outskirts, other outskirts of Kyiv, and while the Ukrainians are holding on under siege in Mariupol, they're beginning to see, the world is beginning to see the devastation. And that is uniting the allies. So there is a united front here. There are still big loopholes in the sanctions. And I did get to talk to Secretary Blinken about that.
Yeah, Andrea, I do want to ask you about that. I know you posed that question for him in an exclusive conversation. How did he answer that?
Well, he acknowledges that these things take time, just as he told me that finding, Vladimir Putin accountable, holding him accountable for the atrocities that we're now seeing, for the war crimes, that's going to take time, perhaps years. He says it's going to take time, but that it eventually will happen. Similarly with the sanctions, it's going to take time, and the war is going to take time, because General Milley has just told Congress in the last 24 hours that this war will be longer than months. It will take years. But this is how Secretary Blinken today, in our exclusive interview, answered the question about why China and India are not being sanctioned, even though they're helping Putin evade the sanctions that Europe has imposed.
There are loopholes that, piece by piece, one by one, we're trying to close. Sometimes that takes time, but let's look at what's already happened. The sanctions, cumulatively, have put the Russian economy into a deep recession, and what we're seeing is a likely contraction of the Russian economy by about 15%. That is dramatic. We've seen something else. We've seen an exodus from Russia of virtually every major company in the world. And Putin, in the space of a matter of weeks, has basically shut down Russia to the world. All of the opening and all of the opportunity that took place over the last 30 years is gone. And the Russians will feel that, I'm afraid, in their daily lives.
And the other thing that happened today is that the U.S. got personal with Putin by sanctioning his 2 adult daughters, as well as the wife and daughter of Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister. Allison?
Yeah, Andrea, it doesn't get much more personal than that. Thank you so much for being with us from Brussels. So let's get more details on that new round of U.S. sanctions targeting Vladimir Putin's adult children. NBC News senior digital White House correspondent Shannon Pettypiece in Washington. All right, Shannon, Andrea gave us the tease here, so let's get all the details. What else is the administration targeting with these new sanctions, and what is President Biden saying about them?
Well, I mean, they're taking a bit of a sledgehammer and a scalpel approach here. On the sledgehammer end, they're going after 2 of the biggest financial institutions in Russia. And with those 2 banks sanctioned, now about 2/3 of the Russian financial sector will be under sanction, meaning they can't do business with the U.S., with the EU, with the G7 partners who are all part of these sanctions. On the scalpel approach, they're going after now family members of some very, very, very senior Russian officials, including the 2 daughters of Russian President Vladimir Putin. They are sanctioning them. They're sanctioning the family members of Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, the family of the former President Dmitry Medvedev. So all trying to sort of put pressure on the Russian economy and Russia's most influential people from all sides. And here's a little bit more what the president had to say about that today.
There's nothing less happening than major war crimes. Responsible nations have to come together to hold these perpetrators accountable. And together with our allies and our partners, we're going to keep raising the economic cost and ratchet up the pain for Putin and further increase Russia's economic isolation.
And, I will add one more thing. The White House is saying this isn't just about the economic pressure. It's also about trying to hamper this military campaign Russia has been carrying out. Because to finance a war for months and possibly years, it takes money, it takes technology, it takes supplies. And they're also aiming these sanctions to sort of cripple that capability of the military to finance this war.
Shannon, speaking of supplies, the U.S. sending $100 million in Javelin missiles to Ukraine. What's the administration saying on that move?
Well, I mean, they're hoping this is going to be significant. They say these Javelin missiles have been pretty effective so far. You can see them in the picture there. They're relatively lightweight. You can fire them over your shoulder. They're good at shooting at tanks, shooting down a helicopter, some sort of small aircraft like that. And they say they have been one of those effective tools. Unlike some of the things the Ukrainians have been requesting, these Javelin missiles, the Ukrainians know how to use. They're not too complicated to use. So their administration says they're trying to really focus the equipment that they send to Ukraine on the things they believe are most effective. And the White House at least saying that they think this is going to be a really effective tool.
Shannon Pettypiece with the latest from the White House. Thank you very much. In Ukraine today, there are no Russian forces near Kyiv or Chernihiv. They are regrouping back in Belarus and Russia. That's according to a senior U.S. defense official. Meanwhile, Hungary's foreign ministry summoning Ukraine's ambassador over insults about Budapest's stance on this war. We've got team coverage. NBC News global correspondent Raf Sanchez is in Budapest. But first, let's go to NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter. She is in Kyiv tonight. Molly, that senior U.S. defense official saying Ukrainians need to watch out for mines around Kyiv. What is it like in the capital right now, and what else do you know about Russian troops' next move?
Yeah, Allison, and it's not just a senior U.S. official. The Ukrainians have been saying that. The Ukrainians have accused Russia of booby-trapping some of these towns in and around the capital, have, been digging in mines around the roads. And we actually saw, Allison, a demining team in action in Bordianka today. It's one of the suburbs just outside of the capital. And they were going door to door. They were going shop to shop and then putting a big yellow circle on the outside once they had cleared something. I got to say, they weren't inside some of these shops for very long, but this is absolutely the expectation. We actually asked them how many they'd found in the last couple hours. They said they'd found one mine, Allison, in a kindergarten, one landmine in a washing machine, and another just booby-trapped inside of a store. So this is absolutely something Ukrainian officials here on the ground are saying to beware of.
Molly, you visited a suburb northwest of Kyiv today, about an hour outside of this city. What was it like there? What did you see?
That's exactly right. It's called Bordianka. It's on that northwest axis. It's basically kind of between here and Belarus. So it was shelled really heavily at the beginning of the war. Russian troops really wanted to kind of take hold of that axis so they could get their tanks closer to Kyiv, so they could get their supply lines closer to Kyiv. Well, in the last couple of days, in the last week, I should say, as Russian troops have been forced to retreat, forced to withdraw from some of these suburbs, we are getting our first look inside, and that includes Bucha, that includes Irpin, and that includes Bordianka. And Bordianka, the devastation is huge. We drove in, and the whole kind of first roundabout was absolutely destroyed, was trashed. There were civilian cars that had been burned out, that had been attacked, that had been exploded. There had been ordinances that had exploded. There were cars that were shot up with gunshots. We met civilians there, Allison, who had not seen anyone but Russian troops really for the last 5 weeks. And in the last 5 days, they've started to see Ukrainian troops, and they were eager to tell their stories, Allison.
Molly, Ukraine's deputy prime minister is telling Ukrainians in Donetsk, Luhansk, and parts of Kharkiv to evacuate immediately. Tell us more about that warning.
That's exactly right. So that comes on the heels of this forced withdrawal retreat around Kyiv. And really, the intention is to refocus the war in the east. So we are hearing from Ukrainian officials in the east to people who are living in those areas, as you just mentioned, to evacuate immediately, to get out before the fighting takes hold of that area. The idea being that Putin has failed to get that victory around Kyiv. He has failed to have his troops move into the capital, that he's looking for something much more likely to be victorious closer to the border.
Molly Hunter in Kyiv, thank you so much for reporting tonight. Hungary calling on Ukraine's ambassador to answer for President Zelensky. Yesterday, Zelensky said this about Hungary's prime minister: "I am sure he is afraid. He may be offended by this and say that he is not afraid of anyone, but he is afraid of Russia's influence on the Hungarian state." The question now, will Budapest retaliate against Ukrainian refugees? Here's NBC News global correspondent Raf Sanchez.
Some 400,000 Ukrainian refugees have crossed the border here into Hungary since the beginning of the war, but relatively few of them are planning to stay in this country. Now, that's partly because the Hungarian government, led by the fiercely anti-immigrant Prime Minister Viktor Orban, isn't eager for them to stay. He's encouraging them to move along. But it's also because a lot of these refugees have friends, have family in other parts of Europe who they're eager to reconnect with. That was the case for Katya. She is an IVF doctor from the eastern city of Kharkiv, who we met earlier today. Kharkiv, of course, so brutally assaulted by Russian artillery over the last couple of weeks. Katya told me every day she checks on a security camera in her apartment hallway to see if her apartment building is still standing or not. One of the questions I asked her when we met was, do you think you'll go home to that apartment one day?
So you think you will go home to Kharkiv one day?
Yes. Definitely I do. Definitely I do. I'm definitely sure that they will rebuild Kharkiv. Even Kharkiv gonna be even better than was. And yes, I do. I will come back to Ukraine definitely, because there is not the part of my soul, there is a whole heart here.
Now, some good news. Just after we wrapped up that interview, Katya actually got an email from the British government saying she had received her visa to go to the UK. She's planning to head there with her son later this week. In other news from here in Budapest, the Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban, recently re-elected, said in a press conference today he spoke to Vladimir Putin. He suggested an immediate ceasefire in Ukraine, followed by peace talks here in Budapest. No sign from the Kremlin whether they intend to take that proposal up.
Coming up, shoppers going generic, skipping the brand names and spending less to keep inflation out of their wallets. What else they're cutting out next?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go to NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She's got the latest headlines from NBCNews.com. Maya, what's up?
Hey, Allison, we start in Ohio, where Congressman Bob Gibbs announcing his retirement after 6 terms. The news comes as a redistricting process in the state forced him into a primary with a first-time candidate endorsed by former President Trump. A Utah woman has died after falling 20 feet at Grand Canyon National Park. Officials say the 34-year-old was on a private boating trip. The National Park Service is conducting an investigation into her death. A new human rights report says widespread abuses against civilians in Ethiopia amount to war crimes and crimes against humanity. The crimes were committed against the Tigray region by security officers and civilian authorities from a neighboring region. Shanghai now allowing some parents to stay with their COVID-infected kids. The news comes after an outcry over reports that they were being separated during the lockdown and COVID surge. And Uber looking to add rental cars, planes, and trains to its platform. The tech company says it will introduce the new modes of travel on the app in the UK this year and could expand if it goes well. Allison, back to you.
All right, Matt, thank you.
And we're here to get answers from the big oil companies about why they're ripping off the American people. At a time of record profits, big oil is refusing to increase production to provide the American people some much-needed relief at the gas pump.
Gouged at the gas pump, House Democrats accusing oil execs of putting profits over people at a hearing today. It's a claim those executives deny.
Because oil is a global commodity, Shell does not set or control the price of crude oil. Similarly, Shell does not set or control the price that consumers pay.
NBC News senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor is on the Hill. So Sahil, give us some background on this hearing.
That's right, Allison. Big oil executives testifying before the House Energy and Commerce Committee as the price of oil has gone up sharply, and Americans are feeling this at the pump. Right now, the average cost of a gallon of gas in the United States is $4.16. We see the chart now on the screen. It's fluctuated in a pretty narrow range over the last few days. A year ago, it was all the way down to $2.87. This, along with inflation generally, as well as the cost of living, consistently ranks in recent surveys as the single biggest issue facing American voters heading into the 2022 midterm elections. It's one that lawmakers have various theories on. Democrats and the Biden administration are blaming this in large part on Vladimir Putin's war in Ukraine, but also on oil companies, arguing that they're highly profitable and they're price gouging consumers. Republicans have a different idea about this. Let's have a listen to what Senator James Lankford of Oklahoma said.
At the time that they're saying to companies, y'all should produce more oil, you're the problem, they're not looking in the mirror, seeing 15 new taxes that they're releasing, trying to cut off access to capital, trying to be able to make us more focused on what's happening internationally. There are lots of issues the Biden administration needs to look at. This is not a result of Putin's war. This is a result of Biden policies.
And it's a debate I would expect to hear a lot more of in the weeks and months ahead, Allison.
So, Sahil, what solutions are the oil execs proposing to help control gas prices?
As you might imagine, they want more domestic oil production, and they want the government to take steps to ease that process. Let's have a listen to what the CEO of Exxon told lawmakers at the hearing.
Continued investments in new production is the only way to achieve balanced markets and more affordable prices that bring real relief at the pump. Government has a critical role to play here. Policies need to provide certainty and improve predictability. Consistent, efficient, and effective policies will help spur further investment in U.S. oil and gas production.
And the Biden administration's view is that it has encouraged domestic oil production as part of an all-of-the-above energy strategy. It is eyeing investments in clean energy and climate change as well. But the White House has noted that there are many permits and acres of land that can be used for drilling that are not being used for drilling.
Sahil, former National Security Advisor, retired Lieutenant General H.R. McMaster, also testifying about global dependence on Russian oil. What did he have to say today?
McMaster's theory was generally that the world had been caught unaware by this war by Russia in Ukraine, and the extent to which there's a kind of a global interdependence on matters like gas and oil prices, given Russia's significant influence over this space. Let's hear what exactly McMaster had to say about that.
As more of the horrors that the Ukrainian people are enduring become apparent, it is also clear that the United States fell behind in realizing its potential to improve global energy security and reduce Vladimir Putin's ability to wage indiscriminate warfare while constraining the world's response through dependence on Russian energy supplies.
And everyone tends to agree that the United States needs to be more energy independent, but from there, we turn into a political debate invariably as to how to do that. On the Democratic side, the progressive side, there's a strong desire to make a deep investment in clean energy that would simultaneously make the United States more energy independent and combat the threat of climate change down the road, whereas among conservatives and among Republican lawmakers, the tendency is remove the guardrails to producing more oil and gas, to producing more fossil fuels, since that is, in their view, the cheapest and most reliable way to get energy in the near term. Allison.
All right, Sahil, thank you. Inflation changing our spending habits. New data shows families are cutting back on brand names and going generic to save some cash. So will the Fed be able to get prices under control, or are we heading for a recession? NBC News business and technology correspondent Jolyn Kent takes a look.
Shoppers are pinching pennies as inflation continues to soar and fears of a recession are on the rise. According to new data, consumers are buying more generic store brands for the first time in almost 2 years, choosing cheaper versions of cooking oil, eggs, sugar, toilet paper, and baby formula. And shoppers are purchasing smaller amounts of products like cereal and cleaning supplies as inflation remains at a 40-year high. Families are making cuts to afford those rising grocery and gas bills.
We never eat out anymore. That's the other. We used to eat out like once a week or something, and we hardly ever do that anymore.
At Jim Dandy's, a restaurant in Rutherford, New Jersey, owner Brian Flynn is feeling the pain.
The way the food costs are running out of control, and, the labor shortage, it's really unprecedented.
He says he's hiked prices 4 times due to the rising cost of labor, frying oil, and chicken, but still loses money on every plate of chicken fingers.
I should charge $21 for 5 chicken fingers and fries. I don't. I charge $13.95.
With inflation sky high, Goldman Sachs now puts the odds of a recession at 38% in the next 2 years. Last week, changes in the bond market signaled a possible economic slowdown. Recessions usually trigger widespread job cuts and unemployment, but Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell says he's trying to prevent that by raising interest rates gradually this year.
For the consumers out there who are worried about their jobs in a possible recession, what do you say to that?
Well, I say that our intention is to bring inflation back down to 2% while still sustaining a strong labor market, and that the economy is very strong.
Coming up, a New York City lawyer fired for ambushing the mayor at a press conference. How toddler mask mandates started it all. Next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
There were residents who hung on for dear life. I've heard people say the town is gone. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely not. We've lost some houses, but our community's still here.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Millions of people under weather alerts again today from the southeast to the southern Appalachians. 2 people died in storms yesterday, one in Texas, another in Georgia. As NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky reports, the South just can't catch a break.
Yo, what you're seeing is a tornado out.
More severe weather is headed to the storm-ravaged South. More than 3 dozen tornadoes reported across 6 states since Monday.
Tornado behind R&R, ladies and gentlemen.
The latest, this massive twister in Allendale, South Carolina, carving a 15-mile path of destruction Tuesday night.
That means very dangerous. You have to take cover now.
That warning even forcing lawmakers to shelter in the basement of the South Carolina State House. Violent storms killed a woman in Bryan County, Georgia. In Newton, Mississippi, this suspected tornado captured on surveillance video as blinding rain and winds moved in seconds. The aftermath seen nearby, with branches littered across highways. In Alabama, more possible twisters shearing trees, flipping cars, and tossing trailers.
It was all still at just 1 minute, and then the next few seconds sounded like a train was outside us.
The deadly storms first moved through Texas late Monday night, killing one man when a tree fell on his home near Tyler. In Johnson County, one woman was rushing to escape when the storm lifted up her entire house.
Before I knew it, it blew my glass doors in, and then the house just started tumbling.
Brittany Deaton is hurt but alive this morning thanks to her dad. He ran to the rescue after she became trapped inside the family's RV. But just as they ran for cover, powerful winds rolled the trailer right on top of them.
I got hit by something and fell over, and it scratched me all up. And my dad got hit by the trailer.
He's now recovering in a hospital, his family calling him a hero.
Because he saved her, in my thoughts. He saved my daughter.
This dangerous system that drenched multiple states is now causing major flooding and bringing with it golf ball-sized hail. And today, the rain, wind, and tornado risk happening all over again as another round of dangerous spring storms get ready to strike the South.
A New York City lawyer lawyering up herself. The city fired her for confronting the mayor over masks, saying she pretended to be a reporter to crash the mayor's press conference, upset that masks are still required for unvaccinated toddlers. NBC News Now correspondent Priscilla Thompson shows us what happened.
There's no way my kid's going to wear a mask for 8 hours a day.
The fight over masks for New York City kids under 5 is now reaching a boiling point.
It's been too long for our kids wearing masks in school. It's been over 2 years.
The city dropped the school mask mandate for kindergarten through 12th graders last month. Mayor Eric Adams promised to do the same for kids under 5 this week if COVID numbers remain low.
Cases are definitively rising.
and it's gotten our attention.
But with the new variant taking hold, New York City officials are recommending everyone wear a mask indoors and requiring it for kids ages 2 to 4, still too young for the vaccine. Some parents, including Daniela Jampel, are fed up.
Toddlers have to wear masks while no one else has to in New York City. So how much more patience does the mayor expect me to extend him?
Jampel confronting the mayor at Monday's press conference.
10 days ago, you stood right here and you said that the masks would come off on April 4th. That has not happened. You reneged on your promise.
No. Let her finish, because you let her start. Go ahead and finish, ma'am, okay?
When will you unmask our toddlers?
There's a new variant. The numbers are increasing. We're going to move at the right pace, and that's the role I must do. That's what I stated. I'm living up to my promises.
The city says Jampel, a lawyer for the city, posed as a journalist to get into the press conference. Now she's out of a job. A New York City Law Department spokesman says they had planned to fire Jampel before the incident, adding, today's events, however, which include her decision to lie to City Hall staff and state she was a journalist at a press conference, demonstrate a disturbing lack of judgment and integrity. Jampel says she's hiring a lawyer and that, quote, I will not litigate my wrongful termination in the press. Meanwhile, thanking her supporters in a tweet that has amassed more than 1,800 likes, promising that the fight continues. But some parents say masking toddlers who are unable to be vaccinated is still the right thing to do.
That's a good idea because the kids tend to get sick a lot and they transmit the virus more easily.
Across the country, statewide mask mandates have mostly disappeared. The decision now left to individuals. New York, one of the last major cities to keep in place any sort of mask mandate in schools.
An FDA panel meeting right now to figure out the best strategy to stay ahead of COVID down the line. Boosters, obviously a hot topic. Let's bring in NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres. Dr. John, you've been following that meeting for us. What are your biggest takeaways so far?
Well, the biggest takeaways are the fact that this is a meeting that is basically starting a bunch of meetings. And up until now, they've been in the weeds when they've had the meetings of the advisory committee for the FDA, looking at specifics of the vaccine. You know, when should they be giving it? Who should they be giving it to? They've had the vaccine at hand, and they're going forward with that. But this one is essentially taking them up to about a 30,000-foot level of saying, OK, let's start this meeting to start other meetings to figure out where we need to go with the vaccine. And I know that sounds a little nebulous, but that's the nature behind what's happening here, because they need to figure out what's going to happen not only in the next few months, but the next few years, and how we're going to handle the virus. They're looking at whether they think the virus is going to change or if it's going to be more like the flu, that every year they need to go ahead and have a new vaccine. If they can have a vaccine that lasts for years, how booster shots should be happening, who they should be happening to. So again, this is a meeting to start a lot of other meetings, Allison.
It's the meeting that launched all other meetings, or whatever that line is. Dr. John, FDA's vaccine chief is warning about another COVID wave this fall. Let's listen to that.
The immunity of the population against SARS coronavirus to the virus that causes COVID-19 will be waning, particularly in those who were previously infected and not vaccinated, and those who received primary vaccination but were never boosted. Second, the virus, which has shown its ability to change over time to evade our immune systems, will have had at least 6 more months to further evolve. And third, we'll be entering the colder season of the year in which much of the country goes inside, and that's when respiratory viruses tend to peak.
Dr. John, the FDA says our current COVID vaccines aren't so well matched against the BA2 subvariant of Omicron, so how are they trying to handle that?
So the way they're trying to handle it is by trying to figure out what's going to happen with this virus as it moves forward. And there's 2 different thought processes going on at the meeting today. One of them is it's going to be essentially Omicron, and it's going to just have variants of the Omicron virus as time goes on here, the Omicron variant of the virus. The other thing is saying, OK, is it possible that we could have a completely different thing, something that is completely different in Omicron or in Delta? It might be more dangerous, and do we need to start focusing on that? And what they're looking at right now is saying, well, let's start with that Omicron one and seeing where we go with that. And if we need vaccines for that, and then move forward beyond that. But they're comparing it a lot to the flu vaccine. But others have stepped back and said, wait a minute, we really can't compare it to the flu vaccine because we know so much more about the flu vaccine. It's such a more stable virus than coronavirus. We need to essentially start from square one and really get an understanding of where this virus is going to go so we can have an understanding of where the vaccines and the boosters are going to go.
Dr. John, last week the FDA and the CDC okayed a second booster for people 50 and older and the immunocompromised. It's based on the decision based on bad data from Israel. But some scientists are now saying they moved too fast. What's your take?
So what they're saying is, the advisory committee was not called to make this decision. The FDA and the CDC made this independently of the advisory committees, which is something they can do because they said it was just minor changes. It wasn't a huge change like at the beginning of the pandemic. But the scientists on the advisory committee are saying, wait, we need to give that information out for a couple reasons. One, so we can filter down the information we need and make a good decision. But two, because of the optics, making sure that people understand that it was really looked into. And if you look at that Israeli data, yes, they're using that data, but that data tends to change. And the latest one coming out saying that for illness, for getting sick from COVID, it might not offer protection as long as we'd like, but from severe illness, that hospitalization and death, it seems to be holding up. And so, again, what the scientists are saying is, we should definitely be sitting down as a scientific community and making these decisions that way and not just having them made by individual entities.
All right, Dr. John, walking us through the first meeting of many to come. Thank you so much.
There you go. You bet.
Coming up, an American nun kidnapped at gunpoint in Africa. What we know about her disappearance next.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Cracking down on deadly gang violence in El Salvador. Police there arresting more than 6,000 suspected gang members. But have they gone too far? Here's NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas.
A frightening image inside a prison in El Salvador, and President Nayib Bukele wants the world to see. He says it shows gang members punished and kept in crowded cells away from any sunlight since the end of March. Bukele says the food is now being rationed to 2 meals per day for gang members now facing harsher sentences. For 10 days, the country's national police has been operating with less restrictions. They say they've arrested over 6,000 suspected gang members, tracking them in neighborhoods, inside homes, and even hiding underground. The crackdown in response to one of the deadliest weekends in El Salvador. Authorities reporting 67 homicides in a single day, prompting a state of emergency that gave way to mass arrest and tougher punishment to gang members already behind bars. This week, President Bukele doubling down on his efforts.
Ustedes desatan una ola de criminalidad y nosotros quitamos la comida en las cárceles.
Threatening that any retaliation to the recent crackdown would lead to further punishment.
Por ahí andan rumores que quieren empezarse a vengar de la gente honrada, al azar. Hagan eso y no va a haber un tiempo de comida en las cárceles. Uno. A ver cuánto tiempo duran sus homeboys allá adentro.
For days, the president touting the efforts on social media under the hashtag war on gangs. Bukele even asking parents to show the videos to their teenage children and warn them, saying gangs can only lead to prison or death. President Bukele operating with the support of residents and Congress, which first approved a state of emergency that allows for all new detainees to be held for 15 days without access to an attorney. A move that human rights groups say is creating a framework for abuse.
Las autoridades no han dicho ni han mostrado que haya investigaciones previas como para decir que están desmontando alguna estructura de pandillas y que justifique 6,000 capturas.
But Bukele responding to criticism, accusing them of defending the gangs.
Y no me importa lo que digan los organismos internacionales, que vengan a proteger a nuestra gente, que vengan a llevarse a sus pandilleros, si tanto los quieren.
Now, this all started March 27th, so there's still 20 days left of the state of emergency under which the National Police will continue to operate with less restrictions, and the president not backing down, warning that life will only get more difficult for all gang members in El Salvador.
A desperate search for an American nun missing in West Africa. A gunman kidnapped Sister Sue Ellen Tennyson Monday, according to the Archdiocese of New Orleans. The State Department working to get more information, but right now they have few clues about where they took her or why. Here's NBC News correspondent Erin McLaughlin.
Friends of Sister Sue Ellen Tennyson say they weren't surprised when the 83-year-old nun announced her calling to help the people of Burkina Faso, one of the poorest countries in the world, now facing a desperate humanitarian situation, in part due to a prolonged drought.
A kinder, gentler soul does not exist. She went over there because it was such an impoverished village, and she thought she could help.
Well known throughout New Orleans for helping the city overcome any number of crises, including Hurricane Katrina, Sister Sue Ellen was drawn to do the same in Burkina Faso, despite the West African country's deteriorating security situation. On Monday night, two nuns who survived the attack called Sister Anne Lacour in Paris to tell her Sister Sue Ellen had been kidnapped.
There was a lot of fear in their voices. They knew that the kidnappers had guns. They went from the kitchen to each one of the bedrooms where the sisters are. But the only one that was kidnapped was Sister Sue Ellen. We suspect they were looking for money and medicine.
And what is the State Department doing to find her?
The answer was we are doing everything we can to find Sister Sue Ellen.
She makes you feel like everything's going to be okay no matter what is happening around you. I have no doubt that she has already forgiven her captors.
Up next, grab your peanuts and your Cracker Jacks. Opening day is tomorrow. We'll step it up to the plate to preview baseball season next.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Can you smell the hot dogs and taste the beer just yet? Major League Baseball's opening day less than 24 hours away, though here in New York, we're going to have to wait another 24 thanks to the weather. Jared Diamond is here now. He's the national baseball writer for the Wall Street Journal. All right, Jared, we're going to start with my Yankees. The home opener against the Red Sox rained out tomorrow. They'll play Friday instead, but that buys them another day to work out a new contract with Aaron Judge. He's a free agent after this year, does not want to negotiate during the season. What do you think happens with number 99?
I think there's a lot of movement toward a deal getting done. Aaron Judge, like many players, have sort of set this opening day deadline to get a new deal. Players like to say they don't like to think about money and contracts during the season, which really means, hey, I'm setting this deadline so that there's pressure on the team to make their best offer quickly. Look, clearly there's mutual interest to keep Aaron Judge in New York in pinstripes for a long time. I think they're going to get it done. Could be wrong, but usually when there's that mutual interest, there's a way to find common ground.
As a highly biased Yankees fan, I would say they were crazy to let this guy go, but crazier things have happened. So as you said, you just don't know. The Yanks are contenders in the American League. The Astros, the defending league champs. Who are you watching in the AL this season?
The entire American League East, the Yankees division. It's the best division in baseball. There's absolutely no question about it. That's the best division in baseball. The Toronto Blue Jays were probably the most hyped up team in the offseason with all the acquisitions they made. Boston was in the ALCS last year. Tampa Bay won 100 games last year. Honestly, of those four teams, the Yankees probably did the least this offseason to get better. So, yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see all four of those kind of powerhouses go at it for 6 months, starting should have been tomorrow, starting Friday, I guess.
Yeah, Jared, you're getting me so excited. My dad and I have a tradition. I take opening day off every year. We go to the Yankees game. I'm like dying. I can't wait for Friday just listening to you talk about it. Like, baseball is finally here. Thank you. Let's not leave the National League out of this, though. The Atlanta Braves, reigning World Series champs. Can they repeat? And who else do you like in the NL? And I'm pretty sure you're not going to say the Mets, but, you know, again, talking like a Yankees fan.
I'm not going to say the Mets, but the Mets are very interesting, right? They spent an incredible amount of money this winter. They gave Max Scherzer $43 million a year, which is an all-time record. But look, like you said, Atlanta just won the World Series last year. They're going to be fascinating. And of course, we can't talk about anything in baseball without talking about the elephant in the room, which is the Dodgers. The Dodgers have been the best team in baseball for the last, decade. They got even better this winter, signing Freddie Freeman to be their first baseman. The Dodgers look so stacked that you go, how could they not win the World Series and how could they not win 110 games this season? But that's the beauty of baseball. You're always wrong. I'm always asked to make predictions, and I'm loath to even do so because I just know in a few months someone will watch this back and say, wow, that guy's a real idiot. He's wrong about everything.
Well, listen, you talk about a team being stacked. I mean, how many years have we said, oh, the Yankees, they finally put the right team together, and we're like, oh, what a disappointment. You can have the most perfect team on paper. You can go into the season totally ready and just flop, and that's why we watch day after day after day. I'd love it if you would help us out here, just refreshing fans about what's going to be different this year. About a month ago, I mean, we were wondering if we'd even get in a full season, let alone get to opening day because of the lockout. What are some of the changes on the field this year under the new labor deal? What should people remember when they either turn the TV on or head to the stadium this week?
Yeah, I'm so glad that they were actually talking about baseball, not labor, for the first time in months. Look, the designated hitter is going to be in the National League permanently. We saw that in 2020 in that short pandemic year. Now it's permanent. The DH is here to stay forever. The postseason going from 10 teams to 12. The league had wanted 14. The union was pushing for 10 or 12. They ultimately settled for 12. There's some changes with the roster. One big change that only affects one team, but it's very interesting. It's this new rule that people are calling the Shohei Ohtani rule, a guy who obviously is a great pitcher and a great hitter. It used to be when he was pitching, he came out of the game, he couldn't hit anymore. No longer the case. They made a new rule that basically says Ohtani can pitch, come out of the game as a pitcher, and stay in as a DH, which I think that's really fun because who doesn't want more Shohei Ohtani in their lives?
Yeah. I couldn't have said it better myself. Can I also register my official complaint about the designated hitter? I just thought it was kind of fun every now and again to see the pitchers hit. I understand the reasoning behind it, but I'm going to miss that.
Yeah, I think a lot of people will. A lot of purists will miss it. The reality is, I think there's more people that would rather see an actual major league hitter instead of a pitcher who probably is going to hit about 0.50 for the season.
Yeah, and potentially get hurt. We don't want to see that. Jared, it is always terrific to have you on. Here's to a great season ahead, and I'm sure we'll be talking to you a lot more in the spring and summer. Thank you.
Sounds great. Thanks.
April is Autism Awareness Month, but brother and sister duo Brittany and Ryan McGuire spread autism awareness every day on TikTok. Their videos give a glimpse into life with autism, some of them going viral with millions of views. Today's show co-anchor Savannah Guthrie has their story.
If you were stranded on a desert island, what 3 things would you bring with you?
Hot sauce. You can never go wrong with hot sauce.
Hot sauce lover, sports fanatic, and Taco Bell enthusiast, 28-year-old Ryan McGuire is a star on TikTok.
You went to Taco Bell without me?
Did you want to go?
Yeah, I wanted to go.
It's too late now.
Ryan was diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder at 3 years old. His 25-year-old sister Brittany, known on TikTok as Taco Bell Queen, started sharing lighthearted videos of her brother she calls Rye Guy just a few years ago.
How do I look?
Her first post went viral overnight.
What happened to your face?
You don't like it?
No.
Well, that's hurtful.
Brittany continued to share more videos of Ryan, fans quickly falling in love with her brother's brutal honesty, quick wit, and joyful reactions.
Ooh, the white New York Knicks socks.
What started as simple fun quickly turned into a platform to spread autism awareness. Now, over 3 million followers cheer on the McGuire siblings. Hoping to help other families, Brittany has been open about what it was like growing up with an autistic brother.
One of the questions that I get a lot is, have Ryan and I always been close? The answer is no. Honestly, not.
Brittany struggled to understand Ryan's disorder. Like many with autism, Ryan deals with communication challenges and anxiety.
There would just be some moments where I would just break down in tears because I did not know how to relate to him. I didn't know how to talk to him.
But the videos became a life-changing gift for the siblings. Those fun recordings helped forge an incredible bond.
I feel like TikTok has tremendously improved our relationship. I love being around him. I am blessed to be his sister. He lights up every single room that he walks into.
Lighting up rooms and spreading a message of acceptance.
Here's one thing y'all need to remember about autism, okay? Listen carefully. Autism is not an illness. Autism is how the brain functions.
You're different, but you're not less.
That's correct. Now you need to post that on TikTok.
That's a closing bell on the New York Stock Exchange. Wall Street done for the day. Another bummer for the Dow, down almost 150 points. We'll talk about today's big business stories and how they affect you coming up in this next hour. Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You are watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. Using hunger as a weapon, President Zelensky accusing Russia of starving Ukrainians, while he says the whole world will feel Putin's latest military move. Severe weather in the south, states bracing for back-to-back storms. Michelle Grossman's tracking tornadoes and more. And is the office water cooler dead? How to connect with your colleagues, whether you're still at home or back in the office. We start today with Ukraine calling for more help. President Zelensky telling the West to slap harsher sanctions on Russia, saying he will not tolerate indecisiveness. In Poland, a pop-up restaurant is giving hope and jobs to Ukrainians fleeing the war. We've got team coverage of the conflict. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is in Kyiv. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns is in Warsaw. Gabe, let's start with you. President Zelensky accusing Russia of using hunger as a weapon against the Ukrainians. Tell us about that and his demands today for the West.
Well, Allison, good afternoon. Yes, President Zelensky saying that President Putin is using hunger as a weapon, and this all comes as Russia continues its onslaught against the eastern and southern parts of the country. And so President Zelensky saying our new fuel storage depot was hit by Russia, and they are destroying things that are sustaining livelihoods to people, fuel storage, food storage, agricultural equipment, and mining fields. That from President Zelensky today. And Allison, I was in the Kyiv suburbs a little earlier today, and folks there were also telling me that they had spent weeks without any food, without any water, after Russian troops had surrounded the area and also had stolen food right from their apartments during more than a month of occupation there. Allison?
Gabe, finally some good news out of Mariupol today. The Red Cross saying help get more than 500 people out of that city. Could you tell us more?
Yes, Allison, the humanitarian corridors, as we've been reporting for the last couple of weeks, it's kind of hit or miss whether these buses can actually take take these residents out of Mariupol. We now know that today several hundred residents were able to be evacuated. But that is also tempered with some very bad news. According to local officials there, Mariupol's mayor says that about 5,000 people have died in that city. Just think about that, Allison. Although that number cannot be verified, it just goes to show, just how much this toll is taking in the city of Mariupol potentially, and the besieged city is still facing constant attacks, constant shellings from the Russian forces.
Oh, the stories out of that city just devastating, Gabe. The Kremlin spokesperson speaking out today about the reported atrocities in Bucha and the peace talks with Ukraine. What did he say?
Yeah, that's right, Allison. Look, the Russians still are somehow trying to claim that the images coming out of Bucha and the Kyiv suburbs are fake. And this is what the Kremlin spokesperson said today. Peskov saying every time when the reason to hope for modest progress appears, there are some circumstances which block progress, as it was with these forgeries, he says, in Bucha and so on. So again, the Kremlin continuing to deny that the atrocities in Bucha and the surrounding Kyiv suburbs happened. But Allison, I can tell you, I was there today in Bucha and Irpin, for example, and other surrounding communities. And the stories that we're hearing from some of these Ukrainians that had to live through more than a month, in some cases 38 days of Russian occupation, what they're saying is simply just remarkable in the worst possible way. One man told me that, he was led away. He thought he would be executed. Women and children living in fear for several weeks, not knowing when the shelling would end, some of them caught in the crossfire. These are atrocities, Allison, and the Kremlin continues to deny they even happened.
Gabe, thank you so much for reporting today. We really appreciate it. NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns is in Warsaw, where a pop-up restaurant is employing Ukrainian refugees. Dasha, I feel like you were coming to us with a bit of good news, something to be happy about today. What did those refugees tell you about the opportunity to find work there in Poland?
Well, Allison, they say food is love, and that is very much the case at this new Warsaw restaurant hiring Ukrainian refugees. It is something that is so important to so many Ukrainians now, many of whom have been here in Poland for over a month now. They're starting to ask themselves questions like, do I put my kids in Polish school? Do I find an apartment? Do I get a job to help facilitate these things? And this restaurant is helping refugees find just a little bit of normalcy at a time that is anything but normal. Here is what one of their employees, Irina, told us about her experience there.
They gave us work and they opened their homes, and we have neighbors that live and work here.
Allison, they make Ukrainian classics there, like borscht, like a torshi, pierogis, and the women there, none of them have ever worked in a professional kitchen before, but they tell us that it's very much like the food that they would make for their own families back home. And they want a little piece of home with them right now more than anything. And plus, a little home cooking. That's my favorite, Allison.
Oh, you're right. Food is love, and it sure is a great reminder of home. Dasha, I know you also spoke with the owner of the restaurant. What did she tell you? Why is she doing this? Why is she helping these Ukrainian refugees?
Yeah, look, this venture started when a Warsaw developer had an open, unused restaurant space available. He teamed up with a Ukrainian chef who actually came here to Warsaw in 2014 when Russia annexed Crimea. And the two of them, within 10 days, put this whole thing together. And here is why.
This place was built on the love and respect of our brothers and their neighbors. We want to give the women independence. We want them to earn their own money so they don't need to be dependent on anyone. We're giving them fishing rods, not the fish.
Look, this isn't the only place hiring Ukrainian refugees. There are schools now that are trying to hire Ukrainian teachers as they take on more Ukrainian children into Polish schools here. There really is a growing effort, Allison, of trying to help Ukrainians feel more at home in this place where they may be taking refuge for quite some time, Allison.
Dasha, most of the stories coming out of this war so heartbreaking, but it is so wonderful to have these heartwarming stories and to see just how many good people there are out there, too. Thank you for bringing this to us.
A little bit of light in the darkness, Allison. Happy to bring it to you.
Thanks, my friend. The DOJ and FBI joining forces today, cracking down on Russian criminals disrupting a malicious global computer network known as botnet.
Fortunately, we were able to disrupt this botnet before it could be used. Thanks to our close work with international partners, we were able to detect the infection of thousands of network hardware devices. We were then able to disable the GRU's control over those devices before the botnet could be weaponized.
NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams here now. Pete, FBI Director Chris Wray saying the GRU built this particular bot network. That's the Russian government's military intelligence agency, and that the FBI disrupted a network of thousands of devices through a court-authorized operation. We're going to play that.
We removed malware from devices used by thousands of mostly small businesses for network security all over the world. And then we shut the door the Russians had used to get into them. Yesterday's darknet takedown struck a blow against Russian criminals and the ecosystem of cryptocurrency tumblers, money launderers, malware purveyors, and others supporting them.
So, Pete, tell us more. Have the FBI and the DOJ pull this off? And are they concerned that there's more malware still hanging around U.S. small businesses?
Sure. And of course, the director there is talking about two separate things, the botnet disabling operation of the FBI and then yesterday's takedown of the darknet website marketplace called Hydra Market that was basically for Russian speakers run by a Russian with servers in Germany. But what the FBI says in the botnet case, what it was able to do is actually get into these control devices that are, in essence, firewalls for many of these small computers, for personal computers and small businesses, and remove the malware from them so that it couldn't use the target computer as part of a botnet. And it said the GRU has used this sort of an attack before, attacking the power system in Ukraine, attacking the Olympics and other targets. So the FBI in this case was able to stop it before it could ever be used as a botnet, and that's a considerable success.
Pete, the DOJ, also charging a Russian billionaire with violating sanctions linked to the war in Ukraine. Could you tell us more about that?
Right. This is the first of the charges of a Russian oligarch since the Russian invasion of Ukraine under this new task force that the Justice Department has to target people who have been evading sanctions. The person charged today is Konstantin Malofeyev. He was actually on the Treasury Department sanction list in 2014, accused of helping to finance Russian separatist movements in Crimea. He's a big media executive in Russia, and the government says he evaded sanctions by trying to withdraw $10 million from a bank in Texas, an investment in a Texas bank, and use that money to help finance more TV stations and media outlets in Europe, which the government says he would have used to spread Russian disinformation. So that's why the criminal charges were filed against him for evading the sanctions.
And Pete, the DOJ saying now that Merrick Garland tested positive for COVID today. How's he doing? What else do you know?
Right. Well, you saw him at that news conference that they had at the Justice Department. That was at 10 o'clock this morning. And then a few hours later, we were told that he had tested positive, that he asked to be tested because he said he may have been exposed to somebody who had the virus. So he doesn't have any symptoms. He's fully vaccinated. He has gotten all the booster shots, but nonetheless, he will go home and work from home for at least 5 days, then get new tests and come back when the tests are negative. Justice Department doesn't say where he was exposed to somebody who had the virus, but he was at that dinner known as the Gridiron. That is the event that's annual event, except when it was suspended during the pandemic, where the news media make fun of people in power. And he was at the head table there. And several other people who were at that event have also tested positive. So perhaps that's why he wanted to be tested. But in any event, they say he has no symptoms.
Oh, a tough night to get roasted, grilled, and then come home with COVID. My goodness. Pete, thank you so much for your reporting.
Okay.
Russian banks, energy companies, media groups, and government agencies. Hackers targeting all of them, flooding the internet with their files to try to help Ukraine. NBC News reporter Kevin Collier joining me now. Kevin, you spoke with the leader of Distributed Denial of Secrets. It's an organization that publishes leaked data. What did she tell you about these massive hacks?
That they're just constant and massive. You know, they started near the beginning of the invasion, and they've steadily accumulated since. Most of them are somewhat affiliated, at least, with the Russian state, or state-owned or state-controlled media companies, manufacturing, oil production, banks, the Kremlin's censorship agency. And I think we probably all remember those times, maybe a decade ago or so, when sometimes a hacktivist would get this giant breach from a government agency or a Western company, give it to WikiLeaks, and it seemed like this giant exposure.
Yeah.
That's kind of what's happening every other day or so now from Russia. It might not draw the scrutiny that it once did, but they're just pouring in.
So we should mention, NBC News hasn't verified the contents of these leaks, but what are the hacked Russian businesses saying about them?
Nothing. I asked every single one for comment for the story. None of them replied. No. You can certainly make the argument that these companies, they're dealing with sanctions, their country's at war, they seem politically unstable, things are in flux. Censorship is roiling within Russia right now, and maybe they're simply not dedicating resources to speak with Russian media. But all I can say is they are silent about them.
Kevin, you say these leaks are part of a larger ecosystem of amateurs who are trying to help Ukraine's war with their own keyboards. There are dozens of groups out there. What else are they hacking and posting besides company files? How are they helping Ukraine here?
Oh, there are groups that are devoted to kind of bombarding Russian sites with website traffic with arguable effects, but, trying to keep things offline or at least slow. As broad as this hacktivist leaking phenomenon is right now, that's still itself just one part of this glut of leaks coming out from Russia. Ukrainian intelligence has gotten in on this. They started posting on their own official websites, names and personal information of purported Russian intelligence officers. That's the sort of tactic you'd sometimes see during the Cold War, but never from an official channel like that. I mean, I've seen there's at least 4 databases floating around that purport to be just these giant lists of the entire Russian military or significant parts of the Russian military, paired with personal information, what unit, phone number, that sort of thing. It's to the point where the biggest question might be, not what damage does this do to the Russian war effort, but, how can anyone possibly process all of the information coming out right now?
Kevin, always great to see you. Come visit us again in studio soon, okay? Hate calls, vandalism, even violent threats. Russian businesses in New York City hit with a new wave of Russophobia. They say it's skyrocketed since the war in Ukraine started. NBC News Now correspondent Maura Barrett visits a Midtown piano bar struggling to stay open.
Russian Samovar has been serving New Yorkers traditional Russian plates for more than 35 years. But since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, it says it's been struggling to fight an onslaught of anti-Russian sentiment.
We've been getting a lot of hate calls, people calling them I'm a female dog. So we hope your business burns to the ground, calling us fascists, calling us Nazis.
Misha von Schott's grandfather opened his piano bar in Manhattan when he emigrated from the then Soviet Union. Its staff is made up of immigrants from both Russia and Ukraine, many of whom still have family back home.
One of our servers, her family is stuck in Kharkiv in bomb shelters for the whole month. We have one of our own who's been with us for about 10 years. He was stuck in Odessa. Thankfully, he got out about 2 weeks ago, and most of our staff's family is still stuck there. But we're doing anything and everything we can to, prop up business, bring money into the restaurant so we can give more to them as well.
They've tried to show support for Ukraine, putting up anti-war signs and holding fundraisers for Ukrainian troops. But they say their beloved business is still being vandalized.
We're the new villains. This Russophobia 2.0. We had a sign, a flag out that one of our staff drew up. It said it's a Ukrainian flag and it had freedom across it, and it's been missing since Saturday. It's like, why would you take that down?
The collateral damage affecting business.
First day after the war, we dropped about 20 reservations within less than 12 hours. Business was down that following Friday, 60%, 70% that following Saturday.
Over in Brighton Beach, Bobby Rackman decided to change the name of his market from Taste of Russia to International Food. And other Russian-owned businesses battle similar problems.
When we're seeing this type of violence and negativity towards Russian immigrants in America, how does that impact their life here?
Yeah, obviously it's a very bad situation, a very bad story. No one should be vandalized or somehow mistreated just because they come from a country that has the misfortune of being ruled by a dictator that is waging this horrific war.
At least 10 states have removed Russian liquor from their shelves. In Canada, Russian pianist Alexander Malafiev had his performances cancelled, and the UK's Royal Opera House cancelled a planned residency by Moscow's Bolshoi Ballet. Anti-Russian sentiment has even made its way up the steps of the U.S. Capitol.
Frankly, I think closing their embassy in the United States, kicking every Russian student out of the United States, those should all be on the table.
As the war rages on, business owners like Misha are worried they'll feel the brunt of the world's growing Russophobia.
We're not for war. None of our staff is for war. Most of my Russian staff and our Ukrainian staff, the Russian staff, is embarrassed. It's governments playing war, and we're left, dealing with the repercussions.
Coming up, signed, sealed, and about to be delivered, a major postal reform bill making its way to President Biden's desk. How the new law will help the post office survive and thrive for decades. Next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late breaking news.
All right, and this is
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
It is time to check in with NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She's got the latest headlines from NBCnews.com. Maya, how you doing?
Hey, Allison, doing well. Thanks so much. We start in Alabama, where lawmakers advanced legislation to update the name of Selma's Edmund Pettus Bridge to the Edmund Pettus Foot Soldiers Bridge. The name change honors the protesters who were beaten on the bridge while marching for civil rights in 1965. The Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences Board will meet Friday to decide whether to sanction Will Smith for slapping Chris Rock at the Oscars. The meeting will be 10 days earlier than planned. InfoWars host Alex Jones questioned today for defamation after claiming the Sandy Hook school shooting never happened. A judge found Jones liable for damages to the victims' families. A trial to determine the damages is set for August. Zoos across North America moving their birds indoors away from visitors and other wildlife to protect against the bird flu. Almost 23 million chickens and turkeys have been killed in the U.S. to limit the spread. And Betty White's personal items are going to auction. Awards, paintings, scripts, and red carpet outfits are all up for grabs. One of the most personal items, a 14-karat gold watch from her mom. Allison, back to you.
Thanks, Maya. President Biden putting his stamp of approval on some much-needed postal relief, signing the Postal Service Reform Act into law this afternoon. NBC News senior digital White House reporter Shannon Pettypiece is in Washington. And Shannon, as we wait for that signing, this is great news for people like me who still love to send snail mail. This law will really modernize the USPS with some crucial financial upgrades. Tell us about them.
Yeah, Allison, advocates for this law say that the Postal Service has been in a really difficult position for years, really, because they are mandated and required to do certain things, like provide service to every American, to put money into a health insurance program for retirees, yet they've been prohibited from doing things to expand their revenue, like partner with state and local governments to get into new businesses. So the legislation will give them a lot more flexibility as to what they can do with their finances, that those who have been pushing for this legislation say should hopefully help them sort of get out of the red here. One of the key things that changes is that the Postal Service will no longer have to pay for health care or save for health care for the retirees. Those retirees will now have to enroll in the Medicare program for people 65 and older. And it will also allow the post office to look for like new sources of revenue, like selling fishing or hunting licenses, those sort of things. And all this good news, of course, for snail mail lovers like you and me. They will now guarantee 6-day-a-week service is going to continue. And the Postal Service says hopefully other services will begin to improve, and some of those cost increases we've seen in recent years will not become so prevalent in the future.
Shannon, I'm not sure a new law could give me greater joy. While we wait for the president to come out, I also want to ask you about the White House extending the student loan repayment pause through August. That is great news for millions of college grads. Could you give us some of the details there?
Right. Well, and this was a little bit unexpected, I would say, because when the president extended this pause on student loan payments in the winter, he really kind of indicated that it could be the last time. It was extended then because COVID cases were going up. And now the administration is really signaling we're kind of in a new stage of the pandemic where we're sort of in that live with it sort of phase and things should start returning to normal. But the president in his statement today acknowledging that there are still a lot of elements of the economy that need to recover. So saying he'll extend this through the end of August for students who really since March 2020 have not had to pay loans. Debts and collections have been put on hold. Interest hasn't been accruing. So well over 2 years now of students not having to make, or graduates not having to make those student loan repayments, but giving them a little extra breathing room, the White House saying today.
Well, Shannon, your timing is absolutely perfect. We just saw the president walk out to sign that Postal Service reform bill. Let's listen in.
Taylor. I am a wife, mother, Air Force veteran, and retired union letter carrier. I delivered mail for, thank you. I delivered mail for 32 years as a proud member of the National Association of Letter Carriers. Service to our communities and service to our country. That is the spirit of letter carriers. In recent years, while our folks have delivered mail and other essential parcels and packages during the COVID-19 pandemic, we've confronted instability and uncertainty, just as our patrons and customers have. They longed for better circumstances, and so did we. NALC is proud to have contributed to the efforts over the 12 years that resulted in this bipartisan legislation that brings us together today. This legislation will help position the United States Postal Service to provide the service that the American people deserve. The late Congressman Elijah Cummings, my friend and fellow Marylander, worked relentlessly for many years to pass postal reform legislation. Today, his efforts will be rewarded thanks to President Biden and bipartisan support. Mr. President, the Postal Service is an essential facilitator of our democracy and our economy. We know there is more to do to secure long-term viability, but today is a huge step forward. Thank you for backing American workers. My union stands ready to assist you. God bless you, and thank you for signing this bill.
You know, Annette, as you were speaking, looked down at Senator Carper, used to be chairman of this committee. How many years, Tommy, you working on this? 400. I tell you what, your service both in the Air Force as a letter carrier is real, and it's all about serving your community, and I appreciate it very much. Matter of fact, when I said, it's good to meet you, she said, I know you, we've met before. And I said, I apologize. She said, you used to show up in Wilmington. Well, how often?
In D.C.
Oh, in D.C.
Every year.
Every year I'd show up to letter carriers, breakfast or lunch or dinner, I can't remember which. But it reminded me why I think foreign policy is easier. War and peace goes down easier, Jerry, I think. Senator Peters, Senator Portman, Senator Carper, Senator Tillis, Representatives Maloney, Comer, Conley, and Virginia Fox, and Stephen Lynch. Stevie, good to see you, pal. I didn't know you did post offices. And Brenda Lawrence, who served the U.S. Postal Service for 30 years before being elected to Congress, which was harder. Well, look, some of you know, before I became president, I'm sure you all know this. I was the Ben Franklin Professor of Practice at the University of Pennsylvania. Professor, Jim, you know. And everybody walks in, they wonder why Ben Franklin's picture is hanging in my portrait's hanging in my office. Because if I didn't put that up, there'd be nobody I knew would get into the University of Pennsylvania again. I'm only kidding. That's a joke. But Ben Franklin, one of our founding fathers, was our first Postmaster General. And he saw the Postal Service in a way to connect the colonies and to build together as one nation. I mean, literally, that's what it was seen as. It was to connect the colonies and build one nation, connect everything. He saw the power of the Postal Service to deliver more than the mail, but some of our most basic freedoms and basic rights were delivered by the Post Office. Freedom of speech by allowing citizens to voice and their voices to be amplified all across the country. Freedom of the press by offering discounted rates for newspapers. The right to privacy by expressly prohibiting, this sounds silly, but expressly prohibiting the opening of mail that belonged to somebody else. And beyond those rights and freedoms, our oldest postal roads helped give rise to some of our nation's most essential infrastructure. There are postal highways. That's why a lot of these roads were built to provide postal. And by the way, we used to serve with a guy who was from West Virginia, Jennings Randolph. And he started an airline. But the way the airlines used to work was there'd be a great, Tommy, they'd put up 2 big poles like goalposts, and they would put a wire between it, and they'd hang whatever the postal service, the post mail used to be collected, and the airplane would come down with a hook on it and pick it up and take it off. So, you know, I'm not going to say if Jennings were here, he'd say there'd be no post office out there. But anyway, I'm only kidding. But today, more than 75,000 dedicated women and men of the U.S. Postal Service continue to deliver for the American people. They keep us healthy by shipping 4 million prescriptions per day, 4 million per day. And when we're dedicated, when we dedicated to send and committed, we would send to COVID-19 tests directly to people's homes. The Postal Service stepped up to make that happen as well. And now they've delivered over 320 million COVID test 19 kits so far in every state, territory, and U.S. military base in the world. Impressive turnaround or an unprecedented task. It's continuing to truly heroic service that they provided throughout this pandemic. When everyone was worried about the supply chain delays would ruin the holidays, the Post Office delivered the packages that more than any other shipper in the world, and they got the gifts to our homes and our loved ones on time. And the Postal Service is central to our economy and essential to rural America, delivering mail and packages between small businesses and customers every single solitary day. And the deliveries, and delivering seeds and even live animals, often to parts of the country that private carriers can't or won't or aren't required to reach. And there is another essential thing the Postal Service delivers: your vote. In 2020, 43% of the votes cast by ballot were cast by mail. On average, it took those ballots. On average, it took those ballots less than 2 days to get from the voter to the election office, faster than the average delivery time for first-class mail. So it's no exaggeration to say that the Postal Service delivers democracy. And there's no exaggeration to say the Postal Service is essential as it ever was, has ever been today. In 2006, the law required Postal Service to prepay retirement benefits 50 years into the future. No other company or federal agency has do anything like that. And the requirement of that law stretched the Postal Service's finances almost to the breaking point, with real consequences. There are stories of people across the country getting hit with late fees because their credit card bill arrived a week late, if it arrived at all. Small businesses on the verge of collapse because payments they were counting on were severely delayed. Elderly Americans suffering because they had to go weeks without their medication. I, like many of you, made a campaign promise to fix this. And today we are. You all, the members in front of me, did all the work. I made the promise. You did all the work. And I'm glad that strong bipartisan majorities in the House and Senate have come together to deliver on this needed reform. With this bill, we're repealing the pre-funding mandate and setting the Postal Service on a more sustainable and stable financial footing. We're guaranteeing that the mail will continue to be delivered 6 days a week, and the bill increases transparency by requiring the Postal Service to develop an online public dashboard, updated weekly with local and national service performance data. You'll be able to see in real time how well the Postal Service is delivering for you and for your community. And this bill streamlines health care for postal workers as well. They deliver for us, so through rain and snow and sleet, and we're making sure that health care they need will be there for them as well. And finally, this bill will allow the Postal Service to partner with state, local, and tribal governments to offer valuable and helpful non-postal services to the public. Imagine a trip to the post office where you can pick up your bus pass or your hunting license or your fishing license. Of course, there are more areas where we want to see the Postal Service leading. For example, it needs to do more to modernize and electrify its fleet of vehicles to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and to save money. We're going to do that. And I'll continue to fight for these common sense improvements. But today, we enshrine in law our recognition that the Postal Service is fundamental to our economy, to our democracy, to our health, and the very sense of who we are as a nation. And this bill recognizes the Postal Service as a public service, and we're ensuring that it can continue to serve all Americans for generations to come. Now, I'm now going over and sign that postal bill. And those of you who are going to come up while I sign it, I'm not going to read out your names. They told me who you are. Everybody but Stenny can come. Only kidding, Stenny. And we'll get this reform bill finally signed. And, Tommy, it only took, what, 11 years? 12 years. Rob, that's pretty fast, right? Anyway, all kidding aside, thank you for the hard work you've done. You've done a good job. Let me walk over.
All right, you're watching President Biden right there going to sign the Postal Service Reform Act bill. We've been covering that for you from the White House. There he is. The many pens are about to come out. Changing the Postal Service as we know it, keeping it financially solvent, hopefully, and guaranteeing that there will be delivery 6 days a week. Thank you so much for sitting in on this. We've got more coming up. And after the break, fleecing America, fraudsters stealing billions of pandemic relief funds from inmates and dead people, how they're doing it next.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Good morning, I'm Joe Pryor.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
2022 is off to a busy start.
Winter's wrath causing headaches from coast to coast.
It's been really incredible to see how quickly volunteers started to help with the cleanup efforts.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
hold on to your seats.
The Thing About Pam is the chart-topping podcast series from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
A strange story in a career of strange stories.
All episodes are available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Live from Ukraine, from Mayfield, Kentucky, from Waukesha, Wisconsin. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
I also want to get home.
You'll get home. You'll get home. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To stand on the edge of the cliff and jump takes a lot of guts. We are meeting people one after the next who have made profound changes. I think you're going to be blown away by the life lessons.
Listen to Making Space Now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It is time for The Bottom Line, our daily look at what's going on in the business world and beyond. Today, we're going to ask you to do a little exercise with us. Stop for a minute and think of all of your relationships that started at work in person. Now take a second and think about how they've changed since the pandemic. That's how Tess Vigland is starting off her latest Wall Street Journal podcast, As We Work, asking the questions, are we saying goodbye to the water cooler? And how do we make meaningful connections when our colleagues are often just images on screens? Tess is here with me now. And Tess, let's just start with the water cooler. Is it dead? Because one of the things I was most excited about when I came back to 30 Rock after a year and a half at home, the NBC News water coolers now have sparkling. But I am almost always the only one there. Are the days of the water cooler chat dead?
Okay, well, Allison, first of all, post-pandemic, gross. I don't want your dirty germs all over the spigot when I go get water. I'm sorry. I'm just not interested in that, even if it's sparkling, which is my favorite.
Now, wait, back it up for a second, because I do follow etiquette. The cup goes on the holder. It goes nowhere near anything where the water is coming from. Hygiene always. And I'm really
okay.
Fair,
well, if we step outside of the actual water in the water cooler, right? The water cooler here is the stand-in for the bathroom, the employee break room, the kitchen, the hallway, all these places where, you have those conversations and run-ins that can turn into various relationships, romance, friendships, boss-employee relationships. So for those who have been working from home, of course, all that went away. And we wondered really both kind of what that means for workers, and then what does the company potentially lose if people aren't developing relationships within the workplace?
One of your guests this week, Lucy Suros, the CEO of Articulate. It's an e-learning company. They have been remote for 20 years, way before Zoom and Slack were around, and they have never had an office. Here's what Lucy said about the idea that companies aren't creative or innovative when they're not in person.
Our company is living proof that that's not true. So we are now a 400-person company. We have metrics that are off the charts. Our collaboration, our ideation, our innovation is really just top notch.
So Tess, what's the secret sauce here? How do you build success without forcing people to adhere to a 9 to 5, 5 days a week at the office model?
Right. And I find this so interesting because they've been remote, as you said, for 20 years. And it's because the founder back in 2001, 2002, literally could not afford office space at that time and figured out a way to make it work with employees who were in India and other countries. And to this day, no offices, again, for 400 employees. So Lucy's argument is really that if you are intentional about fostering relationships within your workplace, you can do it. You can make it happen without being face-to-face. And it involves empathy. It involves this concept of bringing your whole self to work. She will tell everyone if she's having a bad day. And it involves being really purposeful about every interaction that you have, both on and offline.
On the flip side, what have they learned at Articulate about what doesn't work when you're not all together in an office?
Well, they actually say that there's not much that doesn't work. Yeah. The only time they really get together, and so I guess you can't say they're 100% remote, they're maybe 98% remote, but a couple of times a year, except during the pandemic, they will do an offsite at a hotel somewhere where they'll bring people in and they'll have a weekend or a couple of days in the middle of the week where they do have that time together to talk, to have those interactions. But their argument is that, you know, these companies that say that you don't have the same kind of creativity, you don't have the same kind of innovation, you don't have those kind of bump into somebody in the hallway and come up with this amazing idea, that is not a problem for them. And also companies, quite frankly, have a tough time quantifying just how much of that kind of new and awesome ideation comes from those encounters.
You also spoke with David Burkitz. He's a workplace and leadership expert who has written more bestsellers than we have room to show here. His most recent is Leading from Anywhere. He says that work friendships are fundamental and they don't just benefit the employees. Here he is on your podcast.
We're social creatures. We all need relationships. And the research supports that we use that thing, work, that place we used to be at for 40 plus hours a week. We use that to scratch that social itch a little bit. And it actually makes for better organization as well.
So Tess, what else did he say about work relationships being good for us and how companies can foster connected workplaces now?
Yeah, so I kind of wanted to push back on this idea that you have to have BFFs at work. Yeah. For the workplace to function, for it to excel. Certainly for plenty of people, work is just work and they don't feel the need to develop like massive friendships there. But he says the research shows that people who have friendships at work are more creative. They have access to a more diverse array of information because they're talking to different people for different reasons, and they're more engaged. In sociology, he told me that they call it multiplex relationships. It's basically a network. And he also points out that a lot of the value from these work friendships comes not just at your current workplace, but also when you're out looking for a new job.
Your pro tip this week is with Nitin Noria, ex-Harvard Business School dean, and it is all about how offices should be more like clubhouses post-pandemic. I needed some explanation on that one, please.
Yeah. Well, so of course, here we're talking about, you know, the place where you make all these relationships. Yeah. What do you gain by being back in the office? And his argument is that, look, if you're in the office to use a computer, to use a copier, you can do those at home for the most part. He says the office should be more like he calls it a clubhouse from here on out for things that absolutely need in-person gatherings. You know, remember we talked a few weeks ago about meetings that should have been an email?
Oh, yeah.
Same idea here. So it's something for companies to keep in mind as we start to return to the workplace, trying to figure out really what is the point of the office now? And his argument is that it really should be purely for gatherings where you simply cannot do it remotely.
Yeah. All right, we didn't even touch on workplace romance, which you also get into in your podcast, but I want people to tune in and listen. So let's talk about next week. You're diving into corporate culture. What do you get into in that podcast?
Yeah, so we're talking about this new era of employee activism, where employees across the country are really getting after their own companies for not taking stances on social issues. Of course, the most recent example, Disney with the Don't Say Gay law in Florida, getting a lot of pushback from their workers to make a statement about that. And this is certainly not the only one that's happened over particularly the last couple of years. So we're going to explore why that is and why workers feel such power to do that right now.
Tess, I don't need to tell you I'm obsessed with your podcast. It is destination listening for me. Thanks so much for being back on. We'll see you next week.
Thanks, Allison.
Now to our network series, Fleecing of America, pandemic-related unemployment fraud fueling criminals from coast to coast. California considered ground zero. Fraudsters using dead people and inmates' names to steal billions of taxpayer dollars. Here's NBC News correspondent Tom Costello.
In Pennsylvania, a horrific case of identity theft caught on camera in a restroom.
Will you please confirm your social security number?
Prosecutors say a caretaker for intellectually disabled people stole their identities and filed more than $100,000 in fake unemployment assistance claims. He has not entered a plea. In California, a hospital worker allegedly stole the identities of dying patients for a fraud ring. This guy died a few hours ago. How many names do we need? He texted a co-conspirator. And it's happening in every city and state. Crooks stealing billions in pandemic-related state unemployment benefits.
Claims being made in the names of inmates, death row people, dead people, fake people.
Sacramento District Attorney Anne-Marie Schubert. Is this a fleecing of America?
It's the biggest fleecing of America I think we'll ever see.
And Sacramento is in the middle of it. Unemployment insurance fraud is happening across the country. But California is ground zero, with an estimated $20 to $30 billion in fraud in just 2 years. That's equal to almost 10% of what California state agencies spent last year stolen. Who's behind it? Everyday Americans and criminals, even overseas crime syndicates cashing in on pandemic unemployment assistance. Many filing obviously fake claims using aliases like Minnie Mouse, Poopy Britches, and John Doe. But the states, ill-equipped to audit the millions of pandemic claims, were also under pressure to issue the checks to prevent mass unemployment and poverty. Tens of thousands of California prison inmates' names were used to file claims and send those checks to addresses nationwide.
Any one of these houses could be a drop spot.
And you'd never know.
You'd never know.
John Costa's software is used to uncover this kind of fraud. He says the total losses are much higher than most states are willing to admit.
I can tell you that in some states, we saw as many as 3 out of 4 applications for some of the federal programs were very likely fraudulent.
75%?
75% in certain states. Really astounding numbers.
Many claims are filed under stolen identities, yours and mine, for sale on the dark web. Security veteran Derek Benner took us inside. This person is selling 8,000 passports, $7 each.
And they contain personal information such as social security numbers and dates of birth.
Some criminals file thousands of bogus claims simultaneously, the web spreading across the country. The problem? Most states don't share insurance claim or fraud information with each other. NBC News asked all 50 states how much they'd lost to fraud and how many Americans have been affected. Most didn't know or wouldn't say. But Ohio State Auditor Keith Faber was candid. His own stolen identity was used in a fraud scheme.
We found systemic failures at all levels. We found that the system did not have the proper controls to avoid fraud and overpayments. We think the total number now is over $5 billion in loss.
We're going to have to fix this problem. Unless America's willing to accept it, we're going to literally send hundreds of billions of dollars to criminals.
And police say street criminals have found easy money in filing fake claims, helping to fuel the surge in drugs, guns, and violence. A lot of people may think that, unemployment insurance fraud is kind of a victimless crime. You're just taking money from the government.
Well, ask anybody on the other side of a handgun, particularly, or an automatic weapon, or an AR-15 that's been purchased with unemployment insurance fraud. Ask them if that's a victimless crime. Ask anybody whose child was found dead in their room because of fentanyl poisoning. When we put astronomical amounts of money into the hands of criminal, this is not a victimless crime.
2 dead, dozens of homes damaged, severe weather just ripping through the South from Texas to South Carolina. The National Weather Service confirming that this tornado touched down in Allendale, South Carolina, and more severe weather is on the way. NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking the storms, but first we're going to go to NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky. He's in Allendale. Morgan, what have you been seeing there today?
Heartbreaking scenes, Allison. We're just a few miles from the center of Allendale that was struck by this fast-moving tornado yesterday. And while it has not been categorized by the National Weather Service yet, when you glimpse the damage that was left behind, it's absolutely heartbreaking. As we kind of pull out here, you can see just the scene of not one home, but about 2 that were ripped apart in this area here in just a matter of seconds. Just pieces of homes thrown into the tree, a roof wrapped around that branch there. And this is why it's so tough for so many to move on from this. And I want to tell you one particular story here, Allison. If you walk with me, we have this car here. This car, believe it or not, despite the damage you see, the windows blown out, was where one woman stayed alive. Her name's Barbara Gill. She's 67 years old. And we were told that in the minutes following this tornado, some members of her church arrived here to check on her, and they saw her home torn apart. And then inside this car, inside this window, was Barbara huddled in this front seat, shaken but alive. And I had a chance to hear from the man who found her in this car earlier today. And here's what he had to say about this entirely incredible ordeal. Take a listen.
Didn't saw her, couldn't find her. So EMS pulled up and we started hollering her name, and we heard her trying to answer back. And we ran in the back and we found her sitting in the car with a tag say, God is good all the time. Just by the grace of God that she's alive.
Wow.
And as for right now, I'm told that Gill is currently recovering in an Augusta hospital. It's about a little bit more than an hour away from where we are, but she is expected to make a full recovery. Incredible when you see the scope of the damage all around us here.
Yeah, Morgan, just unbelievable. Her license plate there says it all. The National Weather Service issuing a tornado emergency for Allendale. That is one step higher than a warning. How common is that? What does it mean? What was that all about?
It's incredibly rare to have that designation, that warning thrown out, Allison. We know that a tornado watch means the potential for tornadic conditions could occur. Tornado warning means that they are present in a storm system as it's making its way across a certain area. But a tornado emergency is reserved for those rare occasions where officials are confident that a tornado is imminent for a specific area. They issued that emergency just minutes before this tornado struck yesterday. It came in at about 3:57, the tornado touching down within just a few minutes there, causing about a 15-mile trail of devastation across this area. Allison?
Morgan, more than 36 tornadoes reported across 6 states since Monday. I mean, we are just looking at all that awful damage behind you. I imagine there are scenes like that and images like that all over the place.
There really is. I mean, it began in Texas Monday night when this system started rolling through that area. We know that one man was killed about 2 hours east of Dallas when a tree fell on his home. He was living outside the city of Tyler. We've also heard that late yesterday, a woman in Georgia died as a result of this storm system that was believed to have spawned a tornado near the town of Pembroke there in Georgia. So from Texas to Mississippi, where flooding was a concern, to Georgia, to now South Carolina. The South, for really the third time in 3 weeks, Allison, is suffering from a tornado outbreak. And important to note, 26 million Americans tonight are still facing the risk of severe weather, and this system is still far from over. Allison?
Yeah, so let's talk about that a little bit more with Michelle. Morgan, thank you so much for your reporting. It's just been absolutely incredible. So, Michelle, Morgan's been saying for us throughout the last couple of hours that South just can't catch a break. They got hit with more storms again today. What are you watching as we head through this week?
I know. Hi there, Allison. And I think Morgan just did such a great job. This is the third week of severe weather. Yesterday, we had that severe weather outbreak. We had 43 tornado reports. Today, we're seeing some tornadoes. We're also seeing some severe thunderstorms also. So just like yesterday, any severe thunderstorm you want to treat as a tornado warning as well. So we're having a little bit of issues with our computer here, but if it looks a little bit funky, but I'll take you through our graphics here. This is what it looks like right now. Where you see those pink outlines, that's where we have tornado watches. So that is through tonight, 10, 11 o'clock. As we look a little bit closer, you can see a ton of lightning once again, so that atmosphere is right for these storms. But as we zoom in a little closer here, I took off the lightning and also the radar just to show you how active we are once again. All those little tiny orange boxes, those are severe thunderstorm warnings. So that is what we are watching right now. We're watching the chance for damaging winds, we're watching the chance for hail, and we're also watching the chance for tornadoes. So Morgan touched upon this, but we're looking at 29 million people impacted through tonight, and this is when there's darkness too. So remember, when we have nighttime tornadoes, they are double as deadly, just simply because we're not paying attention. So 29 million at risk for damaging wind gusts over 60 miles per hour. Yesterday, we had winds gusting over 80 miles per hour, damaging hail once again, and several tornadoes are likely. Where you see the orange on this map here, That is where we're likely to see the severe weather, likely to see tornadoes. So that includes Knoxville, Chattanooga, Birmingham, Montgomery, Atlanta, Macon, and also Albany. And then the yellow is a slight risk. So that's where it is possible to see those. Now, as we go towards tomorrow, the threat is not over. So we still have one more day where we're going to see some of these storms. And that is mainly in the mid-Atlantic. 12 million at risk tomorrow, Allison, where you see the yellow, that is your slight risk. And I know your Yankees game was postponed to Friday, but Friday's looking good.
Friday looks fantastic, and I have that day off too, so no problems there. And let me tell you, Michelle, after looking at those forecasts, I'm not complaining about any rain in the Northeast right now.
Agreed.
Thank you so much for keeping an eye on it. I know these forecasts are so important to lots of people. That does it for us. I'm going to enjoy opening day. Hallie Jackson starts now. I'll see you Monday.
We're coming on the air with new videos coming out not just from Bucha, but from other towns near the Ukrainian capital that show what the Russians are doing as their troops leave. And it's a gut punch. Investigations called for now into war crimes, all of it triggering new sanctions from the West, including the White House. We'll explain why these may feel more personal to Putin. Plus, Minnesota's Attorney General will not file charges against the police officer who killed a 22-year-old black man, basically saying his hands are tied by the law. Amir Locke's mother saying she's not disappointed, she's disgusted. We're live with that. And we're now learning one of the guns used in that deadly shooting in Sacramento was modified with what's called a switch. It's not legal, and it's really hard for law enforcement to track. We've got more on that in tonight's original. Plus, 6 states are now threatening to investigate the NFL for allegations of discrimination against female employees. The league's pushing back tonight. We'll tell you about it. And baseball finally back after that lockout that nearly canceled the season. We're taking you behind the scenes of this week's MLB return with one of the sport's top reporters in the backstory. That's later on in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and Vladimir Putin is showing the world he's not afraid of sanctions, even on his own children, because the bombing of Ukraine is still happening even as we speak, as we're trying to get a better picture of the horrific trauma left behind as Russia retreats from the area around Kyiv, the Ukrainian capital, like in Bucha. Look at this. Police there say they found another 6 bodies burned. One of them may have been a child. Or this suburb, Borodyanka, where you can see homes torn apart. Or in Hostomel at an airport. You see that plane? Look at that. It's been ripped apart. A Ukrainian official says 400 people, 400 are missing from that village. NBC News can't verify that, but President Zelensky is telling Ireland's parliament that 1 in 4 Ukrainians, 10 million people, have been displaced out of their homes. And here's just one example of how terrifying this whole thing is for Ukrainian parents. Do you see this on your screen? That's a mom who wrote her family's phone number and address on the back of her 2-year-old daughter, just in case her family died in the shelling. Gabe Gutierrez is in Kyiv. And Gabe, you know, you've been reporting one of those cities we just showed, Hostomel, and we described it as a gut punch, and I can hear the sirens going off behind you now. That's what it is. Tell us what you're seeing on the ground.
Hey there, Hallie. Well, yes, we just arrived back in Kyiv, and just a few seconds before you came to me just now, the air raid sirens are going off once again. This is just constant, you know, throughout the day in different parts of Ukraine, and even still here in the capital, Hallie, even though Russian troops have pulled out of this area, and for the most part, much less danger here than there was several weeks ago. But as you can hear, this is still constant threat. And yes, I did go to the Kyiv suburbs earlier today, Hallie. Hostomel, which you mentioned, wasn't just the airport that was destroyed there. And by the way, the aircraft, the main one that was destroyed there was the world's largest aircraft. Pretty symbolic for Ukraine. Very prideful of that aircraft. The Russians targeted it. That airport was destroyed. But what we saw today, Hallie, was just these Kyiv suburbs, such a large population. You know, these weren't just small towns. These were large suburbs in and around Kyiv, and they are just decimated. It is incredible to watch what these folks are going through, the ones that decided to stay. Hostomel, about 5,000 residents decided to stay. The population there, about more than 75,000, so just a very small percentage. They're still going through so much in other places like Bucha and some other communities as well. We visited Irpin as well. They are still going through those areas, searching for bodies, clearing the area of landmines. just very painstaking and heartbreaking work.
It is so awful to hear about, Gabe, but important to shine a light on it. Can I just ask you, do you need to go? I'm very conscious of your team's safety, and I know those air raid sirens are going off, and NBC protocol. If you have to go, and I won't ask you a second question, you just tell me.
We're good, Hallie. This again, this happens.
Does it happen a lot?
In Lviv quite often, of course. It happened very often in Lviv. At least 5 or 6 times a day, we would hear these air sirens. Now, I've just arrived in Kyiv, but from what I've heard from our team here on the ground, this is a fairly common occurrence here. If we did hear of any shelling behind us or somewhat nearby where we can actually hear some shelling, we would go inside, and we have proper precautions in place. As of now, we are, in a relatively safe location, so I can continue.
It is a vivid example, though, Gabe, of how, the danger is still not over, despite the fact that you have Kyiv's mayor saying, they are starting to open up, that cleanup is starting to begin here, even though they are still under martial law.
Yeah, that's exactly right. When we toured these areas surrounding the capital today, we were struck by how quickly the recovery was beginning. And some of these areas were, very high-end malls, strip malls, areas that, were, just a few weeks before the war, I would imagine would have been very heavily trafficked. They're already trying to clean up some of this. They're already trying to perhaps restore power in some of these areas, and that is extremely key. And we went with one of the humanitarian aid organizations that is trying to distribute food to these areas to try and make sure that these residents have some food. Many of them spent more than a month under Russian occupation, and he told us harrowing stories of these troops coming into these towns, breaking into apartments, stealing what they could, what they wanted, stealing everything from food, water, children's clothing, carpets that they had to take out of the apartments that they wanted to line their tanks, presumably because they were so cold in them. We did see from these accounts that these residents told us that the Russian troops seem to be extremely desperate for supplies. That's something they told us over and over again. Yeah. It was just incredible to witness, Hallie.
When you talk about the Ukrainian resistance, right, and the way that they are working to keep up the fight against Russian troops, our colleague Andrew Mitchell, as you know, got this exclusive interview with the Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, and he was really clear that he feels confident eventually, right, ultimately, and who knows how long it'll take, in Ukraine's chances. I want to play just a second of that.
Can they win?
So ultimately, yes, because what is success? What is victory? It's holding on to the sovereignty and independence of their country. And there is no scenario by which, over time, that will not happen.
I have to think, Gabe, that is probably a little bit of the mood that you're getting from people that you're talking with in Ukraine, right, in Kyiv and Lviv, that they believe, I would think, that that this is winnable. This is winnable for Ukraine.
Yes, they do believe that, Hallie. But what I can also tell you is that this idea that peace talks might go anywhere, at least in the short term, that to me, and according to the people I've spoken with, seems very far off. This is not a situation where they would feel comfortable perhaps giving up part of their country, even the Donbass region, or any sort of compromise, or tabling the Crimea issues. The residents in the suburbs of Kyiv that we have spoken with, at this point, they don't seem to want peace. They want justice. They feel that the atrocities committed by these Russian troops, they just can't be forgiven that easily. So yes, peace seems very far off, and yes, the people that we have spoken with do believe that Ukraine can win, Hallie.
Question is, at what cost, right? At what cost to life, and at what cost to the spirit of the country? Gabe Gutierrez, live for us in Kyiv. Gabe, we're really glad to have you. Thank you so much for being with us. It's some of those horrific images that you just saw from Bucha and elsewhere that are specifically what the White House is talking about as President Biden explains why he's putting these new sanctions on Russia, right? Why he's trying to punish Russia even more, banning all new American investment there, and along with our allies, slapping full sanctions, right? Blocking Russia's biggest bank and financial institutions. The U.S. locking up the funds, basically, that those banks hold here. And they're also looking at a couple of new targets, including Vladimir Putin's adult daughters. And let me take a beat here to explain what we know, or rather what little we know about them. As NBC News has put it, these may be the most mysterious first children in modern history. With so much secrecy around his adult kids, Putin himself has never publicly identified them. Maria was born in 1985, Katerina in 1986. And just last year, the younger of the two, Katerina, showed up on screen as a panelist at an international economic forum. The Washington Post has reported that the older daughter, Maria, is a genetics researcher. The very little we know comes from spotty media reports, hardly anything from Russian media for obvious reasons. We're talking about a near total lockdown on any info about Putin's family. I want to bring in now Shannon Pettypiece. And Shannon, I spoke with Ambassador Michael McFaul just within the last couple hours, who knows obviously Russia well, who said Putin's not going to like these sanctions on his daughters because it brings new attention to his family, which he doesn't like, and that it's possible he could be hiding his assets with his kids. One senior White House official told me today that the sanctions are really about accountability here.
Right. And the administration is saying that they have indications, they are not elaborating on what those are, but that Putin could be using his family members to shelter or hide some of his wealth. Historically, in the past, Russian oligarchs, high-ranking Russian officials, they have used family members as well as things like shell companies to evade sanctions. And in the past, many of them have been quite successful at being able to evade sanctions through putting their vast amounts of wealth under someone else's name. The administration clearly saying today they're trying to do everything they can to cut off some of these back doors and end runarounds Russians have tried to do in the past to get around these sanctions, and making a very clear statement here with these sanctions on this Putin's adult daughters. The U.S. also went after other family members, the daughter and wife of Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov and family members of the former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev. And of course, the administration says this is just another example of the way they are trying to tighten the screws around the Russian economy and the most powerful and influential people in Russia. Do they think this is going to make Putin change his behavior tomorrow? No, is what the administration officials are saying. But sustained pressure and building pressure over the long term is what this administration says they believe will help push Putin to end this war.
And building pressure specifically on the financial sector, because with these sanctions, like 2/3 of the financial sector is basically getting hammered there with real questions, right, about whether or not, I mean, Russia already is in an economic crisis, but how prolonged that could be, how much more inflation goes up there, and what that means to Russian people. Ultimately.
Right. Well, exactly. And these sanctions today mean the largest financial institutions in Russia, they can't do business with the U.S., with the G7, with the EU. Any assets there are frozen. So it's this trend of cutting Russia off from the global economy. Now, the big question remains, is China and India and other economies not part of this group of allies? Are they going to play ball here with Russia, or are they also going to sort of give Russia the cold shoulder? If they do that, then that really adds a lot of weight to what the U.S. and the Western allies are doing.
Shannon Pettypiece outside the White House. Shannon, thank you for that. Back here at home, 26 million people right now are still at risk for more bad weather in the southeast. And yes, this is deja vu all over again, as we say, because a lot of those folks are in areas that got hit badly 24 hours ago. We're talking about homes from Texas to South Carolina just flattened by really strong winds, by hail. Look at some of these pictures, even tornadoes. So today they go to try to clear this all out, right? To try to clean it all up. More storms interrupts them. At least 2 people have died so far in this weather. One woman in Georgia, where a suspected tornado ripped off part of the roof of a courthouse. And a man in Texas died when a tree fell on his house. The tree was going something like 100 miles an hour. At certain points during that storm, the tornadoes got so strong that they lifted up some of the debris, right? 20,000 feet into the air. Think about that. Morgan Chesky is on the ground in Allendale, South Carolina. And Morgan, you're at a place where there is a tornado that created this like 10-mile path of destruction in this town.
Yeah, Hallie, it did, and they think it could go up to 15. They have National Weather Service officials out here reviewing the scope of the damage from the suspected tornado, and they haven't given it a category yet, but it's heartbreaking to see in every direction you look in some of these affected areas. And as we pull out now, you can just get a better idea of how powerful this tornado was when it struck. If you look above me, actually, Ben, if we can pan up, that's a piece of a roof wrapped around a tree limb here. Meanwhile, just beyond it are 2 homes absolutely shredded as a result of this tornado that struck around mid-afternoon yesterday in this small community of Allendale, Hallie. And I had a chance to speak to a gentleman here who was at work at the time. He came back home, and his home's kind of hidden by a grove of trees. He says when he finally turned the corner, nothing was left. And here's what he had to say following this heartbreaking experience. Take a listen.
It's different when it's your stuff and you've seen it face to face.
Yeah.
It's way different from seeing it on TV. Hits you in the gut.
Yeah, he tells me that he's not able to salvage much of anything from that home, but that he does plan to rebuild, and, you know, he now faces a fate that too many people are doing now, Hallie, and that's having to start all over. And yet, we're feeling it right now. We have rain coming back down yet again in this affected area. This is not unique to South Carolina. This is impacting other states all across the South as well today.
What is sort of unique about Allendale, where you are, is that they saw a tornado emergency issued by the National Weather Service, which is a step above a tornado warning. That's pretty rare, right? We don't see that a lot.
Yeah, that warning issued for Allendale, that tornado emergency came just minutes before this tornado struck. And they do it, Hallie, because essentially a tornado warning, conditions are ripe for tornadic activity. A tornado emergency, essentially saying a tornado is imminent, seek shelter now. That's exactly what one woman did in Allendale. Quick story here. Yeah. We were told by several people who came to check on Barbara Gill that they couldn't find her in her home. They found her right here, Hallie. She was huddled inside this seat of her car. This is where she rode out the storm and survived. Right now, she's in an Augusta hospital. It's about an hour away from here. She's expected to make a full recovery, but considering everything you see around us and how badly it's destroyed, it's nothing short of a miracle that she made it riding it out right here in her car.
It is incredible when you look at that landscape.
Incredible stories.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
An amazing story of survival. I know you'll be following up on that one. Morgan Chesky. Morgan, really glad to have you with us tonight. Thank you. Let's bring in Al Roker now. And Al, you know, it's sort of jaw-dropping when you look at some of those images. And you think about that woman in her car. Her house is matchsticks behind her. Yeah. You know what I mean? How bad is this second wave going to be for states like what we just saw that have already gotten hit?
Well, actually, Hallie, we're seeing an expansion now of this severe weather. Take a look. We now have tornado watches for eastern Tennessee. We've got them for northeastern Alabama. We've got it for northwestern Georgia, also central Georgia, and now into the Carolinas. And we've got just to the north of Charleston, we've got a tornado warning going on and severe thunderstorm warnings. So this is really a volatile situation, Hallie. Let's take a look. This is the area. 26 million people at risk for tornadoes. Damaging winds, wind gusts of 75 miles per hour. That can do plenty of damage. 2-inch hail, tornadoes possible. And then tomorrow, this system moves off. But as it does, we are going to be looking for a risk of severe weather from Norfolk all the way down to Fort Myers. The tornado threat, thankfully, low. But again, wind gusts of up to 60 miles per hour. This system slowly making its way off the coast. Overnight, severe storms will push off the southeastern coast. But another round of heavy rain for here in the northeast. Ground's already saturated. Maybe some flooding, and that continues tomorrow as this system lifts up into the northeast. And there is a risk for coastal areas for the mid-Atlantic as this system all pushes off from Norfolk all the way up. In fact, the heaviest rain probably will be in the northeast and New England, Hallie. Locally, could be 2 to 3 inches of rain. Some areas even a little bit more because these storms have been overproducing. So a real situation that's going to continue to be developing overnight. And again, as we mentioned yesterday, Hallie, the models are suggesting that we're going to be going through this again Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday may be the worst day of all. So, which, as we said, 4 weeks in a row of these Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday storms.
And you haven't even taled about what's happening out west, Al. I only have like 20 seconds left, but heat and fire risk.
Quickly, out west, we've got a big area of high pressure, highs 20 to 30 above average. We're talking about forecast records Thursday and Friday from San Diego all the way up to Redding and into parts of Nevada. and that heat's going to continue. And as we move further to the east, you're going to see this risk of fire. We're talking active wildfires right now, but there could be critical to extreme risk right through Texas, Oklahoma, and on into Kansas, Hallie.
Al Roker, we're glad to have you tracking all of it. I know you're a busy man these days. Thank you, friend. Good to see you. Appreciate it.
You bet. Take care.
Over on Capitol Hill, you had some top oil executives facing down some pretty pointed questions by members of Congress today about why gas prices are so high and what needs to be done to get them to a more reasonable place. Lawmakers pointing out these companies are making big money. They are making record profits, even as people are paying more than $4.16 a gallon for gas. The executives all kind of saying the same thing, that they don't have much control over prices and that none of this is really their fault.
We do not set or have significant influence over the price of our products.
No single company sets the price of oil or gasoline. The market establishes the price.
Shell does not set or control the price of crude oil. Similarly, Shell does not set or control the price that consumers pay.
CNBC's Pippa Stevens is joining us now. Pippa, we're glad to have you with us because I'd love a bit of a reality check here, right? On whether that's accurate, that oil companies really have zero control over gas prices.
Yeah, hey, Hallie, this was a contentious multi-hour hearing where the oil and gas companies pushed back against those claims that they're to blame for high oil and gas prices. And as to be expected, Democrats bashed the industry while Republicans bashed President Biden. But there is some truth to the fact that, you know, gas prices are based on oil prices, and that is a global market that is not set by any particular party. And since we both export and import, we are susceptible to those global price swings. Also, these companies, you know, Exxon, Pioneer, Chevron, they don't really own retail gasoline stations. There are 150,000 gas stations across the U.S., and about 60% of those are owned by an individual or family who only owns that specific station. And it's a well-known phenomenon that gas prices go up much faster than they come down. That being said, oil and gas companies are sitting on record profits, and they're really prioritizing dividends and buybacks here. And that was certainly something that they were questioned about by lawmakers, saying, you know, why are you prioritizing that area versus trying to ramp up production to ease some of those higher prices?
So did the CEO say anything that might make us feel better about the prices we're having to pay for gas?
Well, production is increasing. We're still about 1 million barrels per day lower than where we were prior to the pandemic. But the Energy Information Administration expects us to reach more than 13 million barrels per day next year at an all-time high. But this really, you know, it's not uncommon for politicians to point the finger at energy executives when gas prices are high. And it's certainly becoming an issue that's front and center ahead of November's midterm elections. But for right now, WTI did fall back below $100 per barrel today. So hopefully we'll see some alleviation there, but certainly not a short-term fix anytime soon.
Pippa Stevens, thanks very much for that. Appreciate it. Amir Locke's life mattered. That's what Minnesota's Attorney General said today, while also announcing no charges will be filed after the death of Locke. He's the 22-year-old black man shot by a SWAT team officer during a no-knock warrant raid in Minneapolis back in February. The Attorney General, Keith Ellison, says the law only lets them look at the case from the officer's perspective, not the victim's. That was his explanation. But Locke's mother was very clear that is not okay with her.
I am disgusted with the city of Minneapolis. I'm going to mourn my son for the rest of my days on earth. It is not right that it took me 10 hours to bring Amir into this evil, racist, unjust world. You decided that he wasn't worth nothing but less than 9 seconds of a human being.
It was in those 9 seconds that body cam video shows Locke apparently waking up as the SWAT team burst into the apartment. And as Locke sits up, a gun is seen in his hand. He was shot 3 times. Locke's death led to protests across the country. You probably remember those, calling for justice in the case, in which, by the way, he was never a suspect. Shaquille Brewster joins us now with more on this story. Shaq, can you explain a little bit more about what this ultimately came down to for the Attorney General? You heard how upset Locke's mother is about this. What's the explanation here from Keith Ellison?
Well, it's this phrase, this reasonable officer standard. It's something that we've seen play out and we've heard before in trials of officers on stand for deaths of other individuals. But Keith Ellison in this case said through their thorough investigation, they realized that at one point as Locke was coming up, apparently waking up, and he was coming from under the cover, that the barrel of the gun that he had in his possession legally was pointed in the direction of Officer Mark Hanneman. So essentially that officer had a legal right to use that force because he reasonably feared for his life. So Keith Ellison said he's restricted to the legal standards there, and that's the legal standard. You have to take it at the position from the officer in that moment of time.
The AG was also asked today about what many who protested the shooting feel, that this is just another example of police, in their view, getting away with murder, right? What was his response?
Yeah, a lot of frustration that you hear in the community, especially, you know, when you hear the Attorney General underscore that Amir Locke, he was not a suspect in this case, that he was not named on the warrant. He had no connection to the investigation. So there's a lot of frustration over, well, when he dies, why is there no legal consequence? I want you to listen to a little bit of what we heard from Keith Ellison in explaining the community reaction there.
We have a very unsatisfactory situation here, but we have to abide what the legal standards are. This is not the time for people to feel like there's no hope. There is. People should carry forward and continue to try to make the system one we can all be proud of.
You heard the Attorney General later point the finger at those no-knock warrants that are allowed, saying that is a policy that needs to be interrogated a little bit more heavily. But again, you really heard them underscore this is not Amir Locke's fault, that this was a tragedy. Unfortunately, in his words, the system is what allowed for this.
Real quick, Shaq, it doesn't go unnoticed, right, that this is happening in Minneapolis, which is, of course, still dealing with the police killing of George Floyd nearly 2 years ago, a department that is still under the investigation by the DOJ. Talk through any of the changes that they're making after all this.
Yeah, it's really interesting because this morning I woke up to news of the mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Frey, instituting and rolling out the new ban on no-knock warrants in the city. Now, there are some loopholes to the bans and there are some reforms there, but essentially it says that the Minneapolis Police Department cannot apply for or execute any no-knock warrant, and that for any warrant that they do execute, they need to knock and announce and wait at least 20 seconds or 30 seconds if it's overnight in the overnight hours. There's some other reforms that are there in terms of how they enter different apartments, but there are also some loopholes there because we've heard a ban on no-knock warrants before in the city of Minneapolis before the death of Amir Locke. So there are some loopholes if someone needs medical attention, for example, in that apartment. So there's some skepticism to the new rules that are out there, but you get a sense that these are officials trying to get ahead of the frustration over the announcement today.
Shaq Brewster live for us on that. Shaq, thank you. Still to come here on the show, the NFL, have you heard about this? Facing the threat of another investigation. We'll tell you more about that. Plus, you getting ready to buy a home? I have some maybe not so great news for you. Mortgage rates are up. But hey, it's not all bad news. We'll tell you why some economists say it could actually be a good thing. And Rihanna makes her debut on an exclusive list that includes the company of Jay-Z and Kim Kardashian. More on her big first coming up.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening. now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Late this afternoon, you've got the NFL responding to a half dozen attorneys general calling out the league, telling them they've got to get a handle on allegations of discrimination against female employees or they will face an investigation. The NFL saying they have more work to do, but they're looking forward to sharing the policies, practices, and protocols they've already implemented to maintain a respectful workplace. This is after a letter that the New York AG, Letitia James, sent, along with 5 other AGs, that references more than 30 former employees who told the New York Times about a workplace culture that is, according to the letter, overtly hostile to women. It says the NFL promised to take gender violence seriously and improve the culture for women, but they say recent allegations suggest you have not. They also refer to the Times reporting that some female employees were made to repeatedly watch the video of former NFL player Ray Rice attacking his fiancée in 2014. They also described stuff like unwanted touching, being passed over for promotions, being pushed out for calling out discrimination. Rahema Ellis is joining us now with more on this. And Rahema, you know, folks might wonder why New York. The league is headquartered in New York. That's why it seems Letitia James took the lead on this. But you have 5 other attorney generals signing on. And the threat is very real, right? That they could face an investigation if they don't start to show what they're doing to improve the culture for women.
A very real threat. Not only Letitia James, as you point out, 5 other AGs, including the one in Illinois, Massachusetts, Minnesota, Oregon, and Washington states. They're not only warning, but they're saying that they are asking victims and witnesses of alleged misconduct to come forward and file complaints with their offices. And that letter, as you point out, is demanding that the NFL take some action to improve these workplace conditions, or else a letter of warning can turn into some action of investigation, and it could be very broad in terms of what they do.
It feels like we've been talking about the NFL a lot over the past few months, and not because of what's happening on the field, right? You've got that discrimination lawsuit that we covered from former head coach Brian Flores. You've got where I live in Washington, right, that congressional investigation into the football team here and its owner. Based on your reporting, are you hearing that this is a moment where the league is kind of facing a reckoning here over the way they treat women and people of color?
It remains to be seen. Certainly there's a tension and there's a spotlight that's being pointed right on the NFL. It's accustomed to being under the glare of the spotlights, but it doesn't like nor does it welcome this kind of attention. Whether it becomes a reckoning is yet to be determined. But as you point out, that congressional hearing that was underway is something that's making the NFL certainly uncomfortable. In fact, I want to share with you some sound from that congressional committee hearing where a woman named Tiffany Johnston, she was a former NFL employee with the Washington Commanders. And back in February, she, along with several other women, testified before the committee. Listen to just a little bit of what she said.
I learned that placing me strategically by the owner at a work dinner after this networking event was not for me to discuss business, but to allow him, Dan Snyder, to place his hand on my thigh under the table.
Now, Dan Snyder, we should point out, is the owner of the Commanders. And when he heard this, he said, and quote, about the allegations, he said, it's quote, outright lies. So absolutely saying there is no basis for the allegations from this woman. And again, whether or not this will come under an even brighter spotlight remains to be seen.
Rahema Ellis, live for us on that. Rahema, thank you. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, right as we were coming on the air, President Biden signed the Postal Service Reform Act, a new law that requires 6-day-a-week mail delivery and says carriers need to enroll in Medicare when they're eligible. That's in addition to some financial relief just generally for the agency. Officials had warned the Postal Service would have run out of cash by 2024, just a couple years from now, if Congress didn't step in and do something. Number 2, 6,000 people have been arrested in El Salvador this week in what officials are calling a war on gangs. We told you last week the country put in place a state of emergency after seeing its deadliest weekend on record. Families there say they're worried about loved ones who might have been taken in. They want the government to give them more information. Number 3, a jury says a man who allegedly ran a sex cult at Sarah Lawrence College is guilty on 15 counts. We're talking about 62-year-old Larry Ray. and the college in New York, where students accused him of physical and psychological torture. Charges against Ray included sex trafficking, racketeering, and money laundering. Number 4, Arizona's Supreme Court, they are not going to consider a request from state Republicans to stop mail-in voting. This GOP lawsuit tried to argue that absentee voting is, in their view, unconstitutional. 90% of voters in that state actually cast their ballots early by mail. Number 5, a new debut on Forbes' billionaires list this year. And there she is, Rihanna. She's the first billionaire from Barbados, her home country. She's also been declared the world's richest female musician. You know who else made the cut this year? Kim Kardashian, Kanye, Jay-Z, just to name a few. You don't have to be a billionaire to buy a house just yet, but it is getting a lot harder. Mortgage rates are about 5% right now, the highest they've been in years. Our friends over at CNBC say the reason for this and the spike in these rates is crushing the housing market. They say mortgage demand, right, is down 40% from a year ago. Fewer people are looking to get mortgages because of those rates. CNBC's Diana Olick joins us now. Diana, thank you very much for being with us. The timing of this is really interesting. This is the heart of the spring housing market, right? When a lot of people go in to buy houses, to close on them. Explain why this is happening, why we're seeing this spike in mortgage rates.
Well, there are a lot of different technical reasons for it that I won't get into, but you're right. This is just the worst possible time to have these higher mortgage rates. And the reason is because people are going to have to dip a lot deeper into their pockets to afford a home. And prices are so high anyway. They're up 20% from a year ago. And what's happening with these higher rates is that when you combine the higher prices for homes as well as the higher interest rates, you're actually paying 38% more on a monthly payment for the same house that you would have paid a year ago. And there are a lot of people who just can't stomach that. So that means we might have a weaker spring market than we might have wanted, Allie.
Why is this harder specifically for people who are buying a house for the first time, for first-time home buyers?
Well, because first-time home buyers are looking for entry-level homes, and the market is incredibly tight right now, but incredibly tight even more on the low end of the market. That is entry-level homes. Investors have gotten into this market very heavily, and they're buying up the cheaper homes. So when a first-time buyer goes in and they want to get one of these lower-priced homes, they're up against an investor who is more than likely using all cash, and they want to get a mortgage. And no seller is going to take a mortgage when they can get all cash right for the same price or possibly even less. Also, these first-time buyers, they might not qualify for a mortgage now because of these higher rates. Remember, lending is very strict now ever since the recession and the great housing crash. So borrowers who might have, qualified for a loan last year may not at these higher rates now.
So counterintuitive question for you, and I only ask this because we've heard this from some economists, but is there an upside to mortgage rates being over 5%? Like, could a good thing come out of this?
Well, look, I'm always glasses half full, right? And the idea that prices are so incredibly high and are overheating, maybe if we have higher mortgage rates, it throws a little cold water on those prices, right? Because if people can't afford them, sellers can't sell, then the prices have to come down. Now, historically, prices usually lag sales by about 6 months. Right now, we've seen sales start to weaken for about the past 3 or 4 months. So we've got to wait a couple of months to see if this historical dynamic actually works out the way it should. The only problem in this market is that it is, again, historically lean, and there's so much demand for so little supply. So it's going to take a lot for those prices to come down.
Diana Olick, thank you so much for that breakdown. Good to see you. Still to come here on the show, the Select Committee investigating January 6th, actually the full House voting today on contempt charges against former Trump aides. Why this is a significant step from the entire House of Representatives. Plus, citizen sleuths getting in on the action, trying to help the Justice Department with the Capitol riot investigation. But it may not be enough. We'll tell you why.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
That shooting in Sacramento that killed 6 people and hurt a dozen others may have been made worse by a little part that can make a gun capable of firing more than 1,200 rounds a minute. Vaughn Hilliard has more on that in the original. But first, let's talk about these January 6th rioters and this investigation into the Capitol riot, because there's a lot of them that still haven't been prosecuted by the Justice Department. And now new NBC News reporting is shining a light on why that may be. Citizen sleuths, regular people who are really good at the internet, keep identifying hundreds of rioters, and the DOJ just doesn't have enough lawyers to actually work on these cases. We're talking about folks who get online, they comb through photos, they comb through videos from that day, and they've actually had some luck finding people who the FBI has been looking for. Some in this network of so-called sedition hunters spoke with NBC News anonymously, telling us their work's not even close to being done. One of them saying they're maybe 30% into arrests with more to come, but that may be problematic for a Justice Department that is already overwhelmed. They've been asking Congress for more money to prosecute the people who stormed the Capitol. Ken Delanian is with us now here in the newsroom. Hey, Ken, good to see you. So this is really interesting, right? We're seeing these sedition hunters, and they've been doing this work for a year now, right? Yeah. I mean, since the riot happened. What else do we know about kind of who they are and the commitment to this? Because, again, this isn't just a one-off a couple months after the riot. Right. They're still at it here in April of 2022.
Our colleague Ryan Riley really has the inside track on this. He's been talking to these people a long time, and he says that from their couches and their kitchen tables, they are poring over, they're using internet tools like facial recognition technology and databases to identify some of the unidentified people that are pictured in photos at the Capitol. And they identified somebody last year who assaulted a police officer that the FBI hadn't yet identified. So they've been very successful. Sometimes they get frustrated. Today they tweeted about somebody whose face is clearly pictured spraying bug spray at a police officer and said, hey, FBI, when are you going to arrest this person?
Well, so talk about this DOJ backlog then, because that seems to be where this tension point is. Sure, they can get this information coming in, but you then need somebody to actually go and action on it, to use corporate speak.
So they've arrested, this is the most complicated investigation in U.S. history. They've arrested 775 people, but about 500 of those cases still need to be resolved. And their job just got more complicated because today a judge acquitted one of the minor figures who's accused of trespassing. He claimed that the police waved him in.
Right.
And it was a misdemeanor, but he got acquitted by a judge. So that may make it may sort of motivate people to go to trial, which makes it a lot harder for the Justice Department.
And the reason why that's significant, that's the first not guilty verdict, right? The first acquittal that we've seen in one of these Capitol riot trials.
Yeah, the first one, but it's going to induce people to take their chances, possibly, and that means more resources have to go into these cases.
What are the chances, when we talk about these sedition hunters, if you will, as they've sort of been named, and the Department of Justice, might we see something where this becomes less informal and more formal, like where they're, I don't know if it's a task force or what would come out of that, but somewhere where they're linked up in a more sort of organized way?
You might think that would happen, but that's typically not how the FBI works. And they have some very strict rules about how they interface with the public. One of the interesting things here, though, is that the FBI, for example, they have strict rules about how they use facial recognition technology that the public doesn't have. So they will continue to cooperate with these folks and take information from them. Attorney General Merrick Garland even praised them in testimony before Congress, but they're not going to name a citizen sleuth task force, for example.
Ken Delanian, thank you so much. Great reporting. And our thanks to Ryan Riley, too, who I know worked on that, too.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. The House of Representatives today is voting on whether to hold former Trump White House aides Dan Scavino and Peter Navarro in criminal contempt of Congress. Why? Because they basically blew off this subpoena from the January 6th committee to testify in front of them about what they knew about what went down on the 6th and the events leading up to the insurrection. The committee says both men played really important roles in former President Trump's attempts to overturn the legitimate 2020 election. So what happens next? The referrals would then head to the Justice Department, where Scavino and Navarro face up to a year behind bars, fines up to $100,000 if charged. But I say if charged because that's the question. Will the DOJ pursue those charges? Joining me now is Ali Vitale. Ali, good to be with you. Give us the update. We think this vote is going to happen in the full House sometime in the next little bit, right?
Yeah, sometime in the next half hour or so, Hallie. But what we have seen is Congresswoman Liz Cheney speaking about what leads them to this moment today. We have heard from the January 6th committee about why they are specifically now going after Peter Navarro and Dan Scavino. These are two top White House administration officials. We know that Dan Scavino, you and I covered the 2016 campaign, the early days and years of that first White House. We know that these are people who are close to the president and who were around him in those final weeks and months that he was in office. Navarro himself has been outspoken about the steps that he may have been involved in overturning the election results. Dan Scavino, of course, the keeper of many and all things social media in Trump world. He's someone who has been with the president for many, many years now. Both of them can offer a lot of insight. In terms of where this goes next, though, it really is the open question if the Department of Justice will actually pursue these charges. But what we expect to see in the House now is something that we've seen a few times before already, the full House voting on this contempt referral, and then it's really up to the Department of Justice. We've seen the January 6th committee pressuring Merrick Garland, the Attorney General, to do more, to act more quickly. We know these guys are up against the clock. At the same time, though, it's an open question of if and when he's actually going to do anything on that.
Ali, to be clear here, even if the DOJ does play out this process to its fullest extent, right, there is nothing that would then require any of these folks, Scavino, Navarro, Mark Meadows, Steve Bannon, et cetera, to actually give the information to the committee that the committee wants.
Yeah, exactly. Plus, there's also the added wrinkle here. We talk about them in the same bucket because all of them have had contempt referrals. But Steve Bannon is a different case than Mark Meadows and now Peter Navarro and Dan Scavino. Those three guys were actual White House employees. There is an argument that they can make about executive privilege, despite the fact, though, that the Biden administration is saying there is no executive privilege to have here. Bannon is a different case because he wasn't working in the White House. He was just an outside ally of the former president, having those conversations with people like Roger Stone and others to overturn the election results and, of course, those false slates of electors. All of that is part of the January 6th committee's work. But when you talk about actually getting these people to give the committee information, it's really hard to see how that ends up happening, even as these referrals go out the door.
Ali Vitale live for us on Capitol Hill. Ali, thank you very much for that developing news. Appreciate it. Still to come here on the show, rounds of ammunition found at the scene of that shooting in Sacramento that killed 6 people. Why police are now looking more closely at a small switch on a gun, potentially. Plus, Jussie Smollett behind bars, new video revealing what those first moments were like for the actor after he was sentenced for staging a hate crime. That's in The Local, next.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. What happened here is a story of loss and salvation. There were residents who hung on for dear life. This is where you took shelter, in this closet.
I took shelter right in this closet right here.
Rioters banged down one of the doors.
Have you found a way to reconcile it a year later?
It really hurt to see this place that I love so much treated with such disrespect.
Was it an act of cleaning or an act of healing?
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Can this still end diplomatically with Vladimir Putin in charge of Russia? There's a Supreme Court nominee. What would it take for you to vote to confirm her? So I guess the question is, can this end with sanctions alone? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Guess what? Do you care about baseball? You're in luck. It's finally baseball season after that 99-day lockout. We've got some details on what's new for the MLB this year when we get to the backstory with one of the sport's top reporters. But first, NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day. And because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Midwest Bureau, look at this new footage. It shows Jussie Smollett's first moments in prison. What you're seeing is the 150 days last month for staging a hate crime against himself in 2019. Smollett still says he's innocent. From our Washington Bureau here, a COVID outbreak for some D.C. A-listers after this year's Gridiron dinner. Among those who attended testing positive, Congressman Adam Schiff, Joaquin Castro, Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo, even Attorney General Merrick Garland. All of it happening just a few weeks before the White House Correspondents' Dinner, which has a much bigger guest list. And from our West Coast Bureau, Palm Springs City Council approving a plan that would give monthly payments to transgender and non-binary people who live there. No rules on how the money can be spent, no strings attached. A report shows that that group is more likely to experience homelessness or discrimination, so the city's hoping the program could be a big step to try to help folks out. We want to bring in now tonight's original with in-depth reporting on a topic we've been keeping an eye on. Police now say that at least 5 shooters were involved in last weekend's violence in Sacramento, the shooting that left 6 people dead. They're now describing this whole thing as gang violence. And one discovery, police say, is that one of the men attached a so-called switch to their gun, something that is illegal, something that lets it fire much faster, much more quickly. Vaughn Hilliard tonight is investigating how easy it can be for somebody to get their hands on this illegal part. And we've got to warn you here, the story does include some loud gunfire.
The rapid-fire staccato of an automatic weapon at the hands of an alleged gunman, killing 6 this weekend in Sacramento and wounding 12 others. The succession of shots from a manipulated handgun.
You can literally fire 30 rounds from a Glock machine gun conversion in the space of about a second and a half. And the consequences are just devastating.
That is what happened on these Sacramento streets. Police saying they found a Glock handgun converted into an automatic weapon, essentially a machine gun. More than 100 shell casings found at the crime scene. All it took was adding this part, referred to as a switch, onto the handgun.
For someone that has not built one of these switches onto a Glock before, how long would it take them?
It would take approximately 15 minutes. It's not a complicated operation, and that's one of the difficulties for law enforcement.
Scott Sweeto is a retired senior executive for the ATF.
How prevalent are these switches when you arrive to a crime scene?
We didn't used to see these things very often. Now, unfortunately, you see them all the time. And the reason for that is they're very often made in China. They are imported illegally, either by being sold on the dark web or just sold outright.
The ATF says that between 2020 and 2021, they've seen a 5-fold increase in modified gun seizures nationwide. A switched gun was used in a shootout earlier this year in Houston, where 3 police were wounded.
Officers described it as an automatic, a fully automatic weapon.
Switches are outlawed across the U.S. under federal law, except for individuals with a special license from the ATF.
It can be up to a 10-year felony in federal prison for just possessing something like this.
But if an individual seeks to use it in a crime, the consequences, like in Sacramento, serious and deadly.
Vaughn is joining us now live. So, Vaughn, as you talked about in the piece, it's hard to track these parts down, but talk about what law enforcement's trying to do to try to stop that from getting into the streets.
Right. This is why it is so difficult for law enforcement, because what is happening is that these manufacturers in China are mailing these in bulk. So you have these U.S. buyers who are able to distribute them on this black market, and that is where the ATF is trying to track down and trying to place the source here in the United States of these bulk purchasers who then go and sell and distribute them to individuals, hypothetically like this individual here in Sacramento. That is where you're talking about, much like ghost guns here, you're talking about these parts that are easily being able to be assembled here and are deadly here. And yet ATF just in the last year notably has had several arrests of these major purchasers here in the United States. But of course, when we're talking about these coming to the U.S. in hundreds of these switches in these shipments here, that is where it makes it so difficult, and why you just noted there that there's been a 5-fold increase in these last years in the number of these that have been recovered. What makes it so difficult?
Vaughn Hilliard, live for us. Thank you, Vaughn. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Ellie.
Still to come here on the show, we got to talk about baseball's opening day and how this season is going to look different for the fans, for you, and for the reporters. We've got the backstory next.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared